Hi everyone, welcome to part 2. Before we begin, hey race a brief recap of part 1. Lu Qingxun, once an average warrior at tempering stage 2, accidentally awakened the supreme prodigy cultivation system and embarked on a path to greatness. The moment the system activated, it bestowed unbelievable rewards, among them the Dongwang Bell, a minor creation pill, and a drop of true dragon blood, instantly transforming him from a so-called loser into a genius. While walking through Jinsheng Complex, Lu Qingxun and his friend Yushan stumbled upon a mysterious object that triggered the system. Intrigued by Lu Qingxun's new treasure, Yushan pressed him for answers, but Lu Qingxun only smiled mysteriously. Back home, Lu Qingxun decided to bind the Dongwang Bell first. After a blood recognition ritual, the bell dissolved into a streak of light and fused with his body, leaving a golden bell imprint on his palm. His strength surged, instantly pushing him to tempering stage 4. He then swallowed the major creation pill, leapt to tempering stage 8, and felt more confident than ever. The system urged him to keep going. Greater rewards were still ahead. The next day at school, they saw Su Muting being stopped by Yan Zian, who forbade her from speaking to Lu Qingxun. Though disappointed, Lu Qingxun brushed it off. He and Yushan resolved to enter one of the nation's 3 elite academies and secure their futures. News soon spread that Wuhuan University had changed its admission policy. Anyone with an attribute sensing talent of Earth grade or above would be accepted outright. Excitement buzzed through the student body, and Lu Qingxun quietly wondered how high his talent would rank. During registration, Lu Qingxun and Yushan passed with ease, impressing mentor Lu Yan. Elated, Lu Qingxun planned to drink the true dragon blood next, then refine the minor creation pill to maximize his gains. At home, he mixed the true dragon blood into water and drank it. Red light enveloped him, power flooding every limb. He surged to tempering stage 10, and the system announced that another reward was on the way. On the eve of the college entrance trials, Lu Qingxun and Yushan headed to Jinling City for Wuhan University's exam. Along the way, they noticed students from the capital arriving as well, their arrogance thick in the air. Mentor Lu Yan warned them that the capital's crowd loved to provoke fights, so they needed to stay alert, yet never back down. The strength test began. Both friends passed effortlessly. When Lu Qingxun struck the force gauge, it exploded, revealing his staggering 5-ton punch. Shock rippled through the crowd. Right then, Mentor Lu Yan invited them to join Tiandao Sacred Institute, promising generous treatment. They agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in Zone D. Capital students were harassing Su Muting. Furious, Yushan stepped in and routed them with ease, but a pockmarked youth named Yao Chengwu retaliated. Lu Qingxun countered instantly, blasting Yao Chengwu away with a single punch. "Touch my brother, and you're courting death," he roared. Yao Chengwu's mentor, an elder surnamed Hu, moved to intervene but froze when he met Lu Qingxun's unflinching stare and overwhelming aura. In Lu Qingxun's mind, one thought rang clear. This feud ends only when one of us is dead. That's where part 1 left off. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like and comment. Your support means the world to me. And if this is your first time here, you can start with part 1 in the playlist or comments below. Now let's dive into part 2. A seemingly careless yet utterly brazen remark drifted from Lu Qingxun's lips, echoing through the vacant hall. "Are you all deaf? Hand over every spirit stone and pill." The 7 or 8 martial artists who had been beaming over their sudden fortune went rigid, still caught in their bliss. Seeing their blank stares, Lu Qingxun spoke again, his tone cool yet unquestionable. "Isn't that the unlucky kid from earlier? What did he say?" A flat-nosed, sharp-jawed fighter squeezed to the front, scanning his companions. "I think he wants a share of the loot." "You misheard. He wants everything we took." "For real? Is he tired of living?" Mocking laughter burst out. The men doubled over, some clutching their stomachs until tears formed. "What's so funny?" This young man here blasted open the second barrier. The jeers weren't even finished when the gaunt youth from before spoke up, his voice carrying across the empty floor. The group exchanged looks, unsure of his angle. "If he opened it, all the loot belongs to him. Except what?" Someone pressed. "Except the third barrier of the resources hall still stands." The gaunt youth shot Lu Qingxun a sideways glance, dripping with scorn. "Ha ha ha!" The others roared louder and chimed in. Lu Qingxun arched a brow. "So, unless I break the third barrier, you want surrender your spirit stones and pills?" "Exactly. I swear to it. And well, hand everything over right now." Certain head baited Lu Qingxun. The gaunt youth slapped his chest and vowed. "Yeah, break the third barrier, and it's all yours." The others echoed. Lu Qingxun chuckled softly, then shook his head. "Nice offer, but there's one thing you failed to grasp." The relaxed words floated out like a chill from the shadows. Unease tightened the gaunt youth's gut. "What haven't I grasped?" Thud. The dull sound of flesh splitting rang out. His face froze. Seconds later, he looked down to find a thick golden arm thrust through his chest, hot blood gushing around it. If that arm weren't plugging the wound, his life would already be pooling on the floor. He forced his head up to meet the arm's owner, his voice a broken rasp. "Who are you?" A faint smile curved Lu Qingxun's lips. Isn't it a bit late to ask? My name is Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen, this year's martial exam top. Scarlet froth filled his throat before he could finish. Mustering a final breath, his eyes flashed with regret and fury. He was so wrong. The moment he finished speaking, the youth's eyes bulged and he toppled stiffly backward, dying with his eyes still open. Lu Qingchen pulled back the claw covered in golden scales. Beads of blood slid down its razor edge. He murmured, "If you knew it would end like this, why bother?" Terror washed over the nearby warriors. Lu Qingchen flicked the blood from his thick arm, his gaze sweeping the crowd like a frozen blade. "Ill hand everything over," a young man shrieked, hurling his storage ring toward Lu Qingchen. "Me too, take mine." The others, shaken by the gaunt youth's gruesome death, scrambled to offer up their rings. Lu Qingchen didn't reach for them. Instead he asked coolly, "Why grovel? You're a warrior, won't you rather die with dignity?" His eyes moved across their faces, dripping with scorn. "I don't want to die. I haven't lived long enough." One youth sobbed, dropping to his knees. "Spare me. I have parents and children to feed. I'll give you everything." Another thin young man wailed, even emptying the loose coins from his tunic. The earlier bloodbath had shattered their nerve, yet a 9th-level spirit martial expert hadn't survived a single exchange with this boy. "This was our mistake. We didn't recognize you. Let us go, or, if we fight together, you won't be able to stop us." A rough voice suddenly cut in, tinged with threat. The crowd parted. A barrel-chested youth strode forward, seemingly immune to fear. "That's right, back off, or you can't take us all." His words flipped the mood. Those who had begged now clung to this hope, like drowning men to driftwood. Lu Qingchen watched the shifting faces and burst into cold, derisive laughter. "Very well then, die. All of you." His eyes turned glacial as he slowly raised the hook-shaped claw. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. Across the whole of Huahua, eyes lifted to the sky as a pitch-black palace rose above the clouds. For colossal arenas encircled it like stars around the moon. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Institute. On the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Sage Pavilion, every senior figure shot to their feet. "The legacy has appeared," an elder said grimly. "It really is a saint-level legacy." Lu Qingfeng could hardly contain his joy. The secret realm has been open less than half a month, and the legacy's already surfaced. "These youngsters work fast," Director Chu said, beaming. Long Feng, however, frowned. "Don't celebrate yet. This might not be a good omen." Han Ming noticed, and asked, "You think there's something wrong with that palace and those 4 arenas?" "Exactly. This secret realm legacy may be nothing like what we predicted. We had once assumed that whatever took place inside the secret realm would stay hidden from the outside world." Long Feng knitted his brows, recalling how he had warned Lu Qingchun and the others again and again inside the realm. They must never hold back. "Smart boy." The same judgment flashed through everyone's mind. This time, every major Chinese faction had emptied its coffers to send its brightest young talents. The head of Monster Academy had even dispatched members of his own family. If any of those prodigies were to die, the fallout would be catastrophic. Even worse, when the realm's exit reopened in a month, the participants would be scattered randomly across the country, making swift rescue a pipe dream. "Now do you understand?" Long Feng's low voice echoed through the conference room. Around the broad wooden table, hearts tightened in unison. The smiles on Lu Chengfeng and Chu Chuan's faces froze as if they had swallowed dead spiders. The oppressive silence made the very air feel stagnant. "Isn't that a bit much?" Palace Master Tianyang has already declared that no one may seek retribution for what happens inside. Lu Chengfeng ventured, trying to break the tension. "That's what he said, but who will actually obey?" A white-haired elder replied, shaking his head. "You believe anything from the sanctum?" Another elder snorted. "Have you forgotten what happened a dozen years ago, Lu Qingfeng?" "How could I forget?" Lu forced a bitter smile, then suddenly widened his eyes, his voice trembling. "Don't tell me it's about to happen again." From the far end of the table, a one-eyed elder rasped, "Exactly. If a saint-level inheritance is truly hidden in that realm, the entire balance of power in China will be reshuffled. Every faction upended." Han Ming's disbelief was palpable. "Elder Tian, no matter how precious a saint inheritance is, can it really shatter the status quo? The great sanctums already have saint-level techniques. Why would they risk everything?" Long Feng explained patiently. "Yes, they possess such techniques, but they won't tolerate others rising to share the spoils. Our resources are finite. Each new power means less for them. Whatever the outcome, the students inside are in extreme danger." "Extreme danger," Han Ming whispered, exchanging a cold glance with Nangong Qianyue, both clearly thinking of certain people. The one-armed elder at the end of the table spoke next. "Tiandao Academy has only 2 paths. 1. Ride this storm to ascend into the top tier. 2. Decline, perhaps even face destruction. If our people secure the saint inheritance, we protect them at any cost. If they fail, then we seize it by force." Resource Hall, 2nd floor. After a brief but savage clash, 7 or 8 bodies lay strewn across the ground. Blood seeped from the corpses, staining a wide swath of floor crimson. Lu Qingchen flicked the blood from his claws, his face carved from ice. Before him, the burly youth who had swaggered only moments earlier now sprawled on the floor, knees buckling, forehead thudding against the stone as he stammered, "Please, don't kill me." "Spare you? Didn't you sound so sure of yourself a minute ago?" Lu Qingchen drew closer, studying the fear-twisted face with a faint, mocking smile. "I was wrong. Don't kill me. Everything I have is yours." The youth howled, frantically emptying his pockets. Storage rings, talismans, and spirit stones clattered to the ground, piling up like a small hill. Lu Qingchen paused, his tone cool. "If I let you live, how do I answer for the people you killed? They fought each other for resources now. It was spirit beasts that killed them." The youth's mind unraveled, his story growing wilder by the second. "Too troublesome," Lu Qingchen muttered. "Go and keep them company." Steel flashed. The youth never even had time to scream. Blood spattered across the flagstones. For Lu Qingchen, it was all or none, leave no loose ends. Certain no one else remained, he began collecting the spoils. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 storage rings rested in his palm. A quick sweep with his spiritual sense made even him pause. Hidden in the second level of the resource hall were tens of thousands of spirit stones, all flawless and of the highest grade. The pills were even more impressive. Minor soul pills, major soul pills, clarity pills, antidote pills, each worth more than stones. No wonder they call it the resource hall, Lu Qingchen mused. When he first entered the secret realm, Head had barely 10,000 soul stones. Now he held a divine beast corpse, a saint blood sky-piercing fruit, earth heart, jade marrow, and this mountain of stones and pills riches won overnight. He snapped his fingers, kindling a tiny flame that erupted the moment it touched the ground, devouring corpses and blood alike. Firelight danced across his eyes, and for a heartbeat he drifted. Just months ago had been a senior in high school. Now, dozens of warriors lay dead beneath his claws. This is the way of martial cultivation. "If I don't kill them, they'll kill me," he whispered, his brow smoothed, his gaze clear enough to mirror sun and moon. Killing was the only answer. Exhaling a stream of hot air, he gathered his thoughts and stepped toward the passage leading to the third level. A shimmering barrier blocked the way, its defense at least 10 times stronger than the one below. Lu Qingchen brushed a finger over the screen, the backlash leaving his fingertip numb. Light flashed from a storage ring, and an ink-dark red saber appeared in his hand. Gripping the dark red long saber with all his strength, Lu Qingchen slowly poured his soul power into the vicious weapon. Clang! The blade shuddered, the pattern along its spine igniting as a seductive crimson sheen raced toward the tip. Whoosh! He snapped his arm forward, sending a scarlet arc through the air that traced a perfect crescent before slamming into the barrier ahead. The screen quivered, then exploded with a deafening crack. Lu Qingchen didn't pause. In a blur, he slipped into the third level of the resources hall. Rows of shelves still lined the chamber, yet the spirit stones and pills were gone, replaced by soul pearls that shimmered invitingly. Crimson, azure, gold, and violet halos intertwined, lighting his eyes like twin stars. After a quick sweep that revealed no traps, he went to work. Within seconds the shelves were bare. As he swept the pearls into his storage ring, he counted under his breath. 1, 2, 15, 16, 20, 30. When he finished, 36 soul pearls gleamed inside the ring, so many that even he found the number hard to fathom. Lu Qingchen stroked his chin, awestruck. Before entering the palace, Head had only 3 pearls in total, one of which had come from a beast head slain in the secret realm. Outside the realm, Head owned merely 2, and Yushan had possessed a single lonely pearl. Now, with 36 in hand, he and the people closest to him would never have to worry about soul pearls again. Whoever built this palace must have been unimaginably wealthy, he mused, his gaze drifting to the passage that led to the 4th level. If the 3rd level held this many pearls, might the 4th contain soul seeds? The thought left no room for hesitation. He strode to the entrance and brought his blade down in a crimson flash. The barrier flickered but remained intact. Frowning, he unleashed hundreds of successive strikes. Red light flooded the corridor, draining more than half his soul power, yet the barrier didn't so much as tremble. Just as he raised the saber for another blow, 2 characters on the wall caught his eye. Tianzu. He lowered the weapon and stepped closer, murmuring, "Tianzu? Does this have something to do with the Tianzu domain?" He replayed every detail of the secret realm in his mind. The realm admitted only spirit martial cultivators, so the inheritance shouldn't have been overly demanding, yet even attacks bordering on the heaven martial realm had failed to breach the screen. If brute force was useless, only one option remained. His eyes gleamed. With a flick of the Bingyun Jian, he sliced his fingertip, and blood tinged with gold welled up, forming a single droplet. The bead of slightly golden blood shot toward the barrier. The instant the blood droplet struck the barrier, something remarkable happened. The slightly golden bead vanished on contact, as if swallowed. A moment later, rings of intricate, arcane patterns rose from the depths of the light wall and spread like living things. They pulsed for several heartbeats, then faded, leaving no trace behind. No one knew how much time passed before Lu Qingchen withdrew his gaze and stepped through the passage that had opened, heading straight for the 4th floor of the resources hall. As he set foot on the stairs, he glimpsed the barrier knitting itself back together, as pristine as ever. He didn't pause. His thoughts were already fixed on what awaited above. Unlike the second and third floors, packed with shelving, the fourth was strikingly empty. A single ancient stone table stood at its center, and above it hovered a dazzling ribbon of violet light. Lu Qingshan drew a steady breath and moved closer. The light flickered in his eyes, sending a faint tremor through his heart. At that same moment on the first floor, "Brother Lai, it looks like someone's already swept this place clean," a youth in white light armor reported after taking in the bare racks. "Cleaned out," the blonde Ouyang Lai murmured. He gestured sharply. "You four upstairs now." The four warriors raced up the stairs, leaving Ouyang Lai alone with the armored youth. Ouyang Lai hadn't been having much luck. He had broken into the palace a few minutes ahead of Lu Qingshan and the others, only to find himself in an alchemy hall lined with pedestals and pill furnaces, yet not a single pill in sight. He thought the furnaces themselves might be worth a fortune, but the moment he laid a hand on one, every last furnace crumbled into dust and drifted away. His face had turned several shades of green. Then a large group of cultivators burst into the hall. Seeing the empty chamber, they assumed Ouyang Lai had already pocketed the spoils, and a chaotic brawl broke out. After several bodies hit the floor, the 5 survivors surrendered, swearing to follow Ouyang Lai's orders for the rest of their time in the secret realm. The armored youth and the other 4 were the subordinates he gained that day. When their search of the second and third floors turned up nothing, the 4 men hurried back. "Brother Lai, someone's cleared out the first 3 levels," one of them reported, "but there's a barrier at the stairway to the 4th. "A barrier?" A sharp light flashed in Ouyang Lai's eyes. "Move, we're going up." He and his followers sprinted toward the 3rd floor. By then, Lu Qingshan was already beside the stone table. The violet glow surged like a tide, stretching his shadow across the floor. He held his hand above the light, sensing the powerful, unmistakable pulse of spiritual energy within. After a brief study, he was certain it was a soul seed. Soul seeds are treasures born of heaven and earth, markedly different from soul beads. Beyond their functions, their appearances set them apart. Every soul bead is a flawless sphere, while soul seeds come in countless shapes, no two the same. The burning heaven divine seed in Lu Qingshan's palm, for instance, is a miniature divine bird shrouded in flames, its blazing feathers outspread and lifelike. The newly obtained violet seed before him curls into a tiny lion, arcs of lightning crackling along its mane. Lu Qingshan produced a jade box etched with cloud patterns, lifted the lid, and placed the violet seed carefully inside. Unfortunately, it was only an ordinary seed, not a divine one. He shook his head and chuckled at himself. In being greedy, how could a divine seed appear in a place like this? Ordinary seeds are already priceless. A true divine seed exists only once in all creation. Scanning the empty stone chamber and finding it secure, he seated himself cross-legged on the stone table. "Here will do." At his thought, a scarlet firebird flashed out, hovering above his palm, the burning heaven divine seed. Unlike soul beads, a seed must be swallowed and refined directly. Eyeing the blazing bird, Lu Qingshan clicked his tongue. "Is this going to scorch my mouth?" After a brief pause, he shook his hand decisively. "Whatever." He closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and swallowed the divine seed in a single gulp. Elsewhere, Ouyang Lai and 5 martial artists stepped onto the 3rd floor of the resource hall. The stench of blood slammed into him, knitting his brows. "Smells like a massacre took place." He sniffed again, yet the floor was spotless, lined only with empty shelves. Someone spoke in confusion. "But there's no sign of a fight." "Someone cleaned it up," Ouyang Lai said calmly. "The survivors disposed of the bodies." "What now, Brother Lai?" asked a young man in white light armor. Ouyang Lai did not answer. He strode to the light curtain leading to the 4th floor, raised his blade, and pointed. "Break the barrier." "Sir." 6 figures leaped at once, unleashing volleys of spiritual power at the curtain. Within a minute they had hurled hundreds of strikes, yet the barrier merely rippled and absorbed them. Ordinary attacks were useless. Ouyang Lai motioned for the others to fall back, drew his crimson guandao, and gathered his strength. The blade blazed with searing red light. Blazing slash. His roar cut through the whistling wind as a fiery arc crashed toward the curtain. Drip. The arc met the barrier with a sound like rain on stone, clear and crisp, yet it failed to stir the curtain at all. The echo rang across the empty 3rd floor, lingering. Puffed. As the hall fell silent, one of the martial artists suddenly made an odd noise. A sharp, abrupt whoosh echoed down the corridor. Even he jumped, clapping a hand over his mouth while his companions shook with stifled laughter. Brother Lai, this barrier is really strange," he stammered, terrified of provoking Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them. His voice was low. "Strange indeed. Even a strike from my earth martial realm was nullified with ease." One sweep of his gaze froze the room. The nervous man hunched his shoulders, sweat beading on his brow. "So what do we do now, Brother Lai?" someone whispered. "Wait." Ouyang Lai licked his lips, the taste of blood thick in his breath. "We wait right here. The scent is so strong, has to be close." And he looked up, a bloodthirsty grin curling across his face. He might still be on the fourth floor, never left at all. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchun on the fourth floor sensed none of this undercurrent. Boom scorching spiritual force surged, and a crimson gold divine bird materialized behind him. Its wings blotted out the chamber, radiance blinding, eyes blazing like twin suns, the supreme martial soul, the three-legged golden crow. The instant it appeared, the stone room's air warped as if simmering in flame. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Qingchun kept refining the burning heaven seed. With each breath, the hollow in the golden crow's chest, twice the size of an ordinary soul, slot flared and dimmed. Moments later the light faded. A few breaths more and crimson bled through the darkness again, like a dormant volcano about to wake. Elsewhere, in the third-floor passageway, Sislon, we can't break this barrier, Yushan said, frowning as he tapped the gray, flickering wall. He turned to an Ilan with a wry smile. Can't break it. And Yilan's eyes sharpened, locking onto the wall. Swish, swish. Two sword beams shot from her fingertip like lightning, yet not even a ripple appeared. Yushan sighed. Maybe we should back off and wait for Brother Chen? And Ilan gave no reply. She leaned closer, laid a palm on the barrier, and 2 seconds later the gray light collapsed without a sound. Sislon, how did you do that? Yushan gaped. Let's get inside first. He'll explain later. Smiling, and Ilan stepped through, Yushan right behind her. At the fourth-floor entrance, a stone table identical to the one in the resource hall stood in the center. This time, 3 scrolls of different colors lay on its surface. Yushan hurried forward and grabbed the golden scroll. Puryong Wujigong, royal grade, high tier. Practitioners must remain virgins. Upon mastery, spiritual power doubles and breath becomes inexhaustible. Note: males only. Do not lose your purity before reaching the royal realm. Remember, a high-tier royal grade technique. Delight flashed in Yilan's eyes. Royal grade manuals were rare in the sanctuary, let alone top-tier ones. Yet when she reached the final line, she sighed. Too bad women can't cultivate it. Most disciples in the Ice Snow Sanctuary were female, after all. She tossed the scroll back to Yushan, then eagerly turned her attention to the 2 still on the table. Yushan stood quietly nearby, waiting for an Ilan to finish. She had torn open the gray spatial barrier with her own hands, so the spoils were hers to allocate. With nothing else to do, he gazed at the shattered shell. A sudden gust of wind whipped by, and a scroll smacked squarely against his face. Instinctively he caught it, unrolled it, and read the bold title. Imperial grade, high-tier cultivation art. His grin spread to his ears, and his eyes narrowed with delight until he noticed the fine print. Requires dual cultivation between man and woman to achieve mastery. The smile died, color drained from his cheeks, and he froze in an awkward grimace. Maybe I should give this to Master, he muttered, slipping the scroll into his tunic. Chu Chuan, vice dean of Tiandao Academy and his own teacher, was still single. Yushan chuckled weakly. Perhaps the vice dean could put it to use. That thought brought memories flooding back. Like Lu Qingchun, he had been taken in early by a high-ranking elder of Tianda known other than Vice Dean Chu Chuan, the man who had taught him staff techniques. Chu looked honest and taciturn, but anyone who could rise to Vice Dean of Tiandao had to be a shrewd operator. While one scroll lay settled, an Ilan bent over the remaining 2. She unrolled the next one, 7-fold earth-shattering staff, imperial grade, mid-tier combat art. At full mastery its strikes are as deep as an abyss, heavy beyond measure, fierce and domineering. When the 7th strike falls, mountains crumble. Spotting the word staff art, she remembered Yushan's iron staff and laughed softly. This kid's luck is ridiculous. With a flick, the scroll blurred into motion, shooting straight toward him. Still reveling in his find, Yushan nearly jumped out of his skin as another scroll hurtled in. He snatched it from the air, scratching his head in confusion. Sister Lon, what's this? Another one for me? 3 scrolls sat on the stone table. Now he held 2. He couldn't fathom her intent. A bold idea popped into his head, and he began to giggle stupidly. Ha 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 ha. The ill-timed laughter reached Yilan's ears. She turned and studied him as though he were a strange beast. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Yushan waved frantically. Then his eyes dropped to the new scroll, and his whole body jerked at it. Was an imperial grade, mid-tier staff art. True staff techniques were rare. Blades and swords dominated the market, with the occasional fist or palm style. The sky-rending staff he practiced was only sovereign grade, high tier, far from even king grade. It was the best staff art Tiandao offered publicly, and Chu Chuan himself used it. With that alone, the vice dean ranked among China's top martial emperors. What would half a step higher mean? A surge of heat blazed through Yushan's chest, his limbs trembling. Sister Lon, I love you, he cried, nearly diving at her. He slammed on the brakes, drew several deep breaths, and forced his excitement down. He folded his legs beneath him, spread the scroll across his knees, and let his consciousness sink into its arcane lines of staff intent. A heavy, earthen aura seemed to flow from the ink, streaming into his body until every pore opened and quivered. The first 2 scrolls, helpful as they were to him, offered little to an Ilan herself. Seeing Yushan so pleased, she couldn't help but smile as well. She exhaled softly and turned her attention to the third scroll in her hand-frozen jade imperial finger. Pale blue patterns rippled across the parchment like thin ice, and the description was crystal clear. Mid-tier imperial-grade combat art, cultivated with ice elemental spiritual power. Once mastered, a single touch would encase everything in glacial crystal. Another imperial-grade technique and a rare ice-based finger art at that. And Elon stared at the scroll in a daze, a wave of excitement surging inside her. She had never expected to find a skill perfectly suited to her here. Finger techniques were scarce. Even the Hall of Ice and Snow owned only a handful. She had never practiced one before, but that hardly mattered. Anyone with ice-aligned soul power could begin. The Hall's archives held Saint realm cultivation methods, yet Saint-grade combat arts were another matter entirely. From what she knew, Imperial-grade arts were already the strongest trump cards any faction in Huagua could produce. She had never even seen a Saint-grade combat art. She was about to share her joy with Yushan when she noticed he had already sat down cross-legged, eyes closed, studying his own scroll. With a light chuckle she murmured, "Are all the students from the top 3 academies this diligent now?" Then she too folded her legs and sank into meditation, beginning to comprehend the mid-tier imperial ice finger art alongside him. Time flew by. No one knew how long had passed before Lu Qingshan's body suddenly trembled. An instant later, a wave of scorching heat burst outward from him, the air rippling like water under the intense temperature. As he slowly opened his eyes, 2 thick pillars of flame shot forth and slammed into the stone wall, etching deep black scorch marks. The color of his pupils shifted repeatedly gold, then crimson, alternating in a blazing cycle. After 3 full days of seclusion, he had finally finished refining the heaven-scorching divine seed. The seed granted him 2 major abilities. First, it provided a staggering boost to fire affinity. Upon refinement, his fire attacks doubled an immediate 200% increase, and the enhancement was permanent. Whether he stepped into Earth Martial, Sky Martial, or even Supreme Martial realms, that amplification would follow him. The leap in power was so frightening that even he was secretly stunned, marveling at the divine seed's absurd potency. Second, the seed transformed his physique. He could feel a drastic change in his eyes. The twin pillars of fire moments ago were the first manifestation of a newly awakened ocular power. Now, seated on the stone table, Lu Qingshan calmed his mind to sense the alterations within. When his consciousness dived into his spiritual sea, he saw an enormous pair of pupils that had not been there before. Those eyes emitted a faint crimson halo, hanging in the sky of his inner world like a blazing sun. Lu Qingshan could clearly feel a strange, formidable power surging inside him. Its source was the pair of enormous crimson pupils hovering above the sea of his consciousness. Scarlet halos rained down, swallowed whole by the sea, and he could sense his foundation climbing once more. The 2 mountain-thick pillars of flame he had unleashed in the corridor were the first fruit of this harvest, a combat technique he called Jinwu Hongwangpure, razor-sharp offense. A second technique was also gestating within him, though he had yet to test its strength. He didn't know how long had passed before he pulled away from the sea of consciousness. Sweeping his gaze across the still-sealed stone chamber, he felt a twinge of emotion. He had no idea how much time refining the Finchin Xinzhong had consumed. What mattered now was hurrying to the main gate to meet up with Yushan and Ilan. With that thought, he leapt off the stone table, took decisive strides, and headed straight for the half-transparent barrier. Resource Hall, 3rd floor. Brother Lai, maybe we should leave. We've waited 3 days and haven't seen a single person. The young man spoke in a hushed, aggrieved tone. After following Ouyang Lai's order to stake out this spot, they had neither loot nor even a passerby to show for 3 whole days. What's the rush? Another wait won't kill you. Ouyang Lai's eyes snapped open, anger flaring. Since entering the palace he had gained nothing, and constant complaints from his men had ground his patience thin. On the 2nd day he had considered leaving, but the more he thought about it, the more staying made sense. After spending a day here, the other floors were likely picked clean. Better to ambush an unlucky soul coming down from the 4th floor, or block any latecomers. Fate, however, had been uncooperative. In 3 days they hadn't even seen a fly. The scolded cultivator bowed his head and kept waiting, dark circles deepening under every eye in the squad. Just as their irritation peaked, the silent corridor echoed with footsteps. Brother Lai, someone's coming. The speaker, a youth in white light armor, brightened as if spotting a lifeline. What? Someone's coming. Ouyang Lai sprang to his feet, a mix of vigilance and delight flashing in his eyes. The footsteps drew nearer. Lu Qingshan slipped through the barrier and headed downstairs, intent on finding Yushan and an Ilan. The moment he set foot on the 3rd floor, he froze. 6 young men blocked the passage, glaring at him in unison. The most comical sight was the heavy black circles under their eyes, especially on the blonde youth, whose raccoon-like smudges made him resemble a golden-furred panda. That golden-furred panda now stared at Lu Qingshan with fury about to erupt. Fresh from refining the Finchin Xinzhong, Lu Qingshan was in a fine mood. He raised a hand in greeting. Hey there. Waiting for someone? You. Ouyang Lai all but spat fire at Lu Qingchen's polite question. Enough chatter. We've been waiting here with Brother Lai for 3 whole days. If you know what's good for you, hand over every treasure you found. All of it. Otherwise, Before Ouyang Lai could finish, the 2 young men beside him, both at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, lost their patience. They pointed at the lone youth ahead and cursed. Noisy. Lu Qingchen's eyes darkened. With a cold snort, 2 blazing pillars of fire burst from his fingertips. Boom. A crimson beam tore through the air and, in a flash, punched straight through the chests of the 2 loudmouths. Blood vaporized into a red mist, leaving fist-sized holes yawning in their torsos. Hiss. Except for Ouyang Lai, the remaining 2 men sucked in sharp breaths, their faces turning deathly pale. They had never imagined the mild-mannered Lu Qingchen could strike with such brutality. You. The mortally wounded youths stared wide-eyed at the gaping cavities in their chests. Terror and unwillingness mingled in their eyes. A heartbeat later, their bodies thudded to the ground. You killed them? Ouyang Lai's voice trembled. A genius of Monster Academy. He prided himself on having seen it all, yet this was the first time anyone had killed over a single disagreement. Good. You've succeeded in angering me. He clenched his teeth, fixing his glare on Lu Qingchen's handsome face. Angered you? And Lu Qingchen met the stare impassively. He had meant to avoid a fight, but their threats had ignited his killing intent. Ouyang Lai tightened his grip on the crimson crescent blade in his hand. Flames surged along the weapon. Blazing slash. With a furious roar, a massive arc of fire burst forth twice as large as before, howling toward Lu Qingchen. Heh, Brother Lai's strike can cut down an earth martial expert. That kid's done for. The 2 remaining youths whispered, sure they had foreseen the outcome. As the fiery blade closed in, Lu Qingchen's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he drove his fist forward. Boom. Dragon fist collided with the blade of fire, a deafening explosion scattering blinding light. When the flames faded, Lu Qingchen stood there without a single scratch. How is that possible? He's unharmed. The 2 self-assured youths gaped, disbelief written across their faces. Lu Qingchen flexed his arm and smiled. You're finished attacking, Sunno, it's my turn. Scarlet light rose in his pupils. In the void, a coffin seemingly forged from flame took shape, enveloping Ouyang Lai and his companions. Sacred flame eyes, sun furnace funeral. The moment the coffin, forged entirely from living flame, appeared, the air around it contorted violently. The colossal, blazing casket hung in midair like a burning mountain. Scarlet waves of fire billowed outward, bleaching the floor below. Before Ouyang Lai and his 2 companions could even see where it had come from, flames swallowed them whole. Hissing filled their ears, as though their skin were about to ignite. Brother Lai, what on earth is that thing? The young man in white light armor swallowed hard. The sweat on his brow evaporated instantly. He could feel the temperature soaring. It's a divine art, Ouyang Lai muttered, his chest crushed by the scorching air. I never thought someone at the Lingwu stage could unleash a divine art. A divine art? The other 2 young men blanched. The greatest divide between the Lingwu and Diwu realms lay in whether one could wield such powers. Normally, a Lingwu cultivator could rely only on martial techniques. Divine arts required soul pearls or soul crystals. The man before them, Lu Qingchen, was clearly an exception. Gifted with a supreme martial soul, he had awakened more than one divine art while still in the Lingwu realm. A talent like that defied every rule. As the crimson light in Lu Qingchen's eyes intensified, the fiery coffin seemed squeezed by an invisible hand, shrinking rapidly. The flames drew inward, pressure spiking, heat blasting like a wind from purgatory. The 3 men's breathing burned, their armor crackling. When the coffin had compressed to roughly twice a man's height, it finally stopped. Ouyang Lai and his companions exhaled in relief. Looks like it doesn't actually. Boom. Before he could finish, the coffin detonated. A mushroom cloud shot upward, flames and lightning rolling together. Air was torn into vacuum, a deafening blast reverberating through the 3rd floor of the resource hall. When the fire cloud cleared, only 2 figures remained. The 2 Lingwanth youths had been reduced to ash, drifting away. With a crisp clang, their storage rings hit the floor and rolled. Ouyang Lai staggered to one knee. His protective chi shattered, his defensive art torn apart. Charred flesh curled from his body, no spot intact. He coughed violently, the taste of blood thick in his mouth and nose. Who are you? Why have I never heard of you? Had he not stepped into the Diwu realm and cultivated a defensive art, he would have died with his friends. Lu Qingchen snorted and looked down at him, voice heavy with mockery. Monster Academy always acts superior. The moment I appeared, you demanded my resources. If you're willing to kill for treasure, be ready to die for it. Isn't that fair? His crimson pupils were as cold as winter stars. Though firelight danced around him, his presence felt icy. With a tight fist, he conjured an ice-blue longsword. The blade gleamed, its chill biting to the bone. That's enough. Your journey ends here. His tone was calm, yet it felt like a verdict. Impossible. So what if you can use a divine art? You're only at the Lingwu stage. Ouyang Lai began dismissively. He had already witnessed Liu Qingchen's abilities. Though they had caused him plenty of trouble, what could possibly follow? What means could a spirit rank fighter still wield against someone in the earth rank? The gap between them was simply too vast. Swoosh! An icy blue sword light ripped through the air like lightning, cutting Ouyang Lai's words short. Liu Qingchen sheathed his blade and shook his head. All right, I know you're earth rank, but so what? You're not the first earth rank cultivator to die by my hand. Ouyang Lai clamped both hands over his throat as blood seeped through his fingers. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and he forced his gaze up at the aloof Liu Qingchen. Only one half-formed word slipped from his lips. You. Thud. 2 breaths later, he fell flat on his back, his heavy body crashing onto the third-level floor. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom how a spirit-rank cultivator could unleash such power. The first one, huh? Liu Qingchen sighed. It was the first time he had personally slain a fellow student from one of the 3 great academies. A crimson flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. 2 left, no 3. A few strides brought him to the corpse. He searched it quickly and pocketed 5 storage rings. A scarlet flame flared at his fingertip, and he flicked it onto the body. Fire roared up, the stench of charred flesh filling the air. After a final glance, Liu Qingchen headed downstairs. He had to regroup with Yushan and an Elan as soon as possible. When he reached the palace gate, neither of them was there. Liu Qingchen frowned. Refining the burning heaven seed had taken 3 full days. With their strength, they shouldn't have been in any real danger. So where had they gone? Stroking his chin, he muttered to himself, a faint worry creeping into his chest. In another stone chamber, Yushan and an Elan sat cross-legged, silently grasping the combat art they had just obtained. Yushan had planned to skim the imperial-grade technique, note the differences from a common one, and then look for Liu Qingchen. He had not expected it to be so profound. Once immersed, he lost all sense of time. When he snapped back to awareness, 3 or 4 days had passed. Startled by the delay, he rose to fetch an Elan and head for the gate, only to find her still deep in cultivation. He hesitated. Should I wake her? After a moment, he clenched his teeth and decided to wait a little longer. Worst case, Brother Chen can wait a few more hours. He stayed by her side, keeping watch. An icy blue mist kept rising around her, solid rather than ethereal. As it drifted through the room, the temperature plummeted, and Yushan shivered uncontrollably. 3 hours slipped by. He was now shaking head to toe, the cold biting into his bones. Just as he reached out to wake her, a vast, world-piercing aura began to rise from Enyilan's body. Whoosh! An Elan's eyes flew open, and a razor-sharp beam burst from her fingertip toward the wall. The beam glowed icy blue, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle before slamming into the stone in a blink. Yushan, standing slightly ahead on her left, jumped at the sudden chill and staggered back, his boots screeching across the flagstones. Within seconds, frost glazed the impact site, cold mist curling outward. Lan, did you just grasp the world force? Yushan stared at the rapidly freezing wall, or written all over his face. An Elan lowered her hand and straightened, delight sparking in her eyes. Yes, I'd only brushed the threshold before, but this mid-grade imperial technique pushed me right through. Yushan finally collected himself, drawing a deep breath as excitement flared in his gaze. No wonder it's called an imperial combat art. The mysteries inside it are profound enough to let someone comprehend the world force in moments. Even she found it hard to believe it had taken only 3 days, and wonder stirred quietly in her heart. Gathering her thoughts, she turned to him. Come on, let's meet up with Liu Qingchen. He was already itching to move and nodded hard. Right. Brother Chen must be getting impatient. Let's hurry. With that, they flashed away, leaving the practice chamber behind. Elsewhere, Liu Qingchen had been waiting at the rendezvous point for hours. When his companion still hadn't appeared, he simply sat cross-legged and focused on the burning heaven Saint Eye. He knew the Saint Eye was far more than the 2 abilities he had shown earlier. Since refining the burning heaven seed, it had become his trump card less a technique than a unique physique in its own right. Ancient texts had read spoke of strange constitutions existing alongside martial souls in this world. Infants born at the heaven martial realm, body refiners wielding forces of 100,000 caddies, even prodigies who reached the kingly realm within a single year. Whether fact or legend, the records prove that anything was possible. If even half of that is true, the Saint Eye's potential must go far beyond what I've seen, he mused. He sank his mind into his sea of consciousness and entered the mental plane. A pure white lotus slowly revolved at the center, and above it hovered a pair of enormous crimson eyes. Lightning-like patterns flickered in their depths, as though an ancient fire god were watching him. Boom. The moment his gaze met the crimson eyes, thunderous rumbles tore through his mind sea. Scarlet flames erupted, cascading downward in waves of fire. Blinding light poured into the once crystal waters, staining the entire expanse a searing red. Agony like a lightning strike drove Liu Qingchen to one knee. He clutched his head, teeth grinding, a guttural roar escaping his throat. The crimson fire churned his mental ocean into a raging inferno, the entire sea seeming to ignite at once. The flames only grew fiercer until the mind sea became a blazing scarlet ocean. The torment was no ordinary pain. It came from the depths of his very soul. Just as Lu Qingshan was about to give in, the creation Jade Divine Lotus burst into dazzling white light. The radiance drifted over the sky of his sea of consciousness like a spring breeze, warm and gentle, instantly easing the pain that had seeped into his very bones. He had only just breathed a sigh of relief when a thunderclap exploded inside his mind. Burn the heavens, ignite the world, the solar Tao descends. Heaven burning sacred body, awaken. The fierce proclamation pounded like war drums, making his eardrums ring and his soul quake. Only those words echoed in his head. The solar Tao, the heaven burning sacred body? Before he could process them, darkness swallowed his vision and he fell straight backward. Hey, Brother Chen, wake up. At the palace gate, the burly Yushan shook the unconscious Lu Qingchen in a panic. Beside him, the slender and Elon knelt to check him over. No external injuries. The problem must be with his soul. His soul? Yushan's face went pale. Sister Lan, don't scare me like that. He's not going to die, right? It's my fault if I hadn't dragged him out to practice that stupid staff technique. Who said he's dying? And Elon rubbed her temples and pointed at Lu Qingchen's hair. His boat undergone some kind of change. Didn't you notice his hair? Yushan shook him even harder. Changed, sure, but he's still out cold. Stop shake me any harder and my bones will fall apart. A weak but clear voice protested. Yushan froze, then beamed. Brother Chun, you're awake. I thought, wait, what's with your hair? It looks awesome. Thanks to Yushan's violent shaking technique, Lu Qingchen had woken early. He instinctively felt his head, and his expression shifted. My hair? After confirming it was still there, he let out a long breath. Well, at least I'm not bald. Yushan pointed. Yeah, but it's bright red now and longer, too. A thought flashed through Lu Qingchen's mind. With a glimmer from his storage ring, a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. The youth reflected there had delicate features, luminous skin, and shoulder-length crimson hair blazing like fire, adding a hint of wildness to his usual gentle air. Acceptable, he nodded, then shrugged. No idea how it happened, probably has something to do with my martial soul. Yushan and an Elon exchanged thoughtful looks and nodded. By the way, where did you two disappear to? You were gone forever. Did you run into trouble? Lu Qingchen suddenly asked. We were fortunate and didn't encounter any danger, and Sister Lan and I managed to pick up 3 Imperial-class manuals. Yushan scratched his head. He had never hidden anything from Lu Qingchen. 1 top-tier Imperial cultivation art, and 2 mid-tier Imperial combat techniques, he reported in one breath. And Elon nodded and lifted the scroll in her hand, its icy sheen flashing before Lu Qingchen. This one is Frost Jade Imperial Finger. Lu Qingchen accepted the scroll, a chill seeping into his fingertips. Glancing at the cover, he clicked his tongue lightly. An ice attribute, mid-tier Imperial technique, and it's a finger art. Missin, if I'm not mistaken, you cultivate ice yourself. This technique suits you perfectly. He handed the scroll back with a gentle smile. Although Han Meng also needed ice attribute skills, he had no intention of taking someone else's opportunity, especially when this one clearly belonged to an Elon. An Elon waved a hand. It's fine. Just copy it and give it back to me later. A spark flashed in Yushan's eyes, and he slapped his forehead. Right, why didn't I think of that? Sister Lan, I've got 2 Imperial scrolls here. To want to copy them for your sect? If an Elon hadn't led the way, he might not have found a single Imperial scroll, and he felt more than a little guilty. The Ice Snow Sanctuary can't really use those 2, she said after a glance, surprised by the boy's honesty. But your Heavenly Tao Academy could use them. Yushan promptly handed the 2 scrolls to Lu Qingchen. Brother Chen, they'll leave them with you. Lu Qingchen skimmed them and returned them untouched. When we get back, you can hand the top-tier Imperial art to the Academy yourself. They'll be over the moon. He pushed the copied Frost Jade Imperial finger back to an Elon. Thank you. That Saint Blood celestial fruit you gave me is far more valuable than this technique, and Elon said with a light laugh, storing the scroll away. With the loot divided, Yushan grew impatient. Brother Chun, where to next? Most of the other halls have probably been picked clean. Maybe we should. Ding. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Lu Qingchen's mind. The sage's legacy is about to appear. Host, prepare yourself. Lu Qingchen's heart lurched. He immediately asked in secret, System, how do you know that? But the system offered no reply. Brother Chen, what's on your mind? Yushan asked when he saw Lu Qingchen freeze. And Elon also looked at him helplessly. The young man was prone to drifting off. Lu Qingchen cleared his throat. Ahem, how about we wait a little longer? The legacy site might appear any moment now. Yushan agreed, and an Elon nodded as well. Having just obtained an Imperial combat technique, she naturally hoped this palace still hid a sage-level inheritance. The 3 closed their eyes and settled into silent meditation. In the stillness, Lu Qingchen's awareness dove inward. The crimson gold seed deep in his dantian had tripled in size, swollen as if it would crack open at any second. Then he felt the transformation of his flesh, muscles taut like cables, bones steady as refined iron. Since the burning heaven sacred body had awakened, His already broad meridians had expanded several times over, letting him unleash techniques without restraint and sending his power soaring. His spiritual seat was just as restless. The pair of crimson eyes floating above it brewed a strange energy, as though nurturing a priceless treasure, filling him with a quiet thrill. Immersed in the rush of strength, he marveled at the wonder of his breakthrough. Boom! A sudden tremor tore through the calm. The ground heaved violently, as if some terrible entity were about to rise. What's happening? The ground is shaking, and Yilan's face darkened, her sword hand quivering with the shock. Lu Qingchen beat his wings and shot skyward. From above he scanned the land and locked on to the epicenter of the quake. Not far away the earth arched upward, and a massive stone hall, ancient and imposing, slowly emerged from the soil. A broad beam of light burst from its roof and pierced the dark palace in the clouds. 3 identical pillars flared at the other corners of the realm. When the light faded, a colossal stairway of stone unfolded in midair, linking the new hall to the shadowy palace, its grandeur enough to make hearts pound. Brother Chun, is that the sage's legacy? Yushan cried out. Exactly. The real opportunity is here. Move. Lu Qingchen turned into a streak of light and shot toward the hall, suddenly understanding why Yushan and an Elan had found only high-grade imperial scrolls before. The most precious legacy was only now appearing. Yushan and an Elan followed at once. Elsewhere in the secret realm, cultivators noticed the spectacle. Look, what's that? It looks like a stone hall. Could it be the sage's inheritance? Whatever it is, let's check it out. Before the words had faded, groups of young fighters were already racing toward the hall, with a growing tide of warriors close behind. Outside the secret realm, in Huagua, look, someone just appeared on that platform. On a school field, a girl suddenly pointed to the sky and cried out. The teachers and students around her followed her gesture, eyes widening in unison. And they were not alone. People across Huagua noticed the change in the heavens at that very moment. Because the pitch-black palace and its 4 battle platforms hovered above the sky, people anywhere in Huagua could clearly see what was happening on them. Inside the 3rd-floor conference room of the Heavenly Sage Pavilion at Tiandao Academy, the air around the round table was especially tense. Lu Qingfeng broke the silence first. Their progress is astonishing. They've already pushed this far. Chu Chuan nodded in agreement. Moments earlier, the pavilion had issued an emergency summons, claiming something critical had happened. Long Feng voiced the question everyone was thinking. Elder Tian, why did you bring us all here? What exactly needs to be done? Seated at the far end, Elder Tian spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Long Feng, mobilize every member of Tiandao Academy at once and deploy them across the country. Yes, sir. Long Feng cupped his fists, turned into a streak of light, and shot out the window, vanishing into the horizon. Once he left, Han Meng rubbed her forehead and ventured, Seniors, if there's nothing else, they'll be going. Seeing her haste, Elder Tian shook his head with a faint smile. Girl, you're a high-rank martial emperor now. What could be so urgent? Nothing. I just need to get back to training, Han Meng muttered, her cheeks flushing. The deans around the table exchanged looks, odd grins spreading across their faces. Nangong Qianyue even let out a soft snicker. Nangong Qianyue, what are you laughing at? Han Meng's brows shot up. Me? Nangong Qianyue blinked innocently, still chuckling. I'm just wondering whether Dean Han is really in a hurry to cultivate, or if she wants to hurry back to see a certain someone up there. Humph. Chu Chuan burst out laughing before Lu Chengfeng clamped a hand over his mouth. Han Meng's face turned crimson. Pointing at Nangong Qianyue, she snapped, Nangong Qianyue, I what? Nangong Qianyue brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, her smile widening. Suddenly Han Meng remembered something and gave a knowing grin. A few days ago, I saw that pretty necklace on your neck. Why aren't you wearing it today? Don't tell me you gave it to some man. You this time. It was Nangong Qianyue's turn to be speechless, her complexion flushing and paling by turns. As the quarrel intensified, Elder Tian could only wave his hand with a wry smile. All right, enough. Both of you, get outside and check the situation. Humph. With a cold snort, Nangong Qianyue's figure blurred as she flashed out of the pavilion, the others close on her heels. At the same time, in front of a strange hall carved from enormous stone, a gate of light burst open, releasing a surge of primal energy that drew martial artists from every direction. The nearest ones dashed up the steps and charged inside. By the time Lu Qingchen and his companions arrived, 7 or 8 people had already entered the hall. Strangely, the 8 or so warriors were standing very close together, showing no sign of caution. Lu Qingchen narrowed his eyes, glanced at the relaxed group, and warned in a low voice, Yushan, Missin, if anyone shows up, don't make a move yet. Got it. Understood. Both answered at once. The 3 of them then slipped along the base of the wall, crouched behind a stone pillar, and waited in silence. Whoosh, whoosh. Moments later a gust of wind swept through the entrance as another 4 or 5 people burst inside. Their leader stepped into the hall, eyes like daggers, and fixed his gaze on the 8 warriors. So here you are, he snarled. Die. A young man in a brocade robe strode forward, raised his middle finger, and smiled mockingly. Brothers, kill him. The newcomer roared. All five drew their blades, sending arcs of blade light hurtling at the youth. Then something eerie happened. The attacks smashed against an invisible wall and disintegrated into sparkling motes, leaving the brocade-clad youth unharmed. Instead, flames erupted across the five attackers' bodies, shooting several feet high. Ah, what's happening? Put it out. Help. Their screams were swallowed by the blaze, and in seconds, only 5 heaps of charred ash remained on the stone floor. Combat before the inheritance begins is forbidden. Violators shall die. The solemn decree thundered from every direction, making eardrums ring. Yushan patted his chest and whispered, "Good thing we listened to you, Brother Chun. Otherwise, would be dead." More people streamed in, and the once empty hall grew crowded, thick with suspicion. When the 30th warrior crossed the threshold, the massive stone doors slammed shut. Grinding stone echoed as 3 cracks split the center of the floor. Stone columns several feet thick rose slowly. When the mist at their tops cleared, 9 items became visible. On each column hung a weapon, a scroll, and a storage ring, all encased in a shimmering shield. The number is complete. The inheritance begins. The thunderous voice rang out again. Rumble. The hall shook violently. Blinding white light poured from above. Lu Qingchen felt the ground vanish beneath him. When the world steadied, he stood on a circular arena hundreds of yards wide, surrounded by endless gray void. Only glowing runes at the edge of the platform marked its limits. The battle for the inheritance is about to begin. In 1 hour, the last 3 survivors will receive the sage's legacy. Silence blanketed the arena, heavy with killing intent. The brocade-robed youth raised a hand. Wait, if more than 3 of us are still alive after an hour, what happens? If, after 1 hour, more than 3 remain, random executions will occur until only 3 are left alive. A majestic yet indifferent voice echoed across the vast arena. Within only a few breaths, the hearts of the 30 martial artists sank together, a wave of fear and regret washing over them. None could promise they would leave alive. Now, the battle for the legacy begins. With the Spirit Steward's proclamation, the brutal prologue officially opened. The rousing speech from moments earlier still rang in everyone's mind, freezing the platform in brief silence. Yushan, Missin, over here. Lu Qingchen was the first to recover. He shouted and waved for the pair to close in. Lan, let's go. Yushan and an Elan had been sent to the same spot. He clasped the girl's cool fingertips and sprinted toward Lu Qingchen. All right. And Elan shook off her daze and hurried after them. How do you survive a 30-way free-for-all? Lu Qingchen trusted he could escape intact, but Yushan and an Elan were another matter. Even prodigies would crumble under a mass assault, so his first move was to draw them to his side. Almost every other fighter on the platform was 9th-rank Spirit Marshal, with 1 or 2 already at 1st-rank Earth Marshal. They watched one another warily. When life is at stake, no one dares let down their guard. Huagua. At Monster Academy, the War God Institute, and every great Saint Palace, all eyes locked on the 4 arenas hanging in the sky. Leaders and students from each Wuhan University looked up, holding their breath. Friends of Huagua, greetings. High Sound will bring you a full live broadcast of everything happening on the platforms. The bright announcement echoed as a colossal 3-dimensional projection rose in Huagua's very center, rendering every detail of the 4 arenas. At the same time, giant light screens lit up across the nation, allowing everyone to witness the battle. High Sound's technology left countless spectators in awe. Tiandao Seminary, Outer Court. The headmaster and elders of Tiandao Seminary had gathered in the outer court, their gazes fixed on the arenas overhead. Hey, old Chu, I see that kid Lu Qingchen. Lu Chengfeng's eyes lit up, his laugh filled with delight. That boy's impressive. He actually made it this far, Tian Lao said, stroking his beard in approval. Yushan is there too. Who's the girl with them? Chu Chuan frowned and squinted. An Elon of the Ice Snow Palace. Long Feng replied with a playful glint. Didn't expect those 2 brats to team up with her. He narrowed his eyes at Lu Qingchen's crimson hair on the screen and clicked his tongue. His hair turned red in the secret realm, but still not as handsome as me. At his remark, Nangong Qianyue and Han Meng threw him mildly disdainful glances. Seeing the 2 elegant deans eye him with matching disdain, Long Feng brushed a hand through his tousled hair and chuckled. Forget the hair for now, Han Meng said, rising on tiptoe as her gaze settled on the necklace gleaming at Lu Qingchen's throat. That necklace is rather exquisite, wouldn't you agree, Dean Nangong? Her eyes lingered on the pendant, the smile on her lips gentle yet unmistakably provocative. To everyone's surprise, Nangong Qianyue didn't frown as she usually would. Instead, she studied Han Meng with an unreadable half-smile. After a moment, Nangong Qianyue spoke lazily. You have a good eye, Dean Han, but the ice cloud sword in his hand is far more dazzling. The words ice cloud sword froze the smile on Han Meng's face as surely as winter locks a lake in ice. She bit back her irritation, knowing she had no rebuttal. On the far side of the platform, an Elon and Yushan finally squeezed through the crowd to reach Lu Qingchen, relaxing only once they stood beside him. Just then, A vicious voice rose from the center of the ring. Listen up. We take down those two Earth Martial cultivators first, or we're all dead. Agreed. Work together. At the shout, the other Spirit Martial fighters quickly formed up, clearly intent on eliminating the two Earth Martial experts before anything else. Heh, you think you can? The black-robed youth tilted his head, a cold smirk on his lips. The second Earth Martial warrior looked just as indifferent, as if these Spirit Martial opponents weren't worth his time. Though facing a common threat, the two refused to join forces, each choosing to fight alone. Seeing this, the spiteful youth's mind raced. He planned to split the others into two groups, one to swarm the black-robed boy, the other to mob the second Earth Martial fighter. But when he noticed Lu Qingchun, Yushan, and an Elon still standing idly by, fury surged through him and he strode over. Hey, are you three deaf? Get over here and help us kill those two Earth Martial bastards. His tone was pure command. Lu Qingchun shrugged and looked up, his voice mild. If you want to team up, go ahead. Just don't drag us into it. The spiteful youth hadn't expected such blatant defiance, and his face flushed crimson. Yet with two Earth Martial threats untouched, he swallowed his anger and spat. Fine. Once we're done with them, you three will be begging for mercy. He turned back to his group. Brothers, move. Kill them both. At his roar, the Spirit Martial fighters split into two tides and surged toward their chosen targets. Yushan's blood raced at the sight. Leaning close, he muttered to Lu Qingchun. Chun, who do you think will be the last one standing? Lu Qingchun narrowed his eyes at the swirling melee, sounding as relaxed as someone critiquing street performers. It shouldn't be much of a surprise. Those two Earth Martial guys will outlive the rest. No matter the numbers, the gap between Spirit Martial and Earth Martial isn't a crack, it's a chasm. And Elon nearly face-bombed. Seriously? You admit the gap is huge, yet you're not nervous at all? He looked from Lu Qingchun to Yushan, as if watching two men enjoying a bullfight. Do they really think they're spectators? Had never seen teammates radiate such calm confidence. All he could do was roll his eyes inwardly. May everything you seek come to pass, and may every road before you be smooth. The duel in the arena was still raging, but all across Huagua, the mood had exploded. On every street corner, in neighborhood chat groups, and inside classrooms, people were shouting in shock and disbelief. What are they doing? Why are they killing each other? My kid is in there, please let nothing happen. Why are so many of them ganging up on one person? That's not fair. On the screens above, 4 floating stages hung side by side in the sky, and hundreds of martial artists were locked in relentless combat. Some viewers recognized the fighters' children, old classmates, and emotions spun out of control. Tiandao Academy, outer campus. The moment the bell rang, every student rushed out and stared at the light screen overhead. Even the tutors stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to the 4 arenas. Mu Ting, look, isn't that Lu Qingchun and Yushan over there? Outside the classroom, Su Man grabbed Su Muting, her voice shaking. Su Muting looked up, disbelief written across her face. Lu Qingchun and Yushan had actually joined the Secret Realm trial? Before enrollment, the 4 of them had been on par in cultivation, yet the pressure rolling off the fighters on screen now felt like 8th or even 9th stage Spirit Martial realm power. The instructors had said that every faction had sent nothing but 8th or 9th stage prodigy geniuses, 1 in 10,000. Why would the academy let them go? They're freshmen. How can they beat those seasoned experts? Su Muting shouted. Su Man was just as agitated, but she knew a little more. As a culinary arts soul warrior already tagged as a core student, she had heard some things. The instructors say the academy sent only freshmen, this time the 5 who topped the entrance trials. Every one of them is already at least 7th stage Spirit Martial realm. A female instructor nearby laughed softly and lowered her voice. Those 5 went through an intense round of training, and their strength soared. Lu Qingchun in particular left the others in the dust. Before entering the secret realm, he was already firmly in the 8th stage. And I heard a little rumor. She paused deliberately, a sly smile on her lips. What rumor, Instructor Zhang? Tell us. The 2 girls pleaded, practically hopping in place. Instructor Zhang leaned closer and whispered, I've heard several deans want Lu Qingchun as their personal disciple. 2 of the female deans nearly started a fight over him. Several deans fighting over Lu Qingchun. Su Man blurted out. Shoo, keep it down. Instructor Zhang clapped a hand over her mouth and glanced around, wary of eavesdroppers. After wriggling free, Su Man still couldn't believe it and whispered, Instructor Zhang, it can't be that serious, can it? The deans are in the inner campus. They can't possibly hear us out here. Seeing how cautious the instructor was, Su Muting let out a helpless sigh. She really didn't think the situation was that serious, but the woman across from her kept shaking her head, voice lowered to a whisper. Normally it wouldn't matter, but today is different. The 2 deans aren't cultivating right now, Thea, probably watching the dueling platforms, just like we are. The tutor grew more animated as she spoke, her gaze sweeping over Su Muting and Su Man. And these aren't ordinary deans. They're breathtaking, the kind of beauty that makes the whole academy swoon. More importantly, both of them want Lu Qingchun as their disciple. Su Muting and Su Man exchanged stunned looks. The tutor's voice dropped even further. I only found out because I overheard Dean Chu chatting with Dean Liu. A complicated mix of envy and amazement crossed her face. How much good karma must that boy have? The deans have never taken a male disciple before, and this time, they almost fought over a freshman. Once the gossip started, it was impossible to stop. The tutor's eyes sparkled, hands gesturing wildly, while Su Muting and Su Man listened, fascinated. Su Muting finally muttered, "Are the deans really that beautiful? And why haven't I heard anything about Lu Qingchen being recruited?" She still had her doubts. She had only been separated from Lu Qingchen for a short while and had heard nothing. Besides, anyone qualified to be a dean at Tiandao Sacred Academy had to possess unfathomable cultivation. They were surely much older than they looked. "It's true, I promise," the tutor insisted. "I once saw Dean Han from a distance, her face, her figurettes. Even I almost fell for her. And the apprenticeship? I heard it straight from the other two deans. It can't be fake." Whoosh, whoosh. Before she finished, dozens of figures appeared above the outer courtyard. Everyone looked up. They stood on thin air, robes fluttering even without wind. Every gaze fixed on the four arenas suspended in the sky. The sudden pressure made the freshmen cry out. Who are they? Why did they just appear in the academy? The tutor's expressions hardened. One of them explained, "Those are several of the academy's deans, along with elders who've been secluded for years. Even the academy's pillars had emerged for this secret realm trial." The realization left him shaken. The female tutor quickly pointed them out to Su Muting and Su Man. "The ones on the left are the deans, the 6 on the right are elders. See those 2 in the very center? They're the deans who almost fought over Lu Qingchen." As if Shed heard the tutor's words, Han Meng, standing in midair, suddenly turned and glanced in Su Muting's direction. Boom. The female instructor who had been gossiping only a moment ago froze when Han Meng's gaze swept toward her. "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything," she muttered under her breath, shoulders trembling as she lowered her head, too afraid to meet Han Meng's eyes again. Han Meng spared her just a glance before turning to Su Muting and Su Man. "So this is the girl who embarrassed Xiao Chun," she thought. "If she threw him away for a nobody, she'll regret it when she tries to come back, only until it'll be too late by then." With that, she looked away, though her concern for her prized student Lu Qingchen never left her. In her spare time, she had already uncovered every detail of his past. When Su Muting and Su Man felt Han Meng's eyes on them, a chill ran through their bodies. Su Man recovered first and whispered, "Muting, was the dean just looking at us?" Su Muting's face went pale. Haunted by the lingering chill, she stammered, "Yes, I think so." Seeing Su Muting's slow response, Su Man nudged her. "Hey, Muting, say something." The nearby female instructor also leaned in, asking cautiously, "Dean Han was looking at you too? I thought she was mad at me for talking too much." On the arena, the fight raged on. Lu Qingchun, Yu Shan, and an Elon watched from the sidelines, unaware that countless viewers across China had their eyes fixed on their every move. With a splatter of blood, the last vicious youth fell to the man in the black cloak, and the battlefield fell momentarily silent. The 3 of them stepped forward at the same time. The black-cloaked Mo Yang stared at them coldly, his voice slow but menacing. "You 3 decided who wants to die first?" Listen closely, and you could catch the cruelty beneath his words. As one of the top talents at the War God Academy, Mo Yang's strength was unquestioned, and over time he had grown arrogant, convinced that apart from Duan Hontian, no one in the world could match him. Lu Qingchen wasn't angered. Smiling, he tilted his head toward Yushan and an Elon and said softly, "Missin, Yushan, leave this jumping flea to me. Can you handle the other Earth Martial cultivator?" Yushan tightened his beast-patterned staff, fighting spirit blazing. "Don't worry, Brother Chen, leave him to us." And Elon nodded calmly to show she had no concerns. "Good." Lu Qingchen grinned and lifted his gaze, the sharpness in his eyes locking onto Mo Yang. "You're from War God Academy, right? I heard you ranked 7th in this year's national martial exams." "Not bad." Lu Qingchen faced Mo Yang and spoke without a flicker of expression. "So what? Is that really what you're so proud of? Or do you think that just because you're in the Earth Martial realm you can decide who lives and dies?" A deep rumble echoed across the empty arena like war drums beaten in haste. As Lu Qingchen's words accelerated, the golden light in his eyes blazed brighter, and his aura surged like a rising tide, forcing Mo Yang back in an instant. Mo Yang narrowed his eyes, silent, yet radiating a chill that felt like a viper tracking its prey. "Very well," Mo Yang growled. "Since entering the War God Academy, no one has dared speak to me like this. I never imagined someone from the mere spirit martial realm would be so arrogant." His gaze locked onto Lu Qingchun as he flipped his palm, and a pitch-black sword materialized. The blade was ink-dark, only an inch wide and thin as a cicada's wing, yet it carried the oppressive weight unique to a royal-grade weapon. Lu Qingchun's eyes narrowed as he gauged its edge. A heartbeat later, he turned his wrist, and a dark red saber leapt into his hand. The weapon vibrated with a sharp hum, a crimson gleam racing along its steel veins. "In that case, I'll send you on your way myself." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Mo Yang became a streak of shadow, skimming low across the ground. In a flash, the black sword shot straight for Lu Qingshan's face. Clang! The clash of metal was ear-splitting. The dark red saber swung up to block, sparks spraying outward. Lu Qingshan offered a faint smile, flicked his wrist, and forced Mo Yang half a step back. Not bad speed. Is that your trump card? Any ordinary spirit martial fighter would have died to that strike. Mo Yang truly was fast, so fast that bystanders could catch only a blur yet before Lu Qingshan's burning heaven-sent eyes. Every trajectory lay exposed. You can read my attacks? Mo Yang's disbelief showed as he was driven back. His footwork, once flawless, had been unraveled in an instant. So what if I can? Lu Qingshan shook the saber, tip angled to the floor, wearing an easy smile. You didn't really think you were invincible, did you? Today I'll remind you there's always someone stronger. As his words fell, the dark red saber flipped. Lu Qingshan ran a finger along its cold, gleaming edge and pressed against the tip. The blade cut skin, and a single drop of blood fell. Before it struck the ground, the saber drank it in. After it absorbed Lu Qingshan's drop of blood, the dark red saber began to tremble. It felt as though a living heart were beating inside the blade, each steady pulse traveling through the hilt into Lu Qingshan's palm. Crimson light flowed across the icy edge like blood racing through veins, and the weapon's vibration grew faster and stronger with every beat. A faint numbness crept up Lu Qingshan's arm, and he seemed to be holding not a weapon but a caged primordial beast, baring its fangs and ready to break free. So your name is Longkino Wonder, you're so vicious, Lu Qingshan whispered, fingers tightening. As he slowly raised the saber, Long Ke let out a shrill, bloodthirsty cry, and murderous intent surged like a tide. A dark red aura burst forth, enclosing both Lu Qingshan and Mo Yang in a blood-colored cage. What? Lu Qingshan actually unlocked the weapon's true power. Long Feng exclaimed from the stands, pupils contracting as he stared at the sky arena. Nangong Qinyue heard him and turned. That dark red saber, what is it? Long Feng's gaze never left the fight. I found that blade in a secret realm a few years ago. It looks ordinary, yet it's sharp enough to slice through gold and jade, and even I can't identify the material. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. On the day Xiao Shi awakened her martial soul, Long Ke suddenly trembled and flew into her Handan artifact, choosing its own master. Han Ming cut in. An artifact that chooses its master? Long Feng nodded. After Xiao Shi bound it with a drop of blood, Long Ke demanded blood every day and only hers. But after a while it seemed to grow tired of her blood. It no longer worked. Xiao Zai's martial soul is rare as well-devouring dragon sparrow. To advance, she must consume large amounts of energy containing true dragon aura. He summarized. With the clan's treasured resources, Xiao Zai's cultivation soared to the Tianwu realm, but within half a month those dragon aura materials were exhausted, and she stalled. I suspected Long Ke shared the same trait, it needs blood infused with true dragon aura. Long Feng's eyes returned to the platform, his expression grave. Looks like I was right. And judging by the domain Long Ke just released, this is another Heavenly Dao artifact. Heavenly Dao artifact. Han Ming and Nangong Qianyue exchanged a solemn glance. They both understood the weight of those words. The Heavenly Dao Academy keeps such an artifact in its forbidden grounds, yet no one can wield it, which is why the Academy has never stood on equal footing with the great divine palaces. Let's keep watching, Long Feng muttered, eyes fixed on the young man wielding the saber. That kid Lu Qingshan is impossible to read, he added, shaking his head in disbelief. The three of them focused once more on the arena hanging in the sky. High above, a dark red barrier spread like a silent curtain of blood, sealing Lu Qingshan and Mo Yang inside. All outside clamor was cut off, leaving the platform a private battlefield for two. Mo Yang's brow twitched at the eerie sight. He lowered his voice. What is this thing? Lu Qingshan raised the Long Ke fiend blade, a smile on his lips even as the weapon whispered its reply. Heavenly Dao relic, absolute domain, dustless. Inside this realm, no outside force could interfere. Whatever relic you've got, it won't save you. Today you die? Before his words faded, Mo Yang flipped his long sword and lunged, a storm of sword ki tearing through the air. Lu Qingshan advanced instead of retreating. With a twist of his wrist, he set the blade upright before his chest. Boom! Lightning sheared the mist, thunder rolling like divine judgment as it crashed down on Mo Yang. At the same time, the Long Ke blade morphed. Its hilt glowed demonic crimson, the blade lengthened, and its edge gleamed with a chilling blood-red light. The lightning hadn't yet dispersed when Lu Qingshan swung. The strike was so light it was nearly silent, slicing the air like a cold knife through flesh. He sheathed the blade and stood calmly. The dustless domain shattered. The two fighters were once more in full view. Clang! Mo Yang's imperial-grade sword, suddenly ownerless, slammed onto the platform. A thin red line traced down the center of his forehead and along his throat. Crack! The line split wide. His body cleaved cleanly in two and hit the ground. Lu Qingshan stored the Long Ke blade in his ring, his gaze already shifting to another battlefield, expression unchanged. No. Far away in Huagua, a shriek rang out. The War God Academy's Vice Dean glared at the image of Lu Qingchun, teeth grinding. You little wretch, I'll kill you myself. Mo Yang had been his newly accepted disciple. His death fueled a rage that bordered on madness. Looks like we've thoroughly offended the War God Academy this time, Long Feng sighed. So what? Since when do we fear them? Han Meng scoffed. Nangong Qianwen nodded coolly. Dean Han is right. Life and death on the arena are each fighter's responsibility. If they want a war, well, face them. You two we'll just have to play it by ear. Long Feng rubbed his temples. The Heavenly Tao Academy feared no one. But if Monster Academy and War God Academy joined forces, the cost would be high. He lifted his eyes to the sky and muttered, I hope he shows some mercy to the Sacred Hall's people, or we're in real trouble. Gazing at the 4 arenas suspended above the clouds, Long Feng whispered, a deep weariness in his eyes. Lu Qingchen actually killed that fighter. Outside the classroom, Su Muting stared at the giant screen, her mouth forming a perfect O. She was too shocked to speak. Yeah, the people on that stage are brutal. So many are already dead, Su Man murmured, covering her face. In time you'll understand this is normal. Instructor Zhang's expression was grim. Show an enemy even a shred of mercy, and you'll be the one who dies. Still watching the feed, he added, Lu Qingchun is ruthless and decisive. If nothing goes wrong, the heights he can reach will be terrifying. Su Man and Su Muting exclaimed in unison. Don't be surprised, Instructor Zhang continued calmly. At the very least Hell reached the dean's level. With a bit of luck, he could even become a saint. Admiration slipped into his voice. A Saint Hua nation's absolute pinnacle, each one capable of shaking heaven and earth. Su Man froze, stunned by the praise. Regret flooded Su Muting. A potential saint? She had actually turned him down, and the realization almost made her scream. On the platform, Lu Qingchen knew none of this. He had no idea every move was being scrutinized. He walked up to Moying's bisected corpse, slipped off the man's storage ring, and casually picked up the pitch-black imperial-grade longsword. Spoils of war shouldn't go to waste. That kid really doesn't leave anything behind. Long Feng chuckled, rubbing his nose while watching from the sky. Nangong Qianyue answered with a smile. Good. The academy needs high-grade weapons. Dean Han doesn't even have an imperial-grade one. Loot secured, Lu Qingchun turned to the other side of the arena. Yu Shan and an Elon were pressing their Earthrealm opponent hard. Their seamless teamwork drove him back step by step. Suddenly the man spun around, instinctively looking at Lu Qingchen, and saw Moying's corpse split in two. Impossible. Who is he? How did he kill Moyang so fast? Panic surged through him. In that instant of distraction, and Yilan's fingers flashed through a seal, and an icy blue beam shot out. A thick layer of ice locked the fighter in place. Yushan roared. Raising his staff, he gathered countless afterimages into a single strike and slammed it down on the frozen statue. Bang! The staff crashed into the ice with a thunderous crack. Hairline cracks ran across the ice statue, widening with every heartbeat. The lines interlaced like petals unfurling, and with a thunderous boom the figure burst apart. Shards spun over the platform like frozen rain, leaving the floor coated in numbing chill. In a secret chamber of a Wuhuan University in Huagua, an elderly man with snow-white hair stared at the projection screen. His cry tore through the silence. Why? How could this happen? As the statue shattered, the temple of hopes he had built for his school's rise collapsed as well. On the arena, the Earth Martial expert's body was still warm. Yushan flicked blood from his blade and waved excitedly at Lu Qingchen. Brother Chun, it's done. Nicely handled. Lu Qingchen grinned, then turned to an Elan, admiration in his eyes. Missin, that finger strike was brilliant. Really? You flatter me, Brother Chun. And Elan laughed softly, unable to hide her delight. Yushan's excitement only grew as he surveyed the empty stage. Brother Chen, he's dead. When can we claim the inheritance? The rules say an hour before we can leave. Lu Qingchun glanced at the hourglass on the edge of the ring. Plenty of sand remained. It's not time yet. Wait a little longer. Barely an hour had passed since the spirit martial fighters joined forces and Lu Qingchen felled Mo Yang, so they were still confined to the spot. Their arena thus became the first of the 4 to finish. Not far away, the other 3 arenas were still ablaze with combat. North Arena. Inside a towering light barrier, Ling Yun's chest was mottled with blood as he struggled to breathe. Sheltered by the shield, he kept his gaze locked on the 3 men outside. Lei Hong, Yao Qingwu, and Yin Xianwo's weapons pounded the barrier in unison, sparks spraying in every direction. So what if the 3 of you attack together? Less than 10 minutes remain. Can you really break my defense in time? Ling Yun growled, taunting them. Lei Hong's spear stalled mid-strike, doubt flickering across his face. Sweat beaded on Yao Qing's forehead. Yin Xian's knuckles whitened around his blade, unaware of his companion's true thoughts. Lei Hong sent a silent chi transmission. Yao Qingwu, he's right. 10 more minutes won't break it. Let's choose another target. Yao Qing's shoulders twitched. Better to spill blood than waste time, Lei Hong urged, voice low and enticing. You saw the three sage inheritances on the pillar. Secure even one, and the future is limitless. Followers will line up for us. A sage's legacy. Heat flared in Yao Qinghua's eyes. He gave Lei Heng an almost imperceptible nod. Yan Ziyan kept his predatory gaze fixed on Ling Yun, oblivious to the secret pact forming right behind him. When Yao Chengwu finally caved, Lei Heng let out an inward sneer. So much for your resolve. Wave enough benefit in someone's face, and every stance crumbles. His expression stayed blank, though, as he turned and barked, Yao Chengwu, Yan Ziyan, wait for my signal. We'll go all out and smash that Earthrealm fighter's shield in one strike. Got it. Understood. Their replies were crisp, each man hiding his own agenda. Across the barrier, Ling Yun watched them from a distance, lips curling in contempt. Delusional. Now, Lei Heng roared. His blade quivered, silver serpents of lightning crawling along its spine before racing over his body. Yao Qingwu met Yan Ziyan's eyes, and both summoned their soul power. Flames blazed at Yan Ziyan's feet, and in the rolling heat a crimson giant lizard more than 3 meters long appeared behind him, the Earthfire Monitor. 5 soul slots glowed like lanterns, one set with a brilliant soul bead. As the bead flared, Yan Ziyan's throat rumbled with a hoarse roar. Moo. The lizard's bellow overlapped his own, and surging soul power gathered between his palms into a fireball several meters across. His fingers flashed through seals. 2 seconds later his arms trembled, and the fireball dropped toward Ling Yun's shield like a falling sun. At the same moment, Lei Heng's arc of lightning and Yao Qinghua's frigid giant palm tore through the air, their shrieking passage like 3 rents ripping open the sky. Boom. But at the last instant their trajectories veered. Their true target was not Ling Yun's barrier at all, but the utterly unsuspecting Yan Ziyan. Agony stabbed through Yan Ziyan's back as savage lightning and bone-deep frost flooded his body. The raging flames on him froze in an instant. His muscles locked, soul power shattered, and he could not even turn. His head. Numbness swallowed him whole. How? Cold terror consumed his mind, the light in his eyes dimming fast. Outside the classroom, Su Muting sprang to her feet. How could this happen? Su Man slapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. At the same time, countless viewers across China watched the dramatic reversal live. Slumped over his desk, De Huang stared at the feet of Yan Ziyan being crippled by Lei Heng and Yao Qingwu inside. The kid chose the wrong path. Those two are vicious, betraying their own teammate. Which organization trained them? We need to find out. My son's taking the college trials soon, and we're steering clear of any group like that. Public opinion erupted. Bullet screens and social media filled with outrage. Weren't those 3 on the same side a moment ago? How did they turn on each other in the blink of an eye? Why? Yan Ziyan rasped, unable to comprehend. They were all native fighters. Betraying him was practically handing the saint-level legacy to the outsider Ling Yun. Why? Yao Chengwu cackled, his face twisted. Only you could ask something that stupid. Did you forget how you betrayed your classmate to get into Monster Academy? And now you dare ask me why? That's hilarious. Brother Lei Heng already said it too, can't break that warrior's defense in 10 minutes. If that's the case, why risk our necks trying to kill him? A faint smile tugged at Lei Heng's lips. His mood was clearly upbeat. Remember, the force behind us is far beyond your reach. His sneer boomed across the empty arena. Your life means nothing to us, and your death will win us the sage's legacy. You should feel honored. The shrill taunt echoed in the air. Yan Ziyan's bloodshot eyes bulged as he spat. You will die horrible deaths. The curse had barely left his throat when his legs gave way. He crashed onto the icy platform, eyes protruding, dead yet staring. You're still threatening us at a time like this. Laughable. Yao Qingwu shook his head and strolled toward the fallen Yan Ziyan. We're not the ones dying here. We're here for the sage's legacy. Amid crazed laughter, he snatched up a long saber. Cold light flashed, and Yan Ziyan's head rolled away. Monster Academy, Huagua. Before the projection screen, a handsome man's eyes darkened. Vice Dean Yao, your son has crossed a line. The icy-faced man snorted. My son is none of your business. A useless weakling deed, so what? If he brings home the sage's legacy, my father will be thrilled. Pride coated every word, confirming Yao Chenghua's pedigree. The handsome man shook his head in resignation. Do as you please. At the same time, forums across Huagua exploded. Who is this monster? Is he really a Wuhuan University student? He's butchering corpses. Sick. Which academy is he from? I'm grabbing my blade and hunting him down. The bloody footage enraged the masses, yet Yao Chengwu noticed none of it. After severing the head, he casually flicked blood from his saber, looking almost relaxed. Brother Lei, 3 contestants remain. When do we claim the legacy? Lei Hing stood with hands clasped behind his back and smiled. Be patient. The other arenas haven't settled yet. They chatted idly, oblivious to the sea of furious glares below. On the far side, Ling Yun stared, dumbstruck. Moments ago the trio had fought shoulder to shoulder, and now a blade had turned on an ally. The betrayal was so slick he felt inferior. Warriors from the Tianzu domain indeed. Ling Yun raised his voice, sarcasm dripping. You've truly opened my eyes. What did you say? Yao Qing's face darkened at Ling Yun's words, and he shouted at him in fury. Looks like we really should have finished you off earlier. Lei Heng's gaze turned frigid, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ling Yun threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing across the vast arena. Ha ha ha, I'm terrified. If you've got the guts, come kill me. If you could break my shield, why bother killing Yin Zian first? As he spoke, he raised a hand and pointed at Yin Zian's body lying at the edge of the platform, the fresh blood still glaringly red. Yao Qingwu ground his teeth, his fists clenching tight. Lei Heng's expression was equally grim, but he lowered his voice and muttered to Yao Qingwu, forget it. Secure the sage's inheritance first, then well wipe him out. Yao Qingwu drew a deep breath, forced down his anger, and after a brief glance between them, the two turned their attention back to the center of the arena. Lu Qingchen and his two companions had witnessed the entire exchange. Brother Chun, Yin Zian is dead, Yushan reminded him with a frown. Oh, Lu Qingchen replied flatly. Unwilling to give up, Yushan pressed. Qing'a, don't you have anything to say? What am I supposed to say? Lu Qingchen looked genuinely puzzled. Yushan scratched his head and muttered, I mean, earlier, Su. Before he could finish, Lu Qingchen clamped a hand over his mouth. Shut up. Will you die if you stop talking? The past is the past, understand? Under that warning glare, Yushan nodded sheepishly, and Elon glanced at them with interest, thinking, seems Qingchen has plenty of stories. We'll pry them out of little you later. Lu Qingchen withdrew his gaze and narrowed his eyes. Yin Zian is dead, but those two animals are still breathing. Yeah, those two are hard to kill, Yushan agreed. If they can turn on a teammate, they'd be traitors on any battlefield, Lu Qingchen said coldly, disgust clear in his voice. And Elon nodded. Exactly, and Lei Heng is from the Thunder Temple. If anyone in Huan Nation sees this, that temple's reputation will be ruined thanks to him. Die. On the southernmost platform, Duan Hongtian roared, his silver spear flashing like lightning. Swish, the spearhead pierced a chest, blood spraying, as the Earthrealm martial artist from the other world collapsed. Duan Hongtian withdrew his spear and wiped the sweat from his brow. Finally done. Luckily the others weren't too strong. The tall woman beside him patted her chest in relief. Right, we finally took him down. A few more minutes, and one of us might have died. The green-haired girl nodded as well, still shaken. That Earthrealm powerhouse had been incredibly tough. The three of them had battled him for nearly an hour, finishing long after the other arenas. Duan Hongtian glanced toward the distant platforms, a surge of emotion in his heart. Hard as it had been, it was worth it. It's almost over, Brother Chun. Do you think we'll really be able to claim the sage's legacy soon? The other arenas were down to just 3 fighters as well, and Yushan began to worry. Judging by that voice a moment ago, we should be fine, Lu Qingchen reassured him, recalling the rules. Everything has followed the pattern so far. On the 4 platforms, the 12 remaining combatants exchanged glances, fell silent, and held their breath. Ha ha ha, excellent. We've struck gold this time. In the outer seats of Tiandao Academy, Lu Chengfeng leapt to his feet, elation written all over his face. Besides Lu Qingchen and Yushan, Murong Qingqing and Mu Ningyue are still alive. His eyes blazed with excitement. On the southern stage, Mu Ningyue and Murong Qingqing stood among the final 3. The inheritance isn't in our hands, yet don't celebrate too soon, Longfeng warned, cutting across Lu Chengfeng's gloating. The dean is right. We don't even know the exact rules, only that each platform somehow kept 3 people. Lu Chengfeng sighed, his expression complex. 9 out of every 10 died this round. Brutal. 1 hour has passed. The battle for the inheritance is about to end. Prepare yourselves. A powerful voice boomed from the edge of every platform. As it faded, the world whirled again, lights surging beneath the 12 fighters' feet. When the spinning stopped, Lu Qingchen opened his eyes to find himself back in the grand hall. The 3 towering stone pillars were slowly descending until they hung a meter above the floor. He traded glances with Yushan and an Elan, steeled himself, and stepped toward the pillars. You have 3 days to accept the inheritance. After that, the second trial will begin. The same majestic voice echoed. Before the last word faded, each of the 3 took the item resting on the stone in front of them. A crimson longsword, a scroll, and a ring. Lu Qingchen gripped the sword. It was heavy and blazing hot, flames seeming to flow along its length. His eyes lit up. A Saint-grade longsword. Saint-grade weapons were priceless. Tiandao Academy itself had none. Yet 3 had appeared at once, 1 for each of them. Calculating quickly, Lu Qingchen thought. For Halls, 12 Saint-grade inheritance, this secret realm holds staggering wealth. On the other side, Yushan stroked a dark yellow soft armor. Though supple, it gleamed with a heavy aura. Squinting in delight, he called, Qingchen, take a look. He tossed the armor over. Outstanding, a Saint-grade defensive artifact. Lu Qingchen ran a fingertip across it, clearly sensing the defensive runes flowing within. Among Saint-grade artifacts, armor was worth twice as much as a weapon of the same tier. Keep it hidden, and don't breathe a word, Lu Qingchen warned, tossing the armor back and speaking to Yushan through soul transmission. Hearing Lu Qingchen's reminder, Yushan quickly put away the soft sacred armor. A fist-sized, sky-blue orb lay on the table in front of an elan, crystal clear, as if a piece of lake water had been sealed inside. She lifted it, her joy impossible to suppress. When she fed a thread of soul power into it, the orb answered at once. With a low hum, a thin watery light spread outward, surrounding all three of them. Yushan blinked, then cried out, "What's happening? My soul power's circulating faster." "It's the sacred pearl," and Elan said, struggling to keep the excitement from her voice. She had only ever heard her master mention such relics. She had never even seen one, much less held one. The Ice Snow Shrine's treasury had only a handful, and even her master had never touched them. Now one of these priceless treasures sat in her own palm. Her heart beat wildly. She looked down at the orb and grinned like a little fox that had just found a cache of jewels. "When we get back, even my master won't be richer than I am." "Haha, Sister Lan, you're a rich woman now." Yushan teased, genuinely happy for her. Lu Qingchen tapped the arm of his chair. "Missin, does the pearl do anything else? Let me try." And Elan closed her eyes and sent her mind into the orb. A denser blue shield formed around her, light rippling across its surface. She opened her eyes and beckoned. "Both of you, hit me with everything you've got." "Are you sure?" they asked in unison. "Do it." Soul power surged through their bodies and into their fists. Their robes snapped in the turbulent air as they struck simultaneously. Bang! A single ripple spread across the shield, absorbing the impact, while the recoil sent Lu Qingchen and Yushan skidding dozens of yards before they steadied themselves. Rubbing his numb arms, Yushan gasped, "That defense is insane." Besides boosting cultivation, the pearl's a defensive artifact. And Elan withdrew the shield and tucked the orb close. Yushan's eyes lit up. "So you're unbeatable in our realm? In your dreams?" And Elan rolled her eyes. "That one block burned 30% of my soul power. If someone at the Heaven Marshal or Venerated Marshal level hit me, I'd be drained in one blow." Lu Qingchen stroked his chin, thinking aloud. So the shield's strength rises with the wielder's cultivation. If a saint held this pearl, its barrier would grow proportionally stronger. In a saint's hands, the shield might even withstand a saint's full-force strike. "There's no time to waste, let's claim the saint's legacy right now." "The second trial starts in 3 days, Lu Qingchen urged, a note of urgency in his voice as he called to Yushan and an Elan. Even now, Yushan and an Elan were still stuck just below the Earth Martial realm, unable to break through. Yushan frowned. "Chen, what do you think the second trial will be? Last time, 9 out of 10 people died." Lu Qingchen shot him a glance, his tone crisp and calm. "With rules like these, it won't be anything good. Our only option is to push our strength to the limit so no change can catch us off guard." As he spoke, he drew 2 jade-green bottles from his storage ring, faint spiritual light rippling across their surfaces. "These contain Earthcore spirit milk. Take them. In 3 days you must reach the Earth Martial realm." The bottles landed in their hands, and Yilan's eyes widened. "Wait, did you say Earthcore spirit milk?" "Exactly." Lu Qingchen raised a hand to stop further questions. "Use your time wisely." With that, he picked up a scroll and a storage ring from before him and sat cross-legged. Exchanging a glance, Yushan and an Elan stowed the bottles and lifted their own scrolls. All three activated them with soul power almost simultaneously. Hiss, the scrolls trembled as though invisible hands unfurled them. Strange characters rose from the parchment, turned into fiery beams, and shot into Lu Qingchen's brow. Scorching energy swept through his sea of consciousness. His body shuddered, and an enormous surge of information filled his mind. "I am the Heavenly Flame Saint." An aged yet imposing voice boomed in his spirit sea. "King at 20, Emperor at 30, Saint in 50 years. I roamed the heavens for 3 centuries unbeaten until a mysterious youth subdued me with one strike and bound me to guard this place for centuries more." The crude characters morphed into scenes. The Heavenly Flame Saint waging war among the stars, the moment the mysterious youth suppressed him. "Alas, before my term is done, I feel death approaching. That battle taught me there is always someone stronger, always another sky above. If you hear this, I have already fallen. Successor, should fate allow, meet that youth again and fight on my behalf. Slim odds, but destiny is fickle. May this legacy help you shatter the heavenly barrier." Boisterous laughter echoed. Then the final trace of the Heavenly Flame Saint vanished like smoke. At once, a complete scripture etched itself into Lu Qingchen's mind. "Elsewhere, Heaven Dao Academy. Hey, where did they go?" "They just disappeared," Lu Qingfeng muttered, looking up at the sky. Since Lu Qingchen and the other 11 had entered the stone halls, the 4 suspended arenas overhead had quietly faded away. Half an hour later, the shadows of the stone halls reappeared in the firmament. "They're back." "Wait, what are those scrolls?" "Saint legacies," someone breathed. 12 of them at once. Looks like the entire Huan nation is about to be turned upside down. Watching the spectacle in the heavens, Long Feng felt a twinge of nostalgia. Nothing this momentous had happened in Huagua for years. Dean Nangong, am returning to the inner court. If anyone comes to the academy, don't act hastily. With those words, he blurred into a shadow and vanished. Nangong Qianhua blinked, about to ask, "You're going to?" But Long Feng was already gone. She sighed softly and refocused on her surroundings. Moments after his departure, two unfamiliar, yet powerful auras flared above the academy. Nangong Qianhua narrowed her eyes and called out, "Since you're here, there's no need to hide. Show yourselves." A hearty laugh echoed overhead. As expected of the Moon Empress, you sensed us the instant we arrived. A streak of green light split the sky, and two figures stepped from the void, a green-haired man and a tall, slender woman. They landed and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, elders and deans of Tiandao Sacred Academy." Nangong Qianhua studied them, mildly surprised. "Long time no see, City Lord Morong, and this must be Mu Ro?" The tall woman smiled. "Indeed. Your grace exceeds every rumor, Empress." Nangong Qianhua inclined her head, dismissing the compliment. "What brings you to Tiandao Sacred Academy?" Mu Ro gestured for her companion to speak. "We mean no harm, Empress. City Lord, if you would." The green-haired man cleared his throat. "It concerns those two girls." He pointed skyward, where 12 beams of light hung like stars. 12 saint-level inheritances. Once they emerged from the secret realm, Huahua could be thrown into turmoil. Nangong Qianyu's brows knit. "Your point? We have long respected Tiandao Sacred Academy. Since those girls are now under your banner, it's only right we stand with you." His tone was earnest. "If several great powers join forces, we can advance in the chaos ahead. Otherwise," he shook his head, letting the rest go unsaid. Nangong Qianyue considered, then nodded softly. "Reasonable. Wait here. He'll confer with Dean Long before deciding." "Understood. Well, rely on you." Empress, Morong, and Mu Ro replied in unison, then stood aside in silence. Inside the secret realm at that moment, heavenly flame art infuses spiritual power with celestial fire, briefly igniting it for a surge in strength. Lu Qingqian closed the jade slip and shook his head. "So this is a Saint Trank technique?" Compared with the burning heaven cannon he held, it was unremarkable. He sighed. "Still, it's a sacred scripture. They'll hand it over to the academy later." No sooner had the thought formed than a torrent of text flashed through his mind. It even includes insights into the laws themselves. He skimmed rapidly, eyes shining with excitement. A saint's personal realizations were priceless. Few ever glimpsed such knowledge, and every cultivator's understanding was unique. That is why, within the same realm, some warriors are feeble while others are overwhelmingly strong. So the laws can only be mastered after one attains the king realm, and fashioning a law domain is the final step before advancing to emperor. That thought had barely formed when a torrent of alien, majestic knowledge poured into Lu Qingqian's sea of consciousness. In an instant he found himself standing in a world of roiling flames, where the figure of the heavenly flame, saint, came into view. Wreathed in blazing fire, the saint raised a hand and unleashed a roaring sea of flames that reduced his foe to ash, the pressure of a saint realm expert weighing down like a mountain. Flashes of memory raced past. Lu Qingqian's understanding of the world's laws sharpened at breathtaking speed. It felt as if his vision were lifted skyward, until he became the master of flame itself, an avatar of an ancient fire god. Innumerable colored particles appeared before him, disassembling and recombining, revealing the hidden threads that compose all things. Enlightenment struck. The law of flames surged into him like a molten crimson flood. His spiritual sea solidified from liquid to crystal, turning into a continent of pure fire. None of this turbulence showed on the outside. Only now did he realize that the priceless part of the inheritance was not the saint-level technique at all, but the heavenly flame saint's insight into the laws. After an unknowable span of time, he opened his eyes. Crimson pupils glowed with living, shifting flame patterns that reflected the myriad forms of life. Boom. The moment Lu Qingqian resurfaced, a terrifying aura erupted from an elan, sweeping through the cave residence like a tidal wave. "Congratulations on stepping into the Earth Martial Realm," Lu Qingqian said with a smile. "Your Earth Heart Spirit milk made it possible. Here, there's still some left. It's yours." In high spirits, an elan handed the jade bottle back to him. "Keep it." Lu Qingqian waved her off, so she tucked it away. "Then I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just ask." She recalled that he had already given her a saint blood heaven-piercing fruit. Repaying such generosity would be impossible. Even surrendering the saint's inheritance wouldn't cover it, but clearly that wasn't the kind of person Lu Qingqian was. Before her words faded, a powerful surge erupted from Yushan as well. "Brother Chun, I broke through too, and my head's full of new insights." He tapped his forehead excitedly. "Same here," and Elan chimed in. "This harvest is priceless." After fighting side by side and sharing so many gifts, she had dropped every guard, treating Lu Qingqian and Yushan as true friends. "Just remember to keep a low profile," Lu Qingqian reminded them. Both nodded in unison, fully understanding. Since all three had advanced, they simply waited together for the second round of the trials to begin. "Since both of you have advanced, we'll stay here and wait for the second trial to begin." All right, Chinga." The two companions beside Lu Qingqian obeyed at once. They folded their legs, pressed their palms together, and began to steady the cultivation they had just broken through. Inside the vast stone hall, only the faint sound of breathing could be heard, and time slipped by in silence. 3 days passed in a flash. Boom. The second inheritance trial begins now. A deep, majestic voice thundered through the 4 halls, carrying far more authority than in the previous round. All 12 contestants opened their eyes almost at the same instant and rose to their feet. After 3 days of digestion, the saint-level legacy within them had started to merge, and their auras had grown noticeably stronger. The world suddenly flipped. Their surroundings blurred, and when they found their footing again, they were standing on a massive arena of interlocking black and white stone. Around the platform, 12 stone seats were arranged on circular steps. "Take your seats," the unseen voice commanded. Lu Qingchun and the others sat down in turn. The stone chairs were cold and unyielding, sharpening everyone's focus. The second inheritance trial is called the Battle of Life and Death. Those 4 words crashed like thunder. Lu Qingchun's pupils tightened. He could already sense the brutality to come. There will be 5 bouts. In each bout, 2 of you will be chosen at random to fight. The winner may claim all of the loser's spoils. Once selected, you may either accept or forfeit, but if you accept, the fight does not end until one of you is dead. The pitiless announcement echoed above the black and white arena and refused to fade. When the rules sank in, every face changed. No one here was weak, and nearly all had just broken into the Earth Martial stage, everyone except Lu Qingchun. The red-haired youth was still at the 9th tier of the Spirit Martial stage, a stark contrast to the other 11. Realizing that drawing him could mean an easy haul, several contestants felt greed stir in their hearts. "I'd like to ask what happens if someone forfeits?" Ling Yun suddenly spoke up. "If one side forfeits, the other may claim a single item from the quitter's spoils without resistance, and the quitter loses all right to enter the final trial, being sent out of the secret realm immediately." The answer wiped away the last traces of calm. If an opponent demanded a saint-grade manual or weapon, the loss would be devastating. Yet if they chose to fight, one of them would certainly die. The dilemma drew deep furrows onto every brow. After a short silence, Lu Qingchun asked, "May I know what the final trial is?" Snickers broke out among the seats, followed by outright laughter. "Hey, kid, you don't honestly think you're going to win and reach the final trial, do you? Listen to Yin, bro. Hand over your saint weapon and crawl out of here. At least you'll keep that scrawny life of yours." "Exactly. Yambro's right. A 9th tier spirit martial weakling like you thinks he can beat us?" It was none other than Lei Hung from the Thunder Sky Hall and Yin Hao from the Flame Hall. Lu Qingchun had never crossed paths with Yin Hao, yet the latter chose to belittle him in front of everyone, perhaps simply because they both had striking red hair. On the platform, the 2 temple disciples traded barbs, and the tension grew by the second. Lu Qingchun swept his gaze over them and chuckled. "The second round hasn't even started, so why have 2 stray dogs sneaked in and started barking already? Who are you calling a dog? Do you have a death wish?" Yin Hao leapt to his feet, his face flushing with anger. Lu Qingchun shook his head, amused, though the smile at his lips carried a hint of menace. "Yin Hao, was it? Let's see if a Flame Hall disciple like you actually has the strength to match the name." Yin Hao began, but the arena suddenly dimmed. A vast black palace appeared out of the void, its shadow blanketing the entire stage. A deep, icy voice thundered overhead. "Once you clear the final trial, you will enter this palace above you. What lies within far surpasses the inheritance you just witnessed." The unexpected announcement cut off the quarrel. Lu Qingchun caught a trace of mockery and cruelty in the words, as though the speaker meant to provoke the 12 contestants. Sure enough, harsh, excited breathing rose from the crowd below. Even Yushan and an Elon were flushed with anticipation. "Brother Qingchun, did you hear that? The treasures inside are worth more than a sage's inheritance." Yushan muttered, breathless. "Stay calm," Lu Qingchun said, his gaze sharp. "No treasure is worth your life." "I understand, Brother Qingchun. I won't lose my head again," Yushan replied, forcing down his excitement. And Elon also bowed her head, steadying her emotions. In stark contrast, the other 9 contestants let their battle lust surge unchecked, determined to claim the prize even at the cost of their lives. "What a tactic," Lu Qingchun murmured, eyes narrowing. "One sentence, and they're ready to die for it. The trial begins in 3 minutes. Prepare yourselves." The voice boomed again. At once, everyone drew pills from their storage rings and swallowed them, their auras climbing rapidly. The second inheritance trial begins now. With the final proclamation, 2 spheres of white light blossomed in the sky. One of them drifted down almost instantly, settling on Yushan's broad shoulders. "Yushan, to the ring." The instant the white orb slammed into Yushan, that grand command echoed through the air. Something's off. A chill tightened around Lu Qingchun's heart, his brows knitting together. Whoever spoke had uttered Yushan's name with absolute certainty, though no outsider should have known it. Images flashed through his mind, but there was no time to sort them out. No one else noticed his unease. Every eye was locked on Yushan. Yushan blinked. Was he really first? Confusion crossed his face. What are you doing? Get up there. And Elon urged softly. Her gentle voice snapped him back. All right. He left his seat, beast-patterned staff slung over his shoulder, heavy steps carrying him onto the vast black and white stage. Overhead, a second sphere of light began its slow descent. Before it touched down, the crowd held its breath not in fear, but in anticipation. The glow finally settled on a young man whose features radiated arrogance. Huh. Tough break, drew Brother Lei Hung. First round, and he's about to hand over a sacred weapon. Lucky Lei, recognizing that face. Yin Hao and Yao Chengwu blurted out in envy. And Yilan's face darkened. She whispered to Lu Qingchen, what now? Should we tell little Yu to concede? There's no need to panic. Missing Yushan knows his limits. Lu Qingchen shook his head, signaling her to stay calm. All right, she answered, slightly appeased yet still worried. Mia picked me. Feeling the light merge into him, Lei Hung trembled with excitement. Heaven favored him. The opponent was Yushan. During an earlier hunt with Yao Qingwu, he had learned Yushan was a student of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Born of the Thunder Temple, Lei Hung looked down on anyone outside his order. Even the three great academies failed to impress him. In his eyes, only temple disciples were fit to stand as his equals. Joy and savagery flashed across his face by turns. On stage, Yushan crouched slightly, eyes slicing toward Lei Hung in the stands, a cold glint flickering inside them. He lifted his staff and leveled it straight at Lei Hung, voice rolling like distant thunder. Get up here, get up here, get up here. The triple roar crashed across the black and white arena, making eardrums buzz. Has he lost it? Talking to Brother Lei like that? Yao Qingwu stared, stunned by Yushan's audacity. That kid managed to fool me after all. Lu Qingchen spread his hands, half helpless, half amused. Watching the stage, and Elon worried for Yushan's safety, yet couldn't help smiling at Lu Qingchen's remark, torn between concern and amusement. As Yushan's closest friend, Lu Qingchen felt no anxiety about the predicament unfolding in the arena. Meanwhile, Lei Hung, seated among the spectators, was consumed by rage. Veins bulged at his temples, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and a flush spread across his face, while his blade-sharp gaze stayed fixed on Yushan. Say that again, I dare you. His voice trembled with fury. The arrogance he had shown moments earlier had vanished, leaving only a savage snarl. Are you deaf, mutt? I told you to get up here and fight. Yushan roared back, anger darkening his features. If Lei Hung had not interfered in that cave, Yao Qingwu would be in his grave, and the two of them would never have had the chance to hunt him down. The memory of that pursuit fanned the flames in his chest. Without Yilan's timely arrival, he would already be a ghost in a foreign land. You're begging to die? A pair of dark violet thunder wings burst open behind Lei Hung as he launched himself onto the platform, a long blade materializing in his grasp. Yushan drew a deep breath and murmured, Brother Chun, Sister Lan, he'll win this fight no matter what. Immense soul power surged through his arm into the beast-patterned staff, setting the weapon humming. Life and death match begin. The referee's words had barely faded when Yushan stamped forward, a tide of force rolling outward. Lei Hung, is it? This time one of us dies. He brought the staff crashing down, the strike howling through the air as two torrents of violent energy collided overhead. Huagua, Tiandao Sacred Academy. Behind a mirrored screen, the Academy's elders watched every move on the platform. Remarkable, worthy of Tiando's students. Whose disciple is he? A green-haired man exclaimed, admiration lighting his handsome face. The deans glanced at one another, none offering an answer. When the silence dragged on, excitement sparked in the green-haired man's eyes. If he hasn't chosen a master yet, might I bring him into the school of life? Yushan is already my disciple. Chu Chuan interrupted, anticipating the request. I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere, Lord Murong. So he's Dean Chu's student, no wonder he's so formidable. Lord Murong sighed, unable to hide his disappointment. Beside him, Lu Qingfeng chuckled. Old Chu, that was a bit underhanded, recruiting ahead of time. It's rare to meet a student who suits me so well. Of course I claimed him, Chu Chuan said with a hearty laugh. Then he straightened. Since I've already taken Yushan, he'll stay out of the rest of this year's selections. The other candidates are all yours. He continued making solemn promises for several minutes, while the others watched in speechless disbelief. All right, we get it. Cut it out. No one knew how long Chu Chuan had been talking before someone finally interrupted him. Lu Chengfeng's head had been pounding from the endless chatter. Wearing a long face, he waved a hand impatiently, his voice thick with annoyance. Don't act coy after getting the bargain enough with the jabbering. What really gnawed at him was his own embarrassing problem. He still didn't have a single disciple. The thought made his scalp tingle. He looked toward the platform and muttered, can that kid really hold his own against the Thunder Temple's people? Chu Chuan, cut short, could only offer a wry smile. He raised his eyes to the arena beneath the vast sky, unable to hide his worry. Standing beside him, Han Ming also watched the stage. Sensing his tension, she said softly, Dean Chu, don't worry. It shouldn't be a big issue there, might even be a pleasant surprise. She could see it more clearly than anyone. Lu Qingchen's face showed no trace of anxiety, only an unruffled calm. I hope so. Chuchuan sighed, though he knew the Thunder Temple's strength far outstripped that of an ordinary martial soul university. On the platform, the fight suddenly heated up. Golden light wrapped around Yushan as he swung his beast-patterned staff with brutal force, pounding at Lei Hung as though beating a war drum. Bang! The moment staff met saber, a shrill metallic screech rang out, and a ripple of force spread through the air. The floor beneath Lei Hing cracked open. The spectators Gapet this big lunk had chosen a heating clash right from the start. A young man in flamered temple robes nodded with interest. Interesting. Looks like we underestimated him. In the first exchange, Lei Hung had been driven back step by step, something that caught him off guard. At the edge of the arena, Anilon clenched her small fists, her eyes full of worry. She knew that while Yushan had stepped into the Earth Martial realm, he was still just a university student. Lei Hung, backed by the Thunder Temple, enjoyed resources and experience Yushan couldn't touch, and within the temple his status was exceptionally high. Fretting wouldn't help, so she could only pray in silence. Yushan, you have to win this life-and-death fight. After seizing a slight edge, Yushan summoned more energy. The shadow of his staff swept out with even fiercer momentum. Facing the heavy strike, Lei Hung no longer chose to meet it heated. Instead, he released his martial soul electric serpents burst from his body, crackling with lethal intent as they lunged at Yushan. Yushan's eyes narrowed. He flipped backwards several meters, narrowly evading every snake of lightning. Lei Hung, a battle-hardened son of the Thunder Temple, was ready. Seeing his attack miss, he flicked his wrist. The long saber flashed like lightning, slashing toward Yushan's waist. Bang! Blade and staff clashed again, sparks flying across the stage. Lei Hung locked all his focus on Yushan, then abruptly sheathed his saber. Before everyone's eyes, his figure began to blur and fade. The next instant, Yushan realized that two more figures had appeared before him. The newcomers were identical to Lei Hung in both aura and appearance, clearly thunder clones produced by some secret art. All three men raised their 6 hands at once, forming seals as lightning poured down like a waterfall and pooled between their palms the roaring thunder palm. With a deep shout, all 6 palms slammed toward Yushan at the same time. Lightning exploded, filling the entire platform with blinding blue-white light, and the other fighters hurriedly shielded their eyes to avoid the glare and the shock wave. Flanked on 3 sides, Yushan shifted his footing and swung his beast-patterned staff at the clone directly ahead. Bang! Crackle! The staff smashed into the real Lei Hung's strike, scattering arcs of electricity, yet the other 2 clones' palms had already landed on Yushan's back and flank. Hundreds of serpent-like sparks burrowed through his torn clothes, ripping bloody grooves in his flesh, while a numbing tingle spread through his limbs. With a muffled grunt, Yushan flexed, shaking off the coiling lightning snakes. Before their eyes, his powerful body began to heal. In the rising mist of blood, torn flesh knitted together at startling speed. Heh, the 3 great academies do raise hardy students, Lei Hung remarked, surprise flickering across his face even as a cold smile lingered. A blow from the roaring thunder palm usually crippled anyone of the same rank, and he had expected Yushan at least to lose the ability to move. Likewise, you're no soft target yourself, Yushan replied, veins bulging on the hands that clutched his staff, his tone carrying a cutting chill. Lei Hung dropped the banter and lunged again, clearly determined not to give Yushan a single breath and intent on killing him right here. That guy's ruthless actually wants to finish him on the platform, Duan Hongtian muttered from the stands. Yushan can take it. He has a top-tier martial soul, Murong Qingqing answered under her breath, tension sharpening her features. At the platform's center, Lei Hing suddenly threw back his head and spat out a lightning pillar as thick as a stone column straight at Yushan. In the same instant, the twin spiral horns atop Yushan's head flared with milky white light as power rushed into them. As the thunder pillar roared toward him, Yushan shouted, and a needle-thin lance of white light shot from the horns. Though it looked no bigger than a silver pin beside Lei Heng's massive beam, its speed was terrifying. Screech! The 2 energies collided midair with a teeth-jarring shriek. The white ray slit the lightning column open and, without losing momentum, streaked toward Lei Heng, while the remaining thunder cascade crashed onto Yushan. Buzz! Golden light erupted around Yushan like a bronze bell, blocking the torrential lightning without letting a spark through. Across the platform, Lei Heng tried to weather the slender ray with crossed arms, but he had misjudged its power. The beam drilled through his forearms and punched a hole straight through his chest. A cold gleam flashed in Yushan's eyes. Seizing the split second of Lei Heng's shock, he raised his staff and charged toward his foe with overwhelming momentum. The instant the white beam pierced Lei Heng's chest, a deep blue barrier burst open and wrapped tightly around him. Seizing the brief lull, he fished a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it whole. Boom! As Yushan lunged with his staff, the barrier shattered. Lightning churned overhead, knitting itself into a thunder jiao several yards long. Screeching, the serpentine dragon dived with crackling coils of electricity and crashed straight at Yushan. With a shattering roar, Yushan swept out his beast-patterned staff. Dark yellow light layered the air in waves thick earth, sevenfold strike. Staff shadows flooded the arena, tinting everything ochre. In the next heartbeat, the jiao exploded into countless sparks. Lei Heng saw it all, and his face turned ashen. After fighting so long, he still couldn't take Yushan down worse. He was the one now gravely wounded. Yushan's strength was far beyond anything he had planned for. Lightning boomed again as Yushan stepped through the flickering arcs, still closing in. Lei Heng's eyes went cold. The flesh at his neck writhed, and with a wet tear 2 hideous new heads burst forth. All 3 mouths opened, drawing in violent crackles of power. 3 thick bolts shot out, fusing midair into a thunderblade over 10 feet long that cleaved toward Yushan Lei Heng's final gamble. EW, that's gross. Up in the stands, Murong Qingqing wrinkled her nose. Missin, what is that? Lu Qingchun was equally stunned. The new heads were clearly real flesh, not an illusion. Never looking away from the stage, an Elon rattled off an answer. Lei Heng's martial soul is the thunder 3-headed jiao. It lets him command lightning and grow 2 extra heads. When all 3 attack, his power triples. My master warned me. If he uses it, avoid him at all costs. But on the platform Yushan was already within arm's reach, there was nowhere to run. The thunderblade howled down, crackling with ruinous force. Yushan suddenly flicked out a palm-sized ice blue shield. It ballooned in the wind, forming a crystalline dome that sealed him inside a chill aurora. Bang! The thunderblade smashed into the dome, lightning dancing through the air. At the same moment, Yushan stamped the ground, merging every staff shadow into one. He hefted the beast-patterned staff and brought it crashing down with a roar. Boom! The blow tore through the lightning, making the whole arena quake. Lei Heng felt his bones pulverized beneath a mountain-like impact. Blood drained from his face as he collapsed in the center of the stage. How can this be? He's just a Wuhuan University student. How does he have so many treasures? On the grandstand, Yin Hao stared, aghast. Lei Heng, grandson of the Thunder Temple's Vice Hall Master, already carried 2 king-grade spirit weapons at most. Yet Yushan's arsenal was on another level entirely. Apart from the dark blue barrier he had summoned a moment ago, all Lei Heng could rely on was the long saber in his hand. How could Yushan possibly possess a defense of equal rank? Even more outrageous was the ice blue buckler that had just appeared. Judging by its spiritual resonance and materials, it clearly surpassed Lei Heng's shield and was unmistakably royal class. Since when had Wuhuan University become so wealthy that an ordinary student could carry a royal class artifact? In the span of a few heartbeats, countless questions raced through Yin Hao's mind. Isn't that the Extreme Frost Aegis owned by Dean Nangong? How did it end up on this kid? Chu Chuan, standing outside the arena, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even the normally composed Lu Qingfeng frowned and muttered, something's off. How did her shield get into his hands? Unless, that was exactly what had happened. Moments before the match began, Lu Qingchen had quietly slipped the ice blue shield to Yushan. As sworn brothers, he would never allow Yushan to die in the ring. When the resonant bell signaled the start, he had handed over the royal class buckler he had intended to keep for himself. Lu Qingxue had originally given this treasure to Lu Qingchen, and she had received it from her master, Nangong Qianhua. In the center of the arena, Lei Heng crashed to the ground, chest heaving, clearly unable to continue. Yushan drew a steady breath, stepped forward, and raised his saber, its cold gleam seeming to freeze the very air. Buzz! Just as he was about to end Lei Heng's life, a low hum rose from deep within Lei Heng's body. Blue mist seeped from beneath his skin, gathering in midair and coalescing into a colossal human face several stories tall. Stand down, spare him. The voice rolled like thunder, slamming into Yushan's eardrums. Yushan's eyes turned icy, fury surging. And why should I? Because he is my grandson. Because he belongs to the Temple of Thunder, the face replied with a chilling smile, lightning flashing in its eyes. And what are you? Kill him, and everyone around you dies. Your academy will be wiped off the map by the Temple of Thunder. Do you understand now? A suffocating pressure spread over the arena. Blood oozed from Yushan's clenched fist, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he hesitated to strike. Ha! Backed by his grandfather's power, Lei Heng staggered to his feet, laughing hoarsely yet arrogantly. Weren't you going to kill me? Come on, Imterafida. My grandfather is a saint. With a flick of his wrist, Tiandao Academy would be ashes. Kneel, beg for mercy, and maybe you'll spare your life. Otherwise, your friends, your pathetic academy. Before he could finish, a command rang out from the stands, deep and inexorable as distant thunder. Yushankil. Lu Qingchun rose slowly, overlooking the arena like an emperor seated upon a lofty throne, gazing down at the kneeling courtiers below. Kill. A voice of absolute authority boomed out, and the instant Lu Qingchen rose to his feet, a limitless killing intent detonated. He stood tall, icy eyes sweeping the surroundings like blades. Dragon might burst forth in a tangible tidal wave, pinning everyone on and around the arena in place. Ha ha ha. At the center of the stage, Yushan threw back his head and laughed. All trace of earlier doubt had vanished, replaced by indifference and fanaticism. Dim amber light churned in his pupils as he slowly lifted the beast-patterned staff overhead. The heavy shaft hissed through the air, vibrating ominously. So what if you're a saint? Today anyone who blocks me dies. His hoarse, low voice pounded against every chest like a hammer. No sauve me. Lei Hung's face went deathly pale. The panicked cry had barely left his lips before a dull boom sounded. The beast-patterned staff smashed down on his skull. Blood and brain matter sprayed. Lei Hang's head exploded on the spot, his last hope for rescue obliterated beneath the staff's shadow. Silence lasted only a few heartbeats. How dare he? Duan Hongshan's clenched fists trembled as he muttered. Morong Qingqing and Mu Ningyue exchanged a complicated glance. In that situation, even they wouldn't have dared move. Saints sit atop the power pyramid of Huan Nation. Calling them omnipotent is no exaggeration. Yet Lu Qingshun and Yu Shan had shown not a shred of fear, shattering everyone's understanding. Across the stands, and Yilan's bright eyes sparkled. As a disciple of the Ice Snow Sanctuary, she knew better than anyone how terrifying a saint could be. Gazing at Yushan's tall, upright figure, she chuckled softly. Those two lunatics really dare do anything. No. You cur, how dare you? High above, a colossal face of lightning let out a frenzied howl. Electric serpents writhed across the sky as it tried to strike Yushan dead. The inheritance trial permits no outside interference. Any violator annihilation. A majestic decree fell from the heavens. Before the echo faded, a black rift yawned open, swallowing the lightning face whole, leaving not even dust behind. Huan Nation, Lei Ting Sacred Hall. Damn it. They killed my grandson. Those two bastards will die for this. Inside a dim cultivation chamber, an elder in deep purple robes roared. Terrifying pressure erupted, shattering the rune-covered walls. A storm of spiritual energy tore the chamber to pieces. They've taken my grandson ill butcher Tiandao Academy and bury them with him. His shrill scream dripped with murderous intent. Lei Saint, what happened? Calm down, don't act rashly. A tall figure stepped from the void, frowning in dissuasion. Calm down. You tell me to calm down? Ing Saint, if your grandson were dead, could you stay calm? The purple-robed elder's eyes bulged with fury. Enough talk. When those two bastards leave the secret realm, it will be the day Tiandao Academy is wiped from existence. With that, he turned into a streak of light and vanished from Lei Ting's sacred hall. As the purple-robed elder roared, the elder known as Ing Sheng shook his head and lifted his gaze to the sky. Inside Heavenly Dao Academy. It's over, completely over. The scene of Lei Hang's head bursting still lingered in his mind, and Lu Chengfeng spoke in a daze. The green-haired man paused for a few breaths, then exclaimed, Dean Chu, no offense, but your disciple is impressive. I didn't expect it either. I can't believe that Brad actually dared to kill him. Chu Chuan snapped out of his stupor, looked up at the arena, and gave a wry smile. But the deed is done. What choice do we have? We fight. Listen to yourself, does that even sound reasonable? Murong Qingxiong twitched at the corner of his mouth, silently complaining. While everyone reacted in their own way, a deep, steady voice suddenly echoed through the entire academy. All outer academy instructors, lead your students into the inner academy at once. A handsome man in white, a blood-red longbow slung over his shoulder, appeared out of thin air. The gravity and authority in his expression left no room for disobedience. Yes, sir. The outer academy instructors answered in unison, channeling their chi to keep order as they began moving the students inside. Su Muling asked in confusion, Instructor Zhang, what's happening? Why are we moving to the inner academy now? The female instructor shook her head. I don't know either, but if the headmaster gives an order, we follow it. With that, she quickened her pace and ushered the disciples forward. Elsewhere, the man in white cupped his fists toward four elders. Seniors, please activate the defensive array and safeguard Heavenly Dao Academy. I'm counting on you. Rest assured, as long as we're here, the inner academy will remain secure. The four elders excluding Elder Tian and Elder Sheng answered in unison before their figures flashed and vanished above the outer academy. Seeing the man's arrival, Murong Qingxiong and Mu Ro bowed slightly. Greetings, Headmaster Long. No need for formalities. Long Feng gave a brief nod, a chill flashing in his eyes. Headmaster Nangong has already filled me in. Thank you for coming. On the black and white arena, the moment Lei Hung fell, Yushan's massive frame trembled, chi surging through him like a tide as a visible mist formed around his body. Another breakthrough, he whispered in delight. Lei Hung's blood had not yet cooled, yet Yushan had already stepped firmly into the second layer of the earth martial realm. He crouched and searched the corpse, producing a storage ring still glowing faintly despite the blood and cracks marring its surface. Around the arena, countless eyes jealous, fearful, or confused locked onto that ring. Returning to his seat, Yushan held the ring out to Lu Qingchun with a broad grin. Brother Chun, it's yours. Keep it your spoils of war. Lu Qingchun replied flatly after a quick glance. Well, all right. Yushan scratched his head and tucked the storage ring away with care. Suddenly remembering something, he straightened up. Brother Chun, Sister Lan, there's something you need to know. What is it? Anilan looked up. The sacred weapon I just obtained on the Aranate doesn't seem to work. The weapon doesn't work? And Yilan's brows knit together. Exactly. You two ought to be extra careful out there. Yushan fixed Lu Qingqin and an Elan with a serious gaze, offering a few earnest words of advice. Understood. Lu Qingqin inclined his head lightly, though a faint frown lingered as he calculated. After a short pause, he lowered his voice. Yushan, let me see that storage ring. Osier, Brother Chen here. Thinking Lu Qingqin had changed his mind, Yushan hurriedly handed it over. As soon as the ring touched his palm, Lu Qingqin summoned the sacred weapon Lei Heng had obtained, pressed it back into Yushan's hand, and sent a soul-voiced message. Drip your blood on this, and claim it. Just don't let me catch you doing it. Yushan accepted the weapon under Lu Qingqin's smiling gaze, a mix of surprise and suspicion swirling inside him. The second life and death match is about to begin. All participants, be ready. The majestic voice boomed through the silent space. The void trembled, and two balls of white light slowly appeared. Everyone tensed, watching to see where they would land. One orb drifted down above Mu Rong Qingqing. She looked up and murmured, "So it's my turn? Qingqing, if you're unsure, surrender right away. Your life comes first," warned the tall woman beside her, Mu Ningyue. "Got it, Sister Yu." Mu Rong Qingqing answered softly. Mu Rong Qingqing, to the stage. The authoritative voice rang out a third time. Lu Qingqin's brows twitched, a sudden restlessness rising in his chest. "Sister Yu, Brother Tian, I'm going up." Mu Rong Qingqing nodded to Duan Hongtian and Mu Ningyue. "Remember what I said, staying alive matters most," Duan Hongtian urged. Mu Rong Qingqing stepped onto the platform. At that moment, the second orb of white light descended and stopped above Lu Qingqin. Brother Qin Yushan began anxiously. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." Lu Qingqin gave him a reassuring look, then walked onto the stage. A flash of light cut across the arena. Mu Rong Qingqing pouted and tossed her storage ring at Lu Qingqin. "Here, pick one item, and that's it, no taking extras." Her voice trembled on the verge of tears, leaving Lu Qingqin helpless. "All right." He spread his hands in resignation and sent his consciousness into the ring. The first thing he saw was a staff, glowing faint sign, a sacred weapon beyond doubt. Beneath it lay a heap of spirit-grade artifacts, and even 4 imperial-grade treasures, offensive and defensive alike, all shimmering with halos. "No wonder Dean Long told me to watch over her, she's practically a little tycoon," Lu Qingqin muttered, continuing his search. Next came rows of jade bottles, the pills inside gleaming with color and filling the ring with a rich medicinal fragrance. Deeper still were Mu Rong Qingqing's personal clothes. At the sight of those curious garments, an awkward look crept across Lu Qingqin's face. "Hey, are you finished? Hurry up." Seeing the odd expression on Lu Qingqin's face, Mu Rong Qingqing seemed to guess what he was thinking and urged him, her cheeks flushing slightly. All right, here you go." Lu Qingqin offered an inscrutable smile and tossed the storage ring back to her. "Humph." Mu Rong Qingqing caught the ring, ignored him, and looked up into the sky. "I forfeit." A cold voice responded at once. Mu Rong Qingqing, do you confirm abandoning this inheritance trial? "I confirm." A pitch-black rift split open above the arena and swallowed her whole. At almost the same moment, an identical fissure appeared above the Tiandao Sacred Academy. Mu Rong Qingqing plummeted from the sky, hair whipping wildly, panic written across her face. "Ah, somebody help me." She still couldn't fly, and her limbs flailed helplessly. Just before she hit the ground, a slender, fair hand steadied her by the waist, gentle yet firm. "Dad." Recognizing the trademark teal hair, she stared wide-eyed at Mu Rong Qingqiang. "We'll talk in a moment. How did you come straight out of the secret realm?" Once they landed, Mu Rong Qingqiang withdrew his hand and frowned. Mu Rong Qingqing stuck out her tongue. "It's that inheritance trial. On the arena. If you say I quit, you're sent out immediately." Sensing the disturbance, Nangong Qianyue, Han Meng, and several others hurried over. "Lord Moron, what happened? Why did your daughter exit the secret realm so early?" Nangong Qianyue asked, still watching the rift overhead. Long Feng and the other deans arrived as well. Mu Rong Qingqing quickly bowed. "Greetings, honored deans." Long Feng spoke kindly. "Tell us what happened in there, child." She glanced at her father. After he nodded, she detailed the arena's rules, Lu Qingqin's appearance, and her own decision to forfeit. "If you don't surrender, you have to fight Lu Qingqin to the death. I can't beat him, so? Well done." Mu Rong Qingqiang ruffled her hair in approval. Nangong Qianyue recalled another point. "When you surrender, the victor can choose one piece of loot, right?" "Yes, that's the rule." Mu Rong Qingqing nodded vigorously. Mu Rong Qingqiang's face fell, and he clutched his chest in mock despair. "Heavens, girl, don't tell me that kid took your sacred artifact." "I am not sure. Let me check." Under everyone's gaze, she blushed slightly and probed the storage ring with her divine sense. A moment later, she lifted her hand in delight. "Look, Lu Qingqian didn't take it. It's still here." Amid her father's relief and the dean's envious stares, Murong Qingqing produced a jade-green scepter. The moment the turquoise scepter appeared, a gentle yet profound glow rippled from its surface, instantly drawing every pair of eyes in the hall. Is that really a sacred artifact? Lu Chengfeng swallowed hard, staring at the scepter as though he had forgotten how to breathe. Aside from the unruffled Long Feng, all the other deans were left speechless, awe and envy written plainly across their faces. To them, sacred artifacts were still the stuff of legend. This was their first time seeing one up close. May I hold it for a moment? Lu Chengfeng wiped the corner of his mouth, his voice brimming with uncontrollable longing. Of course. Murong Qingqiang handed it over with an easy flourish that befitted a city lord, though the slight tremor in his fingertips betrayed his excitement. Before Lu Chengfeng's palm fully closed around the scepter, cool energy flowed up his arm like spring water. Caressing the shaft, he shut his eyes in rapture. I can feel it resonate with me, as if we were made for each other. Yeah, that's enough. Hand it back. Murong Qingqiang, half amused and half alarmed, snatched the scepter away before Lu tried to claim permanent ownership. Left empty-handed, Lu sighed in defeat. Lucky you, having such a remarkable daughter. Who knows when I'll ever get my own sacred artifact? Chu Chuan chuckled. Come on, you don't even have a disciple yet, and you're dreaming of an artifact? His mood was clearly buoyant. Only then did everyone remember that Chu Chuan's disciple already possessed 2 sacred artifacts. No wonder he remained so calm. Lu Qingfeng exploded. How is that my fault? You people snatched up all the promising youngsters before I had a chance. His shout made the ceiling vibrate. All right, enough. One more sacred artifact is one more hope for us. Long Feng intervened as Han Meng and Nangong Qianyu's expressions darkened. Lu fell silent, but his gaze slid back to the turquoise scepter. Han Meng suddenly looked up, eyes sparkling. City Lord Morong, with that artifact in hand, could you take on a saint? Ice Empress, you give me too much credit. Murong Qingqiang replied with a light shrug. There's still a gulf between the saint realm and the emperor realm. I could probably hold one off for a quarter of an hour provided the saint isn't wielding a sacred artifact. I see well. Thank you for standing with us, Han Meng said, frowning. She had known saints were formidable, but not to this extent. Though she had reached the emperor realm at a young age, her experience was limited, and her knowledge of the saint realm came mostly from hearsay. No need for thanks, Murong Qingqiang said. Once the secret realm closes, Wagwo's situation will be turned upside down, and Life City won't be able to stay on the sidelines. With saint inheritances appearing everywhere, no faction will sit idle. Still, the 8 grand sanctuaries have an agreement. No matter what happens, saints must not take the field. He began to analyze the unfolding situation with the other emperors. Besides, Hall Master Tianyang has already said so publicly. I doubt even the Sacred Hall will risk breaking the rules. At most they'll send fighters below the Saint Realm. Murong Qingqiang stood with his arms crossed, sweeping the room with a confident gaze. A cool night wind lifted his robes, and the golden embroidery shimmered under the lanterns, making his poise seem even more assured. With his current cultivation and the sacred weapon in his hand, almost no one in the entire Emperor realm could match him. Just as everyone began to relax, a low voice cut through the silence. No, City Lord Murong, you're wrong. Long Feng's words were quiet, but in the stillness they sounded crystal clear. A deep crease marked his brow, as if he were suppressing a rising unease. Moments ago I sensed the aura of a Saint Realm expert. It was deeply concealed, but I know I didn't imagine it. In other words, a saint is already on the move. Lantern light flickered across the hall, casting a spectrum of reactions on every face. Long Feng's gaze was steady and sharp. If I'm right, that saint comes from the Thunder Temple. And I suspect you already know who. Thunder Temple. Could it be? Several people exchanged uneasy glances, the same chilling name flashing through their minds. Mu Ro drew a careful breath, sifting through the intelligence reports in her memory. Lowering her voice, she said, You mean Lei Sheng? The words seemed to freeze the air. Because of certain restrictions, they could see the arena but not hear what was said within, and not everyone knew Lei Heng's true identity or Lei Sheng's appearance. Yet Mu Ro had just matched the giant lightning-wreathed face in the ring with the portrait in their files. Exactly, Long Feng nodded. The young man collapsed in the ring is almost certainly Lei Sheng's grandson. Though spoken softly, the words landed like muffled thunder. The vast council hall fell dead silent. Even breathing felt strained. After a long pause, Chu Chuan lifted his head, his expression conflicted. Dean, are you sure? Long Feng sighed. I confirmed it with Hall Master Tianyang. Lei Sheng's grandson did enter this secret realm, and the Thunder Temple sent no second heir. Taken together, it's practically certain it was him. The silence deepened. Sparks popped in the brazier, snapping the stillness. Lu Chengfeng forced a smile, trying to muster some optimism. Old Chu, don't worry too much. If it's only a single saint, we can still keep things from spiraling out of control. Despite his words, Lu Chengfeng's heart churned. Yushan had killed Lei Sheng's direct bloodline. How could the Thunder Saint possibly let that go? But Yushan can't be blamed, Murong Qingqing protested, urgency edging her voice. The rules of the inheritance battle are clear. If he hadn't killed Lei Hong, he'd be the one dead now. The atmosphere grew heavier. Chu Chuan and Lu Qingfeng's brows furrowed ever deeper, their morale visibly sinking. Seeing this, Long Feng barked, "Enough. You two men shaking more than the ladies, what kind of example is that?" His gaze swept the room, suddenly cold and razor sharp. So what if he's a saint's grandson? Does that make him untouchable? Tiandao Academy has kept its blades sheathed for years, but if the Thunder Temple's saint dares to act ill personally, send him on his way. Then I don't mind sending him on his way. Long Feng's voice was calm, yet razor sharp, and the entire arena froze the moment he spoke. No one thought he was joking. Only true strength could elevate someone from a field of emperors to the position of headmaster of the Tiandao Academy. Worthy of the Shura Emperor, such audacity. Morong Qingxiong declared. Life Holy City can't claim much, but we can shield the Tiandao Academy from at least one saint. With that, he straightened his back and gave a solemn pledge. Our reconnaissance division lacks force, but we'll turn over every scrap of intelligence we have, Mu Rou added. Long Feng cupped his fists. On behalf of the Academy, I thank you both. Headmaster Long, there's no need for courtesy, Murong Qingqiong replied, bowing again. Time is tight. Mu Rou and I must return at once to prepare. Farewell, everyone. He shot skyward in a streak of light. Dad, wait for me. Murong Qingqing called after him. Stay in the inner court, girl, his distant voice answered. Hand your treasures to the headmasters for now. I'm off. Ugh, he just ditched me. She huffed, stamping her foot. After a quick grumble, she removed her storage ring and placed it in Long Feng's hands. Headmaster, this is for all of you. Long Feng scanned it with his divine sense and raised an eyebrow. An imperial-grade artifact? Right. I don't need it for the moment, and Dad said the headmasters should use it first. She spoke crisply. She knew something big was brewing, otherwise her father wouldn't have rushed over himself. Very well. The Academy will hold it in trust, Long Feng said, pocketing the ring. Once the crisis passes, it will be returned intact. With that settled, he turned. Han Meng, escort the young lady back to the inner court. Understood. Han Meng nodded. Let her gaze sweep past the floating arena, and then led Murong Qingqing away. When Han Meng gets back, we'll divide these imperial artifacts, Long Feng remarked. Off to the side, Chu Chuan and Lu Chengfeng Flushidin Earthrealm girl's personal stash was richer than theirs combined. Although the situation in Huagua had grown tense, the exchange just now had eased the mood on the platform. Brother Chen, what loot did you grab? Yushan asked as Lu Qingchen approached. I haven't checked. Just grabbed something at random, Lu Qingchen admitted. Yushan didn't buy it. Come on, show me. All right. Lu Qingchen sighed and probed his ring. Pills. No. Weapons. Not that either. His fingers pulled out a strip of fabric as thin as cicada wings, and his brow nodded. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. When Lu Qingchen saw the garment's true form, something inside him snapped. Brother Chen, did you see that? Yushan fixed on Lu Qingchen's changing expression and pressed him. Yeah, I saw it. Forcing himself to stay calm, Lu Qingchen took a small white porcelain vial from his storage ring, shoving his fear down at once. Yushan leaned in, squinting at the tiny script carved on the bottle. Aphrodisiac pill? He murmured. What? Lu Qingchen practically shot to his feet. Often Ilan was the first to burst out laughing. Brother Chun, I never thought you'd be interested in something like that. Impressive. Yushan teased openly. At the center of the arena, a golden pillar of light flared again. Yinhao to the stage. The booming voice cut through the crowd. Yinhao's eyes narrowed. Rising, he strode toward the platform, flipping Lu Qingchen off as he passed. That son of a. Yushan bristled at the provocation. Ignore him. Lu Qingchen waved it off. If I draw him later, he'll snap that finger. Then he turned his attention to another floating orb of white light. The white glow drifted and settled above the head of a mischievous-looking girl. Lung Xianyuan, to the stage. Xianyuan, don't push yourself, concede at once. Lung Qianjue called from below, her voice sharp for the first time. Fine. Startled by her sister's sternness, Lung Xianyuan nodded, visibly aggrieved. The crowd held its breath, curious about the girl's true strength. The moment she set foot on the platform, she piped up, I forfeit. You've got to be kidding, another forfeit? The other fighters stared in disbelief. Yinhao arched an eyebrow, snorting. Smart move. He stretched out a hand. All right. Hand over the sacred artifact. Lung Xianyuan meekly surrendered the still warm relic. That bastard. Lung Qianju clenched her teeth below, knuckles white. Tears brimmed in Lung Xuanyuan's eyes at the platform's edge. Lung Xianyuan, you're certain you're abandoning this trial? The referee confirmed. I'm sure. With the words spoken, space twisted around her, and she was flung from the stage. She had no idea how long she fell before someone caught her midair. Looking up, she saw a handsome middle-aged man's jade-like face. Father, she sobbed, someone bullied me. Don't cry, Xianyuan. Tell Muho, was it? Lung Yuan's heart ached at the sight of his precious daughter in tears. It was someone from the Flame Temple. He stole my sacred artifact. Father, you have to avenge me, sob. Xianxian, are you telling me the people from the Flame Temple stole your sacred artifact? Lung Yuan looked at his daughter, who was still wiping her tears away with the back of her hand, his voice full of concern. Lung Xinxian kept her head down, her words muffled and soft. My sister and I finally got our hands on one of those relics. But the rules in the second trial were brutal: either fight Yin Hao to the death or surrender and let him take something from our loot. I had to concede. Otherwise I really might have died on that platform. For a full half hour, Lung Yuan coaxed and soothed her. Even after she quieted down, her eyes were still alarmingly red, and her sleeves were soaked with tears. A holy artifact was priceless. Even many emperors and sages had never owned one. Veteran sages across Huan Nation still scour the world for such treasures. How could a girl, so young and inexperienced, bear losing hers without tears? Xinxian, you made the right choice. Your life matters most. Lung Yuan's voice was gentle yet firm. Artifacts are rare, but you'll have other chances. Lose your life, and everything's gone. Still his tone sharpened, a chill flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect the Flame Temple to be this merciless. Yin Hao's name was hardly unfamiliar. Like Lei Heng, he was born of a sage. He should have understood the ties between Monster Academy and the Flame Temple, yet he struck without hesitation. Dad, why stay on as headmaster? The title brings nothing but trouble, and you still have to take orders from the other two temples, Xinxian muttered, resentment for her father's long-standing burdens growing in her chest. Lung Yuan gave a weary smile. I know, but resigning isn't so simple. Let's see what the situation in Huan Nation looks like after this secret realm closes. If an opportunity appears, he left the sentence unfinished, but a reckless idea stirred in his mind. All these years of outward prestige had felt more like life as a puppet. When he recalled his daughter sobbing in his arms, a wild resolve began to take shape. Trial arena. Yin Hao weighed his newly won loot in one hand, whistling off-key and throwing Lu Qingchen a casual middle finger on his way back. Outside Lu Qingchen's group, the remaining contestants were on edge. 3 people had won their bouts and come away with trophies. No one knew what Lu Qingchen had pulled from Murong Qingqing's storage ring, but everyone assumed it had to be another holy artifact after all. Who could stay calm in front of one of those? By now, Yushan, Lu Qingchen, and Yin Hao each held 2 sacred artifacts. That tidy little number ratcheted the tension around the platform to a breaking point. Greedy eyes flicked from one competitor to the next. Yin Hao really is a product of the Flame Temple, greed all the way to the bone, and Elon said, disgust plain in her voice as she watched his smug display. Oh, and what do you mean by that, missin'? Lu Qingchen arched a brow, smiling lightly while a curious gleam flashed in his eyes. He never underestimated anyone's reaction to a holy artifact, himself excluded, of course. And Elon noticed Lu Qingchen and Yushan looking at her, so she began to explain. Monster Academy is backed by the Thunder Temple, the Flame Temple, and the Alchemist Guild. You know that, right? Yeah, we know, Yushan and Lu Qingchen replied in unison. Her voice suddenly hardened. But the Flame Temple hasn't done a thing for us. Instead, it's been leeching off the academy like a vampire, demanding our resources, our techniques, even our best students. If they like someone's talent, they just drag them into the temple without the slightest shame. Disgust flickered across her face. In recent years, the Thunder Temple has started copying their playbook. Anything of value at Monster Academy is taken under some pompous excuse. As a result, both temples have swelled in power and ambition, and now they've set their sights on all of Huagua. On the whole country? Lu Qingchen shared a grave look with Yushan. Won't the other 6 temples do something? The temples are tangled up with each other just like we martial artists are. I only know bits and pieces what my master told me. As for the deeper details, Lu Qingchen, to the ring. A majestic voice boomed across the arena, cutting her off. Again? Lu Qingchen blinked. Had just been called up a moment ago. Brother Chun, be careful. Lu Qingchen, watch yourself. And Elon and Yushan spoke almost simultaneously. With a swift leap, Lu Qingchen landed in the middle of the platform. He understood that more live combat could only benefit someone at his level. Chatter rippled through the crowd. Saints above, let it be me this time. Lu Qingchen was the arena's only spirit martial stage fighter, and the spectators' excitement ignited. Yao Chengwu and Yin Hao even sprang to their feet, eager to claim the sacred weapon for themselves. Above them, a white orb drifted in midair, every eye following its glow. The ring fell silent. Even heavy breaths were audible. As if drawn by someone's will, the light settled over a young man who had just stood Yupei, a sinister face, pockmarked skin, and unsettling eyes. Yao Chengwu. Envy flared in Yin Hao's eyes as the orb finally stopped in front of Yao. Haha, it really picked me. Yao Chengwu laughed loudly and clapped Yin Hao on the shoulder. Looks like luck favors me today, brother Yin. I wanted to take him myself, but fine. He's yours. Yin Hao sighed, shrugging. Lu Qingchen shot them a cool glance. His voice was icy. Hey, are you writing your wills up there? Stop jabbering. You, the loser, get up here. I'm in a hurry. Lu Qingchen's scornful voice cracked across the arena like thunder. Yin Hao and Yao Chengwu whirled around, their faces blank with shock. Are you talking to me? Yao Chengwu's glare could have skewered Lu Qingchen on the spot. Lu Qingchen leveled the ice cloud's sword at the platform. Who else would I be talking to? Get down here and die. The cold, hard words rolled over the crowd. Every prodigy watching felt a jolt in their chest. A mere spirit realm kid daring to provoke someone in public? Clearly, anyone who made it this far was no simple opponent, and Lu Qingchen was instantly marked extremely dangerous. Very bold. Yao Chengwu looked ready to breathe fire at Lu Qingchen's mocking smile. Top of the martial exam? Twin spirits? You're still just a spirit realm insect. Who gave you the nerve to act this cocky? Silence washed over the stands. Those 3 words first, twin spirits, made everyone tense. Finishing first in the exam was nothing special here. Talent was common. Twin spirits, though, were a heaven-sent gift most people would never attain. Envy, wariness, even jealousy flooded the audience. Yao Chengwu strode onto the platform with a vicious grin, each step sharpening his rage. He stopped before Lu Qingchen, eyes drifting over the long sword, lips curled in mockery. You arranged that assassination during the exam, didn't you? Lu Qingchen asked suddenly. Caught off guard, Yao Chengwu paused, then nodded. That's right. Those killers were my people. He even sounded regretful. Too bad those useless dogs didn't finish off you 2 animals. At ringside, Yushan's fists went bone white, veins bulging along his arms. He wanted nothing more than to tear Yao Chengwu apart, but he forced himself to hold back. Lu Qingchen was already on the stage. You and Lu Qingchen were targeted before. And Elon whispered. Yushan ground his teeth. Yeah, this bastard was behind it. The usually honest face now burned with fury. High above Tiandao Academy, Long Feng hovered in midair and addressed the 4 people beside him. Since Principal Han is here, let's divide these 4 royal-grade weapons. His gaze swept the group, and they nodded. These 2 offensive pieces go to you first. He handed a pitch-black halberd to Han Meng and a crimson gold saber to Chu Chuan. Both accepted them solemnly. Dean Nangong's spirit is strong, but her body is weak, so this defensive piece is yours. Long Feng passed a dark silver vest of soft armor to Nangong Qianhua. She traced the fine patterns on the armor and murmured her assent. A fragile body was indeed her weakness. Finally, Long Feng raised the remaining jade-colored longbow and looked at the middle-aged man at the end of the line. And the last one goes to Dean Liu. Under Lu Chengfeng's eager gaze, Long Feng handed him the last imperial weapon. The cold, unyielding blade carried a faint regal aura and settled heavily into Lu Chengfeng's palm. Heh, I never thought the day would come when I'd wield an imperial-grade weapon, he said, turning it over with a mix of excitement and wistfulness. Use them for now, everyone. But don't forget we have to return them to the holy city of life later, Long Feng reminded, helpless at Liu's look of rapture. Who could blame him? The Heavenly Tao Academy was flat broke, he muttered to himself. Then he comforted Nangong Qianhua and the others. It's fine. Once we get through this mess, I doubt we'll ever lack weapons again. With that, his eyes drifted to the black and white arena in the distance. At the center of the platform, Lu Qingchen faced Yao Chengwu. A grand voice boomed once more. The 4th round is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. The tone suggested that if either contestant wished to forfeit, this was their last chance. Time slipped by as the 2 stared each other down, blades clashing invisibly. After a full minute, the ethereal voice announced, life and death battle, begin. Lu Qingchen did not strike at once. He only smiled faintly. Yao Chengwu, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Yao's heart clenched, a sense of impending doom keeping him from making the first move. If I remember right, you were the one who started things last time, Lu said evenly, though his gaze was razor sharp. You got recruited early by the Monster Academy and thought that made you superior? Yao's face went white, his Adam's apple bobbing. The assassination you planned failed, but it left Yushan and me in tatters. Had Master not arrived in time, the 2 of us would have been dead already. Crimson light poured from the palace in the sky, staining the black and white arena blood red, and giving Lu Qingchen's refined features a terrifying cast. In the next instant, a pair of radiant golden dragon wings unfurled from his back. Scales crawled over his skin, and his arms became thick dragon claws. That was the only time I ever ran the first humiliation of my life, he said, voice low, the gold scales flashing coldly in the bloody glow. And humiliation can be cleansed only with blood. Boom. Lu Qingchen let out a thunderous roar. His wings snapped, and he shot forward like a bolt of golden lightning. The roar reverberated, leaving the onlookers' minds buzzing in brief vertigo. When they came to, Lu's massive golden claw was already locked around Yao Chenghua's throat. No. Yao shrieked in terror, struggling madly, but Lu Qingchen's strength was like a mountain, impossible to shake. Die. The moment Lu Qingchen was about to snap Yao Chenghua's neck, an unfamiliar force erupted from Yao's body. In a flash, the void split open once more, and an enormous face, broad enough to blot out the sky, thrust through the rift, its crimson eyes fixed on the arena. Boy, you've got guts killing my grandson? Tired of living? The voice boomed like rolling thunder, filled with arrogance and menace. Lu Qingchen lifted his gaze, offered the face a fleeting glance, and chuckled coldly. Interesting. Hurt the pup, and the hound shows up. I don't care who you are. Even if the king of heaven comes today, Yao Chengwu dies. Grandfather, save me. I don't want to die. Yao Chengwu flailed desperately, face ashen, terror flooding his eyes. He vividly remembered how Yushan had once executed Lei Hung before a sage. Now it was his turn, and his courage shattered. The monstrous face answered, voice like ice. Lay a finger on him, and I'll erase you and everyone behind you. Your faction, your family, your friends, I'll bury them all. Understand? The blast of sound washed over the stands. Many spectators felt their breath catch. One thought echoed in every mind. If I were on that platform, what could I do? So this is a sage, the pinnacle of Wagwo's warriors. Terrifying, someone whispered. Scarlet light poured down from the palace suspended in the heavens, casting Lu Qingchen's handsome features in a demonic glow. His tone stayed calm, yet each word hit like iron. A sage? So what? Make a mistake, pay the price. Golden claws enveloped Yao Chengwa's skull once more. The crowd saw Lu's fingers tighten, crack. Bone shattered, red and white matter spraying. Droplets of blood even splashed onto the giant face. Lu Qingchen flung the corpse aside, as if tossing a rag. The massive face twitched, rage and shock colliding. Lu Qingchen looked up, voice ice cold. Old dog, see that? Your grandson's dead, killed by my own hand. You want me? I, Lu Qingchen, will be waiting. The face trembled, then roared, die? Spiritual power flooded the heavens, forming a ferocious beast of pure energy. Fangs like blades, it lunged at Lu Qingchen. Interference detected. Eliminating. A vast, indifferent will descended. Midair, the beast burst into mist, and the giant face was shredded by an unseen force, disappearing without a trace. Silence gripped the arena. Minds went blank, many forgot to breathe. In the stands, Duan Hongshan's lips twitched. He whispered to the woman beside him, Ningyue, are those two really from Heavenly Tao Academy? I think so, Mu Ningyue answered, uncertainty in her voice. Her gaze lingered on Lu Qingchen, and a strange thought surfaced. Could he be some dean's illegitimate son? Otherwise, who would dare kill a sage's grandson without a second's hesitation? To Lu Qingchen, killing a sage's descendant was no different from wringing a chicken's neck. Mu Ningyue felt a chill crawl up her spine and could almost hear her own heartbeat quicken. The same realization struck everyone present. Yushan, answer me honestly, could Lu Qingchen be some dean's illegitimate son? And Elon clenched her fists, staring at Yushan with shock and unease. Not a chance. Yushan's face darkened. I've known Brother Chen for ages. If he were a dean's hidden child, I'd have noticed. Then how does he dare kill a sage's descendant? And what about you two? What happens once you're out of the secret realm? And Elon lowered her voice, but urgency bled through every word. Yushan swallowed and forced himself to stay calm. The rules are clear, one of the two must die. Do you expect Brother Chen to kill himself? Besides, before we left, the dean told us not to hold back. If trouble starts, the academy will take responsibility. Fine. And Elon pressed a hand to her forehead, lips moving yet unable to form a rebuttal. Little beast, you deserve to die. Inside the Temple of Thunder, the elder who had just tried to soothe Lei Sage finally snapped. Veins bulged as his roar shook the entire hall. Lu Qingchen, Tiandao Institutier courting death. Rage twisted his deeply lined face. Before the echo faded, he turned into a streak of light, shooting off in the same direction Lei Sage had gone. Across Huagua, every major faction was in an uproar, none more so than Monster Academy and Tiandao Institute. Inside Tiando's council chamber, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. That kid Lu Qingchen is remarkable. Another win, Lu Chengfeng said, grinning around the imperial artifact head just received. If you ask me, he's already carrying at least 2 sacred artifacts and 1 imperial artifact, Chu Chuan added, clicking his tongue in amazement. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to call him disciple. Chu Chuan, really? The boy earned those artifacts himself. You think he should hand them over? Long Feng chuckled, patting the table. Lu Qingfeng snorted, shooting Chu Chuan a sidelong glance. Don't get cocky, I see right through your little scheme. Of everyone present, Lu Qingfeng was the most disgruntled, hadn't secured a single promising disciple, and the imperial artifact in his hand was only on loan. Chu Chuan, by contrast, was Yushan's master and stood to gain handsomely. Yushan now held 2 sacred artifacts. When the mission ended, could he really refuse to share one with his teacher? And Lu Qingchen, with Han Meng and Nangong Qianyue doting on him, his haul would be even greater. Relax, Dean Lu, Chu Chuan said, catching Lu Chengfeng's frustration. He thumped his chest in reassurance. Once this storm passes, Dean Long and I will help you find a disciple. He dragged Long Feng into the promise whether the man liked it or not. Elsewhere, Monster Academy was like a volcano ready to erupt. Lung Yuan, summon every emperor rank fighter now. The hockeyed man's voice was razor sharp, nearly shredding the air. As his ragged shout rang out, a shockwave burst forth, pulverizing everything nearby in an instant. Dad, don't go? Lung Xianxian heard the angry cry and gazed at the middle-aged man before her, her eyes filled with conflicting emotions. It's all right, Xianxian. I know what I'm doing, Lung Yuan said with a soothing smile. While his tone sounded casual, he was weighing his options furiously. In the next heartbeat, he used spiritual power to transmit a message directly to his daughter. In a moment, someone will take you to a safe place. Once you arrive, give this storage ring to the person in charge. No matter what happens, don't wander off. As he spoke, he slipped a dark gold ring into her palm. His warm fingertips brushed the back of her hand, and he gave her hair a gentle ruffle. Then his figure blurred into a faint silhouette and vanished. Moments later, space itself split open. A gray-robed elder, hands clasped behind his back, stepped out of the void. He glanced at the conflicted Xian and murmured, "Come along, girl." Their figures flickered and disappeared from the skies above Monster Academy. Deep beneath the academy, a secret chamber brimmed with fury. I don't care what excuses you have. When the secret realm's exit opens, you must find that little bastard. Yao Li slammed his palm on the stone table, his murderous gaze sweeping over the other 8 emperors while ignoring their shock and resentment. From a corner, a burly emperor frowned. So we only need to capture the young man? Of course not. Yao Li's face darkened, his voice as sharp as an ice blade. When we catch him, he'll slice him into 1,000 pieces before everyone from Tiandao Academy, then, well, wipe Tiandao off the map. Bang! The heavy stone door burst open. Yao Li, are you insane? You're gambling with the Academy's future. The newcomer, Lung Yuan, could no longer suppress his rage after hearing wipe out the Academy. Yao Li sneered, cutting him off. What's impossible about destroying Tiandao Academy? I've already struck a deal with the Temple of Thunder. Dean Yao, will any sages step in? One emperor asked timidly. My father will take the field himself, Yao Li said, lifting his chin as his cold eyes roamed the room. And he won't be alone, the Thunder Sage is coming with him. A collective hiss swept through the chamber. Sages hadn't fought openly in Huagua for years. Now two would move at once. The emperors almost doubted their own ears. Only Lung Yuan's face remained unreadable. Lung Yuan, are you still going to oppose me? Feeling victory within reach, Yao Li pressed harder. Lung Yuan gave a slight shrug. If everyone agrees, what can I do? Have it your way. Then it's settled. The moment the secret realm opens, we act. Yao Li hurled his parting words over his shoulder and strode out. When the door closed again, only the 8 emperors remained. The oppressive silence lingered until one exchanged a glance with the others, then softly asked, Dean Lung, do you know what's going on, that even the sages are being mobilized? Cold Yuan let out a faint sigh as he met the bewildered stares of the gathered sovereigns. Yao Qingwu is dead, he said, killed by a student of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Thunder Temple has lost people as well. With that, he wasted no time. His figure flickered once and vanished from sight. The monarchs below exchanged uneasy looks, unable to decide what to think. 2 still warm corpses on the platform reminded everyone that a battle capable of upending the balance of power had just taken place. After finishing off Yao Qingwu, Lu Qingchen slipped quietly back to his seat, the hem of his robe skimming the floor before coming to rest beside his chair. No sooner had he sat down than he felt as though something had been forcibly wrenched out of him, leaving a hollow void in its wake. Is this what they call an inner demon? He muttered, irritation edging his voice. Logically, he should have been relieved now that Lei Heng and Yao Qingwu were dead, yet the knot in his chest refused to loosen. His gaze drifted to the 2 lifeless bodies on the stage. The trouble I've stirred up this time is no small matter, he murmured. He had never expected Lei Heng and Yao Qingwu to carry sane imprints. And once that white orb of light had chosen him, forfeiting was out of the question. Lowering his head to either of them would have been worse than dying. If surrender was impossible, a lethal strike was the only option. One of them had to die. The fallout could be dealt with later. Thinking of Huaguo's shifting landscape, Lu Qingchen sighed again. The secret realm trial wasn't even over, yet the outside world was already in turmoil and he was standing at the eye of the storm. Brother Chen, are you all right? Yushan leaned in, unable to hide his concern as Lu Qingchen alternated between shaking his head and sighing. I'm fine. Just thinking about a few things. Lu Qingchen waved him off. Anilon studied his face. Is it because of those 2 saints? She asked softly. Partly, but not entirely. He rubbed his brow. When the secret realm closes, they'll speak with my master. If it's possible, he'll ask him to lend a hand. And Elon lifted a hand, cutting him off. I can't promise anything. This matter has blown far too wide. The slight furrow between her brows showed she understood all too well what the death of a saint implied. You owe me nothing, Lu Qingchen said with a smile. Whether your master steps in or not, I'm already grateful for your concern. A hint of a smile touched her lips. If you hadn't saved me, I'd have missed out on the saint's legacy and the relic, and I might not even be alive. Besides, her tone softened. Stop calling me Missin. It feels distant. Just call me Elon. Lu Qingchen blinked, then glanced at Yushan, who answered with a wide, goofy grin. In that case, he said, returning her smile, we'll be counting on you, Elon. The 5th trial begins. A majestic voice exploded across the empty arena, abruptly cutting off the light-hearted chatter of Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Mu Ningyue. Only 8 contestants remained on the platform, apart from Ling Yun, The other 7 were all martial artists from Huagua. Every gaze locked onto the white orb spinning in midair it would decide the pairings for the final life and death match. The light settled at last, stopping above an Elon and Mu Ningyue. Now that's some coincidence, Yushan muttered, arching an eyebrow in surprise. What's up? Are you too close to that girl? And Elon asked, noticing the change in their expressions. Yes. Her name's Mu Ningyue. Like us, she's from Tiandao Sacred Institute. You probably saw her earlier, Lu Qingxin explained with a shrug. And Elon nodded, indicating she understood. A few steps away, Duan Hongtian wore a grave expression and quietly warned Mu Ningyue. She's from the Ice Snow Sanctuary. If you're not sure you can win, concede like Morong Qingqing did. Your life matters most. I know what I'm doing. Determination gleamed in Mu Ninji's eyes as she strode onto the platform. Across from her, an Elon stood in a white dress, her aura sharp and glacial. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Ningyue raised her voice. I forfeit. The spectators erupted in an uproar. Before the realm opened, Han Ming had asked this Ice Snow Sanctuary girl to look after their group of 5, so Mu Ningyue already knew an Elon and understood she had no chance. After all, her opponent hailed from a sanctuary. The fact that Lu Qingxin and Yushan had each slain powerhouses from the Thunder and Flame sanctuaries earlier didn't mean the sanctuaries lacked strength, it meant those two were simply monsters. When Mu Ningyue conceded outright, and Elon paused, then turned to leave the stage. Wait, you haven't chosen your spoils yet. Mu Ningyue called, uncertain of an Yilan's temperament, but sensing no malice. And Elon stopped, produced a jade vial from her storage ring, and handed it over. I've chosen. It's yours. With that, she drifted away. Inside the vial was a minor soul-enhancing pill insignificant beside the Saint-grade weapon glowing at center stage and the Imperial-grade weapon next to it. Mu Ningyue stood frozen, wondering if she was dreaming. A sanctuary disciple had ignored a saint weapon? Still puzzled, she followed in Yilan's retreating figure and saw Lu Qingxin and Yushan smiling at her. Realization dawned, and Yilan's choice had been for their sake. Warmth filled her chest, and she whispered, thank you. At that instant, a spatial rift ripped open and the trial ground collapsed. The inheritance battle is over. The ultimate trial begins. The solemn proclamation rang out as a golden white heavenly staircase dropped from the void, its steps vanishing into the clouds. Light flared beneath Lu Qingxin and the others. Everyone, ascend to the hall. Dizzy from the blinding rift, Mu Ningyue tumbled out, and, in the very next breath, landed in a gentle embrace. Han Ming gently set Mu Ningyue on the ground and slipped a healing pill between her lips. Xiao Yu, how do you feel? Several anxious voices asked at once. Her lashes fluttered as she forced her eyes open. Arrayed in front of her were the 5 Deans Long Feng, Lu Qingfeng, Han Ming, and the others, each of them visibly tense. I'm much better, she replied, pushing herself upright and bowing respectfully. Greetings, Deans. Relief washed over Han Ming, though a trace of doubt remained. Why did you faint the moment you came out? I'm not sure, Mu Ningyue said, pressing a hand to her forehead. Just before I was teleported back, something suddenly appeared on the arena. After that, everything's a blur. So something showed up on the platform, you didn't get a clear look, and then the memory vanished? Long Feng's voice was calm, but grave. She nodded. Yes, and I can't recall a thing about it. After a moment's thought, Long Feng offered his verdict. Most likely the owner of this secret realm wiped that fragment of your memory. You remember everything else? I do. It's only that one moment I've lost. Then we can live with it, Long Feng murmured, turning his gaze skyward. Whatever appeared on the arena was probably the core of this entire realm. The others followed his eyes. High above, the rift still churned, but the arena and the figures of Lu Qingxun and the others had vanished, leaving only the massive temple hanging in the heavens. As for those still inside, their fate was anyone's guess. A sudden thought struck Han Ming. By the way, did you know the entire country was watching the arena in real time? What? Mu Ningyue clapped a hand over her mouth. Lu Qingfeng added, everything you did up there was broadcast nationwide, including obtaining that saint-level inheritance. The words saint-level inheritance snapped Mu Ningyue fully awake, then left her stunned. As the daughter of Mu Rou, head of the reconnaissance division, she understood its weight all too well. Lu Qingfeng went on, your mother was here at Tiandao Academy just now. Her message is clear, don't go home yet. It's safer to stay on campus for the time being. Mu Ningyue drew a steady breath and nodded firmly. They'll follow her and the dean's advice. Han Ming was about to escort her to the inner court when Mu Ningyue suddenly took an ancient scroll from her storage ring. 7 stars dangled from its rim. Dean, this is for you. Starlight swirled around the scroll, radiating a familiar aura. Long Feng's pupils contracted. Is that a Tiandao divine artifact? He shook his head after a closer inspection and corrected himself. No, a replica, but already at the rank of a saint-grade item. That was the conclusion he reached after studying it for a while. A sacred artifact? The heads of the deans immediately clustered together when they heard Long Feng's exclamation. Girl Ningyue, are you saying? Long Feng looked expectantly at the antique scroll Mu Ningyue had just revealed. Mu Ningyue nodded, her tone earnest. Dean Liu just said the situation is extremely dangerous. My mother's cultivation isn't that strong, so instead of letting her keep it, I'd rather all of you put it to use. Lu Qingfeng had already explained Mu Rao's purpose to everyone, so the deans were well aware of the stakes. Long Feng's heavy mood lifted a little as he accepted the scroll, the Beidou diagram, a sacred artifact. In that case, we won't refuse. Heaven Dao Academy truly lacks weapons of this caliber. The moment Mu Ningyue left, the Academy's two most senior elders tore through the air and landed. Elder Tian, Elder Sheng, she greeted them with a bow. Elder Tian stroked his beard and nodded. Excellent. With this artifact, the two of us together can hold off a Saint Realm cultivator. Long Feng offered the beta diagram with both hands. Then it'll trouble the two elders. Rest easy. We'll refine it at once. Call us when battle comes. With that, the pair vanished. Long Feng watched them go and let out a long breath. Perfect timing. This is a true godsend. The relief on his face was obvious. Han Meng stared after the elders, delight shining in her eyes. When Xiao Chun and the others return, those two should be able to step into the Saint Realm, right? Long Feng nodded, excitement flashing in his gaze. They've already brushed against that threshold. All they lack is the proper cultivation method and battle techniques. Once Lu Qingchen brings back what we need, breaking through will only be a matter of time. Off to the side, Nangong Qianyue muttered under her breath. Humph. She's not even his apprentice yet, and it's already Xiao Chun this, Xiao Chun that. You. Han Meng was about to snap back when Long Feng hurriedly smoothed things over. Now, Dean Han, no need to get upset. In fact, I have something you can help with. On the black and white arena, the world suddenly fell silent. A staircase of light appeared out of nowhere, stretching straight up to a palace hidden in the clouds. A majestic voice echoed, and everyone felt their blood ignite. Yushan and Anilan were about to step forward when Lu Qingchen raised a hand. Wait, we go last. His expression was grave. The other two exchanged a puzzled look, but nodded. The final trial, here I come. Yen Hao threw back his head and laughed, leaping onto the staircase. The instant his foot touched the first step, he vanished. Yushan's heart tightened. Brother Chen, what just happened? And Yilan's voice was calm, but wary. This ladder is no simple path. It must be testing the challengers. As she spoke, Yen Hao reappeared, now several steps closer to the palace. Whoosh whoosh. Convinced the path itself was safe, Lang Qianjue and Duan Hantian followed, disappearing the moment they set foot on the stairs. In the blink of an eye, only 4 people remained on the arena floor. Apart from Lu Qingchen and his 2 companions, the final challenger was Ling Yun of the Lingxiao sect in the Tianxian domain. Ling Yun halted at the foot of the heavenly staircase, his eyes cold as they swept over the trio. The sacred herb Lu Qingchen had stolen flashed through his mind would make the man cough it up sooner or later. With that thought, he stepped onto the staircase. Boom. The moment his foot touched the first step, chaos erupted. The floating palace overhead shuddered as though the sky had been torn apart, and a thick bolt of lightning crashed down from the sea of clouds, striking at his feet. Ding dong. A storage ring and a charred corpse tumbled down the steps, trailing wisps of smoke. Lu Qingchen and the others darted over and crouched to inspect the remains. Brother Chun, I think this is Ling Yun, Yushan muttered, staring at the familiar figure. Yes, it's him, Lu Qingchen confirmed. Yushan frowned in confusion. What happened? How could he be killed by lightning? Lu Qingchen thought for a moment. Probably because he doesn't belong to our world. I can't think of any other explanation. While speaking, he picked up the storage ring and probed it with his senses. A moment later, he exclaimed in delight. The sacred artifact is still here. He drew out the artifact and handed it to an Ilan. Ilan, this is for you. You should have been able to claim another artifact earlier. And Ilan waved her hands. No need. Headmaster Han asked me to watch over you in this realm. It's what I'm supposed to do. I already have one sacred artifact, taking another would make me feel guilty. Yushan chimed in. Sister Lan is right, Brother Chen. You should keep it. Seeing they wouldn't budge, Lu Qingchen nodded with a smile. Fine, but once we're inside the palace, Sister Lan gets first pick of any treasures. With that, he flicked out a jet of flame that reduced Ling Yun's body to ash, then gestured to the other two. Let's go in. The trio stepped onto the heavenly staircase, but no trial appeared. The light shifted, and Lu Qingchen suddenly found himself alone before a blood-red stone gate. How did I end up here? He muttered, frowning at the gate. He had clearly seen Yen Hao step onto the staircase, yet the man was nowhere in sight. Can this door be opened? Lu Qingchen whispered, an inexplicable pull welling up inside him. He pressed his palm against the slab, his fingertips meeting a faintly viscous liquid. Boom. Without warning, the stone gate swung inward, revealing an intact hall beyond. Crimson light washed over the interior, making everything inside seem to pulse like a living thing. What is this? Lu Qingchen whispered, knowing this was a sight he would never forget. Under the glare of countless lamps, the floor of the great hall was awash in dark, crimson blood, a scene fit for the depths of hell. Bathed in flickering light, the thick liquid seeped through cracks in the stone, spreading outward while a metallic stench hung in the air. Corpses lay everywhere, some frozen upright, others sprawled on the floor, each rigid in the instant of its last terror. Eyes were fixed wide, teeth locked tight, as though a scream might erupt at any second. Ages had passed. Whatever blood had coursed through their veins was long gone. Yet the stains below had never faded, proof of the horrifying power they'd once possessed. Step by step, Lu Qingchen entered the hall, feeling as though he had strayed into the 18th circle of hell. Every sight tightened the cold knot in his gut. He slowed, suddenly noticing a statue at the center of the hall, a young man facing him. The figure's bearing was flawless, posture straight, eyes bright as stars, but the shock of silver hair looked unnaturally stark. The closer Lu Qingchen came, the more lifelike the statue seemed, its lips even lifted in a brilliant smile. Meeting that smile, his heart lurched. How is this possible? Lu Qingchen froze, dread spreading like frost. Had Yushan and the others been here, they would have seen at once that the statue's face mirrored his own. You have arrived. A rough, ancient voice echoed. What? Lu Qingchen spun, certain head misheard. Who's there? You have arrived, the voice repeated. Who are you? Ice crawled down his spine, though a clear certainty bloomed inside him. I am you, and you are me. We are one and the same. The voice was low, but carried a hypnotic pull. I am you, you are me. The words echoed off the walls as Lu Qingchen's gaze grew unfocused, his eyes clouding over. Yes, precisely. Enough. Lu Qingchen roared. Crack. His vision split as the hellish scene shattered into countless motes of light, then vanished. He sucked in deep breaths, cold sweat soaking his back. An illusion, I almost fell for it. He patted his chest, still shaken, and glanced around. With the mirage gone, the real hall appeared vast, silent, stripped of blood and bodies. 5 enormous stone platforms remained, arranged like the petals of a plum blossom, encircling a single altar at the center, as if guarding whatever lay within. Lu Qingchen's gaze locked onto the weapon resting there. It was an ancient sword of unknown origin, nearly 4 feet long. Its broad blade matched a grown man's palm in width, the metal so black it seemed steeped in ink. Intricate patterns carved the surface like dried rock fissures, converging near the hilt to form 3 ferocious, nameless beasts' fangs bared, startlingly vivid. From time to time, a faint crimson gleam danced along the edge of the blade. Lu Qingchen looked closer and realized the ancient sword wasn't black at all, but a deep blood red. For reasons unknown, most of the blade was sealed beneath a thick layer of pitch-black buildup, as though time itself had hardened into a shell. At the center of the altar, next to the sword, sat a fist-sized stone sword of exquisite craft. A faint crimson glow pulsed from the stone, casting a red sheen across the surrounding walls. Could this be a soul seed? Lu Qingchen's heart pounded. Unable to suppress his excitement, he lifted the stone sword. It was ice-cold in his palm. After turning it over for some time, without finding anything unusual, he set his curiosity aside and turned back to the ancient sword. Wait, there are characters on the blade? He whispered. Borrowing the stone sword's dim light, he spotted a dark red seal script character beneath the black crusture. Apart from that, the blade was entirely jet black, devoid of any design. He froze. Golden talons materialized at his fingertips. With a gentle scrape, he clawed at the outer layer. A harsh rasp echoed through the chamber, and flakes of black powder fell away like old lacquer. Beneath the debris, a second crimson character appeared. Tian. Sure, Tian, Lu Qingchen murmured, his heart quaking as a long-buried memory resurfaced. Then this soul seed, could it be the Sure Tian demon seed? He stared in disbelief at the sword and the stone relic. He recalled the ancient list of the 10 supreme seeds of all ages, where the Sure Tian demon seed ranked second. Records claimed it was the ultimate demon seed, unrivaled in destructive power. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when its inheritor emerged, countless righteous sects united to hunt him down. Only after 9 heavenly Tao saints fell were they able to seal him. The battle turned rivers to blood, the heavens wailed. All living things lamented a scene that had seared itself into Lu Qingchen's memory. Equally unforgettable was that the Sure Tian demon seed's bearer, known as the Sure Tian demon emperor, was the only person in history to claim an emperor's title with merely ancient sovereign cultivation. The records never said the demon emperor perished, only that 9 saints sealed him away. If that was true, the sword and seed before him made no sense unless the demon emperor had died after all, creating this secret realm in his final moments to preserve the Sure Tian legacy. Thoughts flashed through Lu Qingchen's mind, yet none of his deductions felt airtight. After a brief silence, he asked the system in his head, System, do you recognize these 2 items? Affirmative, host. They are the Sure Tian ancient sword and the Sure Tian ancient seed. The emotionless mechanical voice sounded as calm as ever, yet a fleeting idea flickered through Lu Qingchen's mind and vanished. On a brighter note, the author's first novel has finally surpassed 300,000 words. Thank you to every reader who has supported me along the way. Yay! As he fixed his gaze on the delicate stone sword in his hand, Lu Qingshun felt a feverish excitement ignite within him. The divine seed lay before him. All he had to do was refine it. It had once belonged to the heaven-slaying demon emperor, and with it, he could finally challenge the summit of martial mastery. Countless thoughts churned, and the crimson light in his eyes darkened with ecstatic desire. When his pupils turned pitch black, he lowered his head and swallowed the seed in a single gulp. No one noticed the brief flash of clarity in his eyes as it slipped down his throat. Meanwhile, the other challengers who had stepped onto the celestial staircase were far less fortunate. As Yushan set foot on the first step, his vision flickered from darkness to blinding light, and he found himself in a vast, mysterious stone chamber. Silent engravings lined the walls, dim light flowing between them, and apart from a thin layer of dust, the place was utterly bare. He looked up at the ceiling, pulse racing. What kind of cursed place is this? His voice echoed through the emptiness. Before the words had faded, a first-realm body-refining beast materialized, bearing razor fangs as it lunged. Yushan planted his feet and swung. The wind from his fist exploded. Boom. The creature burst into a cloud of blood. That weak? He muttered in surprise. The blood mist crumbled into ash. Then hundreds of multicolored streams of pure energy gathered in midair and snaked into his meridians. Startled, he quickly grew excited. My cultivation just rose a notch. Could it be? Another beast appeared, stronger than the last second realm. Yushan tightened his fists and charged again. At the far end of the celestial staircase, everyone except Lu Qingshun was dragged into the same trial, though the strength and frequency of the beasts varied. By now, Lu Qingshun was seated cross-legged atop an ancient altar in the grand hall, wrapped in a cocoon of scarlet light. Once inside him, the heaven-slaying seed became a torrent of brutal energy, rampaging through his meridians and veins. Each surge shredded impurities, forcing them out through his pores as black, oily steam. He had braced himself. Years ago, absorbing the burning heaven seed had subjected him to a similar ordeal. Time seeped by. After roughly an hour, he felt as hot as a smelting furnace, as though he had been thrown into boiling water. Only the heat burned from within. The fiery aura intensified, tugging at the very source of his burning heaven physique. Bang! A blast of golden light erupted. His clothes disintegrated, and broad golden dragon scales spread from his collarbones to his limbs, covering him in an instant. He kept his eyes shut, chest heaving, exhaling ribbons of scarlet spirit energy streaked with gold, rolling like molten lava. Well, a deep voice chuckled. The wait was worth it after all. At last, a worthy seedling. This new body is even stronger than my original, one truly a peerless vessel. Lu Qingshun sat cross-legged at the center of the altar, his mind immersed in the heavenly slayer's seed. Scalding energy surged through him, yet he guided and refined every strand without a single leak. While he was wholly absorbed, a towering silhouette appeared in silence, a spirit given form. The figure looked down on Lu Qingshun as though appraising an uncut divine jade, its gaze filled with curiosity and admiration. He remained completely unaware, his focus welded to the ancient seed. As the refinement went deeper, the heavenly slayer seed suddenly erupted, fighting back like a living beast. Ah! A bone-rending scream shattered the silence. Each convulsion of the seed unleashed a brutal shockwave inside him. Every meridian burst in an instant. His skin split like parched earth, and blood gushed from the cracks. Any ordinary person would have disintegrated, yet Lu Qingshun clenched his teeth, forcing the divine seed down without the slightest retreat. The specter floating overhead sighed softly. Such iron will, if he survives, the Tianzu domain will gain another top-tier powerhouse. What a pity. Half a stick of incense passed, yet to Lu Qingshun it felt like 1,000 years. The seed was finally forced into submission, his shredded meridians knitted back together, and the cracks in his skin sealed as if they had never existed. Stranger still, when he looked inward he found his blood had turned completely golden, shining with a metallic gleam. The heavenly slayer's seed now hovered in his dantian, weaving in and out of view with iridescent light, radiating an unparalleled might. The second-ranked divine seed in all of history. Its reputation is well-deserved. Lu Qingshun opened his eyes, his voice hoarse, yet filled with weary satisfaction. At that moment a voice sounded. So, you succeeded in refining it? Lu Qingshun looked up to see the towering figure gazing down at him. And you are? His expression tightened at once. You don't need to know who I am, the silhouette said coolly. Just remember this from today on. I am you and you are me. Before the words faded, the silhouette dissolved into a mass of pitch-black light and lunged for Lu Qingshun's chest. Yet in the next heartbeat, an invisible force blasted the darkness away. Impossible. How can this be? You haven't even unlocked your innate divine art, yet you've already stepped into the earth martial realm. The black light reformed into human shape, its handsome face twisted with disbelief. Lu Qingshun rose to his feet, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Just as I suspected. The specter clapped, composure recovered, though the admiration in his eyes remained strong. As expected of the one I chose, truly spectacular. Then his tone shifted, edged with mockery. But you didn't get everything right, and more importantly, you've made a fatal mistake. Staring down at Lu Qingchen, his voice sank, cold and heavy. This divine seed was never yours to keep. Lu Qingchen, you've been far too greedy. A mocking voice rang through the great hall, yet Lu Qingchen showed no anger. Too greedy am I? Huh. He lifted his eyes to the towering figure shrouded in black mist at the center of the chamber. If I don't claim this divine seed, would you, Shurtian Demon Emperor, really let me leave? The Demon Emperor gave a low, disdainful laugh, his billowing robes rippling like a midnight tide. A fair question, but it changes nothing. You're not walking out of here alive. As Lu Qingchen finished speaking, the Shurtian ancient seed embedded in his chest flared. Milky light cascaded forth, flooding the hall and forcing the vague demonic silhouette into solid form. Whoosh! The no-corporeal demon emperor lunged. Lu Qingchen barely raised an arm before the figure dissolved, a wisp of darkness plunging between his brows. His sea of spirit burst open, a vast, starlit ocean where multicolored waves rolled beneath a colossal jade lotus slowly turning overhead. Hovering above the water, the demon emperor surveyed the splendor with a brilliant, perilous smile. Sensing the intrusion, the waters swirled into a vortex. Streams of liquid light shot upward, coalescing into a radiant humanoid, Lu Qingchen's battle spirit. Glimmering and proud, it stood atop the lotus, a delicate sword in hand. Impossible. You actually forged a battle spirit? The demon emperor cried. The spirit pointed its blade at him, voice clear and cold. Shurtian Demon Emperor, show me everything you've got. A mere king-grade spirit dares flaunt itself before me? The demon emperor sneered. Spreading his arms, he conjured a storm of black light that twisted into thick tendrils, whipping forward to bind the spirit. Sword flashes carved through bundle after bundle of tendrils, but the struggle dragged on for a quarter hour. At last the spirit's glow dimmed, its movement slowed, and the tendrils wrapped it in layer after layer of darkness. Ha! So what if you forged a battle spirit? You can't stop me. The demon emperor roared, his shadowy form recoalescing. Standing in the heart of the spiritual sea, Lu Qingchen had grown deathly pale. What do you really want? He asked, voice faint. To devour your soul and claim your body. The demon emperor replied, smile twisting. As for those enchanting women at your side, your esteemed master, as well make sure they get my personal attention. He cackled, tightening the tendrils to crush the battle spirit. Blood stained Lu Qingchen's lips, yet he laughed coldly. Keep dreaming. We're not done. A blinding white light erupted from within the battle spirit. With a thunderous boom, the constricting tendrils shattered. The demon emperor stiffened. His gaze snapped to the jade lotus high above, eyes narrowing. I nearly forgot, he muttered. The jade lotus of creation is still patching you up. Demon Emperor Shurtian, you're clearly nowhere near your prime, otherwise I'd already be dead. Lu Qingchen looked up at the towering blood-red silhouette, thoughts whirling. You're right. I'm far from my peak, Shurtian replied in a low growl, then sneered. But killing you will still take only a flick of my wrist. A crimson tide erupted from the emperor, drenching Lu Qingchen's mental realm in blood. High above, the creation jade divine lotus lurched, slowed, and finally stopped. Bereft of the lotus protection, his spiritual power could no longer replenish itself. On the other side of the heavenly stairway, Yushan shook blood from his arm. At his feet lay a first-grade Diwu beast. Panting, he could hardly contain his excitement. 4th level of Diwu realm already. I wonder how Brother Chun and Sister Lan are doing. Within a single incense stick, he had cut down 1 first-grade Lingwu beast, 2 second-grade, 3 third-grade, 4 4th-grade, 5 5th-grade, and now a first-grade Diwu beast. Each kill poured soul power into him, pushing his cultivation higher. By the pattern, the next wave should be 2. The void tore open before he finished speaking, and 2 second-grade Diwu beasts leapt out, roaring, proving him right. Not far away, an Elon cleaved the sky with a sword flash, finishing off another first-grade Diwu beast. Multicolored currents surged through her meridians, and her aura vaulted to the 4th level of Diwu realm. Yin Hao, the first to mount the stairway, had already hit the 5th level. Laughing wildly, sacred weapon in hand, he butchered 6 6th-grade Diwu beasts in a single sweep. When they vanished, no new foes appeared. Instead, a stone door etched with ancient runes materialized in midair. Eyes blazing, he pushed it open and stepped inside. Back in Lu Qingchen's spiritual sea, everything was sealed in blood. Let's see what tricks you've got left, Shurtian hissed, conjuring a forest of shadowy tentacles. Lu Qingchen suddenly closed his eyes and stopped resisting, as though surrendering. No one knew how much time passed before boom. The hall stone doors flew open and Yin Hao burst in. At the arena's center sat Lu Qingchen, motionless. His once crimson hair had turned snow white. He looked like a withered statue. Lu Qingchen, get down here. Yin Hao roared. Insect, you disturb my lord. A hoarse, icy voice answered from Lu Qingchen's lips. He opened his eyes now entirely blank and white. Before Yin Hao could react, Two thread-thin, razor-sharp white blades shot from those eyes and stabbed straight into his body. Uft. A slender white sword pierced Yan Hao's chest in an instant, making only the faintest sound. Searing pain burst through him. Yan Hao's roar died in his throat, strangled before it could form. Eyes rounded in panic, he stared at the white-haired youth and forced down a mouthful of blood. You're not Lu Qingchen at all. Who are you? Before the last word left his lips, a light breeze swept by. Black and white radiance flared across his body, and flesh and bone disintegrated, scattering into tiny motes that drifted through the hall without leaving a single drop of blood. How dare you kill my son? You're dead. A figure ripped open the void with the shout, hurling a gale of violent spiritual power at Lu Qingchen. Annoying. Lu Qingchen snorted. The ancient sword on the altar hummed, turned into a flash of frost, and streaked forward. Boom. The sword light shredded the incoming strike, then punched straight through the newcomer. Under the blistering blade aura, the man was reduced to ash before he could even scream. The sword aura subsided. Lu Qingchen's white hair flew behind him as he raised a hand. Several storage rings leapt from the floor into his palm. Can't let these resources go to waste. Sensing their contents, he sighed. This body is still far too weak. The heaven-slaying ancient sword floated back to his grip, crimson lines snaking across its surface. Stroking the icy edge, Lu Qingchen smiled in drunken delight. Old friend, I'm back. Once I'm at my peak, we'll cut our way home again. Humph, those insects actually dared touch the heaven-slaying hall's property. As he spoke, his fingers flew through a series of seals. A dark rift split the air. All of you, come back to me. The rift shuddered, clang, clang, thud. 3 objects dropped onto the floor. The next instant Lu Qingchen staggered, and the fissure snapped shut. Damn, I'm the brink of death, and they still ruin my plans. Snarling, he dashed to the side wall and slammed a palm onto a protruding mechanism. Rumble-heavy doors slammed shut, stone bolts locking in place. Simultaneously, every remaining cultivator in the secret realm was forced out by a burst of light. Yushan and 3 others were swept away as well. My sacred artifact. Above War God Academy, a roar of anger and grievance echoed. A spatial crack opened, and Duan Hongtian tumbled out, landing solidly on the ground. Hongtian, what happened? Why are you back? A burly man sprinted over to find his son standing with both hands raised, utterly bewildered. Dad, would you believe me if I said my sacred artifact sprouted legs and ran off? Duan Hongtian muttered, leaving his father staring in shock. Heaven Dao Academy. Bang. Yushan was spat from a spatial fissure and slammed onto the training field, grimacing in pain. Headmasters, why did you all dodge? He wailed at the 5 figures in front of him. I didn't see what it was, Chu Chuan mumbled, rubbing his hands in embarrassment. You all right? Come here, let your teacher see if you're missing any pieces. Suddenly realizing that his apprentice was now richer than he was, Chu Chuan hurried over in concern. Yushan brushed the dust from his clothes and rose from the damp training ground, still a little shaken. I'm fine. The ground isn't that hard, he said. Huh. Where's Brother Chun? He looked around, found no sign of Lu Qingchen, and finally gazed up at the 5 deans. Didn't he come out with us? What did you say? Han Ming stepped forward the moment she heard Brother Chun, her voice tight with worry. I was inside the trial when some mysterious force suddenly threw me out, Yushan replied, scratching his head in confusion. Didn't it do the same to Brother Chin? You mean it sent you out alone? You and Qingchen weren't together? Han Ming pressed. Yushan thought back more carefully. No. After I stepped onto that heavenly staircase, I ended up in a huge stone chamber with 6 spiritrank, 6 deer beasts. I killed 5 of them, and just as I was about to finish the last one, I was transported out. I never saw Brother Chun. The group exchanged looks. Han Ming pondered for a moment, then suddenly fixed her gaze on the majestic palace high above. Could Qingchen have entered that palace? Her words snapped everyone to attention. Long Feng quickly analyzed the situation. Dean Han is right. If Lu Qingchen wasn't sent out, the most likely explanation is that he went straight to the core area. With that kid's quick wit, he won't be in danger for now. So what do we do? Chu Chuan asked instinctively. We wait and see, Long Feng replied with a casual wave, then joked, Yushan, didn't you bring out 2 sane artifacts? Let us borrow them for a while so we aren't bored stiff while waiting. Yushan handed over the artifacts. For the moment, everyone settled down, staring at the sky and quietly awaiting what would come next. In another lush valley, away from the 3 top academies, leaders of the other martial soul universities still hadn't left. The clearing was silent. Suddenly, a deep hum split the air, and every head snapped upward. An altar rose slowly, 7-colored light weaving across its surface before coalescing into a vortex in midair. They're coming out, one elder shouted. In the next instant, countless figures tumbled from the rainbow vortex, the stench of blood flooding the valley. How can this be? Eyes widened as they took in the wounded and unconscious students, shock sealing every mouth. Meanwhile, inside Lu Qingchen's sea of consciousness, the Devilmancer Emperor reappeared. The once azure waters were now stained crimson, murderous intent surging like a tide. Qingqian's battle soul flickered weakly yet refused to go out, thwarting the emperor again and again. You dare ruin my plans, though? You really think I can't refine you? The Devilmancer Emperor snarled, black mist boiling with killing intent. Just as he was about to crush the battle soul, a majestic aura surged from within Lu Qingqian. Golden light pierced the blood-red sea, dyeing the entire spiritual realm a blazing gold. That's the solar Tao of heaven. Impossible. The Devilmancer Emperor shouted. Lu Qingqian looked at the shadowy figure, his solemn expression turning icy. You should have died hundreds of thousands of years ago. Kill me? You don't have what it takes. Devilmancer Emperor, this era isn't yours. He let out a soft laugh, mockery flashing in his eyes. Am I right, Devilmancer Emperor? Or should I say system? And finally, thank you to all my lovely readers for your continued support. Let's keep growing stronger together. Lu Qingqian's self-deprecating voice echoed through the Great Hall, exposing an unbelievable truth. Long ago he had sensed that something was wrong with his system. The first flaw appeared in a peculiar mission. Before reaching the next major realm, he had to present an immortal-level cultivation manual to his first master. Why specifically before the breakthrough? Stranger still, he could not explain where the manual came from, yet the system forced him to give it away. The doubt lingered until he entered the secret realm. The Saint-class inheritance refused to reveal itself. Just as he was about to look for other opportunities, the system suddenly warned, the inheritance ground is about to appear. How could it know? That was when his vigilance truly began. After the second round of inheritance battles, he was finally certain. The system behaved like a living being. But who was behind it? He still had no answer. Yushan had warned him, Saint artifacts are forbidden on the platform, yet he could use them. That led to the scene where he asked Yushan to try a blood bond. Two Saint artifacts emerged one after another, yet both failed to recognize a master. Only when the Shurtian Ancient Sword and the Shurtian Ancient Seed surfaced did he connect the dots and arrive at a startling hypothesis. Though still conjecture, he had plenty of reason to believe that the system possessed its own consciousness and was very likely connected to the demon Emperor Shurtian. And why was he so certain? For one reason only. The system's very existence defied common sense. In his previous life, he had read countless novels where such systems existed only in imagination. For one to appear in reality was the source of every anomaly. Incredible. Truly incredible. The demon Emperor Shurtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qingqian with something between admiration and curiosity. Wish another phantom shot out of Lu Qingqian's body. The figure was identical to the demon emperor, save that it was pure white, like a mirror image. I never expected you to see through it. Lu Qingqian, you are the second person in many years to earn my respect, the white silhouette said with a chilling smile. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty, Lu Qingqian answered, cupping his fists, though doubt still lingered. But there is one thing I still don't understand. I hope you will enlighten me. Speak. The demon emperor nodded with a faint smile. Why me? Lu Qingqian lifted his eyes, the other's figure reflected in them. It was the greatest riddle in his heart. A good question. The demon emperor fixed his gaze on him, his calm tone cutting like a blade. Since you've asked, I'll hide nothing. After a brief pause, he said slowly, because your soul is different from that of ordinary people, it does not belong to this world. Boom, one short sentence crashed through Lu Qingqian's mind like thunder, leaving it blank. He could accept his system, his talent, his opportunities, but the fact that his soul did not belong to this world was his deepest secret. Now it had been exposed with a single remark. How could he not be shaken? How do you know? His voice trembled despite himself. The demon emperor replied blandly, because I cannot sense your imprint. In other words, as far as this world is concerned, you do not exist. Although you have truly manifested in this world, your soul imprint is foreign, hidden from everyone. The Shurtian demon emperor's gaze froze in midair, as if reliving memories buried long ago. Back then, I was besieged by the 9 heavenly Tao sacred lords. My body was sealed, yet with a remnant soul I tore open the void, seized several heavenly Tao artifacts and some resources, and forced my way back to the ancestral heaven domain. It was precisely at that moment that you appeared. The Shurtian demon emperor's eyes glimmered with reminiscence, his voice low and deliberate. When I realized your soul came from elsewhere, I split my remnant soul in two. One fragment hid deep within your mind. The other carried my resources and carved out this secret realm. Then why pretend to be a system and hand out those rewards? Isn't that a little childish? Lu Qingqian frowned, his question blunt. Your memories were simply fascinating. The Shurtian demon emperor sighed. The system facade gave me the perfect excuse to interact with you. I never thought you would see through it so quickly. He shook his head with a wry smile. A system is ultimately a fabrication. It appears out of thin air with no real logic, so no one should take it for granted, Lu Qingqian replied calmly. Oh, are you suggesting I'm childish? The Shurtian demon emperor said with a half laugh, half curse. I wouldn't dare, Lu Qingqian said, shaking his head. Those rewards were meant to perfect this body and strengthen its foundation. As for the source of the resources, you should have guessed it by now. They all came from the Eastern Emperor Bell. Lu Qingxian stared at him. Correct. Most of them were taken from the Eastern Emperor Bel, the Shirtian Demon Emperor admitted. Only the Great Heavenly Fortune Pill was kept as my final trump card. Any other questions? What exactly is going on with my third martial spirit? Lu Qingxian voiced another doubt. It is merely a secret technique that your current cultivation has yet to reach, the Shirtian Demon Emperor smiled. The rest of my arrangements will reveal themselves as you grow. So the lottery draws were also something you fabricated from my past life memories. Consider my eyes opened, Lu Qingxian said, shaking his head in helpless amusement. Everything about the system was created by me. Once you reach my realm, you'll realize it was only the simplest of tricks. His tone shifted. However, I never expected the solar heavenly Tao to acknowledge you. That was a pleasant surprise. The smile faded from the demon emperor's face, and a tidal pressure swept out. Since you've chosen this path, I will not quit halfway. Lu Qingxian, show me what other surprises you have in store. As his words fell, the black and white phantoms merged at once, condensing into a handsome man in his early 20s. You have been acknowledged by the solar heavenly Tao, yet you still lack the most crucial piece. The man chuckled softly. He raised his hand, and an ancient Shirtian sword materialized out of thin air. Shirtian Dao. The solemn proclamation reverberated through the sea of consciousness. The Shirtian demon emperor transformed into a blood-red battle soul and descended once more into Lu Qingxian's spiritual domain. In that instant, the blood-red battle soul born of Shirtian Modii raised an ancient sword and leveled it at Lu Qingxian's distant spirit form. Scarlet radiance spread from beneath his feet, and within 3 breaths Lu Qingxian's sea of consciousness was once again stained a dark crimson. Lu Qingxian, your talent is exceptional, Shirtian Modii said with a low, assured laugh. You earned the acknowledgement of a branch of Tiandao before even reaching the king realm. But without the key Tiandao artifact, you can't unleash its true might. The solar Tiandao artifact hasn't surfaced in hundreds of thousands of years. No one even knows what it looks like. What can you possibly use to stop me now? Lu Qingxian gave no reply. He slowly closed his eyes while time slipped by. Certain of victory, Shirtian Modii waited patiently, watching his opponent sink into silence. Suddenly Lu Qingxian's eyes snapped open. Crimson gold light burst from under his feet, reclaiming half of his spirit sea by force. A blazing sun rose behind him, yet it was an ancient mirror of pure crimson gold, its surface burning like midday fire. In a heartbeat its fierce majesty met the ancient sword Hedon. Shirtian Modii's eye twitched. Impossible. The solar Tiandao inheritance artifact is on you, and I never sensed it. Startled yet again, he tightened his grip, blood-colored light surging along the blade. Tianzuyu. Hey, why did the sky change color? A young woman called, looking up. It was normal a moment ago. Why is it suddenly blood red? And over there it's turning crimson gold. The once clear sky split into scarlet and crimson gold, the two vast auras tearing at one another. Oppressive force poured down. Every living being in Huan Nation felt it. Ordinary folk experienced only mild unease, but the stronger one's cultivation, the heavier the burden on their shoulders. Under this Tiandao pressure, saints who were usually aloof broke into cold sweat as they struggled to keep their backs straight. Lei Sheng and Ying Sheng were pressed face down into the earth, unable to move. Moments earlier they had been plotting to destroy the Tiandao Academy from the sky, and now an unseen force pinned them to the dust. Dean, what in the world is happening? Chu Chuan forced himself to clasp his fists, his voice shaking. Long Feng frowned, eyes locked on the shifting heavens, and said nothing. Han Meng, Nangong Qianyue, and Lu Chengfeng were faring little better. I'm guessing it has something to do with a heavenly Tao relic. There must be a war raging somewhere. Black storm clouds churned across the sky as a colossal palace, so dark it seemed to swallow light itself, hovered in midair like the whisper of death. Long Feng looked up, his eyes locked on the palace, the space between his brows drawn taut. Among the 5 deans present, only he could meet the heavens Hedon. The crushing pressure felt almost solid, forcing everyone to bow as even breathing turned labored. Behind Long Feng, a massive blood-red bow blazed to life, casting a crimson shield that wrapped him in its arc. Lu Chengfeng struggled to lift his head, cold sweat streaming down his temples. A heavenly Tao war. What does that even mean? He knew the heavenly Tao Academy hid powerful artifacts, but he had no idea how terrifying such a war could be. It's complicated, Long Feng answered, voice low yet wary. Think of it as 2 heavenly Tao artifacts colliding. Even as he spoke, his gaze never left the shadowy palace. He could clearly feel 2 forces strong enough to tear the world apart, surging from deep within. Han Meng's eyes flashed with anxiety. Could it be Xiaochun? The Long K Fiend Blade she carries is a heavenly Tao artifact too. She tried to lift her head, but the layered celestial pressure weighed on her like an invisible mountain. Every attempt left her neck pinned. Not Lu Qingxian, Long Feng said after a brief pause. The aura in that palace is nothing like the Long K Fiend Blade. He shot Han Meng a reassuring glance. Hearing this, Nangong Qianyue and Han Meng stopped struggling. Their heads remained bowed, but relief was evident on their faces. Even so, A complicated look flickered in Long Feng's eye. She was almost certain Lu Qingchun was involved somehow. Please stay safe, Lu Qingchun, he prayed silently. If anything happens, the academy won't survive the fallout. At the same time, the Tianzu domain wasn't the only place shaken. The heavenly realm, the other 7 realms, even the primordial continental were blanketed by the same overwhelming pressure. Regardless of status or strength, every living being instinctively bent under its weight. Even those capable of sundering heaven and earth had to bow. Inside the pitch-black palace, a bronze mirror floated in the air, its surface rippling like a gateway to an unknown cosmos. The shadow of the demon emperor Shirtian stood before it, his voice low and layered with emotion. Tell Muhin, did you obtain that heavenly Tao artifact? He knew he had lost this game. At his peak, or even with his body intact, he never would have been forced into a corner. But now, reduced to a remnant soul with his body sealed away, his power was limited and defeat inevitable. After I refined the burning heaven divine seed, Lu Qingxin replied, turning toward the ancient mirror. Her tone was calm, brimming with confidence. Still, I should thank you. If you hadn't offered the seed as a reward, I'd never have gotten it. That was indeed my oversight, the demon emperor sighed. By rights, your burning heaven-sacred body should belong to me. I never imagined the solar heavenly Tao would acknowledge you, much less grant you its matching artifact. Lu Qingxin smiled, her eyes clear as a star-filled sea. It seems, Senior Demon Emperor, the game is mine. You win. The Demon Emperor of Shirtian managed a wry smile. His fingers closed around empty air, and an ancient, understated longsword condensed in an instant, landing in his palm. The moment he sheathed it, the roiling blood-red curtain inside their shared mindscape peeled back layer by layer, settling into a serene crimson gold. He ran his fingertips along the flat of the blade. Its chill remained, but a rare gentleness surfaced in his eyes. Lu Qingxin, making it this far is no small feat. You flatter me, Senior, Lu Qingxin replied, cupping his fists with respectful calm, without a trace of arrogance. He understood clearly. This man had once entertained the idea of seizing his body, yet still deserved respect. If the Demon Emperor had pressed the attack, a mutually ruinous outcome was possible, but victory would have been far from assured. Anyone worshipped by countless cultivators as the Demon Emperor would never reveal all his cards. As for why he had suddenly relented in epiphany, perhaps, or simple appreciation of talent, Lu could only guess. The Demon Emperor lifted the sword, his palm trembling slightly. This Shirtian sword has followed me through countless battles. Today, I give it to you. What? Lu Qingxin blurted, utterly unprepared for such words. You heard me, the Demon Emperor said, his tone solemn as a tolling bell. From this day forward, you are the sword's new master. Ninth successor of the Shirtian Hall Lu Qingxun, take the blade. Fate seemed to turn on that declaration. Without hesitation, Lu dropped to one knee and accepted the legendary weapon with both hands. Cold light played across his face as the sword's boundless fighting spirit resonated with his own. From this moment, you are also master of the entire Shirtian Hall, the Demon Emperor added, eyebrows lifting, a weight visibly leaving his shoulders. May this sword carry you to the summit. Master of the Hall. Senior, what does that entail? Lu asked, bewildered. It's a force founded by the first Demon Emperor of Shirtian, and it will stand as your shield and backing, the Demon Emperor explained patiently. Lu's eyes sparkled. Really? Then I've gained quite the ally. An awkward look crossed the Demon Emperor's face. Well, in the last Great War, the Hall's situation became rather dire. Dire? How dire? Lu's brows knitted together. Ere it may be down to only you. What? Just me? Lu exploded, nearly flinging the ancient sword away. Sorry, but whoever wants to inherit that mess can have it. Easy, easy. I said maybe. It might not be that bad, and you're not getting shortchanged, the Demon Emperor urged, coaxing him back to calm. After much persuasion, Lu's mood finally steadied. I suspect a few of the old veterans survived, the Demon Emperor said. Once you step onto the primordial continent, you'll sense them. Although the Slaughter Heaven Hall may have crumbled, its treasury still stands intact. When the Demon Emperor said this with a sigh, Lu Qingxin's eyes immediately lit up. The bleakness on his face was replaced by a blazing excitement. The Demon Emperor lifted his head inwardly, torn by doubt. Should this once glorious sect really be handed over to the greedy little fox before him? That's right. The hall may be gone, but the treasury remains, and what's inside will more than satisfy you. With a resigned sigh, he confirmed the promise. Where's the treasury? Lu Qingxin pressed. You'll learn in time, but it isn't in this domain. There are other domains. Lu pursued. He already knew worlds existed beyond the ancestral heaven domain. Yet since the Demon Emperor was so well-traveled, why not pry for more details? Of course, the Demon Emperor replied. The ancestral heaven domain is the weakest of the 9 domains of the celestial realm. In addition to the celestial realm, there are 7 worlds of comparable scale: the terrestrial realm, the profound realm, the yellow realm, and others. You've heard the phrase heaven, earth, profound, yellow, the boundless cosmos, haven't you? Heaven, earth, profound, Yellow, the boundless cosmos? Lu Qingchen blurted, shocked. Exactly. Beyond those there is also a primordial continent. When your cultivation is high enough you'll see farther. Explaining now would be pointless. Lu pursed his lips. Fine. You're stronger than I am, so you make the rules. The demon emperor ignored the jab and turned his gaze to the altar, where 5 stone tables each supported a dazzling divine weapon. The Slaughter Heaven treasury is still far out of reach, so I hope these 5 heavenly Tao artifacts can help you. 5 heavenly Tao artifacts for me. Lu was stunned, hurrying to inspect them. They're for you, but they won't necessarily belong to you. What do you mean? The 9th successor must build his own power base. Only a strong foundation can carry you to the summit. I charged ahead alone, and the 9 heavenly Tao saints sealed me precisely because I had no one to rely on. His voice was calm, yet tinged with loneliness. Start cultivating your faction from day one. Those 2 beautiful masters of yours are loyal. Try to make them your guardians. They'll think about it, Lu nodded solemnly. And if you can win their hearts, all the better, ha ha. Win their hearts? What's that supposed to mean? Lu blinked in confusion. It means, oh, shut up. Seeing the demon emperor's suggestive grin, Lu cursed. The demon emperor laughed, the sound fading midair. Enough, this is where I leave you. The last fragment of my soul is about to dissipate. Senior demon emperor, Lu's gaze grew complicated. The figure before him was already much dimmer, on the verge of vanishing. Death is nothing. Don't mourn, the demon emperor said softly. There's a gift for you beneath the altar. Open it. All feasts must end. Lu Qingchen, farewell. Light rained down, illuminating the demon emperor's snow-white hair. That youthful, heroic figure gave Lu Qingchen a gentle nod. His smile shone with the radiance of an innocent boy. The rain of light vanished, and with it, everything else. The secret realm was drained of its aura, a deathly stillness flooding every inch of air. In the vast hall, only the 5 heavenly Tao artifacts and the heaven-smiting ancient sword remained, their icy gleam like frozen starlight, and in Lu Qingchen's heart, the towering figure branded there for eternity. Senior Devil Emperor. Lu Qingchen growled. His tall frame trembled with grief, crimson gold eyes glistening. For an instant he seemed to see it all. Snow-white hair whipping in a storm, an ancient sword cleaving the sky, the 9 great Tao sovereigns shattered in a single swing. The heaven-smiting Devil Emperor once stood alone between heaven and earth, his presence shaking past and present alike. The vision froze at the moment the 9 sovereigns were annihilated. The Devil Emperor planted beside his sword, unbowed and unbroken. Crack! The illusion shattered, silence crashed down. Only ragged sobs lingered. Lu Qingchen spun and knelt where the Devil Emperor had faded, striking his forehead to the floor 3 times. Master, hear me. Today I swear once my cultivation is complete, I will rebuild the Hall of Heaven Smiting and destroy every force tied to that battle. The vow was hoarse yet ironclad. He rose, eyes cold as distant stars. The Devil Emperor had fallen, but his lineage would not. One day the Hall of Heaven Smiting would rise again, and old enemies would pay. Steadying his breath, Lu Qingchen walked to the altar at the hall's center. With a sweep of the ancient sword the stone cracked open, revealing a hollow bathed in faint light. 6 relics hovered within. A blood-red token, a thick ancient tome, a mysterious stone tablet, and 3 jade vials. Rainbow liquid flowed in the vials, as if holding the secrets of heaven and earth. This was the Devil Emperor's entire bequest. Lu Qingchen slipped the 3 jade vials inside his robe, then fixed his gaze on the token. Dark red and heavy, its material was unfamiliar. The front bore the characters, Shirtian, the back a finely carved stone sword. Master's emblem, he murmured, tucking it close to his chest before turning to the tome and tablet. For bold characters blazed across the tome's cover Devil Emperor's notes. Lu Qingchen drew a deep breath and opened it. The first page was dominated by a drawing of an ancient sword, a dusky blade with a terrifying edge. Beside it a dense column of script declared, Heaven-smiting ancient sword, ancestral weapon of the heaven-smiting line, supreme in offense throughout the ages. Only its chosen inheritor can wield the complete heaven-smiting Tao. The second and third pages laid out the cultivation paths of the heaven-smiting Tao and the heaven-smiting ancient seed. Reaching the 9th page, a familiar term leapt out: creation, Jade Divine Lotus. The notes said the lotus evolved with its bearer's realm, its transformations unfathomably profound. Lu Qingchen read on in rapt concentration. Dozens of pages later, amid seas of cramped script, he finally found the answer he so desperately sought. The creation Jade Lotus, once evolved into a supreme martial spirit, is said to undergo a transformation so extraordinary that it borders on legend. In the distant wild realm, one cultivator succeeded in doing so. After his martial spirit shed its skin, he comprehended a supreme law and soared overnight, shaking the entire realm. Lu Qingchen's eyes burned as he read this passage. He still had 7 Saint Blood Tontian fruits in hand. Snapping the Demon Emperor's handbook shut, he turned to the last mysterious slab. He cradled it with care, examining it from every angle. The dull gray surface felt rough and icy. bearing no patterns and showing not a hint of spiritual fluctuation. Could this really be just an ordinary stone? He muttered, frowning, yet he refused to believe his master would leave behind something useless. 10 minutes of careful scrutiny yielded nothing. Tugging at his white hair in frustration, sudden inspiration struck. Seriously? How did I miss the obvious? He growled. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip and let a drop of golden blood fall onto the slab center. The stone drank the blood instantly. An eerie crimson light flooded its surface, then contracted into a thin beam that pierced straight into Lu Qingchen's sea of consciousness with a sharp hiss. The Slayer of Heaven scripture? A transmitted cultivation art? The moment his mind touched the slab, torrents of ancient, fragmented characters surged into his head. Though the script was unfamiliar, its meaning came effortlessly. Cultivate the Slayer of Heaven scripture. Wield the power to slay the heavens. Even more astonishing, the scripture contained numerous combat arts and divine techniques, though his current realm barred him from the higher chapters. Several words shone brighter than the rest. Slayer of Heaven, 7 forms. Lu Qingchen's heart pounded. A divine technique? He whispered, barely suppressing his joy. Perfect me lifebound art is settled. He sat down cross-legged at once, guiding his chi according to the scripture. Each of the 7 forms carried fearsome destructive power. If he mastered them all, he could merge them into a single ultimate strike capable of rending the heavens. Among cultivators, it is said that before stepping into the earth martial realm, one should choose a divine art as a life-bound technique and perfect it upon reaching earth martial first tier to maximize combat strength. This is not the only path. Many start with ordinary arts and upgrade later when fortune smiles, but precisely because everyone craves greater power, countless warriors reach king or even emperor rank without ever securing a true life-bound art. Divine arts themselves vary widely in grade. Most cultivators see only the common ones. Minor clans may safeguard a few refined techniques. Great powers with millennia of heritage store even loftier arts. The true pinnacle, the supreme divine arts, exists solely within holy lands or sects that have endured 10,000 years, and the moment one surfaces, the strongest of the realm will fight for it. The Slayer of Heaven, 7 forms that Lu Qingchen obtained belongs to this final tiara supreme divine art. Throughout the entire cultivation world, techniques worthy of that title can be counted on one hand. These supreme arts are usually controlled by the foremost factions in the cultivation world and are passed down only to their innermost circle. Yet Lu Qingchen has mastered 7 of them. Beyond the heaven-slaying scripture, he holds 6 full heavenly Tao artifacts. If word ever got out, the entire Tianzhu domain would be wiped off the map in an instant. In less than an hour, he refined the newest art into his own life-bound technique. When he opened his eyes, faint starlight seemed to flicker in their depths. Rising to his feet, he looked at the 5 stone tables lined up to his right. Each table bore 3 items, a weapon, a soul seed, and a stone slate, 5 identical sets, arranged with perfect precision. Lu Qingchen sighed inwardly. All of them are matched pairs. Before dying, the Heaven Slayer Devil Emperor had urged him to establish a faction of his own as quickly as possible. Only with a powerful backing could he climb to higher realms. The Emperor had specifically mentioned Han Meng and Nangong Qianyue, making it clear that these heavenly Tao artifacts must go to those he trusted most. A single heavenly Tao artifact is rare enough to shake the cultivation world. Lu Qingchen now controlled several. According to the Emperor's notes, there are 33 such treasures, yet they almost never appear together. During the ultimate battle, 9 artifacts emerged, and with the Emperor's ancient sword there were 10 in total, the greatest number ever seen at once. 5 of the 9 saints' artifacts now rest in this very hall. The whereabouts of the other 4 remain unknown. Counting the heaven-slaying ancient sword and Lu Qingchen's own sun-incinerating mirror, 7 heavenly Tao artifacts are currently in play. No one knows where the rest are hidden. I wonder how Yushan and the others are doing. Stowing everything from the 5 tables, Lu Qingchen prepared to leave the hall and search for his companions. Boom. The once intact stone tables suddenly shattered, debris flying in every direction. Stunned, Lu Qingchen watched brilliant sparks rise from the broken slabs. Could it be? He muttered, blasting the rubble apart with a single palm. SHHHH. Soul seeds clinked onto the floor amid the falling stones, glinting coldly. He picked up the last blade-shaped seed and couldn't help but smile. Jackpot. Never thought they'd hide soul seeds inside the tables. This hall is insane. He glanced at the dozens of seeds now piled in his storage ring, excitement surging, then his expression dimmed. If only Master were here to see this. The thrill faded, and heaviness settled over him once again. Tianzhu domain. The blood-red and scarlet gold glow that had stained the sky was long gone, and the land of Hua country had returned to normal. The calm lasted only a few seconds. Eagle Sage and Thunder Sage had barely struggled to their feet when an even more terrifying aura forced them back to the ground. 33 colossal pillars of light erupted between heaven and earth, and 33 thrones of the Tao emerged one after another. Dazzling radiance poured from the sky, Whether in deserts, on islands, or deep in the mountains, everyone could clearly witness the spectacle as though the gods themselves had appeared. After a quarter of an hour, the light faded, and the thrones dissolved into streams of brilliance that scattered across the cultivation world like drifting seeds. On Yuanshe continent, in Zhongzhou, stood Tianji Hall. Perched on mountaintops amid the clouds, the hall was revered as sacred by countless martial artists. Famous for divining the future and reading the tides of destiny, it was also the only power that never interfered in worldly disputes, giving it a status above all others. The 33 thrones have appeared. The great era has begun, the master of Tianji Hall murmured, his gaze piercing the firmament. Only when the final throne vanished did he turn and step inside. Half a stick of incense later, his voice echoed across the land through a secret art. The thrones of the Tao have awakened, and a golden age descends. I now raise the heaven and earth twin rankings to determine the rise and fall of destiny. At that proclamation, the entire continent erupted. Countless sects and clans mobilized every resource, launching a desperate search for the legendary thrones. Boom. Deep within a secret realm, Lu Qingchun had just gathered every soul seed into his robes when the great hall quaked violently. A pitch-black fissure split the air, its ravenous pull dragging him inside before snapping shut. Deprived of its support, the hall and the entire secret realm began to collapse in a roaring cloud of dust. Arctic icefield. Knife-sharp winds howled beneath low, heavy clouds. A rift suddenly tore open, and Lu Qingchun tumbled from the sky. He steadied himself just in time. Otherwise, he would have slammed into the ancient glaciers below. All around stretched a world of silver and blue. Bewildered, he muttered, "Where on earth have I landed?" Regaining his composure, he drew out an ice talisman and pinched it between his fingers. The charm shattered into shards of cold light. First things first, find shelter. With that, he invoked washing away the mundane, his figure fading to a shadow as he slipped along the undulating ice in search of cover. Heavenly Tao Academy. Han Ming looked up, eyes flashing. Xiao Chun just activated the talisman. What did you say? Lu Qingchun's in trouble? Nangong Qianhua demanded. Exactly. I gave him an ice talisman to break it if things went south, Han Ming replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? The moment she heard Lu Qingchun was in danger, Nangong Qianhua urged them forward. Sensing the talisman's fading trace, Han Ming frowned. He's somewhere on the Arctic ice field. The ice field was a lifeless, frozen expanse unfit for humans and shunned even by spirit beasts. Only a handful of cultivators in Huagua had ever set foot there. The idea seemed absurd, yet the only explanation was a random teleport from the secret realm. There's no time to lose. Let's move, Long Feng said, the blood-red bow on his back gleaming as he met the other's eyes. Let's move. Tian Lao and Sheng Lao were the first to answer, shooting northward through the air. Seeing the two elders depart, Han Ming rose at once to follow, her soul sense locked firmly on Lu Qingchun's position. The others accelerated as well, turning into streaks of light that raced toward the northern polar ice field. The northern polar ice field was infamous for its brutality. Gales carried bone-piercing cold, and even the air itself seemed ready to freeze. Lu Qingchun searched the endless whiteness for a long time before finding a natural cave hidden behind a jagged cliff. When he entered, frost coated his hair, brows, and lashes, and the hem of his robe had frozen stiff in the frigid wind. Yet the moment he roused the blazing yang spirit within him, golden soul force rose like mist, melting the frost in a heartbeat and revealing his robe's original color. With a physique acknowledged by the solar heavenly Tao, such low temperatures were little more than an inconvenience. I just hope Master and the others get here soon. Please let nothing go wrong, he muttered, spreading the pelts of the beasts he had hunted across the stone floor and sitting cross-legged. The northern polar ice field covered a fifth of Tianzhu domain. With only earth martial cultivation, walking out on his own was a hopeless fantasy. Worse, even if he escaped, trouble would only follow. Inside the secret realm, he had slain Yao Qingwu and Yin Hao, and Lei Heng's death was also tied to him. All three were descendants of saints. The saints' brands in the secret realm had been erased, but the saints themselves were very much alive. The thought that they might come for him in fury sent a chill down his spine. Lu Qingchun had no real sense of a saint's true power, but before entering the secret realm, he had heard that saints were the pinnacle of Huaguo's strength. Even Han Ming and the other deans were half a notch below them. Still, he felt no regret, especially about someone like Yao Qingwu. Killing him had been worth it. Time slipped away. Night deepened, the polar sky blending deep purple with dark blue while ribbons of aurora drifted by. Standing at the cave entrance, Lu Qingchun sighed at the boundless snowfield. He had just turned to go back inside when several brilliant streaks of light flared in the distance and raced toward him. Qingchun. A familiar, delighted voice carried on the wind. Lu Qingchun's eyes lit up. He knew it was Han Ming. A moment later, her slender figure landed before him, searching him from head to toe as though afraid her disciple had lost a single patch of flesh. Master, Lu Qingchun whispered, spreading his arms and pulling Han Meng into a fervent embrace. The sudden gesture stunned her for a moment, a soft blush blooming on her pale cheeks. Her delicate hands hovered uncertainly before she finally let them rest, choosing not to push him away. They stayed like that until Lu Qingshun looked up with his usual impish grin, at which point Han Meng, half shy and half annoyed, pushed him aside. Well, isn't that touching master and disciple reunited? A clear, teasing voice called from behind Han Meng. 6 figures landed together, and the speaker was Nangong Qianhua. Dean Nangong had barely appeared when Lu Qingshun scratched the back of his head, looking a bit sheepish. Humph. Nangong Qianhua snorted, not even bothering to spare the scoundrel a glance. Long Feng sensed the tension and cleared his throat to defuse it. Ahem, Lu Qingshun, you didn't get hurt in the secret realm, did you? Dean Long, I'm fine, not a scratch. Lu Qingshun nodded vigorously, silently giving Long Feng a thumbs up for the rescue. Good to hear. Long Feng grinned, eyes narrowing in amusement. So, what kind of haul did you bring back this time? Lu Qingshun's smile stiffened as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Well, not bad, I guess. Long Feng pointed over his shoulder. You see, we've been on the road for hours looking for you. Maybe you could. Before he finished, Lu Qingfeng was already rubbing his hands, and Chu Chuan's eyes were shining. Dean Long is right. You Deans have worked hard. With a twitching smile, Lu Qingshun reluctantly pulled 2 divine artifacts from his storage ring. Chengfeng, Chu Chuan, these are for you. Long Feng swept the loot into his companion's arms, then turned back to Lu Qingshun with a sunny grin. Damn, Dean Long really is shameless, Lu Qingshun cursed inwardly, though his smile grew even more rigid. Heh, just kidding. Everyone gets something. Under the vaguely hostile stares of Han Meng and Nangong Qianhua, he gritted his teeth and produced 2 more artifacts. That's more like it. Long Feng snatched them up immediately and passed them to Nangong Qianhua and Han Meng. Lu Chengfeng clapped Lu Qingshun on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Knew you wouldn't disappoint, kid. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Lu Qingshun suddenly remembered something. By the way, Dean Long, have you seen Yushan? That kid was teleported out ages ago. He's in the inner courtyard now. Long Feng paused, eyeing Lu Qingshun curiously. Odd. Morong Qingqing and Yushan went straight back to the academy. So why were you dumped in the middle of nowhere? It's complicated. We can talk back at the academy. Lu Qingqin hesitated, then added awkwardly, Dean Long, I killed Yao Chengwu in the secret realm. I know. Good job. Long Feng waved it off without a second thought. I also killed Yin Hao. Dead is dead. No problem. Long Feng kept examining the artifacts, completely unfazed. Lu Qingshun let out a silent sigh of relief. As expected, Dean Long is both wise and fearless. Suddenly Long Feng stopped fiddling with the artifacts and stared at him. Wait, who did you say you killed? Lu Qingshun froze for a moment, then repeated, I said, Yin Hao was killed by me as well. Lu Qingshun looked at Long Feng in confusion. He could have sworn Head just said that. You two really are outstanding. Long Feng rubbed his temples, looking utterly defeated. It's nothing special, Lu Qingshun replied calmly. We're nowhere near as amazing as you say. What exactly is Yin Hao's position in the fire sanctum? Chu Chuan pressed. I'm not sure, Long Feng admitted with a shrug. All I've heard is that he ranks very high there. Nangong Qianhua had been frowning the entire time. Suddenly she cut in, we need to head back. It isn't safe here. A tightness in her chest filled her with a foreboding unease. A piercing laugh burst in from outside. Ha! Leave. Did you get our permission? Everyone turned toward the sound. 10 figures had appeared silently in midair, each draped in a sacred concealment cloak. Long Feng's face darkened. Monster Academy's people have caught up. This was planned all along. The chilly middle-aged man in the lead smiled as though greeting old friends. Director Long, fancy meeting you here. Director Nangong is present as well. This was Yao Li, and the 9 behind him were all Emperor-level experts, their aura as heavy as a mountain. Long Feng swept his gaze over them and sneered. Bringing this many emperors quite the show, Yao Li. Spare me the sarcasm. Yao Li snarled. Hand over the boy or Heavenly Tao Academy dies today. Chu Chuan stepped forward, shouting, big words. Do you think we fear Monster Academy? Yao Li's eyes went frigid. Stubborn fools. Die with that little brat, then. Murderous intent exploded as he raised his hand, forming a colossal palm of spiritual energy that lunged at Lu Qingqin. Back off. Han Meng stepped up, her sword cleaving the air. A razor-sharp arc of light shredded the giant palm. All forces of Monster Academy kill them. Yao Li roared. Boom. The 9 Emperor-level experts attacked at once, torrents of multicolored energy crashing toward Heavenly Tao Academy's group. Han Meng, keep Lu Qingqin safe. Everyone else fight. Long Feng bellowed, his figure flashing forward as he lunged straight at Yao Li. I've had enough of you today, I'll cut you down. His saber streaked like lightning, its icy gleam aimed at Yao Li's skull. At the same time, 2 elders of the academy unfurled their sacred diagrams, and in the blink of an eye, every emperor from Monster Academy was frozen in place. Just as Yao Li prepared to strike back, the Holy Scroll's light swept over him, locking his body in place. Helpless, he watched Long Feng's blade descend. A flash of snowy steel, a wet splatter, his entire right arm spun into the air, blood spraying across the ice. The instant the saber neared his neck, Yao Li's dormant power erupted. He tore free of the seal and rolled away, dodging the killing blow. His life was spared, but his arm was gone. You actually possess sacred artifacts. He roared, panic twisting his voice as his eyes darted between Long Feng's bloody saber and the painting in Elder Tian's hands. Boom boom boom. Before he finished speaking, the heads of 3 Monster Academy emperors burst apart, red and white matter splashing across the frozen ground. A blood-red moon rose slowly behind Nangong Qianyue, its crimson glow warping the air. The 3 emperors had been annihilated by a scarlet beam fired from that eerie moon. Seeing his comrades die in an instant, Yao Li released a soul-rending scream. The battle had just begun, yet 3 emperors were already gone. Whoosh! Another crimson pillar crashed toward Yao Li. The void cracked open with a deafening blast, spiderweb fissures radiating outward. Yao Li barely blocked it with a shattered thunder shield, but the impact hurled him back and blood trickled from his lips. Once brimming with confidence, the Vice-Dean now staggered, clearly gravely wounded. Meanwhile, the blood moon dimmed, and Nangong Qianyu's face turned ashen, cold sweat beading on her brow. The attack took a heavy toll on her as well. Kill our Monster Academy brethren, and you court death. An emperor snarled, eyes vicious. Oh, you struck first. Are we not allowed to strike back? Lu Chengfeng folded his arms, answering with a cold laugh. 2 sacred artifacts, Heavenly Dao Academy truly spares no expense. Yao Li growled, teeth clenched as he glared at Long Feng. Since you know, will you still fight? Long Feng asked calmly, bloody saber leveled at him. Fight. Of course. Unless I slaughter every one of you today, my hatred will never fade. Murder flared in Yao Li's eyes. His voice dropped to an icy murmur. Father, your useless son begs you to act. His plea echoed across the desolate Arctic ice sheet. The wind howled, yet no one spoke. Every Monster Academy member fell silent, as if awaiting an even more terrifying power. Could it be a saint of the Temple of Thunder? They followed us here? Chu Chuan cried. As his coarse voice faded, lightning erupted above the ice plain. Rumble. Rolling thunder blanketed the sky. A crushing pressure poured from the heavens, engulfing Long Feng's group. An eagle-eyed old man stepped from the clouds. Each flash of lightning lit his ancient face, casting it a ghastly white. That geezer from the Thunder Temple actually showed up? Lu Chengfeng sucked in a sharp breath, disbelief written all over his face. What else did you expect? His grandson died at Lu Qingchen's hand, Long Feng replied, casting him a calm, measured glance. Above the clouds the wind howled. A hawk-eyed elder in a silver-gray robe looked down on the crowd, his voice slicing through the air like ice. Heaven Dao Academy, hand over that wretch at once. Do so, and he'll overlook everything that happened today. Before his words faded, Nangong Qianyue stepped forward, fingers tightening on her sword hilt, eyes cold. Demand someone the moment you arrive? Sorry, that won't happen. Insolent. How dare you speak to a saint like that? Do you have a death wish? A sovereign from Monster Academy barked, his aura booming like a beast's roar. Shut it. A saint's lapdog like you thinks you can yap at me? Lu Chengfeng sneered, pointing at the man. The heavens must be blind to have let you reach the sovereign realm. The sovereign's face darkened, yet he couldn't force out a single word. What's wrong? Lost your voice. If you want to show off, step up and fight me onion on. Lu Chengfeng pressed, his voice rough. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, my name isn't Lu Chengfeng. Across the crowd, Lu Qingchen almost laughed. The normally dignified Vice-Dean now had a sharper tongue than any marketplace shrew. Silence. An aged roar exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Standing on the clouds, the Hawk Saint spoke again. Heaven Dao Academy, this is your final chance. Will you really oppose the Thunder Temple for a single brat? Long Feng raised his head and met those razor-sharp eyes, voice steady. A saint is still bound by the pact of the 8 temples of Huagua. Unless their own survival is at stake, saints must not meddle in mortal affairs. Have you forgotten, Senior Hawk Saint? The Temple Pact? The Hawk Saint let out a furious laugh. My grandson lies dead, and you're lecturing me about a pact? Flames of wrath blazed in his eyes. Long Feng continued. Besides, the Sun Temple's lord already decreed that no faction may pursue matters from the secret realm, or? Enough. The Hawk Saint roared, cutting him off. Pact or no pact, I'll carve that brat into 1,000 pieces today. If Heaven Dao Academy dares stand in my way, they'll wipe you out to the last man. With those words, a saint's terrifying aura burst forth, surging across the frozen plain like a tidal wave. Crack. The ice split, fissures spiderwebbing out from beneath Long Feng's feet. Shards flew as a bone-chilling wind howled. Old fool. A little courtesy, and you think you're somebody? Long Feng stepped forward, voice low but brimming with iron resolve. Exterminate my academy? I'd love to see you try. His deep voice rang out. Fearless eyes locked on the Hawk Saint, ready for battle. Lightning split the clouds with a deafening crash, and, in the blink of an eye, streaked toward the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Eagle Saint had made his move. Seal. Elder Tian and Elder Sheng shouted in unison. The sacred diagram above their heads erupted with blinding light, forcefully dispersing the bolt. Long Feng. We'll hold the Eagle Saint. Get everyone out of here. The moment their words fell, the hovering diagram shot into the clouds, heading straight for the Eagle Saint. You two relics are still alive? Then I'll send you off today? The Eagle Saint's gaze was razor sharp. He raised one hand, and a monstrous purple palm print crashed down, ready to grind them to dust. Withdraw. Elder Tian and Elder Sheng drove the diagram forward, blocking the blow. Heaton. Luminous Beidou patterns coiled like chains, making the very air vibrate. After a brief glance at each other, the two elders switched from defense to offense. The Beidou diagram swelled with the wind and, in an instant, swallowed the Eagle Saint whole. Thunder boomed as the seal tightened. Countless bolts exploded inside the diagram, while the Eagle Saint rammed against it, desperate to break free. Long Feng, we can only hold him for half a quarter hour. Get Lu Qingxin back to the academy now. Elder Tian's urgent voice echoed through their minds. His pale lips and ragged breath showed how much power he and Elder Sheng had spent. He'll cover the rear with Cheng Fenggo. Nangong Qianhua cried. Scarlet beams shot from her spear, pinning down several emperors from Monster Academy, while Lu Qingfeng, sacred weapon in hand, locked the remaining three in place. Lu Qingxun, Han Meng move, Long Feng growled, dragging them toward the Heavenly Tao Academy. A towering pillar of flame slammed down from above, blocking their path, and a crimson-robed elder strode through the fire. Trying to leave? Did you ask the flame sanctuary first? His voice was icy as a wall of fire sealed every exit. What is the meaning of this, flame sanctuary? Long Feng demanded, glancing at Lu Qingxin and Han Meng. The Hallmaster commands that the Heavenly Tao Academy hand over that student. Don't force my hand. Long Feng snorted and produced the Sanctuary Pact. So the Flame Sanctuary plans to mimic the Thunder Sanctuary and break our alliance? The Elder in the clouds hesitated. Hand him over, and we will not interfere. Absolutely not. Han Meng snapped. One last chance, the crimson-robed Elder warned, eyes cold. Comply and live. Refuse, and I will break the pact myself and wipe you all out. Long Feng stepped in front of the other two. They'll handle this. Take Lu Qingxun and go. With that, he pulled the blood-red longbow from his back. Han Meng froze for a heartbeat when he realized Long Feng intended to face the saint alone. Cut the chatter and run before the others arrive. Long Feng barked, shooting into the sky and ripping through the cloud layers. Han Meng wavered, his gaze flicking between Long Feng and Lu Qingxun, but he finally trusted the command. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Lu Qingxun and sped toward the Tiandao Seminary. High above the clouds, the redrobed elder from the Flame Palace narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. I can't decide whether you're brave or simply foolish, staying behind by yourself. Facing him across the air, Long Feng smiled faintly. I've long heard saints can pierce the heavens. Today, I'm honored to see for myself. If you're so eager to die, he'll show you the gulf between an emperor and a saint. With a snap of his sleeve, a sea of fire erupted into countless shrieking birds, and as he stepped forward, a molten hand crashed down, heat rolling like a tide. Buzz. Long Feng's expression didn't change. A blood-red longbow appeared in his grip, the taut string humming as he shaped an arrow from his own laws and loosed it at the fiery hand. Boom. The arrow punched through the hand and hurtled on toward the redrobed elder. Wish. The saint snorted, sweeping his sleeve to shatter the arrow. You think one fancy weapon lets you challenge a saint? Pathetic. Long Feng replied coolly, relax, that was just the warm-up. He drew the bow again. Buzz. This time the bowstring's resonance made the entire Arctic ice field tremble. Rumble. A snow-white beam flashed out, faster than thought, and drilled through the saint's chest. Splat. The elder had no time to speak before his body burst into bloody mist, the battle spirit in his sea of consciousness erased. So this is the gap you spoke of? Long Feng lowered the bow, glanced at the drifting bits of flesh, and shook his head lightly. Drip, drip. With the saint's fall, heaven and earth reacted. The dull sky turned crimson in an instant, and rain began to fall, every drop blood-red. As the rain thickened, the ice field became a scarlet sea. A saint's death omen, Long Feng murmured, then turned and sped back toward the earlier battlefield. Had Lu Qingxin been there, he would have noticed that half of Long Feng's once black hair had turned ash gray. A saint has fallen. Han Meng stared at the crimson rain falling from the sky, her voice trembling in shock. A saint has fallen. Could Dean Long have killed the saint from the Flame Temple? As the blood-red drops hit the ground, Lu Qingxin's eyes flared. A saint has fallen. I don't know, maybe. Thinking of Long Feng's unfathomable nature, Han Meng paused, then shook her head. I've never been able to see through him. Fine, as long as Dean Long is safe. Forcing down her unease, Lu Qingxin's face grew solemn. Master, should we go back and help them? I sensed a familiar aura just now. The moment it vanished, a saint died. Return now? Absolutely not. Han Meng shook her head at once. Longfeng ordered me to get you back to the academy first. She raised a hand to block Lu Qingchun, stopping her disciple's impulse in its tracks. The battle raged on. Inside the beta diagram, Tian Lao and Sheng Lao funneled streams of spiritual power into the formation, trapping Ing Sheng. The restraint seemed solid, yet everyone knew it was only temporary. The saint of the Thunder Temple would eventually break free. Maintaining the seal was draining them dry. Their energy was nearly spent, their bodies swaying, but they clenched their teeth and held on. If Ing Sheng escaped now, sealing him again would be almost impossible, and either elder could fall at any moment. Boom. A muffled thunderclap erupted deep within the sealed space. Sensing the elder's waning strength, Ing Sheng launched a savage assault. Uft! Sheng Lao's chest convulsed. He spat blood, his aura plummeting. Rumble. A bolt of purple-black lightning crashed down, slamming into the struggling Tian Lao. His body lurched as his channel of power was cut off. Yao Li's cold face materialized in the air. He fixed a chilling stare on Lu Qingfeng and Nangong Qianyue. That lightning strike had been released the instant he spotted an opening. Crack! With their power severed, the Beidou diagrams glowed dimmed, and Ing Sheng's weather-worn face emerged through widening cracks. You dare seek death? He snarled, gathering torrents of thunder that crashed down on Tian Lao and Sheng Lao. In seconds, the elders' auras faded to a whisper. Drip! A drop of bloody rain landed on Ing Sheng's face. He wiped it away, eyes narrowing. Impossible, a saint has fallen. The crimson rain and the distant dissipating saint aura proclaimed the death of a peer, leaving him momentarily stunned. Buzz. A piercing whistle split the air. A white arrow tore through the sky, heading straight for the dazed Ing Sheng. Boom. The arrow struck, exploding with a deafening roar as flesh and blood mist filled the air. Aark! Ing Sheng screamed in agony. Clutching the mangled stump of his right shoulder, he staggered back. Only then did everyone notice his right sleeve hung empty. The white arrow had blasted his entire arm to pieces. Who is it? Who dares strike from the shadows? Show yourself. Ing Sheng bellowed like a madman, withered arms thrust skyward. His icy eyes flashed like twin bolts of lightning as they swept the desolate ice plain. A howling north wind cut across his deeply lined face, thickening the gloom that hung over the wastes. Old cur, do you really think becoming a sage puts you above everyone else? A thunderous boom split the air as Longfeng stepped out of the void. The white arrow that had pierced Ing Sheng's shoulder still quivered from the blood-red longbow in his hand. Ash-gray hair whipped in the gale, and his handsome features held not a hint of fear. The Flame Sanctuary sage has already fallen. Today he'll claim another, and let the Azura name ring even louder. He dropped a shoulder and raised his bow. The string bent to a full moon. A bone-white arrow hummed, locking every path of escape. Kill a sage? Longfeng, what makes you think you're worth anything at all? Yao Li roared, hurling curses while jabbing a finger at Longfeng. Ing Sheng's face turned pitch black. Withered fingers flickered through a flurry of seals, lightning dancing at his fingertips meant to erase this arrogant emperor in a single stroke. Then his gaze landed on that crimson bow, and the memory of a rain of blood slammed into him. Fear smothered rage. He hesitated no more. Twang! The bowstring had barely quivered before Ing Sheng shattered the void, fleeing like a bolt of lightning. A sage of the Lightning Sanctuary had chosen flight over a fight with a mere Emperor Realm opponent. Silence crashed down. Moments later, Yao Li ground his teeth. Leave. If even his sage father had run, he stood no chance, especially with that suffocating bow glaring at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining emperors of Monster Academy tore open the sky and vanished. The battle was over. Tianlao, Shenglao, are you all right? With Monster Academy's forces gone, Chu Chuan and Lu Qingfeng rushed forward and helped the two elders to their feet. Both men were ghost pale, their breathing ragged. Cough, we can hold on. Quickly back to the academy. Tianlao's voice barely carried before he collapsed. Back to the academy. Longfeng hoisted Tianlao onto his back, his tone calm and sure. With a flicker he vanished above the frozen waste, the others following fast behind. No one knew how much time had passed before Han Meng and Lu Qingchen finally reached Tiandao Sanctuary. The mountain gate loomed in the dusk, lantern lights flickering to life. At last, Han Meng drew a tense breath. Qingchen, head to the inner court yourself. I have to get back and help Headmaster Long. Understood, Master. If you can, try to disengage first. Once everyone's safely inside the academy, we'll figure out our next move. Lu Qingchen spoke in a rapid rush, praying Longfeng's group was safe. So long as they returned, hope remained. Han Meng nodded. I'm off. Her figure blurred and vanished before Lu Qingchen's eyes. Lu Qingchen let out a quiet sigh, watching as Han Meng's figure disappeared from sight, a flash of worry crossing his eyes. Please let the headmaster and the others be safe. If anyone from the academy dies because of this, I swear I'll wipe out both sacred halls, every last one of them. He muttered the vow under his breath, his delicate features darkening in the twilight. After lingering a moment in the direction Han Meng had gone, he flicked his sleeve, turned, and hurried down the gravel path toward the inner court. High above the Thunder Sanctuary, storm clouds churned while wild lightning coiled around the main dome. Inside the grand hall, Yali landed and could no longer contain his rage. Father, why did you pull us back? We could have wiped them out. Ingsheng sat unmoving on the throne of thunder, his clouded eyes narrowing. What if I told you I suddenly sensed death approaching? Would you believe me? How is that possible? You're a saint. Yao Li's voice shot up, disbelief twisting his scarred face. At our level, a premonition of the future never misses. Ingsheng rubbed his temples, speaking slowly. It wasn't that sovereign himself, more precisely. It was the weapon in his hand that chilled my heart. You mean Longfeng? More or less. Remembering that arrow, Ingsheng's eyes flickered with fear. The killing intent from that blood-red longbow is far above any sacred artifact. If it isn't a sacred artifact, what is it? My son was killed by Lu Qingchen. I won't let this go. Yali clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. Nor will we. Ingsheng's smile turned cold. But we wait. The ancestor is still in seclusion. Well, act once he emerges. Besides, the fire sanctuary failed in their mission and even lost a saint. That hot-headed fool is bound to strike first. The ancestor is almost out? Yao Li's eyes lit up, ignoring the rest of the sentence. Exactly, liar. Once the ancestor steps into that realm, no one in Huaguo will stand against the Thunder Sanctuary. Ingsheng's raspy voice died away, and two chilling laughs echoed through the hall. Tiandao Academy. Night wind rustled the bamboo, candlelight scattering golden flecks across the paper window. The door slid open. Yushan looked up and, spotting the graceful young man, exclaimed, Brother Chen, you're back. Yeah, the headmaster and the others managed to pull me out. Though exhausted, Lu Qingchen stood straight, worry still clouding his eyes. Yushan's expression changed instantly. What? They had to rescue you? It's complicated. Let's talk inside. Lu Qingchen gestured toward the room, his voice low. Sure, Brother Chen. Let's go. Sister Longxi and the others are waiting in there. The gate creaked as Lu Qingchen stepped into the courtyard, dead leaves carpeting the ground and withered grass swaying in the autumn wind, yet his stride was hurried. Light flooded the living room. Lu Qingxue and Longxi had been waiting for ages, and the moment they heard the door, they jumped to their feet and rushed over. Chen, you're finally back. Are you hurt at all? Lu Qingxue asked in a low voice, fussing with his collar. I'm back. Lu Qingchen nodded, his face so composed it looked rigid, and he said nothing more. Lu Qingxu's heart tightened. Her brother would never wear such a blank expression if everything were normal. What happened? Did something go wrong? She whispered. Yeah, did someone hassle you? Tell Sister Shi and he'll make them pay. Longxi raised a small fist, trying to look fierce. Watching her shadow box, Lu Qingchen let the corners of his mouth lift. Then the smile vanished as he drew a long breath. The moment the secret realm closed, I was sent to the Arctic ice fields. By the time the deans found me, every monarch from Monster Academy had followed, and the Thunder Temple and Flame Temple each sent a saint. His voice was low but detailed, leaving nothing out. A saint. Both women cried, color draining from their faces. They knew exactly what that meant. Ahem. That's because Brother Chun and I killed their grandsons in the secret realm, Yushan, who had been silent, added with an awkward cough. I don't know what to do with you two. Lu Qingxue sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Torn between worry and exasperation, her normally obedient brother had been downright brutal inside the secret realm. And then? What happened after that? She glanced at the embarrassed Yushan, then back to Lu Qingchen. Elder Tian and Elder Sheng teamed up to pin down one saint. Dean Long tried to send me back to the academy first, but a second saint ambushed us on the way. Lu Qingchen sighed. They sent me off ahead, so I don't know how the deans are now. You're saying Dean Long held off a saint by himself, and might even have killed him? Lu Qingxue asked, frowning. It's only my guess. I can't be sure, Lu Qingchen replied with a wry smile. Shishao Zaido, you know how strong your dad really is? Lu Qingxue turned to Longxi. I never paid much attention to Dad's combat strength, Longxi admitted, scratching her head. But knowing him, he'd never do anything unless he was confident, so try not to worry. Despite her words, anxiety still flickered in her eyes. Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingxue exchanged a look. Both were clearly concerned. The living room fell silent, the ticking wall clock suddenly loud. Boom. The front door burst open. Dad! Longxi yelled, sprinting forward to catch the staggering figure and easing him onto the sofa. Creak's door had barely closed before it was pushed open again. Nangong Qianyue, Han Meng, and two other deans hurried inside, their boots ringing sharply against the floor. How are Elder Tian and Elder Sheng? Are they all right? Long Feng stepped forward, wearing a faint smile that couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Nangong Qianyue gave a slight nod. We've taken them to the Heavenly Sage Pavilion. The other elders say their spiritual power is nearly drained, but they're not in mortal danger. With half a month of rest, they should recover. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Long Feng's gray hair and her voice softened. Dean Long, can your body still hold out? I'm fine. I can manage, so don't worry. Long Feng waved a hand, trying to appear relaxed. Yet everyone in the room could clearly sense the silent tide of deathly aura churning inside him. Dad, are you really okay? Don't scare me. Long she felt a chill from that aura, tears shimmering in her eyes. Silly girl, what could happen to me? Your father just took down a saint, pretty impressive, right? Long Feng lifted a hand and gently wiped away her tears, his voice warm. I don't believe you, you're lying, I don't want you to die. Long she stared at the gray in his hair, her voice trembling as fat tears rolled down her cheeks. Han Meng frowned. Dean Long, what exactly is going on? Why is that aura of death around you so strong? Does it have something to do with the saint you fought? She had arrived after the battle and hadn't seen the details herself. It's related, more or less. Under their concerned gazes, Long Feng slowly raised the blood-red bow in his hand. Without this weapon, I could never have killed the saint from the flame temple. All of us might have perished. He brushed the bow's cold curve, which glimmered with a dim, crimson light. What kind of weapon is that? Is your deathly aura tied to it? Han Meng fixed her eyes on the eerie glow, suspicion stirring in her mind. The Soul Dao artifact of the Heavenly Dao Academy, the Shura fate-reversing bow, Long Feng said with a faint smile. The academy is named after it. Di Nangong has probably heard of it. Nangong Qianhua nodded, surprise in her eyes. I tried to earn its recognition once, but it rejected me. I didn't expect you to succeed. As a dean, she knew of the bow's existence. Years ago she had failed to communicate with its spirit. Long Feng gave a wry smile and pointed at his gray hair. Some time ago, I unexpectedly won the bow's approval. I thought it would let me match a saint, yet I still underestimated the gap. With my emperor rank cultivation, I can't unleash its full power. I managed to kill that saint, but the price— he shook his head softly, his voice tinged with sorrow. Though I slew the saint from the flame temple, the cost was immense. A terrible price was it, his remaining years? Chu Chuan's heart lurched, and his eyes flew open, shock etched across his face. Then how much time do you have left? Han Meng turned aside, covering the corner of her mouth with a slender hand, unable to meet the gaze of the gray-haired Long Feng. There's still plenty of time. You don't need to worry. Long Feng shook his head lightly, refusing to answer directly. Dad, is that really true? Long she wiped away her tears, hope shining in her eyes. Stop hiding it from us. Nangong Qianhua frowned, her voice firm. If this is really about your lifespan, the academy still has a rare herb that can add years. Dad, how many years do you actually have left? Long's eyes anxiety spilled over. Less than 10. Long Feng drew a long breath, knowing he could no longer keep the truth from them. Less than 10. Han Meng cried, her voice rising. None of them could believe that to slay a saint, Long Feng had sacrificed so many years. An Emperor Realm cultivator could live at least 10,000 years, yet Long Feng, barely a century old now, had less than a decade left. It was unbearable for everyone present. Yushan spoke then, his voice low. How long can that herb extend his life? About 3 years, someone in the crowd replied, plunging the room into silence again. If it's only a matter of lifespan, I might be able to help. Amid the hush, Lu Qingchun finally spoke. What? Gasps erupted as every eye turned to him. Xiaochen, do you really have a way? Han Meng's eyes lit up, fixed on her disciple. Yes. I was lucky enough to find several longevity herbs in a secret realm. They should restore some of the headmaster's years. Lu Qingchun hesitated, keeping the true secret of the creation Jade Lotus to himself. Good. Excellent. Chu Chuan laughed heartily, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Brother Chun, you're incredible, Yushan breathed, full of awe. The others exchanged astonished glances. None had imagined Lu Qingchun had obtained such fortune. Thank you, Qingchun. Long she spoke softly. Tear tracks still marked her cheeks, but light returned to her eyes. You don't need to thank me, Lu Qingchun said with a wry smile. If not for saving me, Headmaster Long would never be in this state. That's different. Long she shook her head, her gaze earnest. Father acted out of duty. No matter who needed saving, he would have done the same. Xiaoxi's right. As the principal of Heavenly Dao Academy, I believe not only Headmaster Long would make that choice, we all would. Han Meng spoke softly, her bright eyes full of sincerity. All right, I understand. Lu Qingchun met those clear eyes and felt a faint stir in his heart. After everything that had happened, the delays, the Krisesh had already figured out the heads of the academies. Even if they had to face a saint, they would still choose the safest path unless they were absolutely certain of success. Since Lu Qingchun has a solution, you can all relax, Long Feng said simply as he rose to his feet. Come on, Lu Qingchun. Let's go to the cultivation chamber. Lu Qingchun turned and saw Han Meng and the others still standing in place. Using a trace of spiritual sense, he sent a message. Master, please head back first. They'll come find you once Dean Long has recovered. With that, he followed Long Feng. The cultivation chamber lay deep inside the academy. It was spacious, its floor paved with cold blue stone, and faint rays of light shimmered on every wall, sealing out all noise from the outside world. Long Feng and Lu Qingchun sat facing each other, legs crossed, the only sound their quiet breathing. After a moment of silence, Long Feng spoke first. Lu Qingchun, it's just the two of us here. What really happened inside that secret realm? Why do you ask, Dean Long? Lu Qingchen replied after a brief pause, his tone calm and even. Long Feng's gaze was solemn. Because in that palace I sensed the exact same aura as the Shura destiny-defying bow. If I'm not mistaken, a heavenly Tao artifact appeared in the secret realm. You are as perceptive as ever, Dean, Lu Qingchen admitted with a nod. Yes, there was indeed a heavenly Tao artifact. And it recognized you? Long Feng looked the handsome young man over with growing interest. Lu Qingchen answered with a quiet Long Feng suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Acknowledged by a heavenly Tao artifact while you're still only at the Earth Martial stage. Lu Qingchen, I can already see the path ahead for you. Swept along by the older man's infectious mirth, Lu Qingchen chuckled as well. Why do you say that, Dean Long? Long Feng stifled his laughter and lowered his voice as though sharing a secret. I once saw a fragmentary record in an ancient text. The earlier one gains an artifact's recognition, the greater the benefit. According to the Chronicles, there are only 33 heavenly Tao artifacts in the entire world. Possessing even one is enough to give you a chance at the pinnacle of martial cultivation. He stopped abruptly. Lu Qingchen raised an eyebrow. And then? There is no then. That's all the text said. Long Feng spread his hands in resignation. Lu Qingchen gave a helpless laugh. I thought you knew more. He couldn't help grumbling inwardly. After a brief silence, he looked up, his expression earnest. Dean Long, do you know what conditions one must meet to earn a heavenly Tao artifact's recognition? Lu Qingchen still had 5 heavenly Tao artifacts in his possession. The Shurton Mod had warned him long ago that if he hoped to tread further along the thorn-strewn road of martial cultivation, he had to build and nurture his own faction as soon as possible. Without a powerful backer, any cultivator would eventually find every step impossible. Lu Qingchen understood perfectly. Only a strong base of power could lift him to greater heights. According to Shurton Mod's advice, he needed to place those 5 artifacts in the hands of companions he trusted and whose cultivation was profound enough to wield them. He had already narrowed down the candidates, but one question remained. What did it take for a heavenly Tao artifact to accept a new master? Although he himself had been acknowledged by the solar heavenly Tao, even Shurton Mod considered that stroke of luck unbelievable. Dean Long Feng, who had recently been recognized by the show-off fate-reversing Bao, might be able to shed some light on the matter. What does it take for a heavenly Tao artifact to accept someone? Lu Qingchen asked bluntly. Long Feng blinked in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected that question. Lu Qingchen pressed on. Dean, didn't the Shiloah fate-reversing Bao choose you not long ago? Long Feng spread his hands. Honestly, I can't point to any fixed requirement. In my case, I suppose it's because the laws I cultivate resonate closely with the Bao. Talent also matters. Ancient records say every master of a heavenly Tao artifact is an unparalleled genius, the kind that appears once in countless ages. Whether those records are entirely reliable is another matter. So it comes down to compatibility with one's own laws, Lu Qingchen muttered, staring at the training room wall. A sudden thought crossed Long Feng's mind, and surprise flashed across his face. Why are you asking? Don't tell me you. No, it was just a random question, Lu Qingchen interrupted, waving his hands with an awkward laugh. He switched topics, producing a large handful of creation jade divine lotus seeds. His eye twitched. By the way, Dean, these are for you. Hurry up and recover. They'll get out of your way. He had hoarded those seeds for ages, and emptying his stash all at once felt like tearing out a piece of his own flesh. Long Feng burst out laughing. Looks like you reaped quite a haul in the secret realm. In that case, I want stand on ceremony. With that, he swept every last seed into his sleeve. All right, off you go. We'll talk after him back to full strength. He closed his eyes and began circulating his energy, clearly dismissing him. Damn you, Lu Qingchen cursed inwardly. Clutching his chest as though protecting a freshly carved out chunk of his heart, he backed out of the training room. Outside, Lu Qingxue hurried over. Hey, Qingchen, you're out already? Is my dad going to be okay? Long Shi asked anxiously, crowding closer. Relax. I've given the dean what he needs, and he's already started healing. There's nothing to worry about, Lu Qingchen replied with a smile, even as blood dripped in his heart. That's a relief, Xiaochen. Thank you so much. The moment Long Shi learned from Lu Qingchen that her father was unharmed, every taut nerve in her body relaxed, and she threw her arms around the refined young man in front of her. Let go of me. After a brief silence, Lu Qingchen, nearly squeezed breathless, struggled to free himself. All right, Xiaoxi, stop bullying him. Watching the scene, Lu Qingxue rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Oof, who's bullying whom? Admirers of mine line up from the inner courtyard to the outer one. He should be grateful for the privilege, not acting so wronged. Long Shi shot Lu Qingchen a disgruntled look. My fault, my fault. Hands raised in surrender, Lu Qingchen backed down at once. That's more like it. Chin lifted, Long Shi gave a satisfied snort and eased her stance. By the way, these are yours. Lu Qingchen produced the dark red dragon sparrow blade and a palm-sized shield, returning them to Long Shi and Lu Qingxue respectively. Little Chun, I heard you made quite a haul in the secret realm. How about showing some filial respect to your big sister? Long she stroked the blade, her smile full of mischief. Of course, of course. Grinning, Lu Qingchen reached into his storage ring and brought out a 7-leaf dragon agave, its multicolored light rippling across the leaves and a rich medicinal scent filling the air. Wow, is that a sacred herb? Long Zai's eyes sparkled. She had only meant to tease him, never imagining shed real in such a treasure. Xiaochen, is that really a sacred herb? Lu Qingxue was just as delighted, though tinged with disbelief. Even the Heavenly Tao Academy, after ages of inheritance, had acquired only a handful of royal-grade plants. Yes, it's a 7-leaf dragon agave I stumbled upon in the ancestral heaven secret realm. Seeing the radiant expressions of the two girls, Lu Qingchen found the scene amusing. If they discovered he was still hiding hardcore jade essence and divine beast blood, they might actually lose control. The thought curled his lips into a peculiar smile. Wait, why does it have only 6 leaves? Long she suddenly noticed the detail. I ate one. Lu Qingchen pointed to his stomach and spread his hands in helpless admission. Then can I have 1 leaf? Long she stared at the herb with burning eagerness. Absolutely no. Lu Qingchen's refusal was crisp and final. You. Long she clenched her teeth in frustration. Enough, Xiao Chun, stop teasing her. I don't know what to do with the two of you. Lu Qingxue massaged her forehead, utterly resigned to these two incorrigible troublemakers. Hee hee, just kidding, just kidding. Hearing his sister speak, Lu Qingchen stopped teasing Long Shi and let out a goofy laugh. He reached out to the agave, snapped off 2 emerald green leaves, and handed them to Lu Qingxue and Long Shi. Here, these are for you. For real? You want to take it back? Long Shi pinched the leaf, eyeing Lu Qingchen suspiciously. For real. Amused by her caution, Lu Qingchen nodded. Yes. Long Shi beamed and stowed the sacred herb safely away. Yeah, this one's yours. Lu Qingchen turned and passed the other leaf to Lu Qingxue. Thanks. I want stand on ceremony. Lu Qingxue accepted it with a faint smile. As family, there was no need for polite refusals, and she wanted to grow stronger to protect her brother. Boom, boom, boom. An urgent knock sounded at the door. The three exchanged a glance and swiftly slipped the holy medicine into their storage rings. No cultivator ever forgets the rule about hiding one's wealth. Long Shi went to the door, cracked it open, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, what brings you here? Outside, Lei Xian poked his head in. Meeting in the Tiansheng Pavilion. Dean Lu sent me to fetch you. Huh, all of you are here. Come in, Long Shi said, recognizing him and opening the door fully. Lei Xian bounded inside with a grin. Hi, what a coincidence, Severion's gathered. A clear female voice followed. Lu Yan's pretty face appeared in the doorway. I came with him. Long Shi brightened. Lu Yan, how do you have time to drop by? The pavilion has convened. The deans are waiting for you, Lu Yan said bluntly. They want all of us. Lu Qingchen frowned. He understood why he and Yushan were summoned. The secret realm loot had to be divided, but including Lu Qingxue, Long Shi, and Lu Yan meant something bigger was brewing. Lu Yan shrugged. I'm not sure, but a Tiansheng meeting is always serious. Lu Qingchen rubbed his chin and nodded. Then let's not keep them waiting. They moved quickly and soon reached the pavilion gate. High crimson walls and half-closed bronze doors muffled the whispers inside. Wait, I think we forgot something, Lu Yan said just as they were about to step in. What is it? Long Shi halted, puzzled. I think we forgot to call the others, Lu Yan admitted, scratching her head with a slightly embarrassed look. A few minutes later, the group had grown by 3 more people. Yushan brought up the rear. Scratching his head, he whispered to Lu Qingchen, Brother Chun, why does Tiansheng Pavilion want me? I'm not omniscient. How should I know? Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes, his tone full of resignation. Only moments before, just as the party was about to step into Tiansheng Pavilion, Lu Yan suddenly remembered she had left Yushan, Murong Qingqing, and the others behind. They had to retrace their steps and hurry back together. Tiansheng Pavilion conference room. The 8 of them paused in the doorway. Before they could sit down, Lu Chengfeng said half-jokingly, You're really early. We've only been waiting 10 minutes. Sorry, something delayed us on the way, Lei Xian apologized, cupping his fists. Never mind, it's not urgent. Come in, Lu Chengfeng replied, pushing the door wider. The room looked the same as always. A few plain pieces of furniture and the round table that dominated the space. All 11 chairs around it were already occupied, and Lu Qingchen immediately spotted Long Feng. So quick to recover, just like Dean Long, he thought privately. Hearing the noise, Long Shi spoke up in delight. Dad, you're better already? Thanks to young Lu Qingchen here. I'm almost fully healed, Long Feng said with a slight smile, raising his eyebrows deliberately at Lu Qingchen, who was still at the back. Oh, it was nothing, Dean Long, Lu Qingchen answered awkwardly, moving forward under everyone's gaze. At the far end of the table, Elder Tian sat pale-faced. His voice was faint. Xiao Feng, you handle the meeting. Yes, Elder Tian. Long Feng inclined his head, then faced the gathered students, his expression turning grave. There are several important matters to announce. First, some bad news. During the recent expedition to the secret realm, student Zheng Yu is presumed dead. What? Murong Qingqing gasped, her face draining of color. Lu Qingqian drew a long breath, his feelings tangled. Dean Long, are you certain? In his mind, he could still see Zheng Yu standing with them in this very room. Judging from the bodies that emerged at the exit, it's nearly certain, Long Feng answered, his voice steady yet heavy. Zheng Yu's parents are ordinary folk. Once this turmoil settles, Tianqing Pavilion will look after them, ensuring they're provided for the rest of their lives. Look after the family, ensure they're provided for, Lu Qingqian repeated softly, a stab of pain in his chest. If I'd been the one to fall, would that have been the final arrangement for me, too? A sudden thought flashed through Lu Qingqian's mind. What if the one who fell this time was me? Dad, Mom, Sister, Master, Dean Nangong. That brat Yushan face after face flickered past, and a dull weight pressed against his chest. Don't sink into sadness. He reminded himself quietly. The moment I chose the martial path, I accepted this outcome. All you can do now is train harder. Only when you grow strong enough to fear nothing can you protect everything you care about. Long Feng's powerful voice rang through the conference room, yanking him back to reality. He showed no sign of pausing for the student's gloom. In his eyes, Zheng Yu's death was simply a milestone every warrior must face. Dean Long is right. Only by growing stronger can we keep tragedy at bay. After a long silence, Lu Qingqian finally spoke. Moments earlier, he had replayed everything that happened in the secret realm inside. He had been fearless. Outside, confronted by saints from both great temples, all he could do was flee back to the academy to avoid dragging Long Feng and the others down. And this was just the Tianzu domain, still within Huagua. If he stepped into the wider heaven realm, even the primordial continent, could he guarantee survival? Clearly not. The demon emperor of slaughter once said Tianzu domain was the weakest region of the heaven realm. Charge ahead blindly, and you might die without even knowing how. The thought set off silent alarms in Lu Qingqian's heart. Good. It seems you understand, Long Feng said approvingly, his gaze sweeping across Lu Qingqian and the others. Let the past stay in the past, Chu Chuan rumbled, his eyes also settling on the students. Dean Chu is right. This trip to the secret realm yielded tremendous gains, Long Feng went on, raising his voice a notch. Congratulations to Lu Qingqian, Yushan, Murong Qingqing, and Mu Ningyue. As first-year students, your very first venture into the secret realm earned you saint-level inheritances. What? Saint-level inheritances? All 4 of them. Lei Xian's eyes bulged, and he nearly shot out of his chair. Exactly, Long Feng confirmed with a smile. Therefore, the academy will make an exception. You 4 will enter the inner institute immediately, enjoying all its privileges. In addition, the academy's treasure vault will open for you. Each of you may choose 1 artifact. With every sentence Long Feng spoke, Lei Xian's envy deepened. Dean Long, that won't be necessary. Qingqing and I Mu Ningyue began, but Long Feng raised a hand to cut her off. Yin Cheng, escort Murong Qingqing and Mu Ningyue to the treasure vault to choose their items. Yes, Dean. When Long Feng called out, Li Yinqing stepped in from the corridor and led Murong Qingqing and Mu Ningyue straight to the vault. Dean Long, what about Chun and me? Yushan blurted, as only the 2 young women were taken away. Long Feng rolled his eyes just like Lu Qingqian's brother, always learning the wrong things. Smack. A crisp slap echoed. Chun, why do you hit me? Yushan yelped, clutching the back of his head as he glared at Lu Qingqian. Keep quiet. Too lazy to explain, Lu Qingqian used a soul voice spell to mute him. Long Feng cleared his throat. All right, everyone, set your sacred artifacts on the table. He placed his own relic in the center. Lu Qingxue, Long Shi, and the others leaned in 6 sacred artifacts. Wait, aren't there only 4 of them? How are there 6 artifacts? Lei Xian nearly jumped to his feet. They had just emerged from seclusion and knew nothing of the secret realm. Until today, none had seen even 1 sacred artifact, let alone 6. Lu Qingfeng gave Lei Xian a side eye and said lazily, each of them walked out with more than 1 artifact. And these 6 don't include Murong Qingqing's or Mu Ninji's. The room went dead silent. Only pounding hearts could be heard. All of these belonged to Lu Qingqian and Yushan. Lu Yan finally managed. Exactly, Long Feng confirmed. Lu Qingxue and Long Shi exchanged stunned looks. They remembered Lu Qingqian had already produced a divine herb earlier. Long Shi eyed the 6 artifacts, swallowed, and sent a private message. Xiao Xue, how old is your brother? Is he engaged? Get lost, Lu Qingxue shot back. Lei Xian and Lu Yan were just as dazed. Who would have guessed Class 7 had been hiding 2 prodigies? Go on, take them back, Long Feng said cheerfully, gesturing to Lu Qingqian and Yushan. We agreed before you entered. Whatever you find is yours. The academy only wants the saint-level manuals. Old fox. Lu Qingqian cursed him silently, yet didn't move. Reach for them now? With every instructor's eyes glued to the loot? Not a chance. Around the table, senior teachers stared at the relics, eyes blazing with curiosity. Chu Chuan and Lu Qingfeng were practically drooling. Well, Brother Chun, are we taking them or not? Yushan asked offhandedly. Yet his eyes flicked across the crowd before he shoved the hot potato toward Lu Qingchen. Take them, my foot. Lu Qingchen shot back through a soundless message. Dean Lu is practically drooling on those relics, didn't you notice? Right on cue, Lu Chengfeng reflexively raised a hand to wipe his mouth, as though terrified a thread of spit might actually fall. After a moment's thought, Lu Qingchen turned to Long Feng and bowed. Dean Long, Yushan and I lack the cultivation to bring out the true power of these sacred artifacts. I believe we should hand them all over to the Academy first. He paused, running a quick tally in his head. 1. At their present level, the two of them could barely scratch the surface of a relic's power. At best, it would be a sharper Thanavrich spirit weapon. 2. When had been flung to the Arctic wasteland, the entire Heavenly Tao Academy had risked their lives to save him, and Long Feng had nearly perished in the process. That favor could not be forgotten. 3. Most critically, he still held 3 relics and the 5 great Heavenly Tao treasures. Losing 4 more was hardly painful. He was only halfway through when Long Feng cut him off with a hearty laugh, beaming from ear to ear. Excellent. That's the spirit of our Academy's top genius. Seeing Long Feng so pleased, Lu Qingchen glanced at the crestfallen Yushan and spoke up for his friend. Dean Long, could Yushan at least keep 1 relic? 1? Long Feng swept a broad hand. Of course. Yushan, pick whichever one you want from the 6. Yushan blinked, then broke into a wide grin. Heh, thank you, Dean. Amid the envious stares around him, he strode forward and snatched up a dusky soft armor vest, clutching it to his chest. Old Chu, you choose 1. 2, Long Feng said, turning to Chu Chuan, who had been champing at the bit after all, had been sharp enough to recruit Yushan as a disciple first. Then I won't be shy. Chu Chuan bellowed with laughter, selected the relic that fit his hand best, and even tossed Yushan a playful wink. Ahem. Long Feng cleared his throat, reining the room back to order. Our safe return today is owed to Elder Tian and Elder Sheng. Seniors, please take 1 relic each. Seems the future really does rest on you youngsters. The 2 elders exchanged a smile, their gaze landing on Lu Qingchen and the others with deep satisfaction. Stroking his beard, Elder Tian still sighed. Too bad the Big Dipper map was snatched by Ing Sheng of the Thunder Temple. Well, take 1 relic, and the other must be returned to that little girl. With that, he picked up a relic from the table. 3 sacred artifacts remained on the round table. Because the Beidou scroll had only been loaned to the Academy by Mu Ningyue, 1 sacred artifact had to be returned to her. That left just 2 artifacts for 9 sovereigns. Pale light washed over the round table, and the 2 sacred relics at its center exuded a crushing spiritual pressure that seemed to congeal the air. Decide among yourselves. They'll sit this one out. Han Meng was the first to break the silence. Her gaze lingered on the artifacts for a heartbeat, longing flickering in her eyes, but she finally looked away. In the last battle, she had merely escorted Lu Qingchen back to the Academy and had not joined the sovereign's fight, whereas Lu Chengfeng, Chu Chuan, and the others had fought tooth and nail, and Nangong Qianyue had slain 3 sovereigns of Monster Academy single-handed. By comparison, her contribution was modest. Thinking of her disciples' safety dispelled any regret. As long as Lu Qingchen is unharmed, that's enough, she told herself. Master, Lu Yin gasped, staring at her in disbelief. Sacred artifacts were priceless, and Han Meng's best weapon was only a king-grade ice cloud sword. She didn't even possess an imperial weapon, so she should have been first in line. Moreover, all 4 relics had been brought back by Lu Qingchen, making Han Meng both a contributor and a mentor, yet she had relinquished her claim without hesitation. I've made my decision. Han Meng shot her a firm look that brooked no argument. Okay, Lu Yin muttered, swallowing her protest. They'll withdraw as well. Divide them among yourselves. The calm, clear voice belonged to Nangong Qianyue. Wait, Lu Qingfeng frowned. Dean Nangong, what are you? These artifacts don't suit me. Dean Long, please leave me out of it. Nangong Qianyue's answer was relaxed and matter-of-fact. Long Feng studied her for a moment, then declared, since Dean Nangong and Dean Han have both withdrawn, Dean Lu may choose 1. The remaining artifact will go to the 4 senior sovereigns. Any objections? None. Everyone shook their heads. Long Feng handed 1 relic to Lu Qingfeng and the other to the 4 elders, settling the matter. Master and Dean Nangong both stepped aside. Lu Qingchen was surprised, then quietly relieved. He glanced at the serene faces of Han Meng and Nangong Qianyue and sighed inwardly. So be it. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the entire ancestral sky domain. The sudden blast seemed to fall from the heavens, drawing every eye in the conference room. Even Long Feng and the other deans instinctively turned toward the window. 2 enormous scrolls drifted down from the heavens, their blazing golden light so intense that everyone had to avert their eyes. What is that? Long Shi raised a hand to her slightly parted lips, her voice filled with shock and doubt. Could the Tianji Shrine be behind this? Long Feng looked up at the pair of rankings suspended beneath the firmament, uncertainty in his tone. The Tiandao throne has awakened. A golden era descends. Behold the dual rankings of heaven and earth, where destiny will rise and fall. The majestic proclamation boomed from the sky like rolling thunder. Long Feng and Lu Qingchun, sharpie to begin with, narrowed their gazes at once, locking onto the list shrouded in radiance. The words Tiandao throne struck a chord deep within them, yet the blinding light hid every detail. From this day forward, the Huagua list of prodigies is abolished. The true dragon list is hereby established. As the first booming voice faded, a second followed older, yet equally authoritative. That's the old master of the Tianji shrine, Long Feng muttered, his face darkening. So it really is their doing. What on earth is happening? I don't understand a thing. Yushan stood rooted to the spot, his bewildered gaze flitting from one face to another. I'm going to the Tianji shrine. Wait for me in the conference room. The moment Long Feng finished speaking, his figure blurred and vanished. With their anchor gone, silence flooded the hall. Everyone returned to their seats, yet no one dared to speak. Outside the windows, the golden glow still raged. The Tiandao throne is probably tied to a supreme artifact, Lu Qingchen said, standing straight, handsome features tense. The golden era is clear enough, but these twin rankings. Look, there are words on the list. Long, she suddenly cried. Following her gaze, they saw faint ancient characters emerging through the light above. The dual rankings cover the entire cultivation world, gathering the strongest talents of the younger generation. Anyone who makes the Earth list, so long as they don't fall, will achieve at least the realm of Great Saint. The magnetic voice came from the doorway. Everyone spun around. Long Feng had returned, standing on the threshold, his robes billowing in the still air. The entire cultivation world, a minimum of Great Saint. Yushan was even more confused, his mouth hanging open. I picked up some information at the Tianji shrine, Long Feng said. Don't panic, sit down and listen. But the list is still. Sit down. His tone dropped like a hammer, and his gaze locked on Long Shi. Okay, she stuck out her tongue and obediently took her seat. There are 8 great shrines in Huagua, and the Tianji shrine is foremost among them. You all know that. Long Feng's eyes swept the room, his voice low and firm. Yes. The reply was unanimous. But the shrine master has just told me something unbelievable. The Temple of Heavenly Secrets isn't a native force of Huagua. It's a branch of a faction based elsewhere. The air in the conference room turned to ice. At the round table, a respected elder shot to his feet, his voice quivering. What did you just say? Elder Tian lifted a hand, signaling for him to sit. His gaze was steady yet cautious. Xiaofeng, words like that aren't to be tossed around. Long Feng met his eyes and shook his head. Elder Tian, one look at these ancient texts will prove him not speaking lightly. With a flick of his wrist, he drew 7 or 8 weather-stained tomes from his storage ring and set them neatly in the center of the table. Elder Tian, Elder Sheng, and 4 other seniors exchanged glances before each took a volume. Pages rustled, and in a few short breaths their expressions shifted from confusion to shock, then to outright disbelief. I never imagined our outlook has been far too narrow, Elder Tian sighed, closing the last page and stroking his beard. Standing nearby, Lu Qingxue brimmed with curiosity, yet dared not speak. At last she whispered, Dean Long, may I take a look? Are you sure? Soon none of this will be secret anyway, Long Feng said with a rueful smile, handing the books to her and Long Shi. Long Shi had barely skimmed a few pages when she gasped. What? That's impossible. Lu Qingxue followed, her expression growing more solemn with every line, each revelation overturning her worldview. I need a moment, Long Shi murmured, rubbing her temples before passing a tome to Nangong Qianyue and the other deans. One after another, Nangong Qianyue, Lu Chengfeng, and the others read in silence. Only the rustle of pages and hurried breaths filled the room. When they finally closed the books, Lu Chengfeng asked in a low voice, Is all of this true? Every word, Long Feng replied, spreading his hands with a bitter smile. I didn't want to believe it either, but the evidence is right here. Nangong Qianyue's fingers trembled as she voiced the heaviest conclusion of all. So our domain is the weakest in the entire celestial realm. No one answered. An unprecedented silence fell. After a long while, Lu Qingchen snatched a volume from Nangong Qianyue and flipped through it at lightning speed. A flash of just as I thought crossed his eyes. The content matched the Demon Emperor Shishin's earlier claims word for word. When the final tome closed, the room was completely still. Lu Qingchen, already prepared, stayed calm. Everyone else sat with furrowed brows, deep in thought. Half an hour passed before Elder Tian finally spoke. How many people know about this? If nothing changes, Long Feng replied, the Temple of Heavenly Secrets will announce it to every faction in the celestial ancestral domain very soon. The room sank into another bout of silence. At the window, Long Shi found herself gazing skyward. Above the clouds hung a massive, glowing leaderboard, each name shining in gold. She spun around, startled and puzzled. Dad, why is your name on that list? My name? On what list? Long Feng sprang from his chair at his daughter's words, crossed the room in a single stride, and pressed himself to the window, eyes bulging like brass bells. That golden list up there, Dad. Hey, why did the name disappear again? Longxi lifted a slender white finger toward the sky. Beneath the blue expanse, a gigantic sheet of gold light hung motionless, as though fused with the heavens, yet impossible to miss. Is that a heaven list? Lu Qingxian hurried over, stopping beside Longxi. He tilted his head to study the ranking, then lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Lines of golden text coalesced on the list. Long Feng. Affiliation, unknown. Age, 45. Cultivation, 9th tier peak, Emperor Realm. Battle record, at 9th tier King Realm, slew more than a dozen peers before advancing to Emperor. At 9th tier peak Emperor Realm, battled 2 saints, killing one and crippling the other. Reason for entry, wielder of the heavenly Tao. Extraordinary talent and overwhelming strength able to cross realms and slay saints. A feat rarely seen throughout history. Title, Dean of the Azura Dragon Institute. The Dean actually made the rankings? But is it the heaven list or the earth list? Lu Qingqian's heart thumped. Long Feng had just told him that anyone who reached the earth list would end up at least a great saint, whatever level that truly was. It had to outrank an ordinary saint. He scanned farther down and soon spotted his own name. Lu Qingqian. Affiliation, unknown. Age, 18. Cultivation, 5th layer, Earth Martial Realm. Battle record. In the Heaven Ancestor secret domain, single-handedly killed a culprit in the venerable martial realm. On the arena stage, slew 2 saint descendants. Undefeated by peers to date. Reason for entry, wielder of the heavenly Tao. Suspected bearer of the heaven-flaming sacred body. Calculating, ruthless, decisive. Title, none. The precision of the record made Lu Qingqian's expression tighten. The list not only knew of his sacred body, but also of the heavenly Tao artifact he possessed. Why are only the Dean and I on it? Could it be tied to our location? He wondered. Dad, can you see it? The list is so strange. Your name was there just a second ago, and then it vanished. Longxi clutched her father's sleeve, curiosity brimming in her eyes. There's probably some reason. Give it a while, and it may show up again, Long Feng said gently, though he kept staring at the golden light above. You're sure the names appeared and then disappeared? Lu Qingqian rubbed his chin, eyes darting over the shimmering list. Absolutely. Longxi nodded like a pecking sparrow. Lu Qingqian fell silent, pondering. Lu Qingqian, can you see it too? Long Feng caught his expression and teased him. Me? No way. Lu Qingqian forced a laugh, hiding the truth. What names? I don't see anything. Lu Yan pressed her pretty face to the glass, blinking as she searched the sky. She wasn't alone. The other deans and the 6 senior elders all lifted their heads in confusion, seeing only blue sky and drifting clouds, no trace of golden light. What's going on with you two? Stop acting so mysterious, Lu Yan huffed. Nangong Qianyue fixed her bright eyes on Lu Qingqian and Long Feng, then pouted. Ahaha. It's not what you think, they stammered in unison, exchanging a helpless glance and laughing dryly, their voices barely drifting through the room. When the awkward chuckles faded, Lu Qingqian's attention returned to the golden scroll floating in midair. Radiant characters rippled across its surface. His gaze drifted upward until he caught a line of tiny, yet striking words at the very top. Note. Only those who appear on the heavenly list may view its details. The order is arbitrary. Every placement is determined by Tianji Hall. Note. The heavenly list is gold, the earth list silver. Information varies by region. So it's true after all, he sighed inwardly, then sat back in his chair. At the far end of the round table, Tian Lao lowered his eyes, lightly tracing the wood before speaking in a calm voice. Xiaofeng, tell us about the 2 lists you mentioned. We don't know much about them. Long Feng nodded and swept his gaze over the group. They're called the Heaven and Earth Dual Rankings. They span the entire cultivation world and gather the strongest prodigies of the younger generation. Anyone who makes the Earth list, as long as they survive, is guaranteed to reach at least the Great Saint Realm. The entire cultivation world? Does that mean? Lu Qingfeng, who'd been listening intently, seized on the key phrase. Exactly. Long Feng confirmed. It's not limited to our Tianzu domain. It covers the 8 realms of Tiandi Xianhuang and Yuzhou Honghuang, and even the whole Yuanshe continent. You should all be familiar with those concepts by now. He gave Lu Qingfeng a meaningful glance. For the dual rankings, younger generation means a bone age of no more than 1,000 years. Anyone older is ineligible. Something occurred to Nangong Qianyue, and she called out. Xiaoxi just said she saw your name on the list. Why did it vanish the moment you looked? Simple. Only those whose names are on the list can read its contents. Long Feng replied with a shrug. Han Meng frowned. Dean Long, that can't be right. If only entrants can see it, how did Xiaoxi read the words in the first place? Because she's on it too, Long Feng explained patiently. If she lost sight of it afterward, it's likely due to fluctuations in her spiritual state. As he spoke, his eyes lingered on the upright Lu Qingqian. Xiaoxi is on the list as well? The words fell like a thunderclap. Except for the 6 elders of Heavenly Tao Academy and the ever-composed Lu Qingqian, everyone felt a sudden jolt. The atmosphere shifted. Long Feng had already made it clear. The dual rankings collect the strongest prodigies under 1,000 years old from across the cultivation world. Around the meeting table, Apart from the 6 elders, none of the others, including the 5 deans, had yet reached a millennium in age. Yet only Long Feng and his daughter Long She had made the rankings. Did that mean everyone else's talent fell short of theirs? For a moment, all hearts grew complicated Devrion's except Lu Qingchen's. Long Feng looked around the silent meeting room and let out a quiet sigh. The furnishings were sparse, and the steam rising from the freshly brewed spirit tea on the round table seemed to make his voice echo even more clearly in the stillness. You don't need to read too much into it, he said, spreading his hands in resignation. Xiao Shi and I probably made the rankings only because of the heavenly Tao artifacts. Is that really true, Dean Long? Lei Xian straightened abruptly, a sudden light flashing in his eyes. As geniuses from the Heavenly Tao Academy, everyone present carried a deep-rooted pride and hated admitting they were outdone. Long Feng's earlier words had chilled him, but now they felt like a lifeline. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would the two of us be the only ones on the heaven list? Long Feng nodded with an easy smile. I knew it. Lu Qingchun exhaled, his eyes brightening as he raised his voice for everyone's benefit. Lu Chengfeng and the others relaxed visibly, their tense shoulders easing. Long Feng gave Lu Qingchun a discreet thumbs up in appreciation. I really didn't want to say that, but if I kept quiet it would crush their confidence, Lu Qingchun thought, while maintaining a look of happy surprise. In truth, he was only playing along to steady everyone's mood. The notes on the heaven and earth lists were clear. The heavenly Tao artifacts were not the only criterion. Heritage, bloodline, physique, and potential all mattered. Even without an artifact, Lu Qingchun's burning heaven sacred body alone should have qualified him. Yet the others clearly had not reached that level. He couldn't help thinking, is getting on the list really this demanding? The idea of venturing beyond the ancestral heaven domain began to flicker in his mind. At the far end of the table, Elder Sheng broke the brief silence with his deep voice. Xiaofeng, you said making the earth list means one's future accomplishments won't fall below the Great Saint realm. What about the heaven list? Long Feng frowned slightly, recalling his conversation with the Tianji Hall Master. I'm not entirely sure. The Hall Master only mentioned one thing: immortality. Immortality. Elder Tian and Elder Sheng exchanged shocked glances. It was a realm they had never even heard of. Long Feng spread his hands to show he knew nothing more. At that moment, Lu Qingchen remembered another question. Dean Long, what exactly is the True Dragon list? Was that also created by the Tianji Hall Master? He sensed it was no trivial matter. Yeah, Dad, you must know about the True Dragon list. Tell us, dragon enthusiast Xiao Shi urged, her eyes shining. Long Feng cleared his throat, looking a bit embarrassed. Cough, cough, if you hadn't brought it up, I might forgotten all about it. No surprise there, Dean Long, Lu Qingchen muttered, rubbing his forehead. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Long Feng explained solemnly, as the name suggests, anyone who reaches the True Dragon list is a true dragon among men. The Tianji Sacred Hall created it specifically for the younger generation in the ancestral heaven domain. 1 year from now, a True Dragon banquet will be held, and any cultivator under 25 in the domain can sign up to compete. Anyone who places in the top 10 at the True Dragon banquet earns a spot on the ranking, Long Feng concluded, his gaze sweeping from Lu Qingchen to Yushan and the other 6 students, taking in every flicker of emotion. Yushan scratched the back of his head and asked in a low but earnest voice, Headmaster, what do we actually have to do to break into the top 10? Long Feng raised a hand for silence and patiently explained, think of the True Dragon ranking as Wagwo's genius listonly broader and far more authoritative. The True Dragon Banquet is a massive seeding tournament, far bigger than our Academy's freshman competition, with more contestants and much greater spectacle. Does that make sense? Yes, perfectly, Lu Qingchen and the others nodded. After a brief pause, a timid voice rose from the group. Director Long, what's the benefit of making the ranking? It wasn't Lu Qingchen, it was Yushan. Long She puffed out her cheeks and chimed in, exactly, Dad. If there's no upside, we're not going. The corner of Long Feng's mouth twitched. He couldn't help wondering if Lu Qingchen had rubbed off on his daughter. Long She had never cared about such matters before. Like father, like daughter, he thought wryly, remembering how he had just relieved Lu Qingchen of several sacred artifacts. Pushing aside his private thoughts, he resumed his role as headmaster. The rewards are substantial, he said evenly. Everyone who reaches the ranking receives the baptism of True Dragon Fortunian infusion of destiny drawn from the entire Tianzu domain. True Dragon Fortune? Long She pressed. What does that actually do for us? It's immense, Long Feng replied, his tone solemn. Fortune shapes your future, influencing every opportunity and realm you'll ever achieve. Picture this. Someone brimming with fortune might stumble upon a sacred artifact in the street, while someone lacking it could be crushed by that very same artifact. In short, fortune equals luck. Important enough for you? The group drew a sharp breath, momentarily speechless. Seeing their hesitation, Long Feng added, remember, the Tianzu domain is already the weakest in the realm. Once the True Dragon Banquet ends, we might never get another chance like this. A rare note of resignation colored his voice. The students exchanged looks and understood his purpose. He wanted them in the banquet. When they still wavered, Long Feng offered his final incentive. Make the top 3 and, in addition to the baptism, you'll gain entry to the Heavenly Mystery Hall's treasury. Choose any single treasure you want. The air seemed to ignite. A fierce light flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes and in everyone else's as well. Headmaster Long, count me in, Lu Qingchen declared first. Dad, me too. Long, she exclaimed. Count me in too. When Long Feng announced, anyone who finishes in the top 3 of the True Dragon ranking may enter the Heavenly Secrets Temple treasury and choose one treasure at will. Lu Qingchen, Lei Xian, and the other 4 nodded almost without hesitation. To them the banquet offered nothing but advantages. As prodigies under the Academy of Heavenly Daos special cultivation program, they lacked for nothing in daily resources, yet high-level techniques and top-tier weapons were scarce. The Academy supplied mostly ordinary materials. To advance further, they had to compete for truly rare items. Lei Xian, Lin Wuhan, Luo Xinghe, Su Wanning, and Ji Wushuang were already picturing the scene inside the treasury, as if the banquet were over and they were standing on the winner's podium. Lu Qingchen's objective, however, was completely different. While the others sought the vault, he was after the true dragon baptism. Heavenly herbs and advanced manuals held little allure for him. Bloodline Skyfruit, Earthcore Jade Marrow, even an intact divine beast corpse rested quietly in his storage ring. He could trade any of them for whatever resources he needed. Although the top 20 will receive the baptism, I want you to aim for the top 3, Long Feng said, sweeping his gaze over the 6 students, his tone solemn for the first time. It's not just about the treasury. First place on the ranking means far more to the Academy. The students were still processing his words when he dropped the real bombshell. Whoever claims the top spot will elevate their faction to become Waguo's 9th sacred palace. The ones most shaken were not the students, but the 6 elders of the Academy. Elder Tian shoved aside the round table and sprang to his feet, breathing hard. Xiaofeng, are you serious? If we take first place, the Academy of Heavenly Dao becomes the 9th sacred palace? The other elders were equally ecstatic, barely able to contain themselves. Joining the ranks of Waguo's sacred palaces was no mere honorifice, it was a ticket to the pinnacle of power. Lu Qingxue, however, looked puzzled. Headmaster Long, is that really such a big deal? Isn't a palace just another name for an academy? Her innocent question brought an urgent response from one of the elders. It matters far more than anything else. He glanced around at the students, lowering his voice despite the excitement. I know what you're thinking, that changing from academy to palace is just swapping one signboard for another. But that sign represents resources, status, and influence you can't begin to imagine. Lu Qingxue and the others nodded. That was exactly what they had been thinking. You're mistaken. Becoming one of the great sacred halls has little to do with reputation. It hinges on a stroke of monumental fortune and on the gateway that leads out of Huan Nation, out of the Tianzhu domain itself. Tian Lao stood in the hall, knuckles whitening around his cane, a glint of icy starlight in his eyes, as he slowly revealed a secret powerful enough to shake the world. An immense opportunity and a path beyond the Tianzhu domain. Lu Qingchen sprang to his feet, his eyes so bright they seemed ready to set the air ablaze. In the secret realm he had heard from the Demon Emperor that vast realms lay outside, yet he had never found a way out. Now, at last, hope had appeared. Exactly, Tian Lao said, his voice low but firm. The passage out of the Tianzhu domain is controlled by the 8 sacred halls. We old men learned this only by a twist of fate. Back then no one even knew this territory was called the Tianzhu domain, let alone that countless worlds awaited beyond it. He sighed and stroked his beard, regret clouding his features. By the time we understood, our strength had waned, and we could no longer climb higher. But you are different, still in your prime, living in a golden era. I only hope you can set foot outside, roam a broader sky, and leave no regrets. After that brief lament he straightened, his tone suddenly solemn. The chance is right in front of you. Next year's True Dragon Feast is the key to the outside world. Only those who make the list earn the right to leave the Tianzhu domain. There's a full year before the feast begins, Long Feng added. During that year the Academy will spare no expense on your cultivation pills, spirit materials, secret arts, whatever you need. We old bones will find it. The simple promise struck like a hammer. Lu Qingchen and the other 5 students felt their hearts surge, while nearby geniuses such as Nangong Qianyue and Lu Qingfeng were likewise stirred. By age, they too stood in their golden years, who wouldn't long to step beyond the domain. Yet this true dragon ranking had already been set aside for Lu Qingchen's team, and the others could only watch in silence. Yushan scratched the back of his head and spoke hesitantly. But Chen and I are too weak, 1 year might not be enough. Right now he and Lu Qingchen were only at the 5th level of the Earth martial realm. To challenge respect martial geniuses like Lu Qingxue and Lu Yin seemed an impossible gulf. So what if your realm is lower? Long Feng interrupted with a wave, his gaze landing on the 2 newcomers, part playful, mostly encouraging. You only need combat power at the heaven martial level. Among Huan Nation's youth, reaching the respect martial realm before 25 is exceedingly rare. The top spot will go to those 4. You 2 just need to place on the list. 1 year shouldn't be too difficult, right? It shouldn't be a problem, Lu Qingchen answered after a moment's thought. A plan was already forming. With Earth Heart Spirit Milk and closed-door training, he could compress years of accumulation. Yushan's talent was equally impressive. With sufficient resources, heaven-level combat power was hardly out of reach. Yet what truly ignited him was the lure of pushing his limits. Even as he voiced his calm reply, he clenched his fists in secret. 1 year could he break into respect-level power? As the master of Heaven's path, a cultivator who had once entered the heavenly ranking while still in the Earth realm, Lu Qingchen's ambitions had never been so modest. Chinga, but Yushan hesitated when he heard Lu Qingchen's words. He lowered his head, fists clenched tight for all his bravado. He wasn't entirely sure of his own strength. Relax and trust me. I have a way. Lu Qingchen didn't move his lips. A thin strand of soul power carried his voice straight into Yushan's ears, the tone brooking no argument. Yushan's eyes immediately lit up. He straightened his back and shouted to Long Feng. Then him in, too. In his mind, Chinga could do anything. Long Feng let out a hearty laugh, his sleeves snapping in the wind. Good. And the 4 of you have the confidence to take first place? He looked over at Lei Xian and the others. We do. Lu Yan answered first. Lu Qingxue, Long Shi, and Lei Xian followed one after another. Their voices were quiet yet firm. Lu Yan, the strongest of the 4, had already transformed her mortal body into spirit, so her confidence was well-founded. Lu Qingxue had stepped into the Zunwu realm as well, and given a year, Lei Xian and Long Shi were almost certain to reach it. Since no one objects, head straight to the resources hall later and take whatever you need. Supplies are unlimited. Long Feng announced. Yes. At the words unlimited supplies, Lei Xian and the others nodded eagerly, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. With most matters settled, Lu Chengfeng remembered a pressing concern and asked, Dean Long, what about the Sacred Palace? You killed one of Flame Palace's saints. A saint stood at the pinnacle of Wagwo's power. The Flame Palace would never let such a loss go unanswered. There's no need to worry, Long Feng replied calmly. The master of Tianji Palace just informed me that, before the Dragon Feast is held, all major factions are forbidden to wage war, and anyone above the King realm may not attack young cultivators of lower realms. Violators will be punished by Tianji Palace. A smile tugged at Long Feng's lips. He clearly approved of Tianji Palace's stance. Lu Qingchen straightened. So, Dean Long, we'll be safe for a whole year? If they truly had a year's respite, he no longer needed to fret over the 2 sacred palaces moving against the academy. Remembering how Long Feng had burned away his own lifespan to bring him back, Lu Qingchen felt even more indebted. During this year, he had to raise Tiandao Academy to a higher level. Long Feng nodded solemnly. Absolutely. The palace master promised me personally. Great. Lu Qingfeng slapped his chest. With saint-level techniques and artifacts, a year is enough for us to advance again. Then even if we run into a saint, we might not have to fear him. Exactly, Qingfeng. And if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Long Feng chuckled, patted Lu Qingfeng's shoulder, and then turned to Lu Qingchen and Yushan. We still have to settle those saint-level manuals. They're right here. Lu Qingchen flipped his hand, producing 4 faintly glowing ancient books and tossing them onto the round table. The thick volumes landed with a dull thud. Be careful. Han Meng winced at the sight of her disciple throwing saint-level manuals around, her face filled with distress. Lu Qingchen chuckled at Han Meng's reaction, not the least bit concerned. He knew better than anyone that what the Heavenly Tao Academy lacked most were saint-grade techniques. Every dean had been waiting for them with growing impatience. Before he even finished speaking, he casually tossed 2 hefty ancient tomes onto the round table with a heavy thud. Golden patterns flickered across their spines. They were saint-tier manuals. Seeing this, Yushan immediately copied his senior brother. He pulled 2 more manuals from his robes and slapped them onto the tabletop. Brat, these are saint-grade techniques. Who told you to throw them around? Chu Chuan barked, delivering a sharp flick to Yushan's forehead. Ow! Yushan yelped, clutching his head and looking at his master in wounded protest. Still feeling wronged. Do you know how precious these manuals are? Honestly, a well-fed man never knows a starving man's hunger. Although he scolded, a broad smile tugged at Chu Chuan's lips. Clearly, he was pleased with his disciple. Altogether, 6 saint-grade manuals now lay stacked on the table. Long Shi leaned in, studying the runes dancing across their covers. Pick one if it suits you, Long Feng said, giving up his seat. Lei Xian, the 4 of you come over as well. If you find a better match, swap it. As the wielder of the Shura Fate Reversing Bow, he already had a dedicated technique and felt no urgency. Long Shi and Lu Qingchen, both bound to their Heaven Dao artifacts, likewise stayed out of the selection. Han Meng, however, bent over the books, flipping through them one by one. Fire attribute lightning more fire. She examined every page, but by the last volume the light in her eyes had faded. Wordlessly, she straightened up, walked to the window, and gazed at the heaven and earth ranking suspended in the sky. Huh, there's actually an earth element technique. Chu Chuan's hands trembled as he cradled one of the manuals, delight all over his face. I found one too. Lu Yin chirped, hugging a fire element tome, her eyes sparkling. None of the six suit me? Nangong Qianyue shut the final book, feeling hollow. She drifted to the window and stood beside Han Ming. 5 minutes later, most people were clutching Saint-Tier manuals, faces glowing with excitement. At the window, though, several figures stared blankly at the celestial ranking, as if cut off from the world. Chu Chuan looked at Han Ming's back, hesitated, then produced a Saint-grade artifact. Dean Han, since the manuals don't fit, take this artifact for now. He's right. Old Chu and I both found what we need. We won't use the artifact anytime soon, you two should, Lu Qingfeng urged. No need. The two deans replied in unison, turning to offer identical smiles. Though they were smiling, everyone could sense the bitterness hidden beneath. Fine then. Lu Qingfeng and Chu Chuan both sighed and fell silent. In unspoken accord, Nangong Qianyue and Han Ming turned away and gazed up at the pale gray sky, the hush settling over them like a thin fog. Xiaoxue, not even one of these 6 Saint Rank manuals suits you? Longshi asked, surprised to see Lu Qingxue leaning against the window as well. No. Dean Han and I cultivate along the same lines, so none of them is a good match. Lu Qingxue turned back and answered softly, regret flickering in her eyes. Longshi sighed. Among the 4 of them, Lei Xian and Lu Yin had already claimed suitable manuals, and she herself practiced a heavenly Dao art that paired with the Longke Fiend saber. Only Lu Qingxue was empty-handed. If Qingxue failed to secure a higher-grade technique soon, the gap between them would only widen a prospect Longshi dreaded. I'm only at the sovereign martial realm. I'm in no hurry to switch manuals. But Dean Han and Master Xiaoxue, Nangong Qianyue cut her off with a gentle reprimand. Lu Qingxue fell silent at once. Qianyue knew exactly what she was about to say. She and Han Ming had already pushed an imperial high-grade manual to its peak, the best their academy possessed. They could keep forcing progress, but it was never a perfect fit. Anything lower mid-grade or low-grade imperial was simply too weak. They had pinned their hopes on the expedition bringing back a Saint-grade art, yet not one of the 6 recovered volumes suited them, not even marginally. Without a superior manual, their cultivation might stagnate, a devastating prospect for 2 warriors devoted wholly to the path. Catching her master's warning glance, Lu Qingxue held her tongue. She knew Qianyue didn't want the others worrying over it. Since everyone has made a choice, we'll adjourn here, Long Feng announced. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, come with me. Xiaoxi, the rest of you head to the resource hall for your supplies. Dismissed. He understood how frustrated Han Ming and Nangong Qianyue were. Keeping them in the council room would only deepen their discomfort. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, the 2 women vanished. A collective sigh filled the chamber. Watching them leave, Lu Qingchen felt his chest tighten. He did possess a higher-level manual, but revealing it now would only deepen everyone's frustration and solve nothing. He swallowed the impulse. Back to training, all of you. You too, with me, Long Feng said, striding out. Lu Qingchen and Yushan hurried after him. Xiaoxue, let's go to the resource hall, Longshi called. All right. As everyone dispersed, the Heavenly Saint Pavilion settled once more into its familiar quiet. So this is the Academy's treasury? Lu Qingchen and Yushan followed Long Feng to a pitch-black gate, unable to hide their curiosity. That's right. Long Feng nodded, set his palm against the center of the door, let his spiritual power surge, and gave a gentle push-boom. With a deafening rumble, the heavy door slowly swung inward. Go on in. He stepped through first. The vault wasn't large. Dim stone lamps threw faint light over 3 lonely rows of shelves. Lu Qingchen counted silently. Sure enough, just 3. This is all we've got. You know the Academy's broke. Pick what you need. Long Feng tossed the words over his shoulder and left. His footsteps soon faded down the corridor. Yushan and Lu Qingchen exchanged a glance, then moved to the shelves. Within minutes they had each stowed their chosen item, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Done already? Long Feng blinked. Had waited less than 5 minutes. Lu Qingchen kept his head down, voice faint. Yushan didn't look much better, though he forced a slightly stronger smile. What's with you two? Long Feng frowned. Most people walked out of here grinning ear to ear. It's nothing. Just Yushan's smile went wooden. Just that the Academy might be a little too poor, Lu Qingchen blurted. The air froze. Too poor? Long Feng raised a brow. Everything in there is king grade or higher, and the 2 of you are only at the Earth martial realm. You think you're above it? Lu Qingchen and Yushan looked at each other, then away, both at a loss for words. TSK. 1 trip to a secret realm and your standard skyrocket, Long Feng said, half amused, half annoyed. That's not it. Dean Long, Lu Qingchen hurried to explain. None of the items suit us, that's all. He certainly didn't dare let the dean know how rich he really was. The man would skin him alive. Nothing that suits you? Fine. I thought you were turning your noses up. Long Feng studied Lu Qingchen's face for any hint of a lie. Of course not, Dean Long. We already turned in the sacred artifact. I'm flat broke now. Lu Qingchen put on his best pitiful look. All right, spare me the sob story. Long Feng raised a hand, a headache coming on. After a round of nagging, Lu Qingchen and Yushan finally left the treasury. So, Brother Chen, where to now? Want to head back? Yushan scratched his head, asking timidly. I'd say you're dying to go home and study that saint-level technique, Lu Qingchen said, tossing the small white sphere head picked out. How'd you guess? Yushan grinned, silently praising Brother Chen's insight. Then off you go. I've got business of my own. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes and shooed him away. Once Yushan left, Lu Qingchen headed straight for Han Meng's courtyard. Creaked door swung open without so much as a knock as Lu Qingchen stepped inside. Dim lantern light wavered in the corridor while he hurried through the walkway and into the spacious front hall, but one quick glance told him Han Meng was nowhere in sight. Thud, thud. He stopped at her door and rapped twice. Silence. Not even a footfall. Did Master never come back? He muttered, then turned and left the courtyard. The night breeze outside carried the chill of dew. Pausing at the gate, Lu Qingchen wondered where else his master could have gone. Moonlight Lake. Cold, silvery lights spilled across the water. A gentle wind set small ripples gliding over the surface, scattering and regathering the reflections of stars and moon. The lake was so clear it seemed able to mirror the distant mountains. Han Meng stood motionless on the shore, ice blue eyes fixed on the water while her thoughts drifted far away. Without a sacred level technique, how can I reach the sacred realm in a single year? She whispered, disappointment heavy in her voice. After leaving the council chamber, she had come straight here instead of returning to her quarters. Bitterness welled in her chest, dimming the light in her eyes. A year from now they may all break through. When that happens, will I still be worthy of teaching Qingchen? She sighed, a quiet sense of inadequacy creeping in. She couldn't bear to lose her disciple. If Lu Qingchen's talent were ordinary, perhaps no one would covet him, but his gifts bordered on monstrous. Outwardly the other powerhouses showed no desire to take him, yet she knew that was only because, for the moment, her talent, status, and strength matched anyone's. Once they all reached the sacred realm, would that balance remain? In cultivation, rules are simple, power decides who speaks. The thought that Lu Qingchen might one day leave her made her heart tremble. Nothing has even happened, so why am I? Han Meng murmured, mist gathering in her eyes. Master, so this is where you've been. A gentle voice rose behind her. She stiffened and turned. Under the moonlight stood a handsome youth, a soft smile on his lips, crimson eyes reflecting the lake. Qingchen, why how did you get here? Fluster crossed Han Meng's face, a detail Lu Qingchen noticed at once. He stepped forward and, before she could react, drew her into his arms. I finally found you, he murmured, fingers sliding through her silky hair, concern filling his tone. Han Meng answered softly, neither pushing him away nor struggling. Wrapped in moonlight and the murmur of water, they held each other for a long while. Qingchen, how did you know I was here? When he still didn't let go, she gently slipped free, her voice tinged with shyness. His heated gaze set her cheeks aflame, and she turned aside, unable to meet his eyes. I went to your courtyard, and you weren't there, he said with a grin. This was my next guess. Looks like I was right. Lu Qingchen rubbed the tip of his nose and began to explain, a trace of disappointment in his voice. The hug just now had ended far too soon. He had wanted to hold her a little longer, but his master had hurriedly summoned him. What was so urgent you had to drag me over here? Are you hoping to see me make a fool of myself? Han Meng stood with her arms crossed, her tone tinged with annoyance. She had no idea why Lu Qingchen had shown up. Of course not, master. Even if everyone else laughed at you, I never would. Lu Qingchen shook his head gently, looking helpless. He honestly didn't understand her self-deprecation. Han Meng mumbled, in another year they'll all be saints. By then I might still be stuck at the sovereign realm, unworthy to be your Before she could finish, Lu Qingchen clapped a hand over her lips, a flash of anger in his eyes. Master, how could you think that? Do you really believe I'd choose my teacher based on whose cultivation is higher? Muffled by his palm, Han Meng pulled his hand away in a fluster. Of course not, Qingchen, let go first. Lu Qingchen released her, but kept glaring. Isn't that exactly what you just implied? What's left to explain? He watched her turn away, and his expression dimmed. Han Meng's shoulders trembled slightly, yet she stayed silent. I understand, he whispered, turning to leave. Head barely taken a step when slender arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Qingchen, it's not what you think. I'm just a little afraid. Han Meng pressed her cheek to his back, her voice trembling. Lu Qingchen sighed inwardly. He turned, brushed a loose lock from her temple, and said, Master, there's no need to overthink this. It's only a saint-level cultivation manual, not some priceless treasure. A saint-level manual isn't precious? Then what is? Tears rimmed Han Meng's eyes. Her disciple clearly didn't grasp its value. A saint manual really isn't. I have something far better, he said, amused by her earnestness. Always bragging. Do you even know how important a saint manual is to someone at the sovereign realm? She rolled her eyes, assuming he was merely trying to comfort her. Bragging am I? What if I actually produce something better? He raised an eyebrow. If you can bring out anything rarer than a saint manual, you can do whatever you want at the academy. Han Meng scoffed, too weary to argue with his arrogance. Anything I want with you as well? Lu Qingshan's eyes lit up. You. Han Meng bit her lip in anger. Shed meant he could throw his weight around the academy, not whatever he was thinking. Oh, forget it. He's just joking, and he won't be able to produce it anyway, she told herself. When she looked up again, Lu Qingshan was watching her with a half smile. Fine. If you can really bring it out, do whatever you like. This is what you said, you can't go back on your word. Seeing his master step right into the trap headset, Lu Qingshan's eyes flared like sparks catching fire. Of course I want, Han Meng replied, as long as you can produce something rarer than a saint-level technique. Her cool, striking eyes locked on her disciple, waiting to see how he would justify himself. Hold on, what if you can't? She asked suddenly, growing wary. Her gaze sharpened. She refused to make a bad bargain. If I lose, you'll take my punishment, so naturally you'll have to pay a price too. Huh. If I can't do it, you can deal with me however you like. Lu Qingshan threw his head back and laughed, completely at ease. Always eager to play, even though you're no good. You said it yourself. Han Meng shot him a glance, a trace of triumph surfacing in her heart. She knew Lu Qingshan had already handed over the 6 saint-grade weapons and techniques he'd found in the secret realm. At most, he still had a few cultivation resources. Something rarer than a saint-grade treasure was just a verbal trap. In all her years, she had never even seen anything beyond that level, and Lu Qingshan certainly couldn't have won. At the thought, she raised a hand to cover her rosy lips and let out a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? Lu Qingshan asked, arching a brow as he studied her. Has the cold frozen your brain? That won't do, we'll have to warm you up later with a bit of golden crow divine fire. No such thing. Han Meng jolted, shaking her head quickly. Clearing her throat, she changed the subject. Didn't you say you had something more precious than a saint-level technique? Well, show your master. All right. Seeing her grin so brightly, Lu Qingshan was already mourning for her. He tapped his storage ring. Whoosh, blue light leapt from the ring, and a long, jet-black rectangular sword case landed silently in his palm. Xiaochun, is this sword case what you meant? Han Meng asked doubtfully. The case was so dull it didn't even qualify as a spiritual weapon. Of course not. The treasure is inside. Open it yourself, master. Lu Qingshan gestured for her to proceed. Han Meng drew a deep breath and accepted the case. Creaked lid lifted slowly. A beam of deep blue light burst outward. Nestled within lay a radiant longsword, its blade rippling with a profound sapphire glow. A closer look revealed that the sword was forged from 2 colors, icy blue intertwined with jet black. The sword measured roughly a meter in length. Its blade, forged from a radiant ice blue metal, was etched with swirling ice phoenix designs. The hilt, in contrast, was a void black that seemed to swallow all light, completely unadorned save for the engraved pattern. At only 2/3 the width of a typical longsword, it appeared delicate beside Lu Qingshan's Shurtian ancient sword, yet the glint along its edge under the moonlight was razor-keen like frost on new snow, clearly a weapon crafted for a woman's hand. This sword is beautiful, Han Meng's ice blue eyes shimmered as she stared at the blade, her breathing quickening. Lu Qingshan could not hide his admiration. It really is. Even the Shurtian ancient sword can't compare to its looks. So this is the treasure you said is worth more than a Saint Realm technique? Han Meng asked, eyes shining. Exactly, Shurzuan. Why don't you see if it fits your hand? Lu Qingshan said gently. Then I won't be shy. Delighted, Han Meng accepted the sword. Bathed in moonlight, she swept into motion. The sword gleamed like flowing water, slicing the air with a chill blue arc. Leaning against a moss-covered boulder, Lu Qingshan watched the blades dance, clicking his tongue. I never realized Shurzuan had such a figure. Finishing her set of moves, Han Meng sheathed the sword. Well, it handles nicely, but what? Lu Qingshan asked at once. But it doesn't feel like a spirit weapon. Pretty, yes, but not very powerful. Han Meng met his gaze. Lu Qingshan's mouth twitched. It was the first time anyone had called a heavenly Tao artifact weak. He rubbed his temple. You haven't bonded with it yet, so you can't sense its power. Do I need a drop of blood? Han Meng lifted a hand, ready to prick her finger. Stop. No blood. Just channel your laws into the blade. Lu Qingshan hurriedly stopped her. All right. Han Meng nodded. Interwoven strands of black and icy blue power poured from her into the hilt. Runes flared, and the sword vibrated softly. It's working. Lu Qingshan's eyes lit up. Moments passed as her energy flowed. Under the moonlight, Han Meng's face grew steadily paler. Shurzuan, hang in there. Lu Qingshan's expression turned solemn. He drew a blue petal from his storage ring and held it to her lips. Han Meng parted her lips and bit down on the blue petal, swallowing it in one gulp. The moment it reached her stomach, a matter of only a few heartbeats, the laws inside her surged, and the long sword in her hand shook violently, frost and shadowy light flashing alternately along the blade. Time seemed to stretch. Suddenly the heavens split open. A pillar of dusky black light plummeted from the sky, sealing itself snugly around Han Meng. Almost in the same instant, a second beam gold shot through with searing white cascaded down and settled over Lu Qingshan. With a deafening roar, the 2 colossal columns pierced the firmament, rocking the entire ancestral heaven domain to its foundations. Distant mountains rumbled and the ground quaked. What's happening? Figures burst into the air from training halls, courtyards, and caves, all of them staring at the twin black and white pillars overhead. Their faces a mix of fear and curiosity. Is that the power of the Tao itself? Long Feng narrowed his eyes, guessing silently. The beams are over Moonlight Lake in the Hall of Destiny. An elder looked up to pinpoint the location, surprise flashing in his eyes. He produced a white stone talisman, pressed it to his lips, and murmured an order. A few breaths later he put the talisman away, joy flickering across his gaze, then barked, "Past this unknown year from today, the true dragon feast will be held. Until then, no faction is to start a conflict." Anywho Dodi. A quarter hour later, the elder's thunderous proclamation rolled through the entire domain, igniting every power at once. The true dragon feast, 1 year from now. Barely 30 seconds passed before the twin pillars collapsed, and the sky fell silent again. Han Meng lifted her gaze to Lu Qingchun, her clear eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Qingchun, what in the world just happened? And this sword's name Taiyin Ancient Phoenix, what does that even mean?" "It's simply called the Taiyin Ancient Phoenix Sword," Lu Qingchun replied with a helpless shrug. "Master, aren't you an ice law cultivator? Where did that black law come from?" Han Meng studied the blade and shook her head. "I have no idea what that black law is called, and I've never cultivated it deliberately." For an emperor rank expert to be ignorant of one of her own laws was more than a little embarrassing. Almost no emperor was clueless about their own power. If you've never practiced a related art, how can you wield such a law? Lu Qingchun frowned, equally baffled. Everything he knew said that both Han Meng and Lu Qingxue followed top-tier emperor-grade ice techniques. Yet the aura and level of that black law far outstripped ordinary ice laws. Her claim of never having studied it made no sense. When I broke through to the king realm, that law simply appeared in my mind. "I think it's tied to my physique," Han Meng recalled earnestly, laying out everything she knew. "Tied to your physique, maybe." Lu Qingchun nodded slowly, immediately thinking of his own heaven-scorching sacred body. Lu Qingchun suddenly remembered the time Han Meng emerged from her room, shaking with cold. His heart skipped a beat, and his thoughts raced. Could my master also possess a special constitution? After turning the idea over in his mind, he looked up and stated his conclusion. "Master, I suspect this black law appeared because of your unique physique." Han Meng arched an eyebrow, intrigued. "You mean my constitution is tied to this black law?" As a sovereign realm cultivator, Han Meng knew how rare such physiques were. She had never heard of anyone like that in the entire Tianzhu domain. Still, if her disciple was right, why had she never experienced the overwhelming power those books described? That question had always troubled her, so she had never dared accept the idea. "Exactly," Lu Qingchun said with conviction. "What you lack is a compatible cultivation method to awaken your inner power. Reaching the sovereign realm at your age would be impossible without a special physique." He clicked his tongue in envy at the thought. Han Meng reviewed her cultivation journey. Its Trumi progress has always been much faster than others, almost without bottlenecks. If I'd found the right technique earlier, I might already be in the Saint realm. She nodded, halfway convinced. Seeing this, Lu Qingchun smiled. "If that's the case, I think I know what your physique is." "What is it?" Han Meng asked, stunned. Her disciple was under 20 and only at the Earth Martial realm, yet he could deduce her constitution from a handful of clues. The possibility both amazed and intrigued her. "I found it in the Demon Emperor's notes," Lu Qingchun said, teasingly withholding the answer. "What physique? Tell me," Han Meng urged, impatience in her voice. "The Taiyin sacred body," Lu Qingchun pronounced. "It's one of the oldest human physiques. Those born with it advance at incredible speed and face no bottlenecks. Upon reaching the king realm, they automatically comprehend the Taiyin law, one of the highest laws." Han Meng's heart pounded. Lu Qingchun continued, "Everything you've shown matches the notes. But without the corresponding cultivation art, its power is stifled and can even cause side effects." "Taiyin sacred body, a supreme law," Han Meng murmured. She lifted her hand. The black law surged forth, instantly condensing into a pitch-black longsword. "But this thing barely has any power. Watch." With that, she swung. A cold gleam cut through the air, and the sword shot straight toward Lu Qingchun. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Qingchun's eyes widened as the sword of pure law sped toward him, panic written all over his face. The moment the black sword forged from law touched Lu Qingchun, it shattered without leaving the faintest mark. "Are you trying to murder your own husband?" he exclaimed, patting his chest in fright and shooting Han Meng a wounded look. The momentum behind that strike had genuinely startled him. "I knew you'd start talking nonsense." Han Meng flicked his forehead and rolled her eyes. "I told you a half-formed rule blade has no real power. Do you seriously doubt your master?" Rubbing the sore spot, Lu Qingchun chuckled helplessly. "Master, you're an emperor-rank cultivator, while I'm barely at the Earth Martial realm. If you really hit me for real, they'd be scattering my ashes now. Luckily, you haven't practiced the proper technique, otherwise I'd have been a goner long ago." Han Meng snorted and let the joke slide, but her attention drifted to the sword in his hand. "By the way, what grade is that weapon? Don't tell me it's a sacred artifact." Lu Qingchun laughed, and raised the blade. Dark light rippled across the steel, a phoenix silhouette flickering within. A sacred artifact? Something at that level isn't worthy of being compared to the ancient lunar phoenix. What do you mean? Is the sword even more extraordinary? Han Ming asked in surprise. The most she had ever wielded was a borrowed emperor weapon. Her own blade was only king grade. In her mind, sacred artifacts were already the summit, and the so-called heavenly Tao artifacts existed only in distant legend. This sword is one of the 33 heavenly Tao artifacts, the legacy weapon of the Taiyin Tao, Lu Qingchun replied softly. His words landed like muffled thunder in Han Ming's heart. Her breath stalled, and the sword in her palm suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. She had heard the tales. Years ago, Long Feng used the Azura fate-defying bow to shoot a saint dead with a single arrow, proving the frightening power of heavenly Tao artifacts. Later, when the heaven and earth rankings appeared, both Long Feng and Long, she had climbed the list thanks to the artifacts they held. And now Lu Qingchun was telling her that the very sword she was holding belonged to that same echelon. How could she remain calm? After a long moment, she forced a bitter smile and tried to hand the blade back. Xiao Chun, this thing is far too valuable. I'm not qualified. Quiet. Lu Qingchun snapped, pushing her hand back. Have you already forgotten what I just told you? Startled by his sudden severity, Han Ming lowered her voice. I haven't forgotten, it's just that the sword is too precious. She rushed to explain, worried that her disciple was truly upset. All right, that's enough. Lu Qingchun waved a hand and fell silent. Qingchun, please don't be mad, okay? I'll keep it, all right? Sensing her disciple's anger, Han Ming soothed him, all the while planning to return the item when she found a chance. That's more like it. Lu Qingchun's expression eased a little. Han Ming stole a glance at him, cheeks flushing. So what do you want in return? Let me think about that. Energized, Lu Qingchun's eyes roamed over her figure, looking every bit the mischievous rake. His heated stare made Han Ming blush and bristle, but she had already spoken and couldn't take it back. If it had been anyone else, she would have gouged their eyes out. Minutes slipped by. 5 minutes later, Lu Qingchun still hadn't said a word. Biting her lip, Han Ming finally asked, well, have you decided? Not yet. He'll name it later, he said with a lazy squint, clearly teasing her. You. Han Ming clenched her fists, realizing he had been toying with her. Why glare at me? I never said I had to ask right now. Lu Qingchun spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. Humph, for the sake of this heavenly Tao artifact, they'll let it slide. Han Ming crossed her arms, trying to sound magnanimous. Fine, fine, your majesty. Whatever you say. Lu Qingchun smirked, knowing better than to argue. While they spoke, he remembered the artifact had already accepted Han Ming, so he pulled out 2 more items and handed them to her. Here, these are for you. She looked closer. An ancient stone tablet and a crystal that glimmered faintly, a soul seed. What's the tablet for? And is this a soul seed? They're the matching cultivation method and dedicated soul seed for the heavenly Tao artifact. What else would they be? Lu Qingchun patiently explained everything he knew. When Han Ming fell silent, he frowned. Don't tell me you've already absorbed a soul seed. That would spell troubly. A warrior can only fuse with 1 soul seed in a lifetime. No. The Academy's soul seeds are rare, and none suited me, Han Ming said quickly, shaking her head. Every treasure Lu Qingchun had produced tonight shattered her worldview. A boy only at the 5th layer of the Earth Martial stage was casually pulling out a priceless heavenly Tao artifact. It was like a beggar suddenly flashing unimaginable wealth. Anyone would be stunned. Well, I'll head back to cultivate, then. She whispered the words and gently accepted the tablet and the soul seed. Sure, let's go back together. I'm getting a bit thirsty anyway, Lu Qingchun replied. Thirsty? Then let's go. Seeing Lu Qingchun's calm expression, Han Ming nodded slightly and followed him back to the courtyard. She still had no idea it was a trap. Bamboo shadows swayed in the breeze. Han Ming carried over a cup of hot tea and set it gently in front of her disciple. Here, rest for a bit. I'm going to my room to cultivate. Go ahead. Lu Qingchun didn't even lift his head, answering blandly. When Han Ming disappeared from view, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Perfect timing. He raised the cup and took a small sip. Minutes later, an urgent call came from inside. Xiao Chun, could you come here for a moment? Coming. Hands behind his back, Lu Qingchun strolled over, deliberately slow, until he reached her door. Incense curled through the room. Han Ming held up a gray-black slate, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Chun, how do I cultivate this technique? She examined the stone again and again, finding no hidden mechanism. Idiot. You don't even know to bind it with blood? How did you ever make it to the Emperor realm? Lu Qingchun's tone was blunt, conveniently forgetting how long he had puzzled over it himself. Oh, chided by her disciple, Han Ming's ears warmed. She answered softly, wondering how she could have missed something so basic today. Good, get started. Lu Qingchun cut her off and planted himself beside her, showing no intention of leaving. Since he insisted on staying, Han Ming only shook her head. Fine, I won't argue. She took out a silver needle and pricked her fingertip. Plop. A warm bead of blood fell onto the slate, and moments later a deep black light welled up. Whoosh. The light narrowed to a thin stream and shot into Han Meng's brow. After a long pause, she opened her eyes and spoke 4 words. Tying ancient canon. Lu Qingchen raised an eyebrow. It worked? The technique is astonishingly profound, far stronger than my previous one. Obviously, across the entire cultivation world, there are only 33 Heaven Dao artifacts. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes. He had a Heaven Dao art himself and knew exactly how rare they were. Cradling the slate's fragments, Han Meng spoke solemnly. Xiao Chun, these treasures are priceless. I don't know how to repay you. No need, master. This is what a disciple should do. Lu Qingchen grinned, utterly unconcerned. Well, I need to fuse the soul seed. So could you head back first? Remembering her task, Han Meng decided to thank him properly another day. Lu Qingchen immediately pulled a wounded face. You just said you didn't know how to thank me, and now you're kicking me out. Master, how heartless. That's not what I meant. Xiao Chun, you misunderstood. Seeing his pitiful look, Han Meng blushed even deeper and hurried to explain. She was embarrassed, but fusing the soul seed with him here would be inconvenient. Master, you once said that if I could bring you something more precious than a sacred artifact, you would grant my request. Does that still stand? Lu Qingchen tried to appear nonchalant, but his eyes burned into Han Meng's. Of course. You told me you hadn't decided what to ask for, Han Meng replied, blinking in surprise at the sudden reminder. Lu Qingchen pressed on. Then if I offer 3 things more valuable than a sacred artifact, can I make 3 requests? Seeing his master hesitate, he smiled like a little fox caught in the act. Did I really say that? Han Meng frowned, searching her memory but finding nothing. You certainly did remember it clearly. Lu Qingchen nodded solemnly. Master wouldn't go back on her word, would she? His wounded look made her heart quiver with guilt. Very well, 3 requests. She sighed, knowing he could produce divine treasures. But if it involves the saints, that will have to wait. Don't be so quick to refuse. Come closer, Lu Qingchen coaxed. Han Meng glanced around the empty room and huffed. Just say it, no one else is here. Still, she moved a half-step nearer. Lounging against the bed frame, Lu Qingchen leaned forward and whispered in her ear. The feather-soft words slipped inside, widening Han Meng's cool blue eyes. A blush raced from her cheeks to her neck. Bang! She shoved him. Chair and disciple crashed into the table with a thud. Stay away. You're far too young to be harboring such scandalous thoughts. Han Meng clenched her fists, mortified and furious. Rubbing his aching back, Lu Qingchen drew a sharp breath. But, master, you agreed I didn't force you. You flustered, Han Meng stiffened. That's out of the question. Choose another. No. Lu Qingchen shrugged. If you won't, then forget it. Silence fell. Even the wind outside sounded loud. After a moment, Lu Qingchen turned toward the door. All right, let's leave it. Wait. Han Meng spoke in a low voice. Her face burned crimson, yet her gaze clung stubbornly to his back. The first part won't accept, but the rest is impossible. Lu Qingchen smiled, light yet earnest. Deal. When Lu Qingchen heard that his master had actually agreed, he spun around and accepted on the spot, not hesitating for even a heartbeat. He feared Han Meng might change her mind in the next breath. After all, the so-called wager had been a casual remark, and Head never really expected it to work. Little did he know that if Head pressed her one sentence further, the outcome might have been entirely different. You. The instant Han Meng saw the bright grin spreading across her disciple's face, she realized she had been played. She clenched her teeth in anger so that pitiful act had been nothing but a performance. Hand it over, she snarled, extending a pale palm toward him. Haha. Lu Qingchen chuckled awkwardly and produced a set of special clothing from his storage ring, placing it in her hand. Get out. Bang! Han Meng slammed the door with a single push. An ice-blue screen of spiritual energy sealed the room, shutting out any prying eyes. Outside, Lu Qingchen rubbed the bridge of his nose and muttered, It's just a change of clothes, does she really need all that? He did have boundaries. The golden saint eyes could see through nearly anything, but he wouldn't misuse them. After a brief struggle, reason subdued desire. His goal was to tease his master and strengthen their bond, not to do anything shady. By his code, if he truly wanted something, Head asked for it openly, never hiding behind a wager to make an unreasonable demand. Half a stick of incense later, Han Meng's cool voice drifted through the door. Come in. Sure? I'm coming in, then. Lu Qingchen asked out of habit. When no objection came, he pushed the door open. The sight that greeted him was breathtaking. Silky ice-blue hair framed a pair of delicate rabbit ears, standing alert. Han Meng's cheeks were tinged pink, and her limpid eyes wouldn't meet his. Her lips were as red as ripe cherries, her swan-like neck and sculpted collarbones glowing pale. A tight black bodysuit molded to the snowy peaks of her chest, while slender arms hung at her sides, skin almost translucent. A black strap cinched her waist until it seemed no thicker than a handspan, swaying like a willow branch under the moon. Farther down, long jade legs were sheathed in snug black fabric, their graceful lines flowing like polished jade. The usual chill in her bearing, mixed with the current shyness, lent her an unmistakable allure. Master, you look incredible, Lu Qingchen said, his Adam's apple bobbing as a sincere smile spread across his handsome face. So I don't look incredible the rest of the time? Han Ming asked, voice edged with thorns, shooting him a sidelong glance. Haha, that's not what I meant. You're always beautiful, this is just a different style. Lu Qingchen grinned and explained patiently, you always look so aloof and dazzling, master. So that's why you came up with all those ridiculous requests? Han Ming's icy blue eyes shot him a fierce glare as she pretended to be angry. I was just trying to lighten the mood. You're the one who keeps overthinking things. Lu Qingchen spread his hands, sounding both innocent and justified. Han Ming arched an eyebrow, half teasing, half complaining. By that logic, am I supposed to thank you? Sure. How do you plan to thank me? Lu Qingchen asked shamelessly, completely unfazed. Han Ming met his gaze at close range, a faint blush tinting her jade-like cheeks. She suddenly remembered the other request he had made, and her heartbeat skipped. Lu Qingchen dropped the playful tone, his voice low and earnest. Master, please don't let your imagination run wild anymore, all right? As the words fell, he pulled her into his arms, simultaneously tender and intense. His warm hand rested on her smooth back and tightened slightly. Bathed in that solid warmth. Han Ming's legs went weak. She could barely stay upright without leaning on him. Lu Qingchen's Adam's apple bobbed. Lowering his voice, he reminded her, Master, there's still one more request. Surrounded by her subtle fragrance, even his thick skin felt close to giving way. Thinking of that other request, his mouth went dry. A gentleman doesn't take advantage of someone in need, Han Ming murmured, a rosy flush creeping up her snow-white neck. Lu Qingchen finally lost control and lowered his head to press a gentle kiss on that pink-tinged skin. Han Ming's soft moan escaped. Her icy blue eyes grew hazy, and her delicate body practically melted against him. Desire flared. Lu Qingchen's chest rose and fell as the side effects of his dragon-type martial soul battered his reason. Xiao Chun, don't. Just as he was about to lose all sense, Han Ming parted her trembling lips to stop him, gripping the hands that were roaming over her. Her quivering plea struck him like a hammer to the heart. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. His face turned scarlet as he withdrew his hands, fighting to quell the blaze within. Han Ming sighed softly, pressing a jade-white palm to his chest. Calm down first. With that, she gave him a gentle push and ushered him out of the room. Outside, Lu Qingchen sat cross-legged, forcing himself to breathe evenly. A beam of pure white light shot from the creation jade divine lotus, restoring his clarity in an instant. He stared up at the ceiling and muttered in self-reproach, damn this martial soul. It always fails me at the critical moment. I hope Master's not really angry. That earlier whisper had been far too tempting. Had nearly lost himself. If Han Ming hadn't snapped back in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He had never intended to overstep, and now he had no idea how to face her. Creaked door opened softly. Han Ming walked out at a measured pace, her gaze calm yet tinged with shyness. She had already changed out of that special uniform and donned her usual ice blue palace gown. When Han Ming stepped out of the room, Lu Qingchen shot to his feet and spoke in a guilty whisper, afraid his earlier antics had truly angered his master. Han Ming answered coolly, saying nothing more. Are you mad at me? Lu Qingchen hung his head, sneaking a glance at her. What do you think? Should I be pleased instead? She snorted, the chill in her voice making him shrink. After a pause she added, since it wasn't on purpose, I'll let it go this time. She noticed her disciple still staring at the floor, and a faint smile flickered in her icy blue eyes, though he missed it. Haha, master, you're the best. Certain he was off the hook, Lu Qingchen grinned, his spirits soaring. What are you laughing at? Try that again, and Han Ming raised a tiny fist, feigning anger. You'll what? Lu Qingchen blinked curiously. He'll beat you to death. Remembering what had just happened, color rushed to her cheeks. Could you really do that? He caught the subtle change in her face and edged half a step closer. Why not? At worst, he'll just take another disciple. She lifted her snow-white chin, completely unaware of how near had come. With my charm, do you think I'd ever have Trua? She yelped as her slender waist jolted. Lu Qingchen had slipped to her side and given the soft flesh at her waist a gentle pinch. Still worried you won't find new disciples? He teased, adding another quick squeeze to her willow-thin waist. Han Ming let out a soft moan. Her snowy cheeks flushed and her delicate shoulders trembled. Master, are you all right? Seeing her trembling, jade-like face almost dewy, an ominous feeling rose in his chest. After what felt like forever, Han Ming finally stilled, though her face remained crimson. Lu, Qing, Chen, bang, bang, bang. Her furious roar exploded into a rain of fists and kicks. Moments later she grabbed him by the collar and flung him out the door. That little brat. He's getting bolder every day. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll be impossible. Leaning against the door, Han Ming pressed her burning cheeks and stomped her foot. Still, the memory of her uncontrollable reaction to his pinch sent a flicker of embarrassment through her icy eyes. Thuddus. Lu Qingchen landed hard in the courtyard, sucking in a sharp breath. She didn't have to hit that hard, I only pinched her waist. It's not like he muttered as he slowly got up, as if had been the one wronged. But whyd she reacts so strongly. Could it be remembering the tremor that had run through her? His heart skipped a beat. Her boat is really whatever. They'll let her finish absorbing the soul seed first. The brief excitement faded, and he calmed down. Hey, Xiaochun, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Did you hear that noise just now? Just as Lu Qingchen finally calmed his racing heart, a cool, slightly puzzled voice drifted to his ears. Whoa, sis, what are you doing out here? He scratched the back of his head, genuinely startled. Standing barefoot in the moonlight, Lu Qingxue wore a knee-length, snow-white nightgown, her eyes filled with confusion. We've always lived here with Xiaoxi. Don't tell me you forgot? Her tone was soft yet cool, tinged with exasperation. Only then did Lu Qingchen remember. His master had flung him off the cliff to practice footwork. Midair, he lost his balance and crashed straight into his sister's courtyard. Embarrassed, he muttered, I was working on an aerial movement skill, lost my footing, and, well, fell through your roof. You're training movement skills in the middle of the night. Xiaochen, don't push yourself so hard. With Xiaoxi and me around, next year's True Dragon rankings won't be a problem. Lu Qingsu's gaze softened with guilt. Her brother was working himself to the bone while she and Longxi slept. Just then the door opened. Longxi stepped out, rubbing sleepy eyes. Qingxue, what just happened? She mumbled, finishing with a lazy yawn. Nothing serious, Lu Qingxue replied, shifting aside so she could see Lu Qingchen. He botched an aerial maneuver and fell from the sky. That's all. Noticing Longxi was wearing only a black camisole and shorts, Lu Qingsu's brows shot up. Put something on, Xiaoxi. Xiaochen's still here. So what if he is? Longxi rolled her eyes, lowering her arms. He's a guy if he's not a little wicked now. He'll get that way eventually. The thin straps barely covered her shapely chest. The shorts set off long, smooth legs that seemed to glow under the moonlight. Lu Qingchen's heartbeat, which had only just steadied, kicked up again, a restless heat stirring within him. Don't be ridiculous. Xiaochen isn't like other men. Lu Qingxue shot Longxi a pointed look. He's been well behaved since he was little, had never crossed the line. All right, he really is different. Longxi shrugged in agreement. The moment I met him, I felt completely at ease. Besides, he handed over a sacred elixir without a second thought. Anyone else wakes me up at this hour, they'd be eating my fists. After all, most people would blow up if jolted out of sleep in the middle of the night. This boy was the lone exception. Lu Qingxue turned back to her brother, worry and affection mingling in her gaze. Xiaochun, why don't you come inside and rest for a bit? Lu Qingxue looked at her younger brother with sympathy and spoke softly. Am I keeping you two from sleeping? Lu Qingxin scratched the back of his head, sounding apologetic as he pulled out the things he had brought for her. You've already woken us up, so what's the point of sleeping now? Longxi shot him an annoyed glance, her tone openly hostile. All you ever do is sleep. The True Dragon ranking is only a year away if we don't place. How are we supposed to face the academy? Lu Qingxue chided, though her eyes were full of helplessness. She and Longxi really did train less than many freshmen. You know how strange my martial soul is. Cultivating with it is ridiculously hard. Longxi looked up at the night sky, faint starlight reflecting off her delicate features, a trace of bitterness in her voice. Enough excuses. If your cultivation can't keep up, then specialize in combat skills, but you're done slacking off. Lu Qingxue widened her eyes in determination. Ever since they'd moved in together, her own practice time had dropped. Whatever you say. Let's head inside first. Longxi's expression flipped from gloomy to dazzling in a heartbeat, and she tugged the siblings toward the house. Women really do change faces fast, Lu Qingchen muttered, but he still followed them into the hall. The living room was brightly lit, and the sofa was soft. Longxi flopped down, her eyes sparkling. So what do the three of us do now? Lu Qingchen rubbed his forehead. It's the middle of the night. What else is there to do? Don't ask, just know we can. Lu Qingxue rolled her eyes at Longxi, then brought the conversation back on track. Chun, Dean Long says you and Yushan have to reach Sky Martial combat power within a year. Can you manage it? She knew her brother was only at Earth Martial level 5. Hitting Sky Martial in a year would be anything but easy. Relax, sis. A mere Sky Martial benchmark isn't that big a deal. Lu Qingchen chuckled, completely at ease. With his current strength, an ordinary Sky Martial opponent barely counted. Lu Qingxue frowned. Don't get cocky. If the King Realm is the dividing line for young prodigies, Sky Martial is an even bigger turning point. At that stage, you use your martial soul to draw in the world's spiritual power and form your own avatar. Once the avatar takes shape, your combat power skyrockets at least 5-fold. While it's active, spiritual power gathers faster, and every strike hits twice as hard, gathering spiritual power. But before King Realm, the body can only store soul power, right? Lu Qingchen raised a brow in confusion. Exactly, and that's stored inside you, Lu Qingxue explained patiently. Sky Martial is different. It uses the avatar to pull in and compress ambient spiritual power, but it still can't be stored internally. She spoke extra seriously, worried he might underestimate it. No wonder Senior Lei Xian wasn't that quick when he summoned his avatar back then. It had to gather power on the spot, Lu Qingchen mused, recalling his first days at the academy. That's why I say Sky Marshal is the major turning point below King Realm, Lu Qingxue concluded. Beyond forming an avatar, the speed at which you unleash your divine arts also becomes a key measure of talent. Right sis, I get it. Lu Qingchen nodded. The higher your mental power, the stronger your combat strength in the Tianwu realm. While he spoke, he quickly digested the idea. His own mental power already far surpassed his peers, so Lu Qingxu's explanation required almost no effort for him to grasp. Whether manifesting a phantasm or channeling heaven and earth energy to cast a technique, the mind was decisive. Exactly. Lu Qingxue inclined her head. The stronger your mind, the faster you can unveil your phantasm and fire off divine arts, so you naturally hold the advantage against opponents of the same rank. Seeing her brother fully understand, she allowed herself a satisfied smile. This was the result she had hoped for. She knew that once Lu Qingchen stepped into the king realm, mental power would overshadow every other factor. She shifted the topic. Of course, you can't ignore a martial soul. A powerful soul usually comes with strong mental power, especially something like your creation Jade Spirit Lotus, which gives an enormous boost. Lu Qingchen nodded. He understood that such advantages narrowed at higher realms, yet they remained advantages all the same. Suddenly he frowned in thought. But by that logic, isn't the physical body less important? He had always believed the body was the greatest treasure. The body is vital. Lu Qingxue tapped the table. It's just that the heavenly ancestral domain lacks profound body-forging arts, so everyone focuses on the mind instead. Longshi cut in. There are body-forging arts, but their grades are far too low. Lu Qingxue spread her hands helplessly. The best we have barely matches the Tianwu realm, and it's incomplete. Right, I never asked. Lu Qingchen silently lamented the academy's thin foundations. After a moment, he looked up at his sister. By the way, sis, you're cultivating ice techniques now, right? Lu Qingxue nodded. If not for my martial soul, I would have switched already. The academy has too few ice manuals. She gave him a puzzled look. Why bring this up? Lu Qingchen blinked and lowered his voice. I've got an ice-type weapon. Not sure if it suits you. You were hiding something? Long Zai's eyes lit up, and she leaned over the table. Hurry, show us. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes at her. Sis, don't you already have the Dragonfinch Slayer? That won't do. Long Shi waved dismissively. Any weapon you give Qingxue can't be worse than my Dragonfinch Slayer, or it'll be embarrassing. Xiao Shi, Lu Qingxue chided softly. Heaven-grade treasures are incredibly rare. Don't make things hard for Qingchen. Besides, my realm isn't high enough for anything too powerful. To her, her brother's concern was touching enough. At most she expected a royal-grade ice weapon, which was already a luxury. Yet the moment Lu Qingchen produced the item, both women were struck speechless. A dazzling, crystal-clear scepter suddenly materialized in Lu Qingchen's hand. Its shaft seemed carved from Tentho-sandia-rolled glacial jade, translucent veins of ice blue light flickering beneath the surface. At the tip, a polished orb of frozen essence sat in an intricate setting, ghostly radiance coiling around it and radiating a bone-deep chill. In an instant, frost spread across the floor, and the hall's temperature plunged to freezing. Every breath turned to white mist. You get so cold. Long she shivered, dashed to her room for a coat, and returned to Lu Qingchen's side, braving the chill. It's beautiful, Lu Qingxue whispered, her eyes locked onto that icy blue glow, unable to look away. Frowning thoughtfully, Long she murmured, why does its aura feel so familiar? Xiaoxi, have you seen it before? Lu Qingxue asked in surprise. Never, but the aura is exactly like the Dragonfinch Demon Blade. The word startled even Longxi herself. How could it feel the same as the Dragonfinch Demon Blade? Did you sense it wrong? Lu Qingxue stared at her, baffled. She recalled Long Feng mentioning in the Heavenly Sage Pavilion that the Dragonfinch Blade was one of the 33 Heavenly Dao artifacts far rarer than a Saint Rank weapon. That blade had once allowed Long Feng to slay a saint and reach the summit of the heaven ranking with his companions. For a mere scepter to give off the same presence seemed impossible. Am not mistaken, Xiao Zuit's identical to the Dragonfinch's aura. Longxi insisted when Lu Qingxue still hesitated. No sooner had she spoken than she whirled on Lu Qingchen, waving her arms. Out with it. What exactly is that scepter? Lu Qingchen chuckled, nodded to Longxi, then turned solemnly to his sister. She's right, sis. This scepter is indeed a Heavenly Dao artifact. A Heavenly Dao artifact. Lu Qingxue covered her lips, stunned. Her younger brother was only in the Earth Martial realm. Producing a Saint Rank weapon had already shocked her, and now he was presenting a Dao artifact as well. Just days ago in the Heavenly Sage Pavilion, he had revealed 4 Saint Rank treasures at once. How could anyone believe this? Meeting her gaze, Lu Qingchen spoke with quiet conviction. Anything is possible until proven otherwise. I'm not lying, this scepter is one of the 33 Heavenly Dao artifacts. Faced with her brother's earnest certainty, Lu Qingxue finally chose to trust him. Yet she did not reach for the scepter. She shook her head gently. Keep it for yourself, Xiaochen. I already received the sacred elixir, and with my current cultivation, I wouldn't be able to use this weapon anyway. Lu Qingxue chose her words carefully, letting her gaze drift away. The icy scepter in front of her was almost fatally tempting. If she stared at it a few seconds longer, she might not be able to resist picking it up. Sis, I don't even have an ice affinity. What would I do with this thing? Lu Qingchen rubbed his brow, his tone full of resignation. Han Ming had tried the same trick before, and now even his own sister was eager to hand him a treasure. Would Nangong Qinhua do it next? The thought made him grumble inwardly. Lu Qingxue shook her head. So what if you're not ice-aligned? After the king stage, soul spirits don't matter as much. You can switch cultivation arts by then. Incredible. Long Shi and Lu Qingchen exclaimed at the same time, eyes wide. They had never heard such a reckless plan. Under their scorching stares, Lu Qingxue felt wronged. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not wrong. This way Xiao Chun can still use the scepter later. Honestly, Qingxue, that idea is just too long. Zai's voice caught. She couldn't find a word strong enough. She had never imagined anyone giving away a divine artifact so casually. Lu Qingchen looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Brilliant women could be a real headache. He was still figuring out how to stop his sister from refusing. Please, sis, just keep it, he urged after a pause. Lu Qingxue was about to wave him off when Lu Qingchen dropped a bombshell. Besides, I already have a heavenly Tao artifact. Boom, the words exploded like thunder in the two women's ears. You already have a heavenly Tao artifact? Impossible. Long she cried, frozen as if struck by lightning. She knew exactly how rare they were. The entire Tiansu domain held only two. One was Long Feng's Shura life-reversing bow. The other was the Dragon Sparrow Fiend blade in her own hands, and even that blade lacked its matching soul seed. Yet Lu Qingchen not only produced one, he claimed to have another on him. Heavenly Tao artifacts weren't cabbages you grabbed off the street, they were peerless treasures. Long she felt her worldview shatter, her mind blank. Lu Qingxue wore the same, stunned expression. She and Long she stared hard at Lu Qingchen, as if trying to see right through him. At last, Long she narrowed her eyes, full of suspicion. Hey, kid, are you lying just to make your sister keep the scepter? Exactly, Xiaochen, are you trying to fool me? Lu Qingxue echoed, thinking Long she had a point. Didn't expect you to be sharp for once, she. Why would I lie to you too? If you don't believe me, watch. Lu Qingchen finally spoke, exasperated. He couldn't understand why, after everything he had said, Long Shi and Lu Qingxue still refused to believe him. As the words left his mouth, an ancient and awe-inspiring aura surged from within him, like a primordial beast roused from ages of slumber. A hazy yet blazing shadow of a great sun rose behind him, its gold-red radiance tinting every wall with a faint, scorching hue. The crushing majesty that followed felt tangible, far beyond anything a mere sacred artifact could produce. Long Shi and Lu Qingxue both stopped breathing. Long Shi instinctively covered her mouth, lips forming an exaggerated "oh" as she gasped. You really weren't lying. She could clearly sense that the aura inside the boy was purer and wilder than the power she and Long Feng carried. Lu Qingxu's reaction was far stronger. The moment the solar phantom flared, searing yang energy slammed into her like a branding iron, instantly suppressing her ice-aligned power. Every bone felt as if it might melt in that relentless heat. Her ears rang, and the world spun. Sis, what's wrong? Seeing his sister sway, face drained of color, Lu Qingchen's heart lurched. He hurriedly withdrew every trace of his aura. Leaning against his shoulder, Lu Qingxu's breathing was uneven, her voice weak, yet still tinged with a smile. I'm fine, little Chun, it's much better now. That aura of yours was terrifying. In that brief instant the gap between the two girls became clear. Gifted as both were, Long she could resist only because she wielded a heavenly Tao artifact, while Lu Qingxue cultivating ice techniques and lacking such a weapon was brutally suppressed by the blazing force. I didn't expect it either. Rest for now, sis, Lu Qingxun said with a helpless laugh, helping her to sit. She murmured assent, took a pill from her storage ring, slipped it into her mouth, and closed her eyes to steady her breath, her chest rising and falling softly. You're a total freak, Long she muttered, giving Lu Qingchen a peculiar once-over. The academy had already been shaken when the boy produced 6 sacred artifacts at once. Now signs of 2 heavenly Tao artifacts, and he was still only at the Earth Martial stage. If word got out, the entire academy would go mad. Lu Qingchen shook his head with a wry smile. It's not that dramatic. I'm just a little luckier than most. 6 sacred artifacts and 2 heavenly Tao artifacts had all been earned in bloody battles. Without the Demon Emperor's appreciation, he would long since have been a corpse. Only a little? Long she scoffed, rolling her eyes in disbelief. He had no desire to argue. Debating with a woman was never wise. Falling silent, he left Long Shi to fume. She flopped onto the sofa, arms behind her head like a kitten staking its claim. Time slipped by. The hall grew quiet save for Lu Qingxu's steady breathing and the faint ripple of energy as the pill dissolved. Sis, are you feeling better now? About half an hour later, Lu Qingchen finally broke the silence. All right, that should do it. Lu Qingxue rolled her wrists, a faint smile on her face, signaling to everyone that she was fully recovered. Since I'm better, can we finally set off? I'd rather not get left too far behind, you know. She joked lightly, but the seriousness in her eyes was unmistakable. Lu Qingxin chuckled and, without further objections, handed the ice staff back to her. That's more like it, sis. I'm counting on you to reach sainthood early and keep me safe. The moment the staff touched her palm, a bone-deep chill seeped in. Lu Qingxue steadied her mind and asked offhandedly, Xiao Chun, what am I supposed to do now? I've got no idea. Scratching his head, Lu Qingchun offered a sheepish grin. After all, his sister was only at the Zunhua stage and had yet to comprehend any laws, whereas Dean Long had warned them that a divine weapon would only acknowledge its owner if one could infuse it with their own laws. Xiao Shui, maybe you should first. Bzz. Before he could finish, a sharp hum exploded through the hall. After only a dozen seconds in Lu Qingxu's grasp, the ice staff began to vibrate on its own, unleashing a wash of blue light that rippled across the walls and ceiling like waves. No way, did it really just accept her? Lu Qingxun's eyes went wide. The blue glow lasted for the better part of a minute before slowly drawing back. Lu Qingxue lowered her gaze to the staff in her hand, a genuine smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Sis, did it work? Lu Qingxun asked, unable to hide his excitement. Yes, I think so. I can already control it. She nodded gently, joy lighting her eyes now that the artifact had accepted her. She could protect her brother even better. It's so cold. A tremulous voice came from the sofa. No one had noticed when Longxi woke up, but now she was hugging her shoulders, practically curled into a frozen ball. A thin layer of frost covered the hall's floor and walls. Ha! Lu Qingchen burst out laughing at the sight of her. Here, have some warmth. With a flick of his wrist, a dancing flame shot toward Longxi. Much better. Longxi cupped the flame between her palms, pure relief written across her face. Xiao Shui, you did it? Once Shed warmed up, she fixed her gaze on the ice staff, eyes shining with delight. Yes, I did. That's fantastic. I was worried you'd fall behind without a proper saint-level technique, but now there's nothing to worry about. Longxi let out a long breath. She knew Lu Qingxu's calm exterior hid genuine frustration, but her friend had kept it to herself so no one would worry. Now that the issue was settled, she was truly happy for her. After the excitement faded, Longxi suddenly recalled something and turned to Lu Qingchen. Xiao Chen, you'd better not play favorites. What about me? Huh? Lu Qingchen blinked, baffled. Sister Shi, don't you already have a heavenly Dao artifact? I never said I wanted another heavenly Dao artifact. Then what do you want? Lu Qingchen was completely at a loss. A sudden blush swept across Long Zai's face. She twisted the hem of her clothes, and though her voice was barely above a whisper, every word was crystal clear. Could you dual cultivate with me for a month? Boom! Long Zai's words detonated inside Lu Qingchen like a bolt of lightning. His ears rang, and his mind went blank. Beside him, Lu Qingxue also froze, her mouth slightly open as she looked back and forth between her friend and her brother, disbelief written across her face. Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? It was a long moment before Lu Qingxue found her voice, stamping her foot in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She had never imagined Longxi would make such a request right in front of Lu Qingchen. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm serious. Longxi shrank a little under her stare, but her tone stayed firm even as her head dipped. Sister Shi, this doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Lu Qingchen laughed awkwardly and rubbed the bridge of his nose, completely unable to fathom what was going through Long Zai's mind. Why would you suddenly make such a strange request? What's wrong with it? It's only 1 month. Can't you even manage 1 month? Longxi glared at him, her clear eyes filled with exasperation. What kind of feral proposition is that? Who said I couldn't handle it? I'm worried she can't. Lu Qingchen grumbled inwardly, but he didn't dare say it aloud and forced a stiff smile instead. Xiaoxi, isn't it too early to discuss this? Lu Qingxue finally couldn't stand it anymore. She bit her lip and tried to dissuade her. Early? If we wait any longer, the true dragon banquet will begin. If I still haven't broken through to the martial lord realm by then, I'll really be too late. Longxi looked at Lu Qingxue, grievance in her eyes as though accusing her friend of not understanding. Lu Qingxue blinked and instinctively retorted, but what does dual cultivation have to do with you reaching the martial lord realm? Xiao Chan isn't. She suddenly stopped, as if something had occurred to her, and threw Lu Qingchen a strange look. Isn't what? Longxi blinked, not catching on right away. After a long silence, Lu Qingxue managed to squeeze out, Xiaoxi, you mean you need Xiao Chun to cultivate with you so you can advance to the martial lord realm? Exactly. Longxi nodded matter-of-factly. My father said Xiao Chen's martial soul can help me cultivate. Otherwise raising my realm would be far too difficult. Oh, that's good. I thought. Lu Qingxue let out a long breath. The stone in her heart finally lifting. She had clearly been overthinking. What else could it be? What did you think? Longxi tilted her head. When Lu Qingxue's cheeks flushed, she turned to Lu Qingchen and saw that he too was so embarrassed he didn't dare look up. How could you two even think like that? A blush spread across Long Zai's cheeks as well, yet she still tried to scold them with a straight face. No, Xiaoxi, I really wasn't thinking along those lines. Lu Qingxue hurriedly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her fair face already rosy. Can you honestly say you believe that? Longxi rolled her eyes. Lu Qingchun wished the ground would swallow him whole, cursing himself for getting worked up over nothing. Forget it. I, your gracious elder sister, won't bother with two impure-minded rascals. Longxi shot them a fierce glare, decisively ending the awkward episode. She knew her earlier wording really had been misleading. Few the tense air dispersed at her remark. Lu Qingchen finally exhaled and felt a weight lift from his shoulders. By the way, sis, this is for you. After they had both settled their emotions, Lu Qingchen took two more items from his storage ring. He revealed an ancient-looking jade scroll of cultivation arts and a soul seed that glimmered faintly, tiny sparks dancing at his fingertips like stars. Are those the matching technique and its soul seed? The flush had left Long Zai's cheeks, and her eyes were fixed on the items. That's right, Sister Shi. You don't have one? Lu Qingchen chuckled, yet as he turned he caught the envy deep in her gaze and felt a flicker of doubt. No. She shook her head, regret lacing her tone. When Dad came back from that ancient battlefield, he only brought the technique and a weapon soul seed. In theory those three should appear together. Why did Director Long take only two? Lu Qingchun rubbed his chin, a small frown forming. In his mind, a heavenly Tao artifact's inheritance was always complete. Dad said the situation was critical. He didn't have time to grab the soul seed. Her long lashes quivered, and envy shimmered in her beautiful eyes. I see. He thought for a moment. So, the soul seed should still be in that ancient battlefield? MMHM. She nodded. It opens roughly once every 10 years, and no one can enter at other times. In the last two openings, Dad asked around, nobody brought out a soul seed, so it's almost certainly still inside. Relief washed over Lu Qingchen. Good. Next time it opens, I'll get it for you. As long as the item remained, he never treated obstacles as problems. Longxi smoothed the stray hairs on her forehead. She didn't reject him outright, but gently reminded him, it won't be that simple. Whenever the battlefield opens, the 8 grand sanctuaries all send participants. Their weakest fighters are in the martial lord realm, and some geniuses are near the king level. Given our current cultivation, the odds of seizing resources from them are slim to none. Lu just waved a hand as though brushing off dust. So what if the odds are tiny? So what if it's the 8 sanctuaries? If I run into them, it's mine. No one can take it from me. With 2 heavenly Tao artifacts in his possession, he felt no pressure from the sanctuary's younger generation. Longxi snorted softly, but did not argue. Deep down she still held a sliver of hope that Lu Qingchun might work a miracle. Humph. All talk, she muttered, looking up at him, then suddenly curved her lips. If you really can bring me that soul seed, then, what? Lu Qingchun's eyes lit up, anticipation written all over his face. Then I'll dual cultivate with you once. How about that? Then what's so wrong with having a dual cultivation session with you? Longxi arched her slender, snow-white neck, her voice crisp and daring, as if she meant to nail the blush-inducing remark to the air. Of course, the you in question didn't include the nearby Lu Qingchen. Xiaoxi, stop it. Xiaochen isn't like that. Lu Qingxue frowned lightly, shooting her sister a reproachful glance, though the tenderness in her tone gave her away. She added a clarification: the dual cultivation she meant this time was definitely not the risque kind from a moment ago. Haha, we can talk about it later, Right now we should focus on cultivation. Lu Qingchen seized the chance, adopting a righteous air as he forcibly steered the conversation back to training. His clear eyes and harmless smile made him look utterly sincere. Humph, such a fake prude. Longxi shot him a glare, lowering her voice. You only said that because your sister's here, right? For all her sharp tongue, she felt no real dislike for the boy a little younger than herself. If anything, she admitted he was almost annoyingly talented. Of course not. Lu Qingchen denied at once, admitting that in front of his sister was out of the question. Seeing him refuse, Longxi curled her lip and let it drop. She spun around, pushed open the door to the cultivation chamber, and called over her shoulder, "They'll be waiting, hurry up." Before the words had faded, Shed slipped down the corridor. Stuck at the 9th level of the Tianwu realm for ages, she was desperate to break through to the Zunwu realm. Once her silhouette vanished, Lu Qingchen finally exhaled and muttered half-jokingly, "Heh, Ziji's something else. She was nodding off a moment ago, and now she's all fired up." Xiao's eyes had it tough. Lu Qingxue shook her head, sympathy flickering in her eyes. If it weren't for her martial soul, she might already be stronger than I am. She then took the black stone tablet and the sealed casket from his hands. So this tablet's the cultivation technique? Yeah, just drip a little blood on it, and it's bound, he said concisely. Lu Qingxue nodded, a gentle smile blossoming. Got it. Go on, help Xiaoxi in the chamber. She's probably dying of impatience. She waved him away, then added playfully, and don't you dare bully her. Bully Shijie? I wouldn't last a second. Shed flattened me. Lu Qingchen pulled a wry face. Longxi was on the verge of the Zunwu realm, while he was only 5th level Earth Marshal. In a real fight, she held all the cards. Fair point. Lu Qingxue compared their realms and had to agree. She blinked. Off you go. I need to get back to my room and absorb this soul seed. With that, she turned and slipped into her quarters. Lu Qingxun drew a long breath and headed for the cultivation chamber. When he pushed the door open, Longxi was sitting cross-legged in meditation. At the sound of his footsteps, she leapt to her feet. Xiaochun, did you explain everything about the heavenly Tao artifacts to your sister? Yeah, all done. He nodded. Good. Longxi twirled a lock of hair and clicked her tongue. I still don't get how a 5th-level Earth Marshal managed to get his hands on 2 heavenly Tao artifacts. Freak. Satisfied once Lu Qingxun had finished his explanation, Longxi nodded. Yet when she remembered that this kid, still only at the Earth Marshal realm, actually possessed 2 heavenly Tao artifacts, she couldn't stop herself from tilting her head back with a long sigh. Who was the real freak here? How am I a freak? I haven't done anything, Lu Qingxun muttered under his breath, staring at her slender, alabaster neck, grievance lacing his voice. Humph, drop the innocent act. Do you really think I can't read your little schemes? Longxi shot him a fierce glare. Heh, I don't know what you're talking about. The youngster brushed it off, then remembered why they were here. You said you needed my help cultivating. What exactly do I have to do? It's simple. Just run your technique as usual and leave the rest to me, Longxi said after a brief pause. All right, I'll begin. Lu Qingxun sat down cross-legged on the spot, letting his spiritual power circulate slowly through his meridians. An unusual ripple instantly spread through the air. Longxi focused, and surprise flared in the depths of her eyes. It was the aura of a true dragon. So her father really hadn't lied to her back then. Qingxun, clear your mind, I'm going to start, she reminded him softly, then sat cross-legged behind the youth. Within a few breaths, wisps of pale golden mist seeped from the crown of Lu Qingxun's head, trickling like tiny streams into Longxi's palms and arms before finally merging with her meridians. The moment the first strand entered her body, Longxi let out a soft hum. Her brows relaxed, clearly reaping immense benefits. She had never encountered dragon essence this pure. Just that single wisp had refined her true energy by a noticeable degree. Maybe this time it'll break straight through to the honored martial realm, she thought, the steadily climbing power inside her making her eyes burn with eagerness. Longxi shut out all distractions, closed her eyes, and greedily drew in strand after strand of golden mist. Spiritual energy roiled through the room, surging back and forth as the pair absorbed it. Meanwhile, Yushan and Lei Xian were sprawled on the sofa, leafing through the Saint-grade technique they had just acquired. Their young faces brimmed with smiles, excitement practically bubbling over. I never dreamed I'd get to practice a Saint-grade art. It feels like a dream, Lei Xian murmured, running his fingers over the pages as though caressing a lover's skin. Heh. With this, Senior Will Yushan's boast was chopped off mid-sentence by a sudden knock at the door. Go answer it. I'm going to cultivate, Lei Xian said, waggling his eyebrows before ducking straight into the training room. What the heck? It's your house, the visitor's obviously here for you, Yushan grumbled, but he still got up to open the door. Knock, knock. Coming, coming. He pulled the door open, and a slender figure stood on the threshold. A light breeze lifted the fringe at her brow, her contours gentle yet sharp. Yushan's eyes flew wide. Am I really dreaming? Dreaming? Were you napping just now? The slender newcomer laughed, teasing him. Ah, no. Longjia, what brings you here? Yushan asked, his surprise obvious and his excitement barely contained. I've got some business to take care of, and I figured I'd drop by to see how you two are doing, the slim figure at the door replied with a smile, her swaying hips making it hard for Yushan to look away. The visitor was an Ilan. Upon hearing that Lu Qingxun was being hunted by 2 saints from the great sanctuaries, she had rushed over at once. The girl still wore a simple white gown that fluttered lightly around her ankles. Her delicate nose and long lashes cast faint shadows in the sunlight, and she stood at the threshold like a beam of pure light, smiling as she watched them. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to invite me in? She teased, rolling her eyes when Yushan froze under her gaze. Oh, Sister Lan, come in. Yushan snapped out of it and hurriedly ushered her into the living room. Anilan glanced around. Is this your place? No, it belongs to Senior Lei Xian. I'm just staying here for now, Yushan explained with a shake of his head. Then where do you live? And where's Lu Qingxun? She pressed. The academy still hasn't assigned us quarters. As for Qingxun, honestly, I'm not sure where he is right now. Oh, so he's crashing somewhere else too? Her curiosity flared instantly. Yushan cut her off before she could pry further. I really don't know. Anyway, you said you had business? And Yilan's expression turned serious. Right. You've heard about the true dragon ranking the Tianji Sanctuary announced, haven't you? We have. The principal mentioned it, Yushan nodded. It's a big deal. The sanctuary plans to pull treasures from its vault to boost the young generation across Tianzu domain. My master also said the higher-ups are sending in extra cache of rare resources, even saints will benefit from them, she added in one breath. Yushan was lost. Hold on, who exactly are these higher-ups? And why does help for saints concern us? I don't know the exact place they're from. Master only said it's another region entirely, and Ilan explained patiently, But after a while her throat grew dry, and Yushan still looked confused. He poured her some hot tea. Sister Lan, maybe we should wait until Qingchun gets back. Alright. Honestly, I haven't figured everything out myself, she admitted, taking a sip and giving an embarrassed smile. Cultivation chamber. Lu Qingchun was deep in a state of profound cultivation, faint draconic energy rippling from his body. Behind him sat Long Shi, her voluptuous figure perfectly still, eyes closed in concentration. A massive phantom of a dragon K rose behind her, greedily drawing in the stray, true dragon aura leaking from Lu Qingchun. As the minutes passed, Long Zai's cheeks grew ever more flushed, yet her rate of absorption only increased. Almost there, she murmured. Just a bit more. Feeling the changes happening within her body, Long Shi murmured softly, her condition looking far from good. As if hearing her words, Lu Qingchun's body trembled, releasing an even more powerful aura. Long Shi seemed to sense this shift, and the dragon sparrow phantom behind her began absorbing the energy even faster. Time passed like this, though no one knew how long. Bulma's startling momentum surged from Long Shi's body. After absorbing the true dragon aura for so long, she had finally broken through the bottleneck that had plagued her for ages, successfully advancing to the Zunwu realm. Shijie, did you succeed? Feeling the astonishing aura from behind, Lu Qingchun opened his eyes and snapped out of his cultivation state. Hee hee, little Chun, I broke through. Long Shi's pretty face was flushed, her eyes dazed, her state clearly off. Upon hearing his voice, she giggled, her watery gaze fixed on the young man before her. Then congratulations, Shijie. Wait, Shijie, what's wrong? Lu Qingchun had just spoken when he suddenly noticed something amiss. Long Shi's jade-like arms had somehow wrapped around his body. Though Lu Qingchun knew deep down that Long Shi didn't dislike him, they weren't close enough for this. With that thought, he immediately asked the question. Nothing's wrong, little Chun. You've helped me so much, how should Shijie repay you? Long Shi's figure was curvaceous, her thin upper garment accentuating her devilish body in all the right places. Now, she hugged Lu Qingchun tightly, pressing close. Feeling the waves of softness against his back, Lu Qingchun instantly felt a fire ignite in his lower abdomen. Shijie, this is really dangerous. Lu Qingchun gave a bitter smile, channeling his soul power to suppress the rising desire. Just as he planned to get up and leave to find Lu Qingxue, he realized he couldn't break free from Long Shi's arms. Shijie, let go first. Lu Qingchun said helplessly, the strength of Zunwu realm Long Shi was overwhelmingly powerful. Trying to leave? No way, we haven't dual cultivated yet. Little Chun, don't you want to dual cultivate? Long Shi giggled, her jade hand sliding from his waist to his chest. Not only that, her rosy, tempting lips pressed directly against the side of Lu Qingchun's face. What sin did I commit? Feeling the wetness on his cheek, Lu Qingchun stared at the ceiling and muttered, Shijie, you can't blame me for this. Inhaling the faint fragrance from Long Shi, Lu Qingchun could no longer control his inner fire and turned, pinning her beneath him. Pinned down suddenly by Lu Qingchun, Long Shi's eyes were hazy, her long and supple body writhing like a water snake. The cultivation chamber wasn't large, and after pressing Long Shi down, Lu Qingchun leaned in and bit her crystal-clear, pink earlobe. Ah! Suddenly, her tender and sensitive ear was bitten, making Long Shi let out a soft moan, a flicker of clarity flashing in her pale red eyes. What's happening to me? Slightly regaining her senses, Long Shi murmured, her mind starting to recall the scene that had just unfolded. Xiao Chun, stop it, wake up. Feeling the tingling itch on her ear, Long Shi struggled a bit, then tried to rouse Lu Qingchun. She didn't want to hurt the young man directly. After all, had only ended up like this while helping her cultivate. Besides, if she hadn't lost control and seduced him in her days at the start, none of this would have happened. Though Long Shi's personality wasn't as gentle as Lu Qingxue's, she was still incredibly kind-hearted. She wasn't the type to ignore right from wrong. Just as Long Shi was pondering how to snap Lu Qingchun back to his senses, her body suddenly trembled, and a seductive sound escaped her lips. One of Lu Qingchun's large hands had somehow climbed onto her soft peaks. At that moment, he was burying his head in her snow-white neck, turning the beautiful woman's fair face a deep shade of crimson. Right as Long Shi was about to raise her hand to knock the rascal out and stop him, Lu Qingchun seemed to anticipate it. His restless palm couldn't resist giving a couple of squeezes. That pinch was no small thing, it made Long Shi's entire body go limp in an instant, her raised hand falling weakly. And Lu Qingchun, who had been out of it just moments before, suddenly quieted down as if realizing his mistake, making no further moves. After what felt like an eternity, Long Shi's limp body finally stirred slightly. She was lying on the floor of the cultivation room, her pretty face so red it looked like it could drip water. Slap! A loud smack echoed as Long Shi raised her delicate hand and slapped Lu Qingchun hard across the face. She hadn't held back, instantly bringing him back to clarity. Not only that, but a full handprint was left on his handsome face. Where am I? Shijie, why are you here too? Regaining his senses, Lu Qingchen looked down at Long Shi beneath him in confusion and asked, "You little punk, get off me already. Are you addicted to being a pervert, or what?" Seeing that Lu Qingchen was awake, Long Shi gritted her teeth, glaring at him in utter embarrassment and anger. "Ah. Oh, right, Shi Jia. Tu didn't mean to." Hearing Long Shi's voice, Lu Qingchen suddenly realized his position. Not only that, but the steamy scene from moments ago replayed vividly in his mind. Glancing down at the flushed Long Shi beneath him, he hurriedly explained and scrambled off her body. "Oh no, I've totally embarrassed myself. Shi Jia must be furious. What the hell did I do?" Lu Qingchen stood to the side, muttering to himself while facing the wall of the cultivation room. A few seconds later, Long Shi slowly got up from the floor. Looking at Lu Qingchen, who was wallowing in self-reflection, she felt a mix of anger and amusement. That little rascal got off easy, took full advantage of me. Glaring at the boy facing the wall with some lingering annoyance, a hint of softness crossed Long Shi's pale red eyes. "Hey, weren't you enjoying yourself just now? Why are you acting all deflated like that?" Long Shi glared at the boy who was still facing the wall, clearly out of patience. "Shi Jia, I was wrong." At the familiar voice, Lu Qingchen turned around slowly, a bitter look on his face. "All right, what exactly did you do wrong? I shouldn't have hit so hard." "You." The shameless answer had barely left his mouth when Long's eyes twitched with anger. "Shi Jia, that's not what I mean. Don't misunderstand." Seeing the cold glint in her eyes, Lu Qingchen hurriedly waved his hands. "Then explain yourself." Long Shi stepped forward, her beautiful eyes like knives ready to pin him to the wall. "If you can't give me a proper answer today, don't blame me for being merciless." Creak. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to speak, the door to the training room swung open. "Xiaochen, Xiaoxi, what are you two doing? I thought I heard something strange just now." Lu Qingxue poked her head in and instantly noticed their rumpled clothes, frowning in confusion. "Something strange?" Lu Qingchen echoed reflexively, subtly turning the bright handprint on his cheek to the other side. "Yeah, didn't you hear it? I thought something went wrong with your training," Lu Qingxue said, her eyes flicking back and forth between them, looking more and more puzzled. Long's ears burned red all over again. That strange sound was the cry Shed just made. Worse, Lu Qingchen's face showed his own embarrassment provided half the noise himself. "Xiaoxi, why is your face so red?" Lu Qingxue asked, baffled. Then she caught sight of the slap mark on Lu Qingchen's cheek, and realization flashed in her eyes. "Xiaoxi, don't tell me you two were." "No, absolutely not." Lu Qingchen blurted, cutting her off. "Really? Then how do you explain the handprint?" Lu Qingxue asked, suspicious. The handprint is its." Lu Qingchen stammered, unable to form a coherent excuse. "I hit him," Long Shi said firmly. "Xiaochen was so deep in cultivation that he ignored me. I had to slap him awake." "Exactly, sis. I was too focused to hear her," Lu Qingchen added quickly. "Oh, I see." Lu Qingxue nodded, half convinced, but still looked at Long Shi. "Even so, Xiaoxi, that slap was a bit much. It left a mark." Their expressions were so earnest that Lu Qingxue finally chose to believe them. These two had never lied to her before. "It's fine, sis. My skin's as thick as the academy gate," Lu Qingchen said with a goofy grin, acting like the red handprint didn't matter. "Thick? More like thicker than the academy gate," Long Shi muttered to herself at his indifference. Suddenly Lu Qingxue blinked in surprise. "Wait, Xiaoxi, did you just break through to the Zunwu realm?" Lu Qingxue asked in surprise, sensing that Long's aura was far stronger than before. "Yeah," Long Shi replied, the corner of her mouth lifting as her palored eyes gleamed like the evening sky. She could barely contain her joy. The barrier to the revered martial realm had just shattered, and her heart was still pounding. "I remember you being stuck at that bottleneck for ages. Now one short session with Xiao Chun and you've broken through? Looks like he's done you a huge favor." Lu Qingxue smiled, both pleased and inquisitive, her gaze drifting meaningfully between the two of them. "He really did. Otherwise, who knows when I would have advanced." Long Shi lowered her head, a faint blush spreading across her snow-white neck. Each of Lu Qingxue's comments dragged her thoughts back to the steamy scene in the training room. She murmured under her breath, "That little rascal not bad at all." Off to the side, Lu Qingchen felt a vain twitch at his temple. Mortified, he hurried to change the subject. "So, sis, did you absorb the soul seed?" "Yes, I did, but it's strange. Normally it takes at least a day to absorb a single soul pearl, yet that soul seed fused almost instantly." Lu Qingxue refocused on the topic. "Maybe your constitution is perfectly suited to it," Lu Qingchen improvised. "Did you gain any new abilities?" "My training speed with ice techniques has doubled," Lu Qingxue said, thinking carefully. "Ice-based combat arts and divine skills are noticeably stronger too. I haven't tested the exact boost, but I can feel my physique has changed." Narrator's note: in the cultivation world, revealing your techniques and weaknesses is like handing your opponent a blade. Once they know your cards, you're at their mercy unless you're truly invincible. When Lu Qingchen heard my physique has changed, his eyes lit up. After all, had acquired the burning heaven sacred body only after refining the Finchen divine seed. so he could easily guess what was happening to his sister. Exactly, Lu Qingxue continued. There's a powerful force in me now, but I can't draw on it, yet maybe my realm isn't high enough. Lu Qingchen didn't press further. Having already pieced things together, he paused, then warned solemnly, Sis, don't tell anyone about this. All right, Xiaochun, I understand. Lu Qingxu's reply was gentle, her eyes full of affection. This little brother of hers was always so reassuring. Had donated 6 saint-grade artifacts to the academy and even gifted her a priceless Dao-grade treasure, never asking for anything in return. If Lu Qingchen hadn't volunteered those treasures himself, no one would ever have known they existed. He surrendered an entire set of saint-grade techniques and relics to the academy, and even presented Lu Qingxue with a heavenly Dao artifact so precious it could have sparked a massacre. Though he already possessed one such divine weapon, having an extra piece at that level meant extra security. No one would easily give it up. The thought sent a curious shiver through Lu Qingxue. If only Xiaochun weren't her biological brother, how perfect that would be. As soon as the notion surfaced, a flush spread across her pale cheeks. Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Longxi looked up just in time to see the sudden color in Lu Qingxue's face and waved a hand in front of her eyes. Huh, I am fine. Lu Qingxue blinked and stammered, scrambling for an excuse. Really? Longxi tilted her head, a mischievous grin sweeping over her features. Then why the blush? Were you secretly thinking about a man? Tu was not. You know I've hardly even spoken to men cornered. Lu Qingxue grew more flustered, her denial tripping over itself. Heh, nailed it, didn't I? Fess up. Long's eyes grin widened. She loved seeing her friend in this rare, shy state. Knock knock. A rap on the door broke the teasing tension. All three froze for a beat. He'll get it. Relieved, Lu Qingxue jumped up and fled the practice room. Shijia, stop bullying her, Lu Qingchen said helplessly, watching his sister's retreat. Humph, I'll bully whomever I like. What? Only you get to bully me. Long's eyes' delicate nose twitched in mock displeasure, leaving Lu Qingchen speechless. Silence settled, awkward and thick, as the two faced each other. Forget it. I want to argue with a little scoundrel like you. She turned away, lashes trembling, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. It was just a touch, and I intend to take responsibility. Before she could step off, the boy's rare confession slipped out. She barely had time to react before strong arms circled her waist. Pulled against a warm chest, Long's eyes' fair face bloomed the color of sunset, the flush creeping down her slender neck. You little brat, what are you doing? Only a few centimeters separated them, their breaths mingling, her gaze darting everywhere but his eyes. What am I doing? Exactly what a scoundrel should. Lu Qingchen's eyes lingered on her cherry-red lips. A heartbeat later, hesitation vanished, and he lowered his head to claim them. MMPH. Heat descended without warning, and Long's eyes' pupils trembled. She had never imagined he would be this bold, and Lu Qingxue was right outside the door. MMPH, Xiox is out there. Let go. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, Long's eyes' heartbeat spiked. She shoved at his chest, whispering fiercely, don't let Xiaoxue find out. Got it. Her brows arched in a warning, cheeks burning as she glared at him. Why can't we let your sister find out? Lu Qingchen asked, studying the beauty in front of him with open curiosity. Because we just can't. She tipped up her chin, trying to look fierce, but her glare lacked conviction. If you breathe a word, humph. She was still mid-threat when an urgent voice echoed outside the cultivation room. Xiaoxi, what are you two still doing in there? Come out, our guests have arrived. Lu Qingxue called, knocking on the door. Coming, coming. She brushed a fingertip over her red lips, smoothed the hair at her temples, and shuffled out with deliberate slowness. Lu Qingshun had no choice but to follow. The moment they stepped into the living room, an odd scene greeted them. Yushan was sprawled cross-legged across the entire sofa, stuffing spiritual fruit into his mouth with both hands. Beside him, an Elon sat quietly, slender fingers peeling a snow-white fruit with practiced grace. Hey, what brings you two here? Lu Qingchen raised a brow. Brother Chun, so this is where you were hiding out with senior sister Longxi? Yushan mumbled around a mouthful of pulp. We've been looking everywhere. Where else would I be? The academy still hasn't assigned me a dorm, Lu Qingchen replied with a helpless smile, though his eyes involuntarily followed Long's eyes' retreating figure. Feeling that heated gaze, Longxi seized the chance to slip away. While you three chat, I've got something to do. Is she heading for a bath? Lu Qingchen wondered aloud, watching her disappear. Images of her alluring curves and fair skin flashed through his mind, setting his chest aflame. No. Stop thinking like that. He gave his head a quick shake, fighting down the surge of desire. What's wrong with me lately? I can't seem to keep myself in check. Drawing a steadying breath, Lu Qingchen turned back to the sofa. Ilan, what brings you to the academy? I thought you were in seclusion at the Ice Snow Temple. And Yilan's eyes were gentle, yet tinged with concern. Master told me you were ambushed by Monster Academy and the two great temples after leaving the secret realm. I came to see if you were hurt. As she spoke, she scanned Lu Qingchen's face and aura, afraid she might miss the slightest wound. I'm fine. Lu Qingchen spread his hands in a wry shrug. If the dean and the elders hadn't risked their lives, though, none of us would have made it back. Dean Longfeng even burned his lifespan to kill a saint from the Flame Temple. Yushan stopped chewing, and Anilon drew a sharp breath. Your Heavenly Tao Academy is unreal, she murmured. You actually managed to slay a Flame Temple saint. That's incredible. Luck had a lot to do with it, Lu Qingchen said, steering the conversation away. Elon, aside from checking on us, do you have other business here? The details of that battle were top secret, and he wasn't about to elaborate. And Elon nodded solemnly. Yes, besides seeing you, I have something important to announce to Heavenly Tao Academy. As expected, the moment Lu Qingchen changed the subject, the naive girl forgot all about her master's warning. Catching the urgency in his voice, and Elon leaned forward, lowered her tone, yet couldn't hide her excitement. The upcoming True Dragon ranking is critical for the Tianzhu realm. The Tianji Sanctuary has emptied part of its treasury just to boost the younger generation. On top of that, they've added an extra cache of rare cultivation resources, something that'll benefit even emperors and saints. Afraid they might miss the main point, she pointed toward the ceiling and repeated what Shed told Yushan earlier. How does the Tianji Sanctuary plan to distribute those resources? Lu Qingchen paused a moment, then went straight to the key question. 1 month from now, they're holding an unprecedented auction in Jingdu, and Elon replied, her voice tinged with mystery. Every power in the Tianzhu realm is invited, even the other sanctuaries. She secretly praised him. Lu Qingchen had reached the heart of the matter far faster than Yushan. In Jingdu? Won't that mean every cultivator and even ordinary people will hear about it? Lu Qingchen raised a brow. Hua Nation still had plenty of mortals who knew nothing of the cultivation world. Such high-profile publicity could stir up chaos. Sure, let them hear, and Elon said with a shrug. Maybe the Tianji Sanctuary is warming everyone up for next year's True Dragon Feast. From her perspective, changing the city wouldn't change the outcome. Arms folded, Yushan was still imagining the scene. But Hua Nation has so many ordinary folks. Can Jingdu even hold the crowd? He asked. A cool, slightly frosty voice answered for him. Lu Qingxue. The Tianji Sanctuary will almost certainly set a threshold, like entry qualifications. Xiaoxi and I have been to a few auctions. You have to verify identity and bidding limits just to walk in. Since this one is open to every faction, they'll screen for wealth or strength. Otherwise, ITLL turn into a circus. Creak. The door swung open, and a calm, resonant male voice followed. Exactly. The financial bar for this auction is incredibly high. Everyone looked up to see an elegant middle-aged man step inside, several disciples trailing behind. Dean Long. Greetings, Dean Long. And Elon saluted first, and the others quickly rose. Enough formality. Sit. Longfeng waved them back down and got straight to the point. I just received the latest word from the sanctuary. This auction will be massive, and many of the items are directly useful to you. Useful to us? Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up. Dean Long. Do you already know what treasures will appear? Though he possessed plenty of resources, most were too advanced for his current stage. If the auction really offered something that fit his needs, he wouldn't let it slip by. Most of my stock is high tier and useless to me for now, he thought. If the auction truly has items that can help, I have to secure them. I only know a fraction of it. The Tianji Sanctuary likely leaked the news just for hype. Seeing Lu Qingchen's curiosity, Longfeng narrowed his eyes and replied with a grin, leaning against the doorway and clearly enjoying the suspense. Come on, Director Long, stop holding out on us, Lu Qingchen said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Why the rush? I have to leave you something to look forward to, Longfeng chuckled, casually scanning the spacious marble hall. Suddenly he paused. Where's she? The tea on the table was still steaming, and the training gear along the wall was neatly arranged, yet his daughter was nowhere in sight. He frowned and muttered. Did she go to cultivate? Sister, Lu Qingchen began, but a clear voice rang out from the side chamber. Dad, what brings you here? She walked in, ruby red hair still damp from a shower. She brushed the tips of her hair back, a hint of shyness on her face. I came to talk to you too, Longfeng explained with a smile, which froze the next second as his pupils shrank. You've reached the venerable martial realm. She nodded, voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, I broke through. The memory of last night's training session and everything that happened with Lu Qingchen made her ears burn. Ha! Fantastic. Longfeng laughed in delight, swelling with pride. Then his brows knit. Wait, 2 days ago in the conference room, you were still at the Sky Marshal tier. How did you jump a whole level overnight? It happened with Xiao Chen's help, She murmured, eyes downcast. With this kid's help? Longfeng blinked, silently noting that he now owed Lu Qingchen a favor. Dad, we can talk about that later, She said quickly, steering the conversation away. Tell us about the auction. I heard you mention the items could help all of us. Lu Qingchen coughed awkwardly and shifted his stance, afraid their secret might come to light. Longfeng was surprised by his daughter's sudden enthusiasm. She had never cared much about auctions before. Still, he patiently explained, that's right. Several lots will be valuable to you. Take the Xiaoguiyuan pill, For instance, anyone below the king rank can use it to advance an entire minor grade. He spoke unhurriedly, sharing every scrap of intel he had. One pill can push me up a whole grade. Lu Qingchen's eyes gleamed like lanterns, had been stuck at the same level for ages. Don't celebrate yet, Long Feng warned, giving him a meaningful look. It's incredibly rare. Most pills force growth and leave crippling aftereffects, but the Zai pill is different. Its ingredients aren't ordinary spirit herbs. The effect is gentle, and there are no side effects. He went on to describe the stringent crafting requirements and its rarity, making it clear the pill wouldn't be easy to obtain. So the Zai pill really exists? Sounds like this auction might be worth our while after all. After listening, Lu Qingxuan nodded earnestly. She decided she would do everything she could to win one pill for her younger brother. The minor Guiyuan pill was incredibly rare, but the spirit stones she had saved over the years should cover the cost. So that's how it is, Dean Long. Are there any other treasures on offer? Lu Qingxin treated Long Feng's its very expensive warning as little more than background noise no matter the price. He could afford it. Long Feng didn't keep them guessing. Leisurely, he began to list, there's plenty. Natural treasures that raise the chance of turning mortal flesh into spirit at the martial lord realm, all kinds of spirit weapons, soul seeds up for auction, and more combat arts and secret techniques than you can count. As he spoke, he swept his gaze across the crowd, catching pairs of eyes that were both shocked and blazing with desire. The sight filled him with secret satisfaction. But Yushan and the others had been lost in pleasant fantasies, but that single word yanked them back to reality. But what? Yushan asked, puzzled. All of it assumes you actually have spirit stones, Long Feng said with a slight curl of his lips. Without them, you'll just be staring from the sidelines. Sure enough, the excitement on their faces froze. After a quick calculation, the students realized their net worth was anything but impressive. Lu Qingchun, of course, was the exception. His purse was overflowing. Outwardly, he remained calm, but inside he was already calculating how to allocate his resources, itching to turn every last spirit stone into treasures. The auction is a full month away, Long Feng reminded them. That's plenty of time to borrow spirit stones. Don't say I didn't warn you. He then cast a deliberate glance at Lu Qingchun and Yushan and added, if either of you sets your heart on something, the Academy will try to accommodate you provided we still have spare spirit stones. Everyone except an Elon nodded in agreement. Given the service Lu Qingchun and Yushan had rendered the Academy, they did deserve a one-time favor. Yet Long Feng continued, the Academy may be willing, but I still advise you to borrow some stones. The Academy itself has something even more important to buy this time. Yushan's wide grin froze. So the dean had only been paying lip service after all. Something more important? Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up. Excitement bloomed like spring flowers in his heart, but he kept every trace of it hidden. Long Feng's expression turned solemn. That's right. The auction will feature resources specially granted by the Sanctuary of Heavenly Secrets, meant to boost the strength of high-level warriors in the Ancestor domain. Such items are unimaginably precious. Even the Academy isn't certain it can secure them, so you two shouldn't even think about it. Long Feng wore a broad smile as he patiently briefed everyone, even cocking an eyebrow at the impassive Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen caught that hint of self-satisfaction and felt a surge of disdain. Sure, you're loaded, you're amazing, but don't start whining later when you can't afford what you want. He wanted to grind Long Feng under his heel then and there. Yet his expression stayed calm, his gaze indifferent, as though the boasting had nothing to do with him. Standing nearby, an Elon arched a brow and sized Lu Qingchen up. From their earlier exchange, she could tell there was more between this boy and Long Feng than met the eye. When the room finally quieted, Lei Xian rubbed his nose and ventured, Dean Long, roughly how many spirit stones should we set aside for this auction? Every other student immediately pricked up their ears. There's no fixed amount, it depends on what you want, Long Feng replied with a chuckle, casting Lei Xian a kind look. Take you, for example. If you're after a king-grade weapon, you'll need at least 500 mid-tier spirit stones, and probably more if someone competes with you. So cheap? Lei Xian's eyes shone, and he almost jumped in excitement, remembered having more than 2,000 stones in his storage ring. Cheap. Long Feng laughed helplessly. Do you realize that even an ordinary king might struggle to come up with that many? He could see these students were a bit inflated, with no concept of what 500 mid-tier stones were worth. Haha, Dean Long. Doesn't that make me richer than plenty of kings? Lei Xian roared with laughter, poured out 500 stones, and waved them proudly. The expected envy never came. Silence fell, and everyone stared at him as if he were a naive child, their looks tinged with pity. Long Feng's mouth twitched, had never imagined the Academy could produce a student this clueless. Senior Lei, Yushan finally murmured, unable to watch any longer. The dean said, mid-tier spirit stones. What you're holding doesn't look like those. Lei Xian's smugness collapsed in an instant. After a few seconds, he quietly swept the stones back into his ring and turned to leave. Senior Lei, where are you going? Yushan called after the dejected figure. To borrow some stones. Lei Xian's miserable reply drifted back. Covering his face, he hurried out of sight. Only then did he realize the entire pile was low-tier stones. He didn't have a single mid-tier one. Utter humiliation. This auction deals almost exclusively in mid-tier spirit stones, not the low-tier ones you usually use, so don't mix them up, Long Feng added with a sigh as Lei Xian disappeared. What? The auction only takes mid-tier stones. She felt a chill crawl up her scalp and stared blankly at her father. Like Lei Xian, she had nothing but low-tier stones. There wasn't a single mid-tier piece on her. The auction will only accept mid-grade spirit stones, but you can exchange lower-grade ones for them, Long Feng said after a pause. The Academy offers a rate of roughly 110 lower-grade stones for a single mid-grade stone if I remember correctly. 110? I thought it used to be 100, She asked, looking up at her father in confusion. Is she really my daughter? No, she's here to embarrass me. Long Feng's mouth twitched as his gaze swept from his daughter to the crowd, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Classic Zaijiashes got the dean tongue-tied, Lu Qingqian teased with a light laugh. In truth, She was right. She had exchanged stones at a 110 rate before thanks to Long Feng's special authorization. As the dean of Tiandao Academy, he could bend the rules. He just never imagined she'd reveal that in public. Even his thick skin couldn't keep the blush away. That rate was only possible because Dean Long made an exception for you. Lu Qingxue whispered through a voice transmission, hoping to smooth things over. Oh maybe I remembered wrong. Dad's right, she said with a strained smile once she got the message. That's more like it. 110 to 1 is already generous. Outside the academy, you'd pay at least 120 lower-grade stones, and even then a trade isn't guaranteed. Mid-grade stones are pure and scarce, Long Feng added, casting his daughter a helpless glance. Everyone fell silent, mulling this over. Dean Long, may I see what a mid-grade spirit stone looks like? Lu Qingqian suddenly asked. He wanted to confirm the grade of the stones head found in the secret realm. Of course. Long Feng nodded and drew a pigeon egg-sized stone from his storage ring. Its smooth surface glowed softly, pulsing with gentle spiritual energy. So this is a mid-grade stone? Lu Qingqian cradled it in both hands. It felt cool, the energy inside flowing like silk. He thought back to the stones head collected in the secret realm, larger, with even denser energy. Did I pick up nothing but high-grade stones? The idea raced through his mind. No, there was another type completely milky white. Could that be? His eyes lit up as a bold guess took shape. So this is a mid-grade spirit stone. Its energy is far denser than that of a low-grade one. Lu Qingxue edged closer, her dark eyes fixed on the palm-sized pale green crystal resting in her brother's hand, hardly daring to breathe. For cultivators at the royal realm, mid-grade spirit stones are everyday resources. Anyone below that level would use them only when attempting a major breakthrough. After letting the crowd stare for a moment, Long Feng snatched the stone back, tossed it lightly into the air, and caught it again, a faint, unreadable smile playing at his lips. You've seen enough of a single mid-grade spirit stone, haven't you? The headmaster is a bit stingy, Lu Qingqian muttered, rolling his eyes. Since there were low and mid-grade stones, he decided to probe. Headmaster, if we have mid-grade stones, we must have high-grade ones as well, right? Is there anything even rarer above that? Long Feng, unfazed, patted the stone's surface and replied calmly. Above mid-grade is high-grade, and above that is supreme grade. Supreme spirit stones are almost impossible to buy. They're that rare. Lu Qingqian's eyes lit up. Does the academy have any high-grade or supreme stones in storage? Long Feng thought for a moment, raised a single finger, and waggled it. Fewer than 100 high-grade stones. As for supreme ones, not a single piece. After all these years, the academy doesn't have even one supreme stone. Lu Qingqian felt a jolt. Supreme spirit stones were even scarcer than he had imagined. It has little to do with time, Long Feng said, shaking his head, his gaze turning distant. In all these years I've seen one only once. Over a decade ago the Flame Temple bought one at auction. Half a month later they produced a new saint. You mean that saint's breakthrough was linked to that supreme stone? Lu Qingqian frowned. It sounded far-fetched that a single stone could elevate someone to the saint stage. I can't say for certain, Long Feng shrugged. But that's what many people believe. At the very least it greatly increases the odds of reaching the saint level. He then looked at them solemnly. High-grade and supreme stones are beyond your reach for now. What you need to do over the next month is gather as many spirit stones as you can. Only then will you be able to bid for what you need at the capital's auction. 1 month from now, the other 2 headmasters and I will escort you to the capital. Be ready. With that, Long Feng turned and walked away, his figure soon vanishing down the corridor. As soon as Long Feng disappeared, Yushan sidled up, rubbing his hands together and grinning. Brother Chun, lend me a few spirit stones, will you? Get lost, I don't have any to spare. Lu Qingqian shot him a glare. The kid really thought he was an ATM. A sudden glint crossed his eyes, recalling the sacred artifact Yushan carried. Lu Qingqian continued, his tone clearly harboring ulterior motives. Haha, let's talk about it later. I need to borrow some spirit stones first. Bye. Yushan laughed, while keeping a tight grip on the treasure hidden in his sleeve. Moments earlier, he had sensed Lu Qingchen's gaze lingering on his storage ring, and his heart skipped a beat, so he seized the chance to slip away. Lu Qingchen, I should start getting ready as well. Once Yushan was completely out of sight, and Elon rose from the sofa, brushed off her skirt, and made ready to return to the ice and snow temple. If it suits you, would you like to attend the auction in the capital with me? Lu Qingchen asked, taking the opportunity. He had always had a good impression of an Elon, and this event seemed like the perfect chance to strengthen their friendship. Sure. Her eyes lit up like little stars. They'll talk it over with my master first. See you next time. She waved to the other four one by one, tapped the ground, and bounded away, her figure quickly dissolving into the crowd. Only 3 people remained in the lounge, and the atmosphere fell quiet. Lu Yan let out a soft sigh. I have to borrow spirit stones too. My last Fleshto spirit tribulation burned through every resource I had. I'm completely broke. She leaned over curiously. Senior sister Lu Yan, what do you need to prepare for the Fleshto spirit lightning tribulation? I'm in the Zunwu realm now, and this will be my next hurdle. There's quite a list, Lu Yan said, her expression turning grave. First, a mountain of spirit stones. Second, all kinds of recovery pills. Third, a few rare healing herbs if you can find them. If possible, temper your body to its limit before the tribulation. The stronger your physique, the faster you recover, and the more benefit you draw from the lightning. Otherwise, you could end up badly injured or blown to pieces. As she spoke, she poured out every bit of experience she had, afraid they might miss a single word. Lu Qingxue and Long, she listened intently, nodding from time to time. So you have to train your body before the tribulation too long, she murmured, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Exactly, which is why we have to win a few body-tempering treasures at this auction, Lu Yin said with a wry smile. Assuming we can borrow the spirit stones first, otherwise we'll just be gawking from the sidelines. You're right, the 2 women said in unison, nodding emphatically. When the conversation paused, Lu Qingchun voiced the question on his mind. Senior sister, after the Fleshto spirit stage, how long does it usually take to reach king rank? Fleshto spirit is only the first step. Lu Yin raised one finger. Next you have to condense a battle soul, and finally comprehend at least one law. Miss any of the 3 and you'll stay a quasi-king forever. Condense a battle soul. Lu Qingchen's heart Skippy had already achieved that inside the secret realm. Alright, I need to find someone to lend me spirit stones, see you later. Seeing that the other 2 had fallen into thought, Lu Yin said her goodbyes and walked out the door. She still had to make final preparations for condensing her battle soul. Sis, have you 2 ever thought about something? After Lu Yin left, Lu Qingchen straightened his sleeves and looked at his sisters, his tone full of doubt. What is it? Lu Qingxue lifted her eyes. He frowned. If that auction is open to the entire Tianzu domain and everyone's short on spirit stones, who exactly are we supposed to borrow from? Something about Long Feng's talk of borrowing stones fell off to him. She covered her lips to hide a laugh and shook her head. That's what you don't get. When Dad says borrow, he doesn't mean knocking on doors for payment. Then what does he mean? Lu Qingchen grew even more curious. Follow us and you'll understand. Shi winked and, together with Lu Qingxue, led their brother out of the courtyard. Half an hour later, the 3 of them reached the edge of the academy grounds. A mountain range spanned the horizon, mist churning above a sea of treetops while the distant roar of beasts drifted on the wind. Lu Qingchan gazed at the wilderness and spoke softly. Is this the place where we borrow spirit stones? Lu Qingxue nodded. That's right. The 100 Beast range is just ahead. Lei Xian and Lu Yin are probably here too. Bordering Dao Heaven Academy, the 100 Beast range is one of the best preserved primal forests in the Tianzu domain. Ordinary beasts and demon beasts mingle there, and in the depths, saturated spiritual energy nurtures countless rare herbs and treasures. Warriors often come to train, sharpen their skills, and hunt demon beasts in exchange for spirit stones. Powerful or rare demon beasts fetch high prices. Their hides, blood, and bones all sell well. Long Feng once captured a King Realm Goldenhorn snow antelope here. Selling it could have earned at least 500 mid-grade spirit stones, enough for a low-grade king-level weapon. Because of that, whenever Dao Heaven's inner court students run short of stones, their first stop is the 100 Beast range. Lu Qingxue brushed a loose strand of hair from her forehead and said in a low voice, we still have a whole month before the auction. Let's hunt some heaven martial or early revered martial beasts and trade them for stones. Shi nodded. Since Dad says the academy has its own plans, they want hand out extra stones. If we want to cultivate, we're on our own and we can polish our combat skills at the same time. Lu Qingchen was already prepared. He wasn't strapped for stones yet, but he wanted to test his new cultivation and build real-world experience. Clenching his fist, he smiled at Lu Qingxue. Then let's not waste any time, sis. I can't wait. Exactly, Qingxue. I'm itching to see what I can do after breaking through. Long's brows lifted with battle spirit, the fresh aura of a newly advanced revered martial cultivator faintly rippling from her body. Having just reached the revered martial realm, She naturally could hardly wait for a real fight. You 2 are unbelievable. Watching them rub their hands in excitement, Lu Qingxue almost laughed. She decided to say no more and wave them on. If you're that eager, what are we waiting for? Let's move. With those words, she was the first to step into the mist-covered 100 Beasts mountain range, the other two straightening up and hurrying after her. Celestial Tao Academy, Heaven Saint Pavilion Conference Room. Long Feng sat at the round table in the seat normally reserved for Elder Tian. His gaze swept over everyone present as he got straight to the point. The Temple of Providence has announced that 3 royal heaven pills each capable of pushing a peak monarch into the Saint Realm will appear at their upcoming auction. Only 7 people were in the room, 3 seats empty. Han Meng was still cultivating, and the 2 senior heaven saints were in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough of their own. 3 royal heaven pills. What game are they playing? Lu Qingfeng frowned, unable to grasp their motive. If they possess such treasures, why auction them instead of giving them to their own cultivators? Another elder tapped his knuckles against the table, voice low. Exactly. A prize that precious, put up for public bidding, something's off. That's not our concern. Long Feng raised a hand to quiet them. The old man from the temple made it clear. The pills are a gift from the heavens meant to raise the strength of the entire heavenly ancestral domain. Why they're doing this now, I don't know, but for us, it's good news. He continued, calmly laying out the intel head gathered. Besides the pills, they'll have rare herbs, divine techniques, and martial skills, including medicine that boosts the success rate of forging a spirit body, and beast blood that tempers the flesh. I suspect it all relates to the upcoming True Dragon Festival. Resting her snow-white chin on her hand, Nangong Qianyue murmured, so the temple's only carrying out orders from the heavens, with no other agenda? That's how it appears, Long Feng said with a steady nod. Whatever their deeper plans, they won't affect us in the short term. Then why call us here today? One elder asked. Long Feng's gaze turned razor sharp. We're going to secure what we need no matter the cost, especially the royal heaven pills. Without them, no one else here has a real shot at the Saint Realm within a year. If we can, we'll also bid on resources the 6 youngsters need. They are the Academy's future. His words fell like iron. Amen, Nangong Qianyue said at once. In. After a brief silence, affirmations echoed around the table. Long Feng looked from face to face and clenched his fist. Good. Then we give it everything we've got. 1 year from now, we'll stand toe-to-toe with the 2 great temples and see who comes out on top. There's a Tier 1 Tianwu beast about 500 meters to the southeast. Let's check it out. Lu Qingxue opened her eyes. Every whisper of pine needles and the faint flow of beastly breath lay within her spiritual sense. 800 meters was her limit, anything beyond was out of reach. Let's go. She sprang forward. Lu Qingchen and Long Shi followed close behind, rushing toward that dangerous aura. It looks like a Tier 1 black-scaled berserk bear. Xiao Shi, you, Lu Qingxue began. Big sis, let me handle it. Lu Qingchen interrupted. You? Long Shi arched a brow, her words a rapid-fire stream. Xiao Chun, don't take this the wrong way, but you're only 5th layer Diwu realm. That brute is Tier 1 Tianwu, and a black-scaled berserk bear's armor and claws let it match an average mid-tier Tianwu beast. She laid out the facts, hoping to dissuade him. Below the king realm, beasts usually outclass cultivators of the same rank. Relax, Sister Shi. It's just a beast. They'll treat you to bare paw afterward. Lu Qingchen glanced at the dark undergrowth ahead, utterly undaunted. Their voices disturbed the target. The shadow that had been napping suddenly rose, more than 4 meters tall, blotting out the sun. Its hairless body was plated in pitch-black scales, each massive paw ending in 5 razor-sharp talons. Blood-red vertical pupils locked onto the trio. Roast bear paw, here I come. Lu Qingchen hooped. With a stomp, earth exploded beneath him as he blurred toward the black-scaled berserk bear. Golden crow, burning heaven palm. His shout echoed. A blazing palm over 10 meters tall formed in midair, roaring downward on a wave of scorching wind. Roar. Sensing danger, the bear crossed its paws over its chest, scales reflecting a dark crimson glow. Boom. The impact shook the forest. The fiery palm slammed down, dust billowed for 3 zhang around, and flames swept outward. As the smoke cleared, Lu Qingchen stared ahead. The black-scaled berserk bear was still on its feet. Chunks of scale had shattered and fallen. Crimson flesh showed through the cracks. Panting heavily, its eyes burned fiercer, yet brimmed with caution. He actually did that to the bear? How is it possible? Long Shi pressed a hand to her lips, unable to hide her shock. She had long known Lu Qingchen's talent, but she never imagined someone at 5th layer Diwu could maim a beast famous for its defenses. This beast's defenses are incredible. Seeing his foe still standing, Lu Qingshan felt a flicker of amazement, then his battle spirit blazed even hotter. Time to see what the indestructible Dragon Emperor physique can really do. Without invoking any more divine arts, Lu Qingchen strolled forward at a measured pace. Golden dragon scales spread from the side of his neck, coating his body in an instant, each plate reflecting a blade-like gleam under the sun. Sensing danger, the black-scaled berserk bear's crimson eyes flared. It bared its fangs, vowing to rip apart the audacious warrior before it. Roar! The bear's earth-shaking bellow shattered the ground, stone splinters spraying everywhere. Raising a barbed paw, its jet-black talons flashed with murderous light as it chopped straight for Lu Qingchen's head. Xiao Chun, look out! Long Shi shouted anxiously from afar. The gale of the strike stalled abruptly. A high, ringing dragon cry blasted from Lu Qingchen's chest, thunder tearing through the sky. Overwhelming draconic might swept outward, pounding the air itself. The berserk bear's charge collapsed mid-swing. Blood streamed from its nose, mouth, ears, and eyes as it staggered, then crashed to the ground, writhing in pain. Die! Lu Qingchen's eyes were ice. A golden dragon claw formed around his right arm, and in a flash he drove it into the bear's unarmored neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the grass scarlet. With a flick, he shook the gore from his claw and beckoned the two women to handle the spoil. You're insane killing a Tianhua-grade beast by yourself. Long Shi hurried over, muttering under her breath. Xiao Chun, you've got Tianhua combat strength now, haven't you? Lu Qingxue asked, crouching to inspect the corpse. Pretty much, Lu Qingchen admitted. The thing was just too sluggish. He'll be pushing for the top 3 on the True Dragon list next year, so hiding my strength is pointless. Honestly, this bear was weaker than the ones in the secret realm. Heh, lucky us we feast tonight. Long Shi whipped out a dagger and neatly sliced off both bear paws, stripping bone and tendon with practiced skill. Nice work, Sister Shi, Lu Qingchen laughed. Lu Qingxue smiled. Xiao Shi used to train with me in the 100 Beast Mountains when we were at the Tianwu stage. She's had plenty of practice. After cleaning the meat, Long Shi gazed at the distant peaks, yearning in her eyes. Still, they're only spirit beasts. The Tianzu domain feels so small. I want to see the wider world. Soon, Lu Qingchen replied, eyes on the horizon. If I take first at the True Dragon Feast next year, we can leave this place. Vivid images of lands beyond stirred his blood. Boom. A sudden beastly roar shattered their reverie, followed by the clang of ferocious metal clashes echoing through the forest. Roughly 1,500 meters to the northwest, there seemed to be 2 Pioplino, 3. The instant the roar erupted, Lu Qingchen's vast spiritual sense swept across several kilometers. Deafening explosions and the cries of fiend beasts flooded his perception, and he immediately locked onto 3 familiar auras: Lu Yan, Lei Xian, and Yushan. Xiao Chun, you can sense what's happening 1,500 meters away? Lu Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. No time to explain, sis. It's senior sister Lu Yan, senior Lei Xian, and you shan't are in trouble. Before the words were out, Lu Qingchen shot toward the source of the commotion like an arrow loosed from the bow. Xiao Shi, let's go after him. Lu Qingxue grabbed Long Shi and followed, the two of them turning into twin streaks of light that flashed into the depths of the forest. Outer fringe of the 100 Beast Mountain range. Damn it. Why would a king-rank fiend appear in the outer perimeter? Lu Yan's longsword danced, its razor-sharp aura cutting the air as she tried to hold back the rampaging Golden Lion King. How the hell should I know where this brute came from? Lu Yan, what now? Lei Xian roared, unfurling his avatar as countless lightning needles crackled through the sky. Yushan, what are you standing there for? Run, he shouted over his shoulder while parrying. With a thunderous roar, the Lion King shook its mane. Sword aura and lightning needles shattered the moment they met its hide. Human warriors, you dare kill my child in the 100 Beast Mountains? Courting death. It bellowed in human speech, its eyes like bronze bells flashing with cruelty. We were only operating on the outskirts. We never harmed the cub you speak of, Lu Yan replied, forcing herself to stay calm. Though her body had already manifested spirit, she was still worlds apart from a king-rank beast. Lies. If not you, then who? Unless I kill you today, my rage will never be quelled. The beast's oppressive aura crashed over them like a mountain, robbing the trio of breath. We're not the ones who killed your cub. See for yourself. A sudden voice cut through the standoff. Lu Qingchen stepped from the trees, hefting the stiff corpse of a golden lion cub and tossing it heavily at the Lion King's feet. Humans are cunning and deceitful. Who's to say this isn't another trick? Since you've crossed my path, you can all become my meal. Without even glancing at the cub's body, the Lion King's murderous aura flared, blanketing the forest. Beast, you're overestimating yourself. He'll stand right here and see what you can do to us today. Confronted by the threat of the king-tier fiend, Lu Qingchen spoke with open contempt, his anger unmistakable. An insect dares to boast. He snapped. The golden lion answered with a thunderous roar, its needle-like mane exploding outward like a volley of arrows meant to turn Lu Qingchen into a pincushion. Way of absolute frost ice seal. A cool voice swept in. Leaning on her staff, Lu Qingxue strode forward, white robe billowing. The staff traced a gleaming arc, and a biting chill coalesced into an ice wall that froze the golden needles midair, transforming them into crystal blue spikes. A mere beast dares strike at my brother, she said, her brow knitting, every word laced with cold. Xiaoxua, let's take down this golden lion and have braised lion's head later. Long Shi laughed, raising a dark red saber streaked with flowing blood-like patterns, clearly dismissing the king-tier monster. Roar the golden lion's bellow rolled out in a tangible golden wave. Mountains rumbled, and every tree within miles splintered a legacy art of its bloodline, the golden lion's roar. Though not pure blood, its kingly might was terrifying. Lu Qingshun threw his head back and unleashed a dragon chant that split the heavens. The dragon's cry met the lion's roar heated and pressed it back by half a beat. Yushan, fall back. Lei Xian, Lu Yan, with me. Long she yelled, charging through the residual shockwave. Flash. The vicious dragon finch blade ripped through the lion's golden hide at the shoulder, splattering blood across the cliff face. The pain snapped the beast to its senses. It howled and raked at Long Shi with gale-driven claws. Whoosh. Lu Yan's longsword flicked upward, a crimson swordlight shooting from its tip and knocking the massive claw aside. Long Shi flipped clear, slipping beyond the beast's reach. Very well, Insexy, you've succeeded in angering me. The golden lion lowered its stance, claws gouging cracks in the earth. Its icy gaze slid over the five of them like a serpent, probing for an opening. Hearts tightened as the group instinctively tightened their line. Forming a sword seal, Lu Qingchen sent a covert message. Sis, can you freeze it for 3 seconds? I should manage, but I need a moment, Lu Qingxue replied, eyes glittering. Give me 3 seconds, and it'll take its head, Lu Qingchen assured her. Long Shi, Qingchun, and I need 10 seconds, Lu Qingxue murmured. She closed her eyes, drawing on the deeper well of chill within her ice spirit staff. Lu Yan, Lei Xian, let's move. Long Shi cried, gripping the dragon finch blade and charging straight at the beast without a hint of hesitation. Lei Xian and Lu Yan exchanged a glance, then charged straight at the golden lion. Long Shi was faster. In a heartbeat, she was upon the beast, her dark crimson Longke fiend blade flashing like lightning as she cleaved at the monster's massive shoulder. Bloodlust flared in the lion's bronze pupils. The wound had been opened by this very human. Snarling, it swung a gleaming claw at Long Zai's slight frame. Clang. Metal met bone, sparks bursting in every direction. 2 talons snapped and spun into the dust. Rare. Agonized, the golden lion roared, its eyes blazing brighter. A heartbeat later it unleashed its dreaded technique, the golden lion's roar. The shockwave tore through the air like a hurricane. Caught Heaton, Long Shi was blasted backward like a kite with a cut string. A dark red barrier blossomed from the blade's hilt, absorbing much of the impact. Yet the remaining force still drove her back dozens of steps. She finally steadied herself, boots gouging trenches in the rock, but blood spilled from her lips and vertigo flooded her vision. Without the Longke fiend blade's protection, she would have been dead already. Glancing at Lu Qingxue still motionless with eyes closed, Long, she wiped the blood from her chin, tightened her grip, and rushed in again, now keenly wary of that terrifying roar. 10 seconds crawled by like an hour. Boom boom, the golden lion's furious blows sent Lu Yan and Lei Xian crashing to the ground in less than 3 seconds, their bodies smashing into the rocks, unable to rise. Having lost 2 claws to mere humans, the beast was half mad. With another swipe it flung Lu Yan and Lei Xian aside, then its cold gaze locked on Lu Qingxue, who remained as still as a statue. That eerie calm stirred a vague dread in the lion's heart. Shaking off the newly returned Long Shi, it erupted in golden light and pounced at Lu Qingxue. Qingxue. Long Zai's desperate shouts split the air, but the vast shadow kept falling. Sneering, the lion aimed its claws at Lu Qingxue's head, kill the weakest, and the rest posed no threat. An inch from impact, Lu Qingxue's eyes snapped open. Ice blue irises gleamed like starlight over a frozen sea, and the orb atop her ice spirit staff erupted with surging power. Law of absolute frost icebound prison. Frigid mist boiled forth, condensing in an instant into a cage of black ice crystals. The frozen construct slammed downward, seeking to imprison the golden lion even as its claws descended. Roar the golden lion, suddenly trapped inside an icy cage, bellowed in fury. A heartbeat more, and it would have torn the woman before it to shreds. Screech, its claws slashed wildly, carving deep, jagged gouges into the frozen walls. The ear-splitting scrape seemed ready to tear everyone's eardrums apart. Xiaochun. Lu Qingxue's voice shot up as she watched the cage begin to crack. She knew that if this king-rank fiend broke loose, the 5 of them were as good as dead. As though summoned by her cry, Lu Qingchen's eyes flew open from meditation. An ancient bronze mirror rose above his head, its face laced with golden patterns that burned like living flame. A chill stabbed into the golden lion's heart. Its slit pupils shrank to pinpoints as it raked at the ice, desperate to escape before the barrier shattered. Boomsal force poured from Lu Qingchun, and the sun-scorching mirror shook violently in midair. The surrounding air wavered in the heat, and a suffocating aura of heaven swept across the field. Clang! The crack of ice overlapped with the mirror's hum. The instant the lion hauled half its body free, the mirror blazed, hurling a spear of blinding white light. No! The beast's roar snapped off. The beam punched through its chest, leaving a charred hole where blood and radiance mingled. The light kept going, streaking toward the depths of the Baisho Mountains. Whoosh! Boom! A few breaths later, an earth-shaking blast echoed from the distant peaks, and clouds of dark red mist rolled across the sky. Thud spent from the attack. Lu Qingchen's knees buckled, and he collapsed. Xiaochen, are you alright? Lu Qingxue dropped beside her brother, catching him before he hit the ground. I'm fine, sis. My soul force is just drained. His face was bloodless, his voice barely a whisper, and every meridian throbbed with emptiness. Good. Here, swallow these. Without hesitation, Lu Qingxue pulled several pills from her storage ring, pressed them into his mouth, and shielded his meridians while he steadied his breath. Only then did Long Shi, Lu Yan, and the others snap out of their daze. They exchanged stunned glances, then turned to the recovering Lu Qingchun, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. None of them had imagined that someone so young could unleash such a terrifying strike. It was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Yan, Lei Xian, and the others were astonished by the divine powers the Lu siblings had just displayed, yet none of them dared to ask. As core disciples of this year's class at Heaven Dao Academy, they all understood the unspoken rule: never pry into another person's fortunes, especially when those fortunes have just saved your life. After a moment of silence, Lei Xian's face flushed as he blurted out, "Those two really are siblings, each one freakier than the last." "If it weren't for the three of them, would already be dead," Lu Yan added, patting her still-heaving chest, her expression full of lingering fear. Without the intervention of Lu Qingxu's group, she, Lei Xian, Yushan, and the rest could never have withstood that king-level fiend. The king realm marks the great divide between martial artists and demon beasts. Even though Lu Yan had reached the honored warrior tier and completed the transformation from mortal flesh to spirit body, she could only last a few extra breaths against a king-level creature. Escaping from a golden lion with ancient blood running through its veins was simply impossible. As for Yushan and Lei Xian, their power was barely enough to fill the gaps between the lion's teeth. Yet that same golden lion king didn't survive even a second under the terrifying assault unleashed by the ancient mirror in Lu Qingchen's hand. It was blasted to ashes on the spot. Whoosh! Barely 2 minutes after the fight ended, a sharp gust split the air. "Brat, what happened just now? What was that earth-shaking noise?" The burly Chu Chuan landed in front of the group and only relaxed after confirming his disciple was unharmed. "Master, a king-level beast showed up and tried to kill us, so we had no choice but to call you," Yushan said, keeping his head lowered. His own strength was too meager. Joining the battle would only have dragged the others down. Following Long Zai's instructions, he had retreated and quietly crushed the life-saving talisman Chu Chuan had given him. That was all he could do. "What? A king-level beast? Where is it?" "Over there, the big lion." "But it's already dead," Yushan replied, pointing at the massive carcass lying by Lu Qingxu's feet. That really was a king-level beast, and a golden lion at that? Chu Chuan strode forward and examined the body. Once he confirmed its identity, a jolt ran through him. The lion Yushan mentioned was actually a golden lion king with ancient blood. Whoosh! Another figure flashed onto the scene. "Chu Chuan, what was that explosion just now? Was it you?" The newcomer was Long Feng. He frowned at the beast's corpse. Less than 20 minutes had passed since the Heavenly Sage Pavilion meeting adjourned when he heard the blast. Locating the source in the 100 beasts range, his heart skipped a beat, and he rushed over. After all, just over an hour ago had sent Lu Yin and the others here to borrow spirit stones. "Brother Feng, I never even got the chance to act. I just arrived myself," Chu Chuan said with a wry smile, spreading his hands helplessly. "It wasn't you? All right then." Seeing Chu Chuan shake his head, Long Feng let the matter drop and turned his attention to the massive corpse on the ground. The lion stood nearly 2 stories tall, its golden mane blazing like molten metal in the sunlight, and its huge fangs, half buried in the grass, still gleamed with a chilling light. A king-class golden lion? Long Feng and Chu Chuan recognized it at once, exchanging shocked glances. "Dad, your daughter's about to die, and you're still staring at a big kitty. Seriously?" Long Zai's aggrieved voice came from nearby. She sat cross-legged, her shoulders streaked with blood. Though she forced a smile, the pallor in her face was unmistakable. The familiar voice snapped Long Feng back. In a single stride, he was at his daughter's side. One look at that ghastly wound and the usual warmth on the headmaster's face vanished, replaced by a killing intent as sharp as a blade. "Xiaoxi, you're hurt? Damn it, who did this to you?" "That big lion, of course." "Dad, hurry up and stew it for May want lion meatballs." The more Long she thought about it, the angrier she became, puffing her cheeks and slapping the ground. "All right, they'll stew it for you once we're back at the academy." Long Feng spoiled his daughter without hesitation. "Never mind, I was joking. The lion is Xiao Chun and the other's trophy." Long she said, sticking out her tongue and glancing aside. "It's fine, Sister Shi. Let's do it later. I've always wanted authentic lion meatballs." Lu Qingchen had somehow slipped to Long Feng's side. He smiled at Long Shi so earnestly that her ears turned pink. She lowered her head, scuffing her shoe, yet a sweet warmth rose in her heart. "Kid, Xiao Shi says this golden lion is your trophy? Explain." Long Feng's gaze chilled as it locked onto Lu Qingchen. Huh, we'll talk later. Really? Lu Qingchen replied with a dry laugh, deftly dodging the question. Since he refused to elaborate, Long Feng merely raised an eyebrow and let the matter rest. After a moment, Long Shi stood and said seriously, Dad, why don't you and Headmaster Chu go back to the academy first? Would like to stay in the 100 Beasts mountain range a few more days. We want to hunt a few more beasts and trade them for spirit stones. Lu Yin, Yushan, and the others echoed. So far they'd only taken down a few low-level beasts and weren't ready to leave. A few more days. Ha Long Feng frowned, weighing the risk. The recent brush with a king-class beast still made his heart race, yet he didn't want to smother their drive to train. A moment later he nodded. Fine, but you must guarantee your safety. Quietly, had already decided to station Li Yinqing nearby close enough to protect them, far enough not to interfere. MHM. Long Shi bobbed her head like a pecking chick, her eyes curving into crescents. Old Chu and I will head back. Come home soon, and don't be late for the auction 1 month from now. With that reminder, Long Feng and Chu Chuan rose into the air and flew away. Before departing, he pointed at the hulking golden lion. When you return, deal with the carcass. Keep the head for the stew, sell the rest for spirit stones, and split them evenly. The dying sunlight washed over the lion's golden mane and over Long Feng's receding figure until both were swallowed by the forest's depths. After Dean's Long and Feng had gone, Lu Qingchen stored the still warm corpse of the king-rank golden lion in his ring, then turned to the remaining 5 companions. The spoils belong to all of us, but he'll decide how they're divided. His tone brooked no argument. Brother Chun, you 3 can split them. I can't take anything, Yushan said first, waving his hand and forcing a wry smile. I barely helped at all. How could I have the nerve to claim so many spirit stones? I can't take a share either, Lu Yin added. If the 3 of you hadn't fought together, I'd be dead by now. I don't dare touch your earnings. Beside her, Lei Xian nodded in agreement. No, Lu Qingchen refused flatly. If Sister Shi and the 3 of you hadn't pinned that lion down for 10 breaths, we never would have had a chance to strike. He looked around the group. Yushan was a sworn brother, Lu Yin his senior sister, and Lei Xian had guided him when he first entered the academy. Besides, he was never short of spirit stones. How could he let them leave empty-handed? Exactly, Lu Yin, Lu Qingxue chimed in. If you and Xiao Shi hadn't tangled with that beast, little Chun and I could never have finished it off. But, Brother Chun, I really Yushan still hesitated. Quiet. Lu Qingchen shot him a glare. Unless someone has a serious objection, we'll do it my way. The auction is coming up, so our priority is to hunt more beasts and trade for spirit stones. Stop squabbling. Lu Yin and Lei Xian exchanged a glance and fell silent. Any further refusal would only sound pretentious. TSK, kid, you're pretty domineering, Long Shi teased with a soft laugh. Is your wound healed, Sister Shi? Need me to help you recover? Lu Qingchen asked, a playful glimmer of spirit power flickering at his fingertip. Who needs your help? I can handle it myself. Long Shi sniffed, turning him down with mock disdain. Once he confirmed that everyone was back in shape, Lu Qingchen raised his voice. Shall we keep looking for more beasts? Let's move out. The group answered in unison. Heaven's Secret Hall. Pale golden patterns rippled across the bluestone floor as a graceful figure appeared in silence. Her steps were light, her skin flawless as jade, and 3,000 strands of dark hair cascaded over scented shoulders. A pale violet brocade robe traced her curves to perfection, while a matching veil hid her features from view. Tantai Yinyun greets Senior Tianji, she said, bowing with a voice as gentle as flowing water. Seated above, the hall master nodded and offered a warm smile. You are too courteous, Fairy Tantai. Having you preside over this auction is an honor for the entire Tianzu domain. The moment the elderly man in the seat of honor heard the beautiful woman's name, he sprang to his feet and spoke with deep respect. Senior, you flatter me. I'm here in Tianzu domain at my father's request, so I should be the one thanking you for letting me pass. Her voice was gentle, and as she tilted her chin, jet black hair swayed behind her, making her bright eyes seem even livelier. The old man was none other than the master of the Destiny Hall. With a wistful sigh, he glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. Alas, Tianzu domain is far too weak. If we stay shut away like this, we'll never last. After a pause he asked, besides presiding over the auction, does Fairy Tantai have any other business here? Tantai Yinyan nodded with a soft smile and produced a gleaming white storage ring. At my father's order, I've brought a batch of rare resources that will appear in next month's auction. He also asked me to deliver a few gifts to you, Senior. The hall master accepted the ring and brushed it with his divine sense. In the next instant, his expression lit up as though struck by spring thunder. All of this is for me. Only a portion, Yinyan replied, her voice crisp. More generous rewards will come later from Destiny headquarters, as you surely know. Stroking his beard, the old man gave a knowing smile. You must be talking about the heavenly Dao artifacts. Things have been lively in Tianzu domain lately. He had long followed rumors of those artifacts. Yet he also knew they possessed sentience and would yield only to those blessed with great fortune, or he would have tried to seize them himself. Not just in Tianzu domain, Yin said, scarlet lips curving while light flickered through her narrow eyes. Heavenly Tao artifacts are surfacing all over the continent. In a few years, I expect a flood of new prodigies. Indeed, the Hall Master whispered, excitement still shining through. One young genius has already been recognized by such an artifact and can kill saints across realms, a truly celestial talent. As he spoke, he listed the youth's dazzling feats in detail. You must mean Long Feng, head of the Heavenly Tao Academy, Yin Yun said with a radiant smile. The Hall Master burst into hearty laughter that echoed through the hall. Haha, it seems the other great sanctuaries here in Tianzu domain are feeling the pressure. Given his close friendship with Long Feng, he could not hide his pride. Their conversation wound down and night deepened. Yin Yun drew out an ornate invitation and offered it with both hands. It's late, and I still have preparations to make for the auction. I won't delay your cultivation any longer. The Hall Master accepted the invitation and watched her depart. Outside Destiny Hall, Yin Yun looked up at the sky. A golden ranking list hung across the firmament, its glow reflecting in her pupils. So there are already 3 names on it, such astonishing talent, she murmured, her footsteps fading into the night. None of the other factions in the heavenly ancestral domain had any idea what had just happened inside the celestial secret sanctuary. Right now, everyone was busy preparing for the auction that would take place in a month. The 3 elite academies and the 8 great sanctuaries were flush with money. The ordinary soul martial universities knew they could not compete on their own, so their administrators decided to pool their strength. If this once-in-a-century event could help them secure enough rare cultivation resources, they were willing to combine the budgets of several schools and pour everything into a single prodigy, no matter how steep the price. After all, if even one of their geniuses could break into the top 20 at the upcoming Dragon Feast, those universities might finally shake off the dominance of the big 3 academies and the 8 sanctuaries. If they failed, they would remain forever suppressed. On the outskirts of the 100 Beasts Mountains, the smell of blood still lingered among the swaying shadows of the trees. Senior Shi, that must be the 30th sovereign rank monster, right? Lu Qingqian grinned as he caught the massive corpse dragon she tossed over. About 30. Long, she replied, wiping the blood from her face. The auction is only 3 days away, so we need to hurry back and have the academy turn these carcasses into spirit stones. The 6 of them had been training in the 100 Beasts Mountains for almost a month. In that time, they had taken down nearly 30 sovereign rank beasts and countless heaven rank and earth rank creatures. Once, several sovereign beasts attacked them at the same time and almost tore the team apart, but their teamwork and quick thinking turned the tide, and the monsters fell beneath their blades and soul techniques. The brutal battles pushed Lu Qingqian and Yushan through 2 minor realms in quick succession, their cultivation soaring and drawing envious looks from the others. You 2 level up like monsters, Lei Xian exclaimed, giving their shoulders a firm slap. A few months ago you were still at the spirit martial realm, and now you're already knocking on the door of the sky martial realm. Yushan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Senior Lei, you're the one about to break into the sovereign martial realm. We're still a long way behind. That's not the same. I've been grinding for more than 3 years, and you 2 have been at it for less than 3 months. Lei Xian sighed and glanced at Lu Yin and Long Shi. Look at Senior Lu and the others, every one of them is stronger than I am. As the only man in the 4-person Dragon Feast squad, being outclassed by all 3 women left him thoroughly frustrated. A question suddenly occurred to Lu Qingqian. By the way, Senior Lei, I hardly ever see other students in the inner academy. Are there really only a handful of you? Before Lei Xian could answer, Lu Yin spoke up. For various reasons, the recent intakes haven't been very talented, so only a few have qualified for the inner academy. Some have already graduated and become instructors, and some have fallen. Fallen? Lu Qingqian blinked. Lu Yin nodded, her voice calm but heavy. Some were killed by beasts while training in the 100 Beasts Mountains, some were assassinated by enemies, and others died at the hands of rival cultivators on the ancient battlefields. A year from now you'll understand. You're only at the Diwu stage, and the academy still shields you from most things, so some troubles just haven't reached you yet. Lu Yin waved her hand, clearly unwilling to say more, and the topic ended there. Lu Qingqian nodded thoughtfully. What's past is past. Let's focus on what's in front of us. Then he looked around at the others and decided, the auction is in 3 days, so we should head back now. Agreed. The 3 hurried home to their courtyard. As soon as the door swung open, a plush bed came into view. Long she dove onto it, stretched, and sighed with contentment. Nothing beats being home. Lu Qingqian sat on the other bed, letting his eyes drift over the elegant lines of her back. Grinning, he teased, nice figure, Sister Shi. You little brat. Who said you could stare? He'll tell your sister. She flung a pillow that smacked him square in the face. He clutched the spot and laughed. I'm not afraid of your tattling. Getting bold, aren't you? Long she settled back, enjoying the mattress embrace. Lu Qingqian chuckled at her satisfied expression. After the brief scuffle, Memories of that month-long bloodbath in the Hundred Beasts mountain range flashed through Lu Qingchen's mind, blades gleaming, beasts roaring, death lurking at every turn, yet his strength had soared at a visible pace. Real combat really is the fastest way to grow, he mused, marveling at how much stronger he was than just a month ago. Creak. The door opened, and Lu Qingxue walked in, still damp from her bath and toweling her hair. You're gorgeous, Xiao Shui. Long she sprang up and swept her into a hug. So smooth, so fair, so soft, she gushed, hands tracing the jade-like skin. Cut it out. Lu Qingxue gave her a gentle tap on the head, half exasperated, half doting. Lu Qingchen felt a pulse in his temple. You two should change clothes. We still need to trade in those spirit stones. Long she shot him a challenging look. TSK, where's that courage from a minute ago? Trying to run now? Not leaving. Lu Qingchen sat back down, his tone perfectly serious. I'll wait right here while you change. Fine, stay. Qingxue, you first. Long she glared at him and nudged Lu Qingxue. Nonsense. Lu Qingxue scolded, cheeks flushing crimson. You win, I'm going. Lu Qingchen surrendered, dashed out the door, and decided that staying any longer might cost him his life. Crake. After 20 minutes on the sofa, Lu Qingchen finally saw Lu Qingxue and Long she stroll out. The leather squeaked as he got up, and he muttered to himself. The book was right when a girl says 1 minute, multiply by 10. His gaze followed them to their seats. Long she planted her hands on her hips and glared. What are you staring at? We were already quick. Absolutely. I only waited 21 minutes and 7 seconds. Lu Qingchen nodded solemnly, helpfully providing the exact time. You. Long she puffed out her cheeks, unable to retort. Lu Qingxue rubbed her forehead and sighed. Enough. Let's find Lu Yin and the others, then head to the resource hall to trade for spirit stones. After gathering Lu Yan's group, they soon reached the sect's resource hall. Massive stone pillars towered overhead, shelves of materials lined both sides, and a faint aura of spiritual energy drifted through the air. Quick, see how many mid-grade stones we can get. Long she handed a storage ring to the clerk, her voice full of anticipation. The clerk pulled out a jade slip and tallied briskly. 112 earth-rank beasts, 70 heaven-rank beasts, 30 lord-rank beasts, for a total of. He frowned at the small mountain of carcasses and recalculated. At last he looked up. They're worth roughly 115,700 low-grade spirit stones, which converts to 1,157 mid-grade stones. Everyone froze. That much? Lei Xian yelped. His entire fortune had once been barely 2,000 low-grade stones, little more than 20 mids, and now 1 month's haul topped 1,000. His heart hammered in his chest. The clerk went on. The warehouse is short on mid-grade stones at the moment. We can pay part of it first. A booming voice cut him off. No need. He'll take care of those beast carcasses. They turned to see Director Li Yinqing striding in, robes swirling as he accepted the ring. I hear you also bagged a king-rank golden lion. Hand that one over too. Director Li. Lei Xian greeted in surprise. Li offered a warm smile. You want spirit stones, right? That golden lion is very useful to Mites a win-win. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, and he passed over another ring. Here you are, Director Li. Li scanned its contents with his spiritual sense and nodded. A normal king-rank beast tops out at 800 mid-grade stones, but this golden lion's bloodline is exceptional. Double that price would still sell. Before he finished, Lu Qingchen added, by the way, Director Li would like to keep the lion's head. Long's eyes flickered, a trace of warmth brushing her heart. She hadn't expected the little rascal to remember. The head stays with you? Li Yinqing paused, then agreed readily. Fine. Without the head, knock off about 400 mid-grade stones. After a brief pause, Li Yinqing agreed to their request. Is the lion's head really worth that much? Xiao Chun, maybe we shouldn't. Long's eyes face changed when she heard the golden lion was priced at 400 mid-grade spirit stones. That's almost the cost of a king-tier weapon. That's fine, Director Li. Can we close the deal now? Lu Qingchen ignored her worry and nodded. Of course. All sub-king monster corpses go for 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones. The golden lion counts the same, so the total is 2,400. Li Yinqing did the math in his head, passed over a storage ring, and said, here you go. Thank you, Director Li. Lu Qingchen bowed. He knew they could have squeezed out a few dozen more stones at market price. This was a generous offer. Li Yinqing patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't mention it. That golden lion is valuable to me, so you're not losing out. With the handoff done, he added, in 2 days the 3 deans will take you to the capital for the auction. I hope you all get what you're after. They'll be going now. He left the resources hall. Let's head back and split the stones. Yeah. Everyone perked up at once. Back at their quarters, Lu Qingchen gathered them together. You heard him. 2,400 mid-grade spirit stones. 6 of us, so 400 each. He handed them out on the spot. We're rich. Lei Xian stroked his storage ring, bliss written all over his face. Now I can finally bid on what I need. Yu Shan, seeing so many spirit stones for the first time, could hardly stop grinning. Lu Yin was just as excited. 400 is enough for me to pick up a weapon that suits me. Lu Qingxue did her own tally. With her savings, she should be able to buy that small Guiyuan pill for her brother. Everyone was in high spirits, already mapping out their bidding strategy for the auction. The lone exception was Lu Qingchen. Instead of daydreaming about spending, he closed his eyes and inspected the vast trove of stones from the secret realm, mountainous piles of crystal gleaming in his sea of consciousness, their brilliance almost blinding. According to Dean Long, those 9 excised piles must be high-grade spirit stones. Standing inside the Dongwang Bell, Lu Qingchen let his gaze drift over the 9 glossy little mounds before turning to the adjacent heap of milky white stones, surely the supreme-grade spirit stones the Dean had mentioned. In just a few breaths he had already clicked his tongue countless times. 10 whole piles, and every stone was either high or supreme grade. Not a single mid-grade among them. What was even more absurd, the ground around the mounds was carpeted with so many mid-grade stones that he could not be bothered to sort them. Now that the spirit stones are sorted, let's take care of that golden lion head while everyone's here. A cool voice broke his reverie. Lu Qingxue wore a playful smile, as though she was about to enjoy a show. She glanced at Long Shi, who was already leaning forward, eyes gleaming with excitement. Got it, sis. I've been dying to know what lion head tastes like. Lu Qingchen answered, pulling from his storage ring a barrel-sized lion head that gleamed like polished gold. At the same time, a huge black wok, scrubbed to a shine, clanged onto the floor. Ever since they had shared the golden-horned snow antelope, Long Shi had forced that wok on him, beating her chest and swearing it was a king-grade artifact. Naive at the time, he accepted it, only to find later that it was a common iron pot, just absurdly tough and completely devoid of spiritual energy. You 5 handle the lion head, we'll get the water boiling. With that, Lu Qingchen spun his wrist and filled the wok with clear water. If his master weren't in seclusion, he would have fetched water from the cold sky pool, but this would have to do. He set the pot firmly in place, snapped his fingers, and a thread of divine fire leapt onto the stacked wood. Flames soon crackled to life. Before the water reached a boil, he frowned. Forget it, let's give this a little boost. He tossed in several king-grade herbs head picked in the secret realm, pale blue stalks with gold-veined leaves that sank at once. The moment they touched the water, a sweet yet full-bodied fragrance swept through the entire bell. Where's that smell coming from? Xiaochen, what did you add? Long Shi sniffed the air and bounded toward the pot. Heh, just a little something special. Lu Qingchen scratched his head, grinning. Is the lion head ready? Just drop it in. Working together, the others quickly deboned the lion head, removed the tendons, sliced the meat, and arranged the pieces back along their golden seams before easing them into the broth. As the shimmering meat met the rolling herbal soup, the fat melted at once, thickening the aroma. Watching the bubbling pot, Lei Xian couldn't help sighing. Aren't we being a bit extravagant? Lu Qingchen blinked, dead serious. Hardly. It's only a king-grade beast. I'm still curious how an emperor-grade, or better yet, a saint-grade beast might taste. Show some restraint, will you? Someone laughed, giving his shoulder a pat. A king-grade beast is on par with a human king realm expert. Emperor and saint-grade beasts? Even the deans probably haven't tasted those, much less us. Lu Yin shot her junior brother an exasperated glare. No sane person would say something like that. Heh, even a toad can dream of swan meat, Lu Qingchen said with a wide grin, eyes sparkling. One day a sacred beast will lie obediently in my pot. Long Shi chuckled at his tone, her black ponytail swishing over her shoulder. When that day comes, you'd better not forget us. Never, Lu Qingchen laughed, flicking his ladle with a carefree flourish. The campfire crackled while spring water churned in a huge iron cauldron. Dozens of pounds of king-class spirit beast meat simmered until gleaming oil coated the surface. As they chatted, golden droplets leapt from the broth, reflecting on their faces. The fragrance thickened by the minute. A faint rosy mist rose with the steam, edging the night with color. 10 more minutes, and it's ready. Lu Qingchen lifted the lid and scattered in spirit salt, crimson flame petals, and crushed spirit pepper. A sharp sizzle erupted, releasing a sudden burst of aroma. He dropped the lid back on and began counting. The 10 minutes vanished in a blink. When the lid came off again, golden lion's head meatballs floated plump and round, the rich broth traced with lines of spiritual light. Lu Qingchen sliced the mound into 6 neat portions and passed them around. It smells incredible. Long Shi tore off a generous chunk. It melted as soon as it touched her tongue. Pure, intense flavor mixed with warm spiritual power, as though the taste alone could lift her out of the mortal world. She closed her eyes with a soft hum, convinced she might ascend at any moment. The others savored in awed silence, soul force glimmering faintly along their skin, while the only sound was contented chewing. In moments the king-rank beast they had hunted together was gone, leaving only empty plates and a thin layer of broth. Brother Chun, I think I'm about to break through. Yushan rubbed his swollen stomach, his voice trembling with excitement. But before he finished, a thunderous belch burst out, and a wave of soul force roared from his body, making his sleeves snap in the air. That has to be the easiest breakthrough ever, Lei Xian gaped. Lu Yin cast him a sidelong glance, half smiling. You'd manage it too if you dared chew king-rank beast meat while still in the earth martial realm. Lei Xian scratched his head and gave a wry grin. He'll pass. Being able to taste it at my realm is blessing enough. Those two are just lucky. Envy shone in his eyes, but he could only shake his head. Indeed, no one else present had ever enjoyed such a lavish feast at the earth martial realm. Lu Qingxin closed his eyes to sense the changes within, then broke into a grin. No breakthrough yet, but my soul force just jumped by a huge margin. He and Yushan shared the same realm. Yet his unique martial soul demanded far more energy. What pushed Yushan over the threshold merely added to his own reserves. Even so, the gain was precious. When everyone finished absorbing their energy, the door swung open and familiar footsteps entered. So this is where you're hiding. What were you eating? Long Feng's teasing voice filled the room. He eyed the empty plates and oily residue, then sighed. Looks like I'm late again. Dad, why are you here so early? I thought the auction wasn't for another 2 days. Longshi wiped a bit of grease from the corner of her mouth, blinking in curiosity. The auction is in 2 days, but there's a trade fair in the capital beforehand, Long Feng said, patting his daughter's shoulder. We might as well head over early and have a look around. A trade fair? What's that? Yushan blinked in surprise when he heard Long Feng mention it had never heard of such a thing. It's exactly what it sounds like. People bring items they don't need and swap them, Lei Xian answered before Long Feng could speak. The academy has hosted similar events before. Lu Qingxin looked at Lei Xian's confident expression and laughed. Senior Lei, you really know your way around a trade fair. Of course. I've been to several already, Lei Xian added animatedly. Even the small ones, with only a few dozen participants, were worthwhile. Cultivators trade in used gear for resources or simply barter item for item. Yushan understood at once. I'm sure this one will be far bigger than any I've attended, Lei Xian said with conviction. After all, the trade fair leads directly into an auction. Exactly, Long Feng nodded. The 8 sacred halls are hosting it together as a lead-up to the auction 2 days from now. All 8 sacred halls. Even they're short on spirit stones? Longshi asked in disbelief. In her mind, they were the wealthiest powers in the heavenly ancestral domain. Long Feng shot her a glance, silently lamenting the simplicity of his daughter's question, then explained, everyone can run short of spirit stones. I told you before, some lots at this auction come from the upper realm. Except for the Destiny Hall, every other hall intends to bid, so the more spirit stones they have, the better. Long Feng's explanation was perfectly clear, and the others suddenly understood. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingxin asked, so this trade fair is basically the hall's way of raising spirit stones, right? More or less, Long Feng replied, his eyes meaningful. But remember, the halls are overflowing with treasures. You might find exactly what you need. Sure enough, everyone's interest was thoroughly piqued. Lu Qingxun was especially eager after all. He possessed the golden sacred eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Dad, let's go right now. Longshi urged excitedly. Pack up and get ready. He'll inform the others. We leave in 1 hour, Long Feng said with a smile before heading off. After a quick cleanup of the courtyard, Lu Qingchun and the others waited on the spot, already packed and prepared. An hour later, Long Feng returned as promised, with the 4 deans following behind him. Master, you're coming too? Yushan asked when he saw his own master among the group. Are you out of your mind? An event this rare only comes once in 10 millennia. Of course we're going, who knows what treasures we might find. Before he could finish, Chu Chuan smacked Yushan on the head with a sharp crack, the way you'd thump a stubborn crab, then patiently explained the reason for their trip. Director Chu was right. The Academy has long since collected saint-level techniques, but actually stepping into the saint realm requires an enormous amount of extremely pure spiritual energy, far more than ordinary resources can provide. Long Feng smiled wryly. Had planned to send Nangong Qianyue and Han Meng on their own, but the cost of the breakthrough was so staggering, he had to bring Lu Chengfeng and Chu Chuan along to try their luck as well. With all the spirit stones the Academy has, we still can't fund 2 directors' breakthroughs? Lu Qingxin blurted out, clearly shocked the place could be that poor. Hardly, Long Feng sighed, giving him a sideways look. If you want to force a breakthrough with spirit stones, they need to be top grade. Mid-grade stones are full of impurities. Their energy just isn't pure enough. The kid always treated the Academy like it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Got it, Lu Qingxin muttered, rubbing his nose. All right, none of you need to worry about the details. Time's wasting, let's move. With a sweep of his sleeve, Long Feng called the ice luan. Its wings flashed like cold steel as it rose into the sky. The snow-feathered ice luan sliced through the clouds, an ocean of white rolling beneath their feet. Lu Qingxin edged closer to Han Meng and asked in a low voice, Master, did the soul seed take root? It succeeded long ago, Han Meng whispered, cheeks flushing pink. I've been studying the new technique ever since. Remembering that strange, embarrassing ritual, she wished she could bury her face in the bird's feathers. Lu Qingxin chuckled. As long as it worked. How's the comprehension going? When do you think you'll reach the saint realm? Hard to say. Within a year, probably. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. Either way, Nangong Qianyue isn't my match anymore. A Lu Qingxian rubbed his temples. unsure how to respond. Han Ming gave a soft huff and fell contentedly silent. No one knew how long they flew before the ice lawn began its descent, circling down to a broad plain. The chill dispersed as they landed one after another. "We're here," Long Feng called, leaping down with his robes snapping in the wind. The moment his boots touched the ground, Lei Xian swore under his breath. Holy, look at all these people. The capital was a sea of heads, banners fluttering like a forest, the roar of the crowd shaking the air. Long Feng clicked his tongue, but smiled. This auction happens once in 10,000 years. Of course it's massive. Yushan scratched his head in dismay. With this many people, where are we supposed to stay? The inns must be packed. Relax, Chu Chuan said with a sidelong glance. We're not nobodies. Long Feng nodded and handed out gilded invitations. The celestial sanctuary secured lodgings for us in advance. Keep these with you. Another invitation? Lu Qingqian took the gilt-edged card from Long Feng and felt a pleasant warmth at his fingertips. Top-tier auctions always use invitations as both status symbols and entry passes, yet the gesture still surprised him. Seeing this, Long Feng grinned. Anyone without a card has to queue up outside and let the guards check them one by one. The invitation signified that Heavenly Dao Academy had gained official recognition from the Temple of Fate. In high spirits, Long Feng casually distributed the remaining cards to the others. Long Shi received one, its golden surface dazzling. After studying it, she looked up in confusion. The Nine Heavens auction? What does that mean? I thought the Temple of Fate was hosting this. Lu Qingqian and the rest lowered their gaze to the cards. Aside from their faction's name, the center line read in bold letters, "Invitation to the Nine Heavens auction." Long Feng chuckled, sweeping his eyes around the room and lowering his voice. Actually, no. The Temple of Fate is only promoting the sale. The auction itself is run by one of the cultivation world's top powers, the Jiotian Pavilion. I did some digging when I got the invitations. He paused deliberately. Nangong Qianyue sighed. Headmaster Long, stop teasing us and go on. Heh, fine, Long Feng laughed. The Jiotian Pavilion is based on the primordial continent. They haven't reached overlord status, yet almost no one dares provoke them. Why not? Long Shi pressed, sensing a contradiction. Long Feng raised a finger to highlight the key point. Because the Jiotian Pavilion controls the continent's largest merchant guild, the Jiotian Chamber of Commerce. Their network spans the entire cultivation world, with branches even in the 8 realms. If you have enough resources, you can buy almost anything from them. Yushan pondered a moment, then asked, so why don't the other overlord factions just seize the chamber's assets? Long Feng shrugged. The entire Jiotian Pavilion is composed of peerlessly beautiful women. Their looks are unrivaled and so are their strength and cunning. Now you see why none of the overlords dare make a move against them. Long Feng spread his hands in resignation, had been just as surprised when he first heard about it. So the dean is talking about a political marriage. Lu Qingqian froze, unable to believe the cultivation world played those games too. Exactly. Long Feng nodded. The Nine Heaven Pavilion keeps cozy relations with the continent's major powers through marriage alliances. How they manage the details, I don't know, and I doubt the fellow in the Temple of Fate does either. He narrowed his eyes and gave Lu Qingqian a teasing look. So interested? Interested in what? Lu Qingqian was still piecing together the pavilion's history and missed the cue. Ahem, you know. Long Feng cleared his throat, eyes full of implication. Get lost. I'm not marrying anyone for politics. Lu Qingqian caught on at once and bristled. The others couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into hearty laughter. Welcome, honored guests. In the reception hall of the capital's first hotel, a dozen hostesses stood in 2 neat rows and bowed in unison. Wow, so many beauties, Lei Xian murmured, pleased by the sight. The girls, no more than 17 or 18, wore identical gold gowns that outlined graceful curves, their pale collarbones glinting under the lights. Overhead, dozens of crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars, making their skin glow as though bathed in liquid gold. May I see your invitation, please? One particularly pretty hostess stepped forward, her gentle voice accompanied by a curious glance over the group. Here you are. Thank you. Long Feng handed her the embossed card. She examined it, and her eyes lit up. Her smile grew warmer. So you're the dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy. It's an honor to receive you. Returning the card with both hands, she couldn't resist looking Long Feng up and down before bowing excitedly. For an ordinary person like her, this was the first time standing face-to-face with someone of his stature. No need to be so formal. Just treat us like regular guests, Long Feng said with a gentle smile. He's smiling at me, her heart raced, and she froze for 2 full seconds under that warm gaze. Sorry, please follow me. Blushing, she bowed again and hurried ahead to lead the group. Didn't know Dean Long had that much charm, Lei Xian chuckled, whispering to Yushan and Lu Qingqian as they followed behind. Senior Lei, you're quite a catch. Why don't you find yourself a girlfriend? Yushan swung his legs lazily, for once not stirring up trouble, just watching Lei Xian with genuine curiosity. The words quite a catch made Lei Xian secretly preen, the corners of his mouth lifting, but the follow-up, why don't you find one, shattered his good mood. Screw you. Why don't you go get one? I don't even have 500 spirit stones to my name. How am I supposed to date anyone? He snapped, slapping the flat purse at his waist in frustration. Gentlemen, this is your suite. A pretty hostess opened the door with a smile and showed the Heavenly Tao Academy party inside. The spacious room was laid with a thick carpet stitched with golden patterns. Rosewood furniture gleamed like mirrors, and a crystal chandelier scattered dazzling light. Thank you, miss. Long Feng gave the place a satisfied once-over and nodded. If you need anything, just press the red button. They'll be here immediately. She bowed formally and was about to leave. Wait, take this. Lu Chengfeng spoke up, slipping a fingertip-sized burlap pouch into her hand, clearly following Long Feng's whispered instruction. She accepted the pouch and bent her knees in gratitude. Even after the door closed behind the guests, she stood there in a daze. Who would have thought dignitaries from Heavenly Tao Academy would tip like ordinary patrons? So the three great academies aren't as stuck up as Sister Wang said. She muttered, weighing the pouch before finally opening it. They're all spirit stones. She clapped a hand over her mouth, her breath quickening, eyes wide with shock and delight. Get some rest, everyone. The trade fair should start tonight. After a moment indoors, Long Feng grew restless. He beckoned to Chu Chuan and Lu Chengfeng. Old Chu. Chengfeng, feel like going for a walk? Sure, let's see if we run into anyone we know. The two deans exchanged a smile, dusted off their sleeves, and left at his side. As soon as the three men were gone, Long Shi hurried to the window, her bright eyes sparkling. Why don't we go out too? It's boring in here. And it's my first time in the capital, thanks to the truce between Heavenly Tao Academy and Monster Academy. Count me in, I've never been here either. Lu Qingchen's heart skipped with excitement. He turned and grinned at the two female deans beside him. Ladies, care to join us? Hot jiaolong dumplings, only 1 spirit stone each. Sugar-coated hawthorn, sweet and fragrant, 1 bite, and your whole day's bright. Char-grilled mospirit lamb kidneys, 10 spirit stones, guaranteed to boost your virility. Top-grade amethyst spirit fruit, crisp, sweet, and juicy, just 100 low-grade spirit stones. Fresh spinach, going cheap spinach. Vendors hawked their goods on both sides of the street. After Long Feng, Chu Chuan, and Lu Chengfeng met up with Long Shi, Lu Qingchun, and the two female deans, the group strolled leisurely through the capital. The afternoon sun filtered between towering buildings, bathing them in gentle warmth. Hawkers selling snacks, fruit, and even fresh vegetables shouted over one another, vying for the attention of passers-by. Their cries rose and fell like waves. Oil from deep-fried skewers cracked and spat, sugar-glazed hawthorns glittered in the sunlight, and the sharp, savory aroma of hot swanla noodles drifted through the air. Whenever someone paused, the stall owner flashed a wide grin and launched into an eager sales pitch. Long Shi inhaled the mingled scent of grease and sweetness, eyes brimming with pleasure. Compared with the tedium of cultivation, this was bliss. If only she could stay an ordinary person, forever no intrigue, no blood-soaked battles for treasure, how wonderful that would be. Lu Qingchen's mood, however, was far from relaxed. He knew such ease was only temporary. Reality would come calling soon enough. Watching Long Shi skip ahead and the two deans, Nangong and Han Ming, gazing around like wide-eyed tourists, he felt his martial resolve grow even stronger. Only overwhelming strength could preserve moments like this. Without it, they were nothing but a mirage. The legend of the immortal seed had read about in an ancient text resurfaced in his mind. Xiao Shui, I want a candied hawthorn skewer. Master, Dean Nangong, this duck fat pastry is amazing. Senior Brother Lei, you need a skewer of lamb kidneys to keep your energy up. 3 familiar shouts rang out, and Lu Qingchen snapped back to himself. A daring thought flickered. What if he became powerful enough to grant everyone around him eternal life? Wouldn't that be perfect? Qingchen, try this pastry, will you? A clear, musical voice drew him from his reverie. A slender, fair hand held a golden, glistening bun to his lips. Not bad at all. He bent down and took a hearty bite of the pastry Nangong Qianyue offered, complimenting it through a full mouth. Qingchun, taste this Ziyu spirit fruit, see if it's sweet. Han Meng followed instantly, pressing a peeled fruit into his other hand. Nangong Qianyue gave a small huff and sped up her feeding. Soon Lu Qingchun was alternating between pastry on the left and spirit fruit on the right, cheeks bulging until his stomach rounded like a drum. Nearby vendors stared in disbelief. The man grilling lamb kidneys nearly let 2 skewers burn. Who was this youngster being doted on by 2 peerless beauties? They exchanged looks, suddenly feeling the world had lost its color. Master, have mercy, I can't eat another bite. Faced with the 30th offering from Han Meng, Lu Qingchun gave a wry smile and begged for relief. No chance. You ate everything she handed you. Han Meng arched an elegant brow, leaving no room for argument. Seeing her puffed-up pout, Lu Qingchen chuckled silently. Women will be women, competing even over the smallest things. Enough, I really can't eat another bite. Lu Qingchen forced down the last pastry Han Meng handed him and waved frantically for her to stop. Seeing his face go pale and sweat bead at his temples, Nangong Qianyue and Han Meng realized he had reached his limit and finally backed off. The scene happened to be caught by Lu Qingxue, who was following behind them. The girl looked puzzled. She distinctly remembered Nangong Qianyue as always aloof, yet in front of her brother, she seemed like a different person. Still, she kept her curiosity to herself and wisely said nothing. A little farther ahead, Long Shi, Lei Xian, and the others were still lost in the riches of the street stalls, so absorbed they never even heard Lu Qingchen's plea for mercy. Insatiable gluttons, Lu Qingchen muttered, watching his companions eat with their heads down. Do their stomachs have no bottom? They wandered for almost another hour before Lei Xian and the rest finally slowed, patting their swollen bellies with satisfaction. All full now. If you're done, let's head back to the hotel and rest. Tonight's trade fair starts early, Lu Qingchen suggested, chuckling. Everyone nodded, and the group retraced their steps. Just as they reached the hotel entrance, a familiar voice called from behind. Hey, Lu Qingchen, you're here too? Lu Qingchen turned to see Murong Qingqing hurrying over, waving enthusiastically. At her side walked a tall woman and an elderly matron with snow-white hair. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to arrive early as well, Murong Qingqing said cheerfully, nodding to each of them in turn. We heard there's a big market before the auction, so we came ahead to look around, Lu Qingchen replied with a smile, acknowledging Mu Ningyue and the old woman behind her. Learning they were also here for the fair, Murong Qingqing's eyes lit up. Can I tag along with you tonight? Lu Qingchen glanced at his companions first. When Han Meng and the others nodded, he answered warmly, of course. Great. Which room are you in? He'll come find you later. They exchanged room numbers and then went to their respective quarters. As soon as the door closed, Han Meng set up a barrier of spiritual energy. Lu Qingchen leaned back in his chair with a sigh. I didn't expect Murong Qingqing to show up too. This auction must be quite the attraction. And she's with Mu Ningyue, which means both Life Holy City and the Reconnaissance Division will be present, Nangong Qianyue said, frowning. Han Meng thought for a moment and added, given the current alliances, Life Holy City and the Recon Division have teamed up. Add the other two academies and the 7 sacred halls, and the competition is going to be fierce. After Han Meng finished speaking, Lu Yan's eyes flashed. She ventured, didn't the Holy City of Life and the Reconnaissance Division form a temporary alliance with our academy not long ago? Given that, they shouldn't be competing with us, should they? Master, why do you say they will? Because of the uncertainty waiting for us a year from now, Lu Qingchen answered before Han Meng could, his tone even. That's exactly why the Holy City of Life and the Reconnaissance Division will go all out this time. If I'm not mistaken, they've probably brought everything they have. Why would they do that? Yushan scratched his head, baffled. Had always felt those two factions were friendly toward Heavenly Tao Academy. Lu Qingchen explained patiently. Neither we nor the Holy City of Life currently have a saint to keep watch, yet the auction will feature a sovereign heaven pill. Without strength, your position becomes shaky, so naturally we become rivals. Besides, an alliance is only surface deep. The only thing you can truly rely on is your own power. He spoke calmly, as if everything was already under control. So that's it. Brother Chen, you're incredible. Yushan suddenly understood and shot Lu Qingchen a thumbs up, eyes full of admiration. Nangong Qianyu's bright eyes also sparkled. She hadn't expected Lu Qingchen to be not only terrifyingly gifted, but equally sharp-eyed. Lu Qingchen muttered inwardly, it's not that I'm amazing, they've just seen too little. Outwardly, he merely nodded. Lei Xian thought for a moment and asked quietly, if that's the case, can our academy's current resources beat theirs? Nangong Qianyue hesitated. Most of the academy's resources are with Dean Long, so I'm not sure. We'll find out when the time comes, Lu Qingchen said with a wave. Dean Long is in charge. We don't need to worry about it. What matters is that you understand the situation. With that, the conversation ended, and dusk deepened into night. When the last rays of sunlight vanished, the city lights flared to life. Everyone retired to their rooms. Even while meditating with his eyes closed, Lu Qingchen could hear the streets growing livelier. Clearly, the whole city was preparing for the trade fair. Knock, knock. Exactly at midnight, a knock shattered the room's silence. Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, rose, and drew the door open. The trade fair is about to start. Let's go, Murong Qingqing said calmly to the group inside. Right, let's move. Lu Qingchen nodded and led everyone out. When they reached the venue, Lei Xian was stunned. So many people. The street they'd walked earlier looked completely different. Snack stalls had vanished, replaced by rows of long tables draped in cloth. One seat stood behind each table, occupied by cultivators from every faction. Under glowing lanterns, they lined up their treasures and pills in neat rows. Some displayed several items at once, determined to strike big deals tonight. Lei Xian stopped at the first booth and read a wooden sign. Chi gathering pill exchange for 1 low-grade spirit stone. His eyes widened. A chi gathering pill for a single low-grade spirit stone? What kind of trade fair is this? You call this a trade fair? Lei Xian stared at the first booth in disbelief. A rough wooden sign hung from the rack in front of it, the ink still wet. 1 chi gathering pill for a low-grade spirit stone. Lu Qingchen followed his gaze and chuckled. A chi-gathering pill for a low-grade spirit stone, technically that counts as a trade. Lei Xian curled his lip. If everything's this petty, the fare is going to be a bore. Deals at that level couldn't even hold his attention. Hold your horses. Murong Qingqing rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. This street is split into 3 sections. We're only in the most common one. 3 sections? Explain. Lu Qingchun asked with interest. Murong Qingqing snorted. Knew you didn't read the rules. The stretch we're standing in is the Earth Grade Zone. Everything here is basic stock, perfect for cultivators around the Earth Martial Realm. She pointed toward the middle of the street. Farther in is the Heaven Grade Zone. The goods get pricier there and will satisfy most people below the honored Martial Realm. Her hand finally settled on the far end, where foot traffic thinned and the air itself seemed to weigh more. The last section only deals in King Grade items and above, so it's called the King Grade Zone. What? Lei Xian drew a sharp breath. It starts at King Grade? Then a Saint Grade treasure could show up. Lu Qingchun and the others were visibly shaken. The scale was far beyond what they had expected. Murong Qingqing waved dismissively. Who knows if a Saint Grade item will appear? Even if it does, it's pure luck. Don't get your hopes too high. Even so, the spark in their eyes refused to dim. A slim chance was still a chance. You lot browse around here and see what you need. Dean Han, and I will check the back. Nangong Qianyue exchanged a look with Han Meng. Then the 2 sovereigns vanished into the crowd. Their reaction alone showed how alluring a Saint Grade treasure was. Lu Yen watched Lei Xian all but dancing with excitement and brought him back to earth. Get real. Even if there is a Saint Grade treasure, can you afford it? A good point. Lei Xian scratched his head. Let's just stroll along. Maybe we'll stumble on a bargain. You guys take your time. I'm going to peek farther down, Lu Qingqin murmured, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You want to go back there as well? Feverish much? Lu Yen pressed the back of her fair hand to his forehead. She wondered silently. Our junior brother's only at the Earth Martial Realm, and he's eyeing the King Grade Zone? Even we honored martial cultivators are hesitant to venture there. After all, Murong Qingqing had already said that every item beyond that point starts at King Grade. I just want to look around, so I'll head off first. Catch you later. Lu Qingchun gave an awkward laugh and slipped out of the crowd as if his soles were greased. Wait, I forgot to tell you something, Murong Qingqing shouted, but Lu Qingqin had already vanished into the throng and couldn't hear her. What is it? Long she scratched his head, puzzled when no one answered. Lowering her voice, Murong Qingqing leaned in. Besides the 3 public sections, the Heavenly Secret Hall is hosting a private market at the tavern at the end of this street. Everything there is Rarino grade restrictions. You might find anything from sacred relics to minor spirit tools. Her earlier shout had already drawn too many looks, so she added in a whisper, not everyone knows about it. The others exchanged glances and memorized the information, while Lu Qingqin, unaware of the tip, had already stepped onto the second street, a Heaven Tier trading zone. Compared with the Earth Tier, the Heaven Tier was far more chaotic. Booths lined both sides, spiritual light mingled with the smell of street food, and hawkers shouted over one another. No sooner had Lu Qingqin squeezed into the crowd than he felt 4 or 5 hands sneaking toward his storage ring. With a flick of his wrist, a membrane-thin layer of golden crow fire spread across his palm. Each time he drew it across, another pickpocket yelped, clutching a scorched hand and fleeing with tears in his eyes. I didn't expect so many rats to sneak into a place like this, he muttered, coming to a halt. Even after the flames vanished, the air still smelled singed. Soon he stopped at a stall. On a stone table sat a snow-white lingji no taller than his palm, its cap translucent, coated with a layer of frost, spiritual mist curling around it. How much for the snow Ganoderma? Lu Qingqin asked, pointing at it. The vendor, a middle-aged warrior with a thin mustache, sprang to his feet, wrinkles bunching in a smile. 5 sovereign-grade pills, or 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Qingqin frowned slightly. It's only a heaven-tier herb. 300 low-grade spirit stones. This snow Ganoderma nourishes a warrior's soul, the man protested. We risked our lives in an ice cavern to harvest it. It's worth at least 5 mid-grade stones. Then keep it for yourself, Lu Qingqin replied calmly, gave the vendor a glance, and turned to leave. Wait, young friend. If you're interested, we can negotiate. How about 4 mid-grade stones? The vendor reached out anxiously. He couldn't let the first serious buyer slip away. 350 low-grade spirit stones. That's the very lowest he'll take. As the vendor finished speaking, Lu Qingqin turned, his gaze calm, yet adamant there would be no bargaining. Young man, this herb nourishes the soul. It's extremely rare. Hey, don't leave. Fine, 350 low-grade stones. They're yours. The middle-aged seller with the thin mustache had planned to squeeze out a few extra stones, but when the youth started to walk away, he panicked and gave in. From his perspective, it was still a solid profit. Snow ginseng did strengthen the soul, but only for cultivators below the emperor rank. Few in that realm were willing or able to pay so much, so turning it straight into spirit stones made more sense. Very well, 350. Lu Qingqin set the stones on the counter, tapping them lightly. Under the faint spirit light, they glimmered with a cold sheen. He picked up the snow ginseng and slipped it into his robe. Herbs that nourish the soul are far too scarce. These people have no idea what they're worth. Lu Qingchen sighed to himself, a trace of delight flashing in his eyes. According to the Demon Emperor's notes, what cultivators called soul power was simply spiritual strength. After reaching the king realm, the stronger one's soul power, the faster one advanced, and the more deeply one grasped the laws. Yet in the Tianzu domain, apart from true kings, most people never realized this, so soul-nurturing herbs below the king grade had always been undervalued. Seems the Celestial Secrets Hall's market isn't half bad. Lu Qingchun had wandered the heaven grade zone for most of the day, but his harvest was meager, only 4 soul-type herbs, all below Emperor grade. He rubbed his temples and muttered, forget it. He'll try the king grade section, there should be better things there. With that, he headed for the last trading area. At the far end of the heaven grade district sat a nondescript little stall. The setup was crude. All kinds of odds and ends were scattered around, some still caked with fresh soil. As Lu Qingchen approached, his gaze locked onto a small black orb tucked in a corner. That looks familiar. Something stirred in his mind, but instead of reaching for it, he pointed to a battered little cauldron nearby. What's the story behind this cauldron? The vendor's eyes narrowed with pride, his raspy voice full of self-satisfaction. Sharp eyes, young friend. This cauldron has been in my family for generations. It's a genuine emperor-grade artifact, definitely no ordinary item. The stall owner was a short, pot-bellied man whose eyes lit up the instant someone showed interest in the battered little cauldron. He launched into an eager explanation. Lu Qingchun, however, ignored the torrent of words. His gaze drifted instead to a small black sphere beside the cauldron. The moment he neared it, the white orb in his storage ring trembled. The two shared exactly the same aura. How do we make the deal? He asked casually. The stall owner raised his voice, thinking he still had the young man's attention. You know how powerful an honored grade spirit artifact can be, and cauldrons are rarer than blades or swords. So he held up 3 fingers. 300 mid-grade spirit stones, and this honored grade cauldron is yours. 300? Lu Qingchen arched a brow and smiled. Keep it as a family heirloom, then. A royal grade weapon goes for 500 at most, and you want 300 for this? Are you kidding me? The man forced a laugh, surprised the youth knew market prices so well. All right, half price 150 mid-grade stones. Cauldrons don't come around every day. Lu Qingchen shook his head inwardly. Even an upper-tier honored grade cauldron barely fetched that much, and this one was mid-tier and badly damaged. When he remained silent, the vendor's face soured. If you don't like the price, what will you pay? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Qingchen pointed at the entire tabletop. For everything here. The stall owner froze. He knew the cauldron was worth at most 9,000 low-grade stones, and the youth wanted the whole lot for 10,000? Something felt off. He leaned in, scrutinizing every trinket for hidden value. Lu Qingchen frowned impatiently. Well, yes or no? I'll walk if you won't. He wasn't worried. The man had no golden sane eyes to see what mattered. 10,000 low-grades fine, let's call it friendship. Pressed by the youth's tone, the vendor finally nodded. He had already examined the junk a dozen times and found nothing special. Deal. With a sweep of his sleeve, Lu Qingchen stored the cauldron, the black sphere, and every other item in his ring. Then he stacked the prepared spirit stones neatly on the table. The gentle surge of energy from 10,000 low-grade stones left the stall owner staring, his breathing ragged. Vendors at neighboring stalls turned to look, envy written all over their faces, their first time seeing so many spirit stones in one place. After placing the spirit stones on the stall, Lu Qingchen offered no further words and headed straight out of the celestial tier market. The short man who had just completed the deal with him noticed the neighboring vendor's envious gaze, swept the pouch of spirit stones into his arms as if guarding a treasure, and sprinted away, disappearing into the crowd within moments. Upon entering the bustling king tier exchange zone, Lu Qingchen immediately spotted dozens of martial prestige cultivators weaving through the street. In front of the stalls, some brandished weapons while bargaining fiercely with vendors, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of elixirs and metal. A wooden sign at the first booth read in bold characters, low-grade king-tier longsword in exchange for a low-grade king-tier spear. Lu Qingchen frowned inwardly. Spears were always pricier than swords, and no one but a fool would accept such an even trade. Shaking his head, he moved on, letting his gaze skim over scrolls, jade bottles, raw materials, and weapons laid out on the tables. May I ask how you're trading for this red orchid? Stopping at a stall covered with gray cloth, he pointed to the lone orchid on the table, its petals of vivid crimson streaked with faint fiery patterns. King Tier's spirit herb, red orchid. The white-haired elder behind the stall rasped with surprising vigor. I want 5 high-quality soul pearls for it. Lu Qingchen extended his spiritual sense and discovered that the vendor was a king realm expert. 5 high-quality soul pearls. He paused in surprise. Soul pearls were rare, yet of limited help at the king realm, whereas a red orchid refined the body and blood of cultivators at any stage, clearly making it more valuable. Sensing his doubt, the elder smiled. There's no catch, young friend. My grandson is short a few pearls, so I'm bartering the orchid for them, nothing more. If you can't gather 5, 3 will do, but they must be high quality. Ordinary ones won't suffice. Lu Qingchen thought for a moment, then produced a soul pearl he had obtained in the secret realm, its surface crystal clear with shifting rainbow light. Senior, would this be considered high quality? The elder's eyes shone as he muttered, crystal clear, brilliant, yes. This is indeed a high-quality soul pearl. His voice trembled with excitement. Could you part with 2 more of the same grade? In return, the red orchid is yours. Since you are willing to part with it, they'll gladly oblige. Lu Qingchen smiled and handed over 2 additional pearls of equal quality. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Such decisiveness promises great achievements on your martial path, the elder praised, passing the red orchid to Lu Qingchen before carefully stowing the 3 pearls. Senior, may I ask why a King Realm powerhouse like yourself is short of soul pearls? After accepting the king-grade spirit herb known as the red orchid, Lu Qingchen looked at the white-haired elder with curiosity. The elder chuckled and stroked his beard. I'm not lacking soul pearls, he explained, but high-quality ones are scarce on the market, and my grandson refuses to touch the ordinary kind. So trading 3 superior pearls for something he fancied had clearly lifted his spirits. Lu Qingchen was equally delighted. He still had more than 90 pearls of that caliber. Spending only 3 to secure a king-grade herb was a bargain by any measure. Since you can bring out pearls of such quality, you must be well connected, the elder added. If you want rarer treasures, head to the tavern at the end of this street. A private exchange is being held there. Feeling a rare kinship with the youth, he revealed everything he knew. A private exchange? Lu Qingchen's eyes brightened. Could you tell me more, senior? It's hosted by the Celestial Divination Hall in conjunction with several other halls, the elder said. I hear everything there is top tier, but there's a threshold to get in. You can always give it a try. Thank you for the guidance, Lu Qingchen replied with a fist and palm salute before leaving the stall. Entry might be tricky, but anything endorsed by the Celestial Divination Hall was bound to be worth a look. The tavern at the end of the street. Huh? They'll finish browsing the king-grade market first and head over afterward, he thought, continuing down the row of stalls. Roughly an hour later, he had exchanged for 3 emperor-grade herbs and more than a dozen king-grade ones, including an emperor-grade soul herb and 5 king-grade soul herbs. The haul cost him a full 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What did 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones mean? A low-tier emperor-grade artifact cost only 5,000 stones, so this expense could have bought 4 such weapons. While artifacts generally fetched higher prices than herbs of the same rank, a third of what he had acquired were the rarest soul-type treasures. The king-grade market really is full of gems. This trip was worth it. He chuckled, unable to hide his grin as he stored the last herb. Although he had spent more than 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it was nothing but a drop in the bucket to him. To Lu Qingchen, high-grade spirit herbs were worth far more than spirit stones. He judged that fewer than 100 zhang remained to the end of the corridor, just enough distance to check out the private trade fair the white-haired senior had mentioned. With a thought, his divine sense swept through his storage ring. Once he confirmed the herbs were intact, he strode toward the far end, satisfied. This sword costs 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That's a bit steep, can't you go lower? The clear voice ahead snapped Lu Qingchen's attention forward. Dean Nangong and Master? Why are they browsing stalls together? Looking up, he saw Han Meng and Nangong Qianyue standing at a makeshift booth, haggling with the vendor. Watching the usually reserved Dean's bargain brought a wry smile to Lu Qingchen's face. He suppressed his aura and edged closer. The vendor, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, was enthusiastically pitching the sword on the table. Ladies, this isn't some run-off-the-mill weapon. It's a genuine sacred artifact. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is a fair price. If I weren't short on stones, I wouldn't even consider parting with it. Lu Qingchen followed his gaze. The so-called sacred artifact had a noticeable chip on the blade and several cracks running across its surface. Its battered state was obvious at a glance. Nangong Qianyu's eyes shone with desire as she stared at the sword, yet her tone stayed measured. It's still damaged. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is too high. Damaged or not, its power is barely diminished, the vendor declared, chin lifted. Across the entire Huan nation, no one else is offering a sacred artifact for trade. Miss, if you pass this up, you might not see another even for 200,000. He pronounced each word deliberately, refusing any compromise. His confident, almost arrogant posture suggested the weapon before him was the lone sacred artifact under heaven. Nangong Qianyue frowned. She truly wanted the sword, but she couldn't scrape together 100,000 mid-grade stones. Han Meng leaned in and whispered, how much are you short? I've got about 20,000. Want me to cover it for now? You'd really lend me 20,000? Nangong Qianyue shot her a surprised glance. Han Meng nodded, then added through voice transmission, the vendor's right sacred artifacts are rare. Since we've found one, don't let it slip away. She motioned for Nangong Qianyue to close the deal quickly. She got halfway through her sentence and stopped, pausing for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is too steep. Let's look around a bit more besides. Tomorrow night's auction might have an even better sacred weapon, she added in a tentative whisper. A few seconds later, Han Meng withdrew her earlier suggestion and spoke with firmer resolve. Right, the auction. We might find one in better condition there. Nangong Qianyue considered it for a moment, her eyes resting on the chipped longsword at the stall before she slowly looked away. Very well, there's no hurry. In the end, she gave up on the sword in front of her. The vendor, a middle-aged man, watched the two striking women turn to leave and froze as if hit by a bolt from the blue. Staring at the cracked, scarred weapon on the table, he suddenly gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Just 90. Nangong Qianyue paused for an instant, the urge to turn back flickering in her gaze, but she still walked away shoulder to shoulder with Han Meng. The man pounded the table in frustration as he watched them go. Why didn't I drop the price sooner? No sooner had they left than a figure landed silently before the stall. A black robe concealed the newcomer's face, and a chill voice came from beneath the hood. 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones. They'll take that damaged sacred sword. A buyer at last. The vendor pushed aside his disappointment and agreed at once. Deal, deal. The robed man raised a hand and produced a storage ring. Exactly 90,000 mid-grade stones inside. A quick sweep with spiritual sense confirmed the amount. The vendor hurried to hand over the sword, fearing the buyer might change his mind. Sword in hand, the robed man didn't hesitate. He turned and slipped into the crowd. Leaving the bustling street, he ducked into a quiet alley, unclasped his cloak, and revealed a handsome-faced Lu Qingqian. He gave the battered sacred sword a casual wave and murmured, "How could I pass up a sacred weapon? Damaged or not, it will do for now. Dean Nangong will just have to wait." Recalling the scene, a glimmer flickered in Lu Qingqian's eyes. When Han Meng had asked to borrow spirit stones, he had already sent her a covert message, telling her to dissuade Nangong Qianyue. Trusting him completely, Han Meng had changed her tune. At once a mere broken sacred weapon isn't worthy of you. Everything played out exactly as planned. Lu Qingqian lifted his gaze to the bright moon overhead and lightly touched the crystal-like necklace at his throat. After roughly a quarter of an hour, Lu Qingqian reached the far end of the King Tier trading district, where only a few stalls were occupied. He glanced around, recalling the secret clue he had obtained. The tavern at the street's end was the entrance. Walking another dozen steps along the stone-paved road, he stopped in front of a two-story tavern whose faded sign hung quietly above the door. "Excuse me, is this the private trading venue?" Cloaked in a loose black robe, his voice hoarse, he stepped up to the wooden reception counter. Behind it stood a young woman with delicate features. At his question, her eyes lit up, and she gave a slight bow. "Yes, this is the place. The exchange begins in half an hour. Are you here to attend?" Lu Qingqian Pazita, receptionist already at the heavenly martial realm, boded well for the event's value. He nodded casually. "To enter, you need one of two qualifications," she explained, raising two slender fingers. "First, offer a rare item for trade. Second, pay 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Which will it be?" Beneath his robe, Lu Qingqian toyed with his storage ring. 500 mid-grade spirit stones, he rasped, handing over the ring. She scanned its contents with her divine sense, confirmed the amount, and returned it respectfully. "Exactly 500. The exchange is in the rearmost room on the third floor. Please follow me." They ascended a slightly worn wooden staircase. Midway, the girl produced a white mask patterned with black ghost markings. "Sir, masks are mandatory," she said, handing it to him. "The event starts in half an hour. Just wear this when you enter." Lu Qingqian accepted the mask. After she left, he muttered, "Their discretion is impressive. Let's hope they don't disappoint." Securing the mask over his face, he pushed open the door. The spacious hall inside had spotless gray walls and sparse furnishings. A circular stone table large enough for dozens dominated the center, and many seats were already occupied, every face hidden behind a mask. A man wearing a mask with curved ram horns looked up and nodded politely. "Brother, sit here," he offered, indicating the empty seat beside him. Lu Qingqian returned the nod and sat next to the ram-horned stranger. Glancing around, he noted the guarded expressions. No one seemed eager to reveal the slightest detail. Most sat quietly, eyes closed, intent on conserving their strength rather than making conversation. Intrigued, Lu Qingqian cracked open his golden sane eyes. Since reaching the earth martial realm, he could wield the technique at will, no longer afraid of it running wild. Even the faintest thread of golden light laid bare every face in the chamber, mostly youthful and handsome, with two deeply wrinkled old men whose auras ran dark and deep. His gaze quickly settled on a familiar figure in Elan of the Ice Snow Sanctuary. Like everyone else, she sat upright on a wooden chair, eyes half closed, quietly waiting for the gathering to begin. Two or three others, however, were wrapped in a hazy glow that even the golden saint eyes could not pierce. They were clearly hiding behind rare treasures that masked their presence. Satisfied with his sweep, Lu Qingqian closed his eyes and rested. Half an hour slipped by. When the last two black-robed figures entered, a silken female voice drifted in from outside. Thank you for waiting, gentlemen. I hope you've brought enough spirit stones. The trade fair is about to start. A lithe woman stepped into the room, her strides light, her curves displayed by a fired gown that clung to her figure. With painted brows and beguiling eyes, she tossed a playful wink toward those seated around the stone table. TSK, you Fei, you're more enchanting every time I see you, someone beneath the table teased. Got any beauties up for trade tonight? Yu Fei pressed laughing fingers to her lips. Oh, young master, I'm still searching for a good husband myself, but the holy sanctuary keeps me shackled. Would any of you be willing to buy my freedom? How much would that cost? Another warrior asked, clearly intrigued. Ears pricked up all around. Only 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and you can bring me home, she sang, eyes sparkling. The curious warrior coughed and sat down. No one in his right mind would spend 1,000,000 spirit stones on a woman, and even if someone was that reckless, few carried such wealth. Lu Qingchen chuckled to himself, certain she was merely warming up the room, not truly selling herself. Half an hour is up, let's get on with it. A warrior across from him rapped the stone table, his tone impatient. Yu Fei dipped a courteous bow, voice soft and smooth. Please, no rush. The treasures won't sprout legs and run. First, the rules. Besides the rarities provided by the Sky Secret Sanctuary, anyone may lay out their own items for barter. Even the Sky Secret Sanctuary had brought goods to trade. Clearly, this trip hadn't been in vain. Hearing the rules, Lu Qingchen felt his interest surge. Naturally, Lu Qingchen wasn't the only one with that thought. Everyone seated around the stone table nodded with keen interest after hearing the rules. Yu Fei let her gaze sweep across the faces before her and clapped softly. Before the crisp sound faded, a pure-looking maiden entered, carrying a black hexagonal box. The muted gleam of the box hinted at its weight, her arms dipping slightly as she walked. Taking the box, Yu Fei set it in the center of the stone table and flipped the lid. With a flick of her finger, pale silver light spilled out, revealing a finely crafted circular talisman lying on velvet, its runes flowing like water. This is an Earthshift talisman, she said gently. It does one thing only. Crush it, and you'll travel 100 li in an instant. Where you land depends entirely on luck. You may bid with items or with spirit stones middle grade or higher. At her signal, the whole area fell silent. A single squeeze and you're 100 li away? Lu Qingchen's heart pounded. He instantly filed the talisman under perfect lifesavers. If ever surrounded, he could shatter it and flee at once. No matter where he ended up, it beat dying on the spot. The thought left him invigorated. The same realization flashed through nearly everyone present. On the perilous road of cultivation, you can never have too many life-saving treasures. 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Someone called, unable to hold back. 200 middle-grade spirit stones. 300. In just a few breaths, the price soared to 300 middle-grade spirit stones. Lu Qingchen turned to look. The bidder was a handsome young warrior, only early sky martial realm, yet clearly wealthy. Lu guessed he hailed from a sanctuary. 350 middle-grade spirit stones. 10 breaths passed before someone finally topped the price. 360 middle-grade spirit stones. The young warrior's eyes narrowed as he glared at the new bidder. He had only raised it by 10 stones, certain the other wouldn't climb higher. Sure enough, after the 360 stone offer, silence descended. 500 middle-grade spirit stones. A hoarse voice cut through the quiet. All heads turned toward a warrior in a demon mask, who calmly set down his wooden placard. It was Lu Qingchen. You. The young warrior leapt to his feet, pointing at Lu Qingchen, fury and killing intent plain on his face. Yu Fei's expression snapped cold. Her earlier allure vanished in an instant. Sir, mind yourself, she said, voice like ice. Violence is strictly forbidden at this trade meet. Break the rules, and you'll be expelled. Do it again, and you'll lose your qualification for the Nine Heavens auction altogether. All right, I understand. The moment Yu Fei's frosty voice rang out, the young cultivator remembered that the trade fair was hosted by the Heavenly Secrets Hall and sat back down without another word. The brief disturbance soon faded. Yu Fei turned slightly, sending Lu Qingchen an apologetic, almost ingratiating glance, as though begging him to overlook the earlier offense. No matter, Lu Qingchen replied, lifting a hand. His tone was calm, and he didn't so much as stir his sleeve. Such generosity, my lord. Yu Fei's smile returned as she struck the gavel. 500 mid-grade spirit stones. This burrowing talisman is yours. She cut off any chance for additional bids, clearly hoping decisiveness might make up for her lapse in courtesy. Thank you, Miss Yu Fei. Lu Qingchen accepted the talisman, his long fingers brushing the runes before he gave her a polite nod. You flatter me, sir. Yu Fei paused half a heartbeat, then offered a brighter smile and took the storage ring he handed over. A wealthy cultivator who disdained airs. She hadn't met one of those before. Nearby, a burly martial artist slapped the table and produced a long saber whose blade bore fine cracks. His voice boomed across the room. Mid-grade king-level weapon, minor damage, full power intact. 1,300 mid-grade spirit stones. Who wants it? He'll take it. Someone answered at once, tossing a storage ring through the air. The seller checked the contents, confirmed the stones, and slid the saber across. The deal closed cleanly, and the room buzzed anew as everyone began eyeing one another, each clearly harboring treasures. Yu Fei covered a light smile and set the next item on the table. Second treasure, 10 heavenly aspect pills. They hasten the flow of spiritual power when an earth martial cultivator breaks into the sky martial realm, aiding in the formation of the manifestation. If you don't need them yourselves, keep them for your juniors. She tapped the tabletop. Same rules, trade goods, or bid with mid-grade spirit stones. Place your offers. Silence followed one breath, two, until at last a hoarse voice drifted from a corner. 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Yu Fei swept the room. No one raised the bid. She smiled. Very well, 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The heavenly aspect pills go to this gentleman. She handed the porcelain bottle to Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen took it, fingers tightening ever so slightly. The light flickered through him. At Earth Martial 6th tier, he would seek the breakthrough next year, and these pills were perfect. He slipped the bottle into his sleeve and passed over the stones with practiced ease. Their lack of interest made sense. Most here had already reached the sky martial realm and had no use for such medicine. Yu Fei, bring out something worthwhile. Stop trying to fool us with these trinkets. The stone table glowed under torchlight, the air thick with the scent of medicine and raw hide. Yu Fei held a crystal-clear Tianxiang pill toward Lu Qingchen, but before she could pull back her slender hand, a lanky young man blurted out, his voice edged with impatience. Exactly. You said you'd trade treasures from the Tianji Shirni, so why are we seeing nothing but odds and ends? Another warrior joined in. Right. We're all waiting. Show us the real goods. A third man rapped the tabletop. Quit stalling and let us have a look. The clamoring rose in waves. Yet Yu Fei merely covered her lips with a soft laugh. Her pale fingers tapped the stone once, signaling them to settle down. Please, gentlemen, there's no need to rush. We're only getting started. Her voice was gentle but firm, and the hubbub quickly died away. Then she drew a third item from her sleeve, a sheet of pale gold beast hide. Torchlight danced across its surface. Fine sigils flickered like living threads, igniting hungry stares all around. This hide contains a shintong, Yu Fei said, her smile unwavering. I'm sure none of you are strangers to such arts. Of course, everyone knows soul beads carry shintong. The lanky youth laughed, full of pride. I doubt any genius here lacks one. Yu Fei inclined her head. True, but a soul bead's power is limited. Only a top-grade bead can barely match what's sealed in this scroll. I'm well aware of a soul bead sealing. The youth snorted, rolling a bead between his fingers. It comes from a spirit beast, so its strength can't surpass that beast's peak. You're well informed. Yu Fei lifted the hide higher so all could see. This technique isn't bound by that sealing. Everyone leaned in. It's called the body lock art. Strictly speaking, it's a minor shintong. Once mastered, it can freeze an opponent of the same realm for a whole second. She raised one slender finger. You'll need sufficient mental force to cast it, and its effect weakens against stronger foes. Seeing their rapt faces, she added, Shintong are ranked in 5 tiers: basic, minor, major, peerless, and supreme. Basic arts rarely surpass the sky martial realm. A minor Shintong can reach the king tier. She paused, her tone solemn. More importantly, this art has no cultivation threshold. Anyone can learn it, no matter their current level. I trust you all understand how rare that is. Around the table, breaths grew heavy. Several warriors instinctively reached for their storage pouches, already doing the math. Yu Fei laid the hide gently on the table, lifted her eyes, and smiled. Place your bids. As always, we're trading items of equal value or mid-grade spirit stones. After stressing just how rare a minor divine art truly was, Yu Fei announced that the bidding could begin. Seated among the crowd, Lu Qingchen silently applauded her. What a shrewd woman, he thought. No wonder she serves the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. He already understood the distinction between divine arts from the Devil Emperor's handbook. Any minor divine art that had to be cultivated vastly outstripped the fixed abilities bound to soul pearls. More importantly, a cultivated art could be passed down through generations, whereas a soul pearl benefited only one fighter once. With just a few pointed remarks, Yu Fei had everyone's curiosity thoroughly piqued. After a brief silence, the first bid came from the martial artist beside Lu Qingchen, a man in a ramhorn mask. He raised his voice. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Almost at once another voice followed. 6,000. A third bidder refused to be outdone. He'll pay 8,000. The starting price of 5,000 lasted less than a heartbeat. In an instant, it was 8,000. The ramhorn bidder's eyes flashed. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Gentlemen, how about letting me have this art? It's exactly what I need. A contemptuous laugh rose from across the room. You need it, so we should step aside? Who do you think you are? 11,000. The ramhorn mask snorted and shot it up to 15,000. The mood tightened as bids rang out one after another. 16,000. 17,000. 20,000. Neither side would yield. Suddenly, the ram-horned bidder stood and swept his gaze around the room. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If anyone can top that, by all means take it. The room fell silent. 30,000 was well above the usual price for a minor divine art. Yufei watched it all with delight. She had hoped for 25,000. Now the bid had climbed 5,000 higher. Each extra stone pure profit. Her smile bloomed like a flower. Just as she was about to bring down the gavel, a man in a blood-red mask tapped the table lightly and said in an even voice, 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The room went dead quiet. Lu Qingqian sensed a chill spreading from the ram-horned bidder beside him. Fortunately, Yufei had made it clear that no one was to fight inside the auction hall. The man merely gave a cold snort, dropped back into his seat, and offered no further bid. Rare as a minor divine art was, his purse set the final limit. Throughout it all, Lu Qingqian never raised his paddle. He tilted his head slightly, studying the red-masked bidder, and a faint, unreadable light flickered in his eyes. The man in the blood-red mask who had just bid 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones was one of the cultivators Lu Qingqian hadn't been able to read earlier. His voice was low yet clear. As soon as he spoke, the aura around him rippled, like a curtain lifted by a sudden gust before being forced flat again. In that instant, Lu Qingqian sensed a familiar touch of heavenly Tao President Long. No wonder he had been so quiet. He was hiding behind a divine artifact. Lu Qingqian shot Long Feng a casual glance, and then looked down, secretly impressed. This gentleman has offered 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If there is no higher bid, this minor divine ability will be his, Yufei announced, smiling even wider and casting Long Feng a teasing look. Here are the spirit stones. Long Feng took the beastskin scroll, scanned it, and tossed over a storage ring holding all 35,000 stones. His fingers, however, trembled noticeably, which amused Lu Qingqian apparently. Even President Long felt the sting of that price. The minor divine ability is sold. Next item, upper-grade Imperial Spirit Weapon. Payment may be mid-grade spirit stones or an item of equal value. Bidding begins now. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 7,000. 10,000. That weapon is mine. With bids erupting one after another, Yufei presented 5 upper-grade Imperial Spirit Weapons in a single breath, and the room's excitement hit its peak. Representatives of the 8 sanctuaries were present, but few. The rest of the cultivators hungered for Imperial-grade weapons, especially top-tier ones. During the frenzy, Lu Qingqian struck quickly and secured the 2 finest pieces. Truly worthy of the Tianji sanctuary, pulling out 5 upper-grade Imperial weapons so easily is eye-opening. One cultivator exclaimed when the final gavel fell. Hardly. 5 is already our limit, Yufei replied with a modest smile, as if the Tianji sanctuary really had only those 5 weapons. Ha ha ha, Yufei, you're joking. As the leader among the 8 sanctuaries, Tianji can't have brought just 5. Bring out a few more, many of us are still empty-handed. A tall cultivator boomed. I'm sorry, everyone. For today's trade session, the Tianji sanctuary prepared only 10 treasures in total. The rest will appear at tomorrow's auction. I hope you understand. Yufei kept her smile, her gentle tone leaving no room for debate. What? Only 10 in all? The hall erupted. Someone muttered, that means only 2 items are left. I've got to take one or this trip is wasted. The moment Yufei finished speaking, the room exploded into activity. Chairs groaned under the press of bodies, and several eager warriors clenched their jaws, determined to claim one of the final 2 treasures. Only 2 items remain, my lords, Yufei said, lightly brushing her sleeve. Hesitate now and you'll regret it. Once the room settled, her tone grew solemn. Stop teasing us, Yufei. Show us what's left. The ramhorn-masked warrior beside Lu Qingqian finally lost his patience. At his shout, every hungry gaze locked onto the platform, and the very air seemed to ignite. Under that scorching scrutiny, Yufei stopped stalling. With a graceful turn of her hand, she revealed the 9th lot. A suit of armor, striped in silver and black, shimmered under the lamps. Dragon scale patterns rippled across the plates, fine dragon sinew laced between them, and ice blue and molten gold jade stones glinted like a slumbering WYRAM caught between frost and flame. This is the Icefire Flood Dragon armor, classed as a quasi-saint artifact, Yufei declared. Forged from a flood dragon's scales and tendons, set with Xian Ice and Xianfire Jade, it elevates the wearer's defense to a terrifying level. Tests show that an Emperor Realm fighter wearing it can survive a saint's full power strike. In short, it's a top-tier defensive treasure. She detailed every material, pattern, and function without reservation, and the collective breathing below grew heavy, as though a boulder weighed on every chest. Like the previous lots, payment must be in kind or with mid-grade spirit stones, she concluded softly. You may begin bidding now. Her words were still echoing when the room erupted like a powder keg. No one spoke at once, but rough breaths overlapped, crowding the already sweltering air. After what felt like an eternity, someone broke the silence. I bid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The number crashed over the hall like thunder, one bid, equaling the combined price of every previous item. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. The offers came in rapid-fire bursts. This is a quasi-saint defensive suit, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Another hoarse voice shouted, cutting through the clamor. The room beat like a drum under siege. Eyes burned red as they fixed on the armor, ready to leap for it. Only Long Feng and Lu Qingqian remained impassive. They studied the armor with a depth the others lacked. How odd, Lu Qingqian murmured, propping his chin on his hand. It looks every bit like a true saint artifact. Why would Yufei call it merely quasi-saint? He had once retrieved 7 divine artifacts from a secret realm. After surrendering 4 to the Academy, he still carried 3 on him. Now, the Frostflame Flood Dragon mail on the auction block emitted exactly the same aura as those artifacts, so alike that Lu Qingqian was utterly baffled. Long Feng shared his confusion. Guided by the faint resonance, Lu glanced over to see the dean staring unblinkingly at the armor. A blood-red mask hid his face, yet Lu could imagine the shock tightening the features beneath it. Miss Yufei had just called the piece a quasi-divine artifact, so why did it feel no different from a genuine one? When the bidding climbed to 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a warrior at a stone table suddenly asked, Miss Yufei, if this armor carries the aura of a divine artifact, why is it only classified as quasi-divine? Long Feng and Lu Qingqian both perked up. That was exactly what they had wanted to ask. Yufei paused under countless staring eyes, then covered a soft laugh. An excellent question, my lord, but I truly don't know. Her voice was graceful yet helpless. I, too, thought it a real divine artifact, but the official verdict was quasi-divine, so I can't offer a definite explanation. She swept her gaze over the hall. That verdict came directly from the Tianji Sanctum. If you still have doubts, rest assured the Sanctum has tested its abilities many times and found no exaggeration. The Sanctum has spoken. The murmurs in the hall died at once. In the Tianzu domain, the Tianji Sanctum's word was law. Seeing the room fall silent, Yufei urged, if there are no further questions, let the bidding continue. After a brief lull, a strong voice cut through the air. 160,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidder was Long Feng, raising his token with steady composure and no hesitation. Lu Qingqian clicked his tongue. The Academy is indeed wealthy. He calculated quickly. A minor divine art like binding spell cost 35,000 stones, and this armor would push their spending near 200,000. In the entire Tianzu domain, only the 3 great academies and 8 sacred halls could afford that. 170,000. Another warrior called only a few breaths later. 180,000. Long Feng frowned but followed, his tone low yet firm. The earlier bidder snorted, stood, and cast Long Feng a scornful glance. Reached your limit, have you? 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If you outbid me again, I'll withdraw. Gasps rippled through the crowd, but Long Feng slowly lowered his placard, his gaze as calm as still water. As dean of Tiandao Academy, he would not squander the institution's resources for the sake of pride. Spirit stones had to be spent where they mattered most. Although Long Feng had enough spirit stones to buy the quasi-saint artifact, he still had to weigh the pros and cons to decide whether it was truly worth the price. The auction hall blazed with light. On the jade stand, the ice-fire flood dragon armor gleamed like a sleeping beast, quietly tugging at every heart. Long Feng's gaze drifted between the armor and the pouch in his hand. After pondering for 10 breaths, he sighed. One last glance at the armor convinced him to shake his head and give Yup if he bought it now. The Huangtian pill coming up later would be out of reach. Almost simultaneously, a smug voice rang out. Huh, acting like you're rich. I'll pay 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Who can top that? The bidder was the same young cultivator who had called out 200,000 earlier. His grin had barely formed when an even more arrogant voice cut him off. 250,000. Lu Qingqian rose slowly, sharp eyes sweeping the room as his calm voice set the price at 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The young cultivator froze, then anger flared. What's so great about 250,000? I can't. Before he finished, the gray-robed elder beside him, who looked about 70, pressed a hand to his shoulder and signaled him to keep quiet. Lu Qingqian activated his golden saint eyes. His blade-like gaze swept across the pair. The young man seethed with barely restrained fury, while a deep, restrained current of true qi pulsed around the elder. Pulled back, the youth flushed and reluctantly sat down, shooting Lu Qingqian a vicious glare. Lu Qingqian sneered. If you're short on cash, stop pretending. People might think you're from the Sacred Hall. He was speaking up for Long Feng. As dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy, Long Feng couldn't stoop to quarrel in public, but Lu Qingqian, still a student and backed by ample wealth, saw no reason to hold back. You really think I'm scared of you? The young cultivator sprang up, slamming the stone table with a boom. Lu Qingqian stood with hands clasped behind his back, unmoved. Trash. I could beat 10 of you with one hand. You can't even bid on an artifact without asking permission. How capable could you be? The tension spiked until the gray-robed elder barked, "Sit down." The youth trembled, unwilling yet unable to disobey, and fell heavily into his chair. On stage, Yufei maintained her professional smile, but raised her voice to keep control. "Any higher bids, honored guests? If not, this Quasi-Saint Icefire Flood Dragon armor goes to this gentleman." She knew expelling troublemakers was within the rules, but either bidder represented a fortune she didn't want walking out the door. The young man snorted but, pinned by the elder's piercing gaze, kept silent. A few breaths later, with no new offers, Yufei dropped the jade plaque and announced, "Sold. The Icefire Flood Dragon armor now belongs to this gentleman." Cradling the armor, she stepped off the platform with respectful grace. Amid a hall full of envious stares, Lu Qingchen accepted the Quasi-Saint artifact and casually stored it in his ring. "Congratulations, my lord. A defensive Quasi-Saint artifact is exceedingly rare in the Tianzu domain, and I hope it proves useful to you." After the deal was sealed, Yufei lifted her chin slightly and cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Qingchen, who wore a demon-face mask. Her voice was soft and ringing, and the staggering price he had paid, along with the noble air he exuded, had clearly captured her interest. Not a bad trip after all. Behind the mask, Lu Qingchen gave a faint nod in reply. The subtle motion was like a pebble dropped into a still lake, drawing every gaze in the room. Around the stone table, each martial artist studied him in silence, their breathing unconsciously subdued. Long Feng was no exception. His eyes burned into Lu Qingchen, yet questions swirled in his mind. This stranger had just swept up most of the treasures, and even seemed to defend him a moment ago, though they had never met. With a Heaven Dao artifact veiling the man's aura, Long Feng could not gauge his strength at all. He frowned, thoughts racing, but found no answers. In the brief tangle of glances, Lu Qingchen noticed Yu Fei's expression falter for an instant before she regained her composure. "Honored guests, only one item remains in today's exchange," she announced. "Before it is auctioned, you may conduct private trades at your leisure. You have 1 hour. The free trade session starts now." With that, Yu Fei offered a quick bow and hurried from the room, her robes whipping at her heels. So rushed, has something happened to the 10th treasure? Lu Qingchen wondered as he watched her leave. The moment she was gone, there was no awkward pause. Everyone pushed aside their curiosity about the final item and began listing what they had and what they wanted. "I've got 4 Quasiking grade spirit herbs and 1 Quasiking grade weapon. Anyone interested? Let's swap." The first speaker placed the 4 herbs neatly in the center of the stone table, his tone hearty. "For herbs, for a weapon of the same grade? Deal." A voice answered at once. The man stepped forward, produced a dark gold spear engraved with faint runes, and set it on the table without hesitation. "Quasiking spear, yours. Where are the herbs?" He pushed the spear forward, meeting the other man's gaze. "For Quasiking herbs, as promised. Take them." Their movements were brisk. Herbs and spears slid past each other across the tabletop, the deal sealed in an instant while the surrounding warriors sized them up. Just then, a gray-robed warrior rose, somewhat hesitant, and produced a jade scroll. "I have a mid-tier king-grade technique, and would like a mid-tier king-grade weapon in return. If that's difficult, well, I'd settle for a low-tier weapon." His voice grew quieter with each word, for the room had fallen utterly silent, and no one responded. "Ha ha ha. A mid-tier king-grade technique for a weapon of the same grade? I don't even know what to say." A burly man across the table burst into loud laughter, his tone dripping with mockery rather than any intent to trade. I, fine. Forget it. I'm not trading anymore." The young warrior who had just stood up turned crimson, as if someone had ripped off his mask in public, and dropped back into his seat with a thud. Lu Qingchen shot him a sidelong glance, the corner of his lips lifting. Anyone who could enter this private trading suite came from a notable background and had no shortage of cultivation manuals. The youth had tried to swap a mid-grade royal technique for a weapon and made a fool of himself. Head lowered, the young man rubbed the edge of his storage ring again and again, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. After a few breaths, he mustered the last of his courage and sprang up once more. "I found this treasure in some ruins," he declared, pulling out a dark yellow pennant no bigger than his palm. Its surface was rough, yet it carried an indescribable heaviness. There's no spiritual energy on it, but the material is unbelievably hard. Nothing I've done can so much as scratch it. I want to trade it for a high-grade royal weapon now. A mid-grade royal weapon will do." The moment the flag appeared, every gaze locked onto it, expressions shifting. "Hey, that worthless flag doesn't even give off a hint of chi, and you want a mid-grade royal weapon for it?" Sneered the same man who had mocked him earlier. "That's right." The youth's pent-up frustration finally burst free. "I know it's a treasure. If I can't get a mid-grade royal weapon for it, I'm not trading." His voice was firmer than before, clearly staking everything on the pennant. Silence descended. The traders eyed one another, trying to gauge the item's real worth from the reactions around the room. Then a hoarse, yet steady voice cut through the standoff. "A mid-grade royal weapon deal." Lu Qingchen rose, producing a long saber from his ring. Its shine was muted, arcane lines etched along the spine, the edge gleaming like liquid frosted genuine mid-grade royal weapon. He set it on the table with a deep, resonant thud. The blade is yours. The flag is mine, he said calmly, leaving no room for argument. You'll really trade? The youth's eyes widened, his breathing quick and shallow. Here, it's yours. The flag's yours, no backing out. He blurted, shoving the dark yellow pennant toward Lu Qingxun and whisking the long saber into his ring in the blink of an eye. Lu Qingxun smiled faintly at the scene and slipped the dull yellow pennant into his storage ring. Hold on, brother, murmured the warrior beside him, the one in the ramhorn mask. Would you sell me that flag? They'll trade you a mid-tier, king-grade artifact. Sorry, but I'm quite attached to it, Lu Qingxun answered, calm yet firm. The masked warrior's face tightened, and he immediately upped the offer. All right, a top-tier king-grade artifact, no. An emperor-grade weapon. Surely that's enough? The mention of an emperor-grade weapon drew startled looks from everyone else, but Lu Qingxun remained unruffled. I said it's not for sale. And honest Lido, you think him short of an emperor-grade weapon? Left speechless, the ramhorned warrior turned away, half resentful and half self-mocking. Damn, who is he to beat me to it? Forget it, probably just coincidence. That flag has no spiritual aura at all. If it were a true treasure, it wouldn't look so ordinary. The awkwardness had barely faded when a blue-robed swordsman set a sealed jade vial on the table. I have a bottle of emperor-grade scarlet-armored flood dragon blood, he announced. Excellent for tempering the body. They'll trade it for a mid-tier king-grade artifact or 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. The room fell silent. Lu Qingxun glanced at the vial and whispered, if only it were Saint-grade flood dragon blood emperor-grade gives limited gains. Across the table, Longfeng also shook his head. If it were Saint-grade, he thought, no matter the cost, I'd buy it for my daughter and those 2 disciples. It might let their mortal bodies awaken true spirit. With no one interested, the blue-robed man sighed and tucked the vial back into his robe. Time crept by in dead silence. Creak. At last the door swung open. Yu Fei entered, still as alluring and graceful as ever. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. An hour has passed, the free trade session is now closed, and we will begin bidding on our 10th and final treasure. When Yu Fei finished speaking, she traced a slender finger along the edge of the stone table. Her gaze swept the room before she slowly produced a scroll that glimmered with emerald light. Madam Yu, is this really the last item? The young man in the ramhorn mask beside Lu Qingxun asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Could it be another minor divine art? I think it's more likely a high-tier cultivation manual, or maybe a powerful combat technique. The other warriors whispered among themselves, and the air grew restless. Yu Fei lifted a hand for silence, her red lips curving slightly as she shook her head. None of the above? Come on, Yu Fei, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what it is, urged one of the cultivators, who could clearly sense the astonishing power sealed within the emerald scroll. If it weren't priceless, why save it for last? Please, my lords, be patient, Yu Fei said with a soft sigh, as though reluctant to part with the item. This is a top-grade Imperial consumable array diagram called the Azure Sky Soaring Dragon Array. Once activated, it instantly deploys a formation whose power equals that of a high-rank Imperial cultivator. A formation that strong? A warrior shot to his feet, voice quivering with excitement. A discordant voice cut in. Hold on. Array diagrams belong to formation masters. Without one, ordinary warriors can't use them. Isn't that right? Lu Qingxun turned and saw that the speaker was the same young cultivator who had earlier fought Long Feng over the Quasi-Saint weapon. The gentleman is correct, Yu Fei acknowledged, but perhaps you missed the key detail. This is a consumable array diagram very different from an ordinary one. It was crafted by a saint-level formation master. No matter the user's cultivation, a single thread of spiritual power will trigger the scroll, instantly creating a formation with the might of a high-rank Imperial expert. Against a mid-rank Imperial foe, the Azure Sky Soaring Dragon Array could wipe them out outright. Reluctantly, she set the scroll in the center of the stone table, its emerald glow casting a faint halo on the surface. The item can be activated 3 times in total. Each activation requires 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and the formation lasts for 10 minutes. Wait, Miss Yunli, 10 minutes per activation? The speaker was Lu Qingxun, his eyes fixed on the emerald scroll, his voice filled with anticipation. Huh, someone's asking that question? Yu Fei paused, then turned toward the voice. My lord, that is exactly what I was about to explain, she said, lifting her chin. Following the sound, she saw the speaker was Lu Qingxun. Since the exchange began, this warrior had swept through the offerings like a whirlwind. At least half of them were now in his storage ring. Even with her keen eye, Yu Fei still couldn't gauge the true depth of his resources. She slowly opened her palm. A scroll bathed in dim blue light floated above it. Her tone was clear yet enticing. Gentlemen, this is the Qingtian Wandering Dragon Array map. To activate it, you'll need 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Once powered, the array strikes with the force of a high-rank emperor's full attack and lasts for 10 minutes. She added 2 follow-up options. 1. After 10 minutes, if no further energy is supplied, the array disperses on its own. 2. If you continue to feed it spirit stones, every additional minute costs another 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Raising her eyes, she offered a calm warning. As long as your supply holds and the enemy's strength stays below a high-rank emperor's limit, the array can remain. But if it suffers a quasi-saint's full assault, it likely won't last the full 10 minutes. When Yu Fei finished, the atmosphere tightened. A heartbeat later, the room erupted. 10,000 stones just to start, and only 10 minutes? Another 10,000 per minute? That's burning money. For that price I could hire an emperor as a bodyguard. An entry-level imperial weapon costs 5,000. This scroll, choose up spirit stones. I'm out. Tempers flared, and several bidders announced their withdrawal. Yu Fei's lips curved slightly. Her voice stayed gentle, but carried a reminder. This is a free market. If you prefer not to bid, enjoy the show. Chosen by the Heavenly Secrets Temple for her insight, she read people easily. A sidelong glance told her the noisy warriors did want the scroll. Their bluster was merely a tactic to drive the price down. Yu Fei closed her fingers, set the scroll upright on the stone table, and swept her gaze around the hall. Consumable treasure, Qingtian Wandering Dragon Array Map. Activation cost, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for 10 minutes. Barter or spirit stones accepted. Bidding begins now. A deep voice cut through the din. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It eats stones like crazy, but it's rare enough. Worth owning even as a collectible. No sooner had Lady Yu announced the start than a martial artist jumped to his feet and called out, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. His voice rang out, eyes sweeping the crowd in an obvious attempt to incite them. The hall went still for a heartbeat. Then another bidder rose, letting out a cold laugh, his tone hard as iron. A mere 100,000 for that formation scroll? Do you take us for fools? Before the jeer had faded, the young man in the ramhorn mask beside Lu Qingchen spoke up. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. His voice was calm, yet he doubled the price without blinking. Hot on his heels, Long Feng added another 100,000. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The figure landed like a hammer. Many cultivators drew sharp breaths. Someone muttered, they're adding 100,000 at a time? Those three must own spirit stone mines. Others fixed their gazes on the azure array diagram, frustration flashing in their eyes, but the fair's rule of immediate payment kept them silent. While the crowd hesitated, the young cultivator who had mocked Long Feng earlier spoke again, his voice sharp. 310,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Keep going if you dare, I'll stay into the end. He raised the price by only 10,000, yet the provocation was blatant. He shot Long Feng a contemptuous glance, then glared at Lu Qingchen, clearly nursing a grudge. Lu Qingchen arched a brow and met his glare, a frosty smile tugging at his lips. What are you staring at? Even a stupid dog dares to yap, and that's all you can add? His words sliced straight through the man's dignity. Lady Yu, seated gracefully at the front, couldn't hold back a ripple of laughter and covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. Regaining her composure, she soothed in a gentle voice, honored guests, please speak calmly. A treasure isn't worth spoiling good relations. Lu Qingchen let his gaze linger on the gentle quiver her laughter had set off, half smiled, and said, spoil relations with whom? Must I be polite to a stray dog? His words detonated the room. Several cultivators burst out laughing. One thumped the stone table, tears in his eyes. The guy who bid 310 just got called a mutt, never thought I'd see the day. Lady Yes laughter rang again, clear as silver bells. Giggle, my lord, please don't go too far, or he'll have to giggle, though her look carried a warning. Two more soft laughs still slipped out. You? Who do you think you are? Listen up while I'm standing here. You can kiss that formation scroll goodbye? The trading hall erupted in shrill laughter that stabbed at the ears. Red-faced beneath the jeers, the once arrogant young cultivator lost all restraint. In his rage, he vowed that as long as he remained, Lu Qingchen would never leave with the scroll. Can't take it? Are you trying to kill me by making me laugh? Hands clasped behind his back, Lu Qingchen sounded half startled, half amused, as though genuinely frightened by the other man's impotent fury. On the platform, the auctioneer Yu Fei finally broke down, bending at the waist as her shoulders shook with laughter. Enough talk. 310,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Try topping that. Knowing he was losing the war of words, the young cultivator slammed the jade table and shouted his bid, the number echoing through the hall. For 100,000. Lu Qingchen tossed out the figure as casually as brushing away lint, sparing the man only a glance. Yu Fei's laughter died at once. She straightened, eyes filled with awe. A quick tally told her that, counting his earlier purchases, Lu Qingchen had already spent close to 700,000 mid-grade spirit stones. To raise the price that high in mere seconds spoke of wealth so vast that any cultivator would tread carefully. And since every item came from the Heavenly Secrets Temple, the higher the bids climbed, the greater her commission and the richer her future cultivation resources. 410,000. Unwilling to concede, the young man forced out another 10,000, jaw clenched as he glared at Lu Qingchen, convinced the other was bluffing. 500,000. The same indifferent gaze. The same offhand tone. Yet the number he uttered was enough to buy 2 premium Quasi-Saint Icefire Flood Dragon armors. Impossible. Who are you? Where could you get that many spirit stones? Shock made the young cultivator's Adam's apple bob. As a direct heir of one of the 8 great temples, had assumed the fortune he carried was unmatched. This private auction was restricted to temple juniors. No elders or vice lords were supposed to attend. Yet a masked stranger had just named a price far beyond his understanding. Miss Yufei, I suspect he doesn't have that kind of money and is only driving up the price. Please check his storage ring, or this auction will be a farce. After a brief pause, the young man voiced the suspicion gnawing at him. In his eyes, no one outside the 8 temples could possibly command so many mid-grade spirit stones. He knew enough about the other temples to be certain they would never let juniors carry so many spirit stones to a private auction. That thought made his frown deepen. His own budget was only 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Yet Lu Qingqian had just called out the same price without blinking, leaving him in a bind. Worse, the man in the icy ghost mask had already offended him during the earlier bidding. He suspected the fellow had no interest in the formation diagram at all, but was simply inflating the price to force him to spend more. My lord, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't say whatever you like. You claim this senior doesn't have that many spirit stones. What proof do you have? Seated at the front, Yufei's gaze chilled as she spoke. Lu Qingqian's lavish bid had already convinced her he was an unfathomably wealthy, mysterious powerhouse. Demanding to inspect his assets in public would be an outright insult. I don't know how to prove it, but I'm sure he can't come up with that many stones. I swear. The young martial artist faltered under Yufei's stare, yet forced himself to finish. Ridiculous. Lu Qingqian snorted, a frost-cold glint in his eyes. Because you're a saint, you think everyone else is broke? You're out of stones, so no one else can have any either? Before his words faded, the youth in the ram-horned mask suddenly rose and stepped beside the young martial artist. Hold on. I believe this brother. That man is clearly bidding to drive up the price. Miss Yufei, please verify his wealth. Well, take full responsibility. Their duet of accusations set the room buzzing. Lu Qingqian turned a frigid gaze on the ram-horned youth. Obviously, the fellow was retaliating because Head refused to sell him that dull yellow flag in private. Take responsibility? Lu Qingqian stood slowly, robe rustling. If I can really produce 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones, what will you pay? If you can, we'll apologize to you, senior. The young martial artist thumped his chest, sounding bold while sweat dampened his palms. An apology? What good is that to Lu Qingqian? His shout shook the room. You want to see my purse? Fine. If I can't bring out 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones, I'll hand over every treasure I've won tonight. But if I can, well, sorry, each of you will pay me 250,000 middle-grade spirit stones. His domineering declaration rolled like thunder, and the room instantly fell silent. Cultivators traded uneasy glances and drew sharp breaths. Lu Qingqian had just thrown down a public wager, and the stakes were staggering. In that heartbeat, everyone understood the same thing. The pot now stood at a sky-high 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The warrior in the ramhorn mask sucked in a sharp breath. He had never expected the ghost-faced fighter beside him to toss out a wager of 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, tantamount to betting their lives. If the two of them won, all would be well, but if they lost, he and the young sanctuary fighter would each owe 250,000 stones, while the ghost mask could claim the high-grade Imperial Scroll, Azure Sky Soaring Dragon Array, without spending a single coin. With that thought, both the ramhorn mask and the sanctuary youth fell silent, and the rest of the room dared not utter a sound. Long Feng's gaze burned into Lu Qingqian. Was the man bluffing, or did he truly command such wealth? If the latter, and if he had no ties to the sanctuary, perhaps Long Feng could recruit him at the upcoming Nine Heavens auction. The idea made his eyes gleam. Rising to his feet, he declared, our friend is right. Since when does anyone get something for nothing? If you want proof, show some good faith first. Reaching a verdict without evidence would be a joke. With that, he offered Lu Qingqian a friendly nod. The abrupt change left Lu Qingqian momentarily stunned. Had he just become brothers with Headmaster Long? And what would that mean for Long Shi? A wry smile flickered across the delicate face beneath his ghost mask. My thanks, fellow cultivator, he replied, carefully avoiding the word brother to keep his identity hidden. His smile vanished as he fixed a cold stare on the two men opposite him. Have you made up your minds? If you can't produce 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones, just say so, I won't force the issue. As he spoke, his clenched fists trembled ever so slightly. The young sanctuary fighter caught the tiny movement. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Child's play for me. And I don't believe for a moment you can come up with 500,000, right, brother? He shot a meaningful glance at the ramhorn masked warrior. The ramhorn mask hesitated, but the lure of that mottled yellow flag and his doubt that Lu Qingqian truly possessed so many stones finally swayed him. He nodded. Only 250,000? Since Senior has spoken, he'll take the bet. But when the time comes, Senior, if you lose, don't you dare go back on your word. Relax. Miss Yufei, Would the Heavenly Secrets Hall be willing to act as our witness? That way the loser can't weasel out later. Lu Qingshun lounged against the back of his chair, a confident smile tugging at his lips as though the result were already in his pocket. Senior wants our Heavenly Secrets Hall to witness the wager? Of course. Yu Fei paused. Then her charming face blossomed with a smile as she agreed. Brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, she let her gaze sweep over the group and added, with stakes this high, we definitely need a witness. Otherwise it'll be a headache if someone tries to back out. She raised her voice and announced the terms. 1. If this senior fails to produce 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones today, he must hand over every treasure he bought at the trade fair, unconditionally. 2. If he can produce the 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones on the spot, the two lords must each pay 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 3. The Heavenly Secrets Hall will oversee the wager. Anyone who breaks the agreement along with the force behind them will lose the right to participate in the Nine Heavens auction. The chatter in the hall fell silent at once. Hearing lose the right to participate, Lu Qingshun let out a quiet breath. With a penalty that harsh, neither the young hall warrior nor the horn-masked fighter would dare cheat. The Nine Heavens auction was every faction's real goal, and no one would ruin their future over a mere 250,000 spirit stones. Since the Heavenly Secrets Hall is willing to guarantee it, would this senior care to prove himself now? The young hall warrior prodded, unable to hide the challenge in his tone. Lu Qingshun's smile widened, as if he were eyeing two fat sheep walking straight into his pen. Still can't believe it, huh? If you're that eager to hand over your money, I'd be rude to refuse. His palm slammed onto the stone table. The sharp crack echoed through the hall, making everyone jolt. At the same moment, the hand wearing his storage ring lifted, a cold glint flashing. Clatter. Mid-grade spirit stones poured out like a flood. In just 2 heartbeats, the entire table was buried under a shifting rainbow glow. The torrent didn't stop, piling higher and higher until it formed a mound that reached a man's waist. Only after 10 breaths did the flow finally cease. Whoa damn! Gasps rippled through the crowd, one onlooker even blurting a curse. The dazzling light painted every face in shifting colors, yet nobody looked away. Yu Fei stood to the side, spirit stone radiance reflecting off her enchanting features. For a moment she seemed dazed, as though she'd forgotten she was the officiator. The 2 men who'd made the bet turned ashen. Even a fool could tell that mound held far more than 500,000 spirit stones. So, my deep-pocketed friends, isn't it time to honor your promise? Lu Qingshun pointed at the stone table, smiling pleasantly as he watched them freeze. Senior is right. Since you've both seen the result, please honor your word. As Yu Fei's voice faded, the atmosphere tightened. Hovering in midair, Lu Qingshun spoke in a hoarse tone that fell like an invisible hammer, making every heart in the room sink. The young fighter from the Sacred Hall snorted coldly. His eyes were gloomy, yet he dared not break his promise. With a flick of his wrist, he flung a storage ring toward Lu Qingshun. It's only 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Take them. Resentment still curled at his lips. Lu Qingshun swept his sleeve, catching the ring squarely in his palm. A quick probe with his divine sense confirmed the amount. Then he put it away and looked at the youth in the ramhorn mask. Your turn. Pinned by that gaze, the masked youth stiffened and stammered. I don't have that many spirit stones. Maybe I could go back and... No spirit stones, yet you dared to join the wager? Lu Qingshun's voice was calm, but the chill in it allowed no refusal. Pay with treasures of equal value. If you can't make up the sum, forget about the Nine Heavens auction. His cool words echoed through the room, and the air seemed to solidify. The masked youth's face went ashen. He knew the rare items on him would be undervalued if used to settle the debt, yet refusal would cost his faction its bidding rights, an outcome he could not bear. After a brief struggle, he gave in. Gritting his teeth, he produced 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Senior, here are 200,000. They'll cover the rest with a treasure. Lu Qingshun accepted the stones, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The youth thought for a moment, then took out a talisman wreathed in violet lightning and offered it with both hands. This talisman holds the power of thunder. When activated, it unleashes a blast equal to a high-tier king's full-force strike, ideal for saving your life in a crisis. Could it count for 20,000 spirit stones? He did not dare lift his head, having noticed earlier that the man seemed especially interested in life-saving items, and guessing he was collecting them for his children. A lower-rank Emperor-tier weapon goes for only 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, yet you want to knock 20,000 off for one upper royal-tier talisman. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Qingshun almost laughed from sheer irritation. He certainly needed something to save his life, but that didn't mean he would let himself be fleeced. For the same price, he could buy several artifacts of equal grade. The talisman was costly only because it was scarce on the market. He lifted his gaze to the horn-masked warrior opposite him, his voice calm, but implacable. One thunder talisman is worth 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Not a single stone more. He named the price as casually as if he were setting the rates at his own inn. The eyes behind the ramhorn mask narrowed. After a moment the man protested, still unwilling to yield. Senior, this is a life-saving treasure. How could it be worth only 5,000? 10,000 mid-grade stones apiece. What do you think? His tone carried a hint of desperation. Lu Qingxin waved him away as if shooing a bothersome fly. No, 7,500 at most. If you don't like it, pay with something else. His mild tone left no room for argument. From the man's earlier confidence, Lu Qingxin had already deduced he carried more than one of these talismans. In the ancestral domain, only the Temple of Thunder or the Temple of Fate issued upper world-tier thunder talismans. This fellow clearly wasn't from the Temple of Fate, so he had to be a Thunder Temple discipline affiliation that filled Lu Qingxun with dislike. Several breaths passed before the masked man finally gave in. Very well, since Senior insists, we'll price them at 7,500 each. Here are 4 Thunder Talismans that'll value 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He drew 4 violet talismans from his storage ring, each one crackling with lightning and heavy with thunderous intent. Such talismans were rare in the wider world, yet inside the Thunder Temple, they were commonplace, especially for a disciple backed by a powerful elder. An ordinary disciple would never have dared haggle like this. Lu Qingxun took the talismans, briefly sensing the thunder laws sealed within before tucking them away. That covers 30,000. You still owe 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Will you pay in stones, or make up the difference with other treasures? He had plenty of spirit stones. If he could trade for more life-saving talismans at 5,000 apiece, he would gladly do so. He had yet to reach the heavenly martial realm, and nothing mattered more than staying alive. Stones could always be earned again. Life, once lost, was gone forever. If Head had a thunder talisman earlier, he wouldn't have struggled so hard against that golden lion in the 100 Beast Mountains. The thought made him glance at the violet talisman flickering in his palm. In his mind, he could almost hear the deafening roar echoing from the depths of the mountains. No wonder the 8 great temples dominate the ancestral domain. With trump cards like these and saint-level techniques to back them up, their disciples can advance in safety every step of the way. Lu Qingxun sighed inwardly. The gap between the academy and the 8 temples might be even wider than Head feared. Well, I'd rather settle the debt with a treasure. The Thunder Temple warrior's voice quivered, but his decision was made. He no longer had a single mid-grade spirit stone, and the few high-grade stones he still possessed were far too precious to part with no matter how favorable the 200 tune exchange rate sounded. Those stones were his true last reserve. All right. Lu Qingxun nodded lightly, making no effort to hurry him. The 4 newly acquired king-grade thunder talismans had put him in a splendid mood, so he simply watched the man's next move. The warrior bowed his head and searched his storage ring for a long while, weighing the pros and cons again and again. At last he produced a palm-sized crystal vial. Inside, an inky liquid drifted slowly, swallowing every trace of light around it, utterly unforgettable at first glance. Senior, would this rare liquid cover 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Every word seemed to draw blood. Lu Qingxun looked up. The moment his gaze touched the vial, his pupils contracted. The black, abyss-like shadow inside sent a jolt through his heart. Tying divine water. A top-tier heavenly treasure, so versatile that its mere appearance would shake the entire cultivation world, and it was in the hands of an ordinary Thunder Temple cultivator? Impossible. Lu Qingxun fixed his gaze on the vial, while thoughts flashed through his mind. Where did he get it? Is that all he has, or just the tip of the iceberg? Could there be more to squeeze out of him? Even as his head spun, he kept assessing its value. 1. Forging. Just a few drops could vastly elevate both quality and grade of any finished weapon. 2. Alchemy. The Demon Emperor's notes state that, combined with solar divine water and one other material, it can refine the priceless Yin-Yang comprehension pill. 1 dose permanently doubles perception and may grant insight into the supreme Yin-Yang law. 3. Physique enhancement. Cultivators with extreme Yin constitutions such as the Taiyin divine physique can accelerate their training with it. 4. Combat. It is a lethal weapon on its own, corroding anything it touches and even gnawing at mind and soul on invisible blade. A treasure this heaven-defying would whip the world into chaos the instant it surfaced. Exultant inside, Lu Qingxun still wore a calm facade. You call this divine water? Does it truly have anything special about it? He asked with casual interest after appearing to ponder for a moment. He was certain the man had no idea what Taiyin divine water was. Otherwise, he would never have used a supreme treasure to offset 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Qingxun lifted his eyes and sized up the onlookers. 8 or 9 out of 10 were probably just as clueless. On the primordial continent, Taiyin divine water was already near impossible to obtain, let alone in the heaven ancestor domain. How had this Thunder Temple cultivator stumbled into such outrageous luck? The porcelain bottle tucked under the man's arm was no bigger than a palm. The moment its stopper was loosened, a wisp of icy air escaped, as if it could freeze bone marrow. Lu Qingxun knew that the real threat lay in its near flesh-devouring corrosiveness. Anything it touched was as good as ruined. He pointed at the inky liquid and asked evenly, "It's extremely corrosive, but what else can it do? Do you even know its name?" The Thunder Temple cultivator had planned to keep them guessing, but the question rattled him. "Senior, I found it by chance. All I know is that it can corrode anything. As for its name, I'm clueless." In truth, he had several more bottles of the same black liquid. Using one to settle his debt was a way to test its value. Once he knew its worth, selling the rest would be a windfall. Lu Qingshan's lips twitched with suppressed delight, yet he kept a stern face. "You think a bottle of mystery sludge that only corrodes things is worth 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Do I look like a fool?" The cultivator flinched, but pressed on. "Senior, I swear its corrosive power surpasses anything I've ever seen, and there may be hidden effects we haven't discovered." With 2 lifetimes of experience, Lu Qingshan saw through him at once. Tapping the table, he said lazily, "The strongest, is it? Then can it corrode a saint? If not, let everyone here take a look. If someone can identify it and appraise its value, they'll buy it. If no one can, well, you know what that means. Corrode a saint? Impossible." The Thunder Temple cultivator muttered, cursing the unreasonable demand. Saints were the pinnacle of power in the heaven ancestor domain. No mere black water could harm one. Besides, testing it would require a saint to volunteer. After weighing his options, he chose to compromise. Bowing slightly, he said, "Very well, Senior. Miss Yufei, gentlemen, please inspect it. If anyone can name this item, they'll gladly offer a reward." With that, he handed the pitch-black bottle to Yufei. After taking the vial of pitch-black liquid from the Thunder Temple warrior, Yufei began a careful inspection. Beneath the colored glass lamps, the jade bottle was no larger than her palm, its contents so dark they seemed to swallow the light. She lifted the mouth of the vial to her nose for a cautious sniff, then tipped it gently, watching the liquid leave inky trails along the inner wall. "Miss Yufei, do you recognize it?" Seeing her frown in concentration, the Thunder Temple warrior assumed she had an answer and asked with hopeful anticipation. Yufei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't recognize it." With that, she handed the vial to the companion beside her. The bottle passed from hand to hand around the room. Each person copied Yufei's movement: shake, sniff, period. A full circuit yielded no clues. Lu Qingshan remained seated, the grinning mask on his face catching the lamplight with a cold gleam. When everyone had finished shaking their heads, a subtle glint flashed in his eyes, though his voice stayed calm. "Since no one can identify it, deducting 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones is impossible. You'd better put that thing away and offer something else." The Thunder Temple warrior froze. His hand brushed the storage ring at his waist. A sweep of his spiritual sense showed that, apart from 10 such vials of black liquid, every artifact, pill, and material inside was indispensable. The thought of producing a substitute made him hesitate, and the room fell silent. After a long pause, he cleared his throat. "Senior, I truly have nothing else to spare. How about valuing this vial at 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Would that work?" He laid his intentions bare. The liquid's only confirmed property was its extreme corrosiveness, useless to him. But perhaps Lu Qingshan would appreciate an oddity. Lu Qingshan let out a cold laugh. "You expect me to pay 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a bottle of liquid whose only trade is corrosion? If you were me, would you spend that much on this trash?" The room's atmosphere grew heavy. They stared at each other for 2 heartbeats before Lu Qingshan abruptly shifted tone, his voice lifting slightly. However what? The warrior had been ready to concede, but the word made him spring to his feet, eyes reigniting with hope. "However, even a purely corrosive liquid has its uses." Lu Qingshan tapped the tabletop. "I happen to enjoy collecting strange odds and ends. They'll give you 200 mid-grade spirit stones a bottle. Take it or leave it. If you agree, we trade now. If not, feel free to refuse." Noticing the Leitang Shungdian fighter's impatience, Lu Qingshan casually invented a pretext and quoted a price he could accept. 200 mid-grade spirit stones per vial. At that price, the man across from him fell silent. 10 vials would fetch only 2,000 stones, yet he owed 20,000. How was he supposed to cover the remaining 18,000? The thought knitted his brow and left his mouth hanging open. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke. "To be honest, Senior, I have only these 10 vials, which won't cover the 18,000. But I know a place where a large quantity of this black liquid is stored. If you're willing, they'll give you the location to settle the balance." He lifted his head, eyes blazing as he waited for Lu Qingshan's answer. "And this place holds a great deal more of the liquid?" Lu Qingshan asked in an unhurried voice. "Exactly, Senior. With Tianji Xingyan present, I wouldn't dare deceive you." The fighter thumped his chest, speaking so quickly he seemed afraid of being interrupted. Lu Qingshan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I might consider it, but I have 2 questions. First, is the remaining liquid truly worth 18,000 mid-grade stones? Second, who else knows about this place? If the quantity falls short, or the secret is already out, they'll have to refuse." As he spoke, his gaze swept the fighter sideways. Though his tone was mild, a sharp edge lay beneath it. A glint flashed in the fighter's eyes. "Rest assured, Senior. The black liquid there is worth far more than 18,000, and am the only one who knows the site. If not for an accident, I'd have taken it all already. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through his eye so brief that few would have noticed. Lu Qingchen did. His heart dipped, yet a faint smile curled at his lips. Very well. I agree. But I want Miss Yufei to witness the deal. If your words prove false, he left the threat unspoken, but clear. Having Tianji Xingyan witness was meant to lull the man into lowering his guard. Sure enough, the fighter agreed readily. Of course. Since you've accepted, Miss Yufei can witness it. If I lie, he'll accept whatever punishment Tianji Xingyan decides. Good. Lu Qingchen inclined his head. Now give me the location. Right away. The fighter flashed a bright smile, produced a folded piece of beast hide, and offered it with both hands. Once the deal was sealed, the Leitang Xingyan fighter chuckled and handed Lu Qingchen the beast hide map. Lu Qingchen took the map and unfolded it at once. The beast hide, thin as a cicada's wing, spread beneath his fingertips, and an icy blue light from the lamps caught its surface, illuminating a single crimson dot. The instant he saw it, his heart tightened. The lunar divine water was marked at the deepest point of the polar ice field. I do hope the map proves useful to you, Senior. The Thunder Temple cultivator across from him folded his arms and smiled, the mockery in his voice barely concealed. The polar ice field was already a dead land where no human or beast could survive. Razor-sharp winds year-round and walls of snow that never thawed. Deeper still, the cold was so vicious that a normal King Realm expert would turn to ice within seconds. Even an Emperor Realm master could remain only moments. Yet the red mark lay farther in than even that so-called deepest layer, a place of unspeakable dread. Years ago, the Thunder Temple cultivator had strayed into that region. Without the saintly brand on his body, he would have perished. Even so, he barely escaped with 10 flasks of pitch-black, corrosive fluid. Now, trading that death trap for 18,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he could scarcely hide his scorn. No one could enter that place and return alive with anything of value. Lu Qingchen heard the insinuation clearly, but only smiled faintly and tucked the map away. It will help, he said. He raised his hand. The wager was settled, the deal concluded. Yu Fei, who had been waiting nearby, immediately handed him the Azure Sky Dragon Array scroll, then swept the mid-grade spirit stones on the stone table into her storage ring. The tension seemed to ease, and she was about to declare the private auction over when Lu Qingchen lifted a hand. One moment, Miss Yui, have another matter. Turning to face the roomful of cultivators, he spoke in an even tone. Gentlemen, does anyone else have high-grade, king-level thunder talismans like the one we saw earlier? I'd like to buy a few more. The price remains 7,500 mid-grade spirit stones apiece, payable on the spot. Sure enough, someone called out, the same Thunder Temple cultivator who had just lost 250,000 stones on the wager. Are you certain you can pay 7,500 mid-grade spirit stones? I can, Lu Qingchen replied, meeting his gaze. If the talisman matches that high, king-level grade, we'll close the deal immediately. If you have anything superior, we can negotiate a higher price. Anything lower, please don't bother. Lu Qingchen gave the man a slightly puzzled look, then began to explain patiently. No wonder he belongs to one of the 8 sacred temples. He has only just reached the revered martial stage, yet he already carries such priceless treasures. Some people are simply born lucky. Heh, of course the grade isn't low. Like the lightning talisman you saw earlier, this flame talisman is also top-grade king level. Once activated, it unleashes the full strength of a top-grade king realm cultivator. I've got 6 of them in total. Are you really taking every single one? The temple disciple produced a crimson talisman, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. After all the spirit stones Lu Qingchen had spent, he doubted the man still had enough. Absolutely. 6 slips, 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. Lu Qingchen smiled and spread a heavy pouch on the stone table. As the cord loosened, 45,000 sparkling stones caught everyone's eye. He also confirmed the seller was indeed a disciple of the Flame Temple. The deal done, they were about to leave when a slightly nervous voice broke in. Senior, I have 2 ice snow talismans. Once triggered, they can freeze a low emperor for a full breath, hold a high king for 5 breaths, and instantly slay anyone below the king realm. Lu Qingchen turned and saw an Elan. She held out 2 pale blue talismans, fingers trembling, worry clouding her eyes. She knew they were more supportive than destructive and feared he might dismiss them. They can immobilize an emperor? Approval flashed in Lu Qingchen's gaze. Excellent. Knowing she lacked the stones for the 9 heavens auction, he instantly raised the price. Senior, 6,000 stones each is fine, and Elan said quickly. Her master had brought her to the capital but given her few resources, so she had to trade her life-saving charms. They're exactly what I needs, even 1,500 apiece. Lu Qingchen cut her off and pushed a neat stack of spirit stones into her hands, 15,000 in total. Thank you, Senior. And Elan accepted the stones with both hands, her voice shaking with excitement. No need for thanks. It's a fair trade, Lu Qingchen replied, tucking the talismans away. A lilting laugh sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, Congratulations on your successful trades. Since no one else wishes to exchange, this little gathering concludes here. Please, see yourselves out. Lady Yu, all grace and fragrance, announced the end of the session. The auction would not start until tomorrow night. Lu Qingchun weighed his options. With his speed, the northern ice field wasn't far. The lunar divine water was too important. Securing it personally would be safer. After leaving the room, he made up his mind. First, he would fetch the lunar divine water. Everything else could wait. Brother, watch yourself, eyes are already on you. As Lu Qingchun was about to step forward, Long Feng's low warning brushed past his ear. He turned to see Long Feng standing behind him, hands clasped behind his back, gaze locked on him like a hawk. Is the dean talking about people from the Flame Sanctuary? Lu Qingchun's mind raced. The warrior from the Thunder Sanctuary was clearly acting alone and, at most, had reached the Spirit Master realm. Thanks to his Purify the Mundane technique, anyone below the Saint level would never see through his disguise, so that man would never dare give chase. The real problem was the Flame Sanctuary party. The disciple at the same Spirit Master realm was ordinary, but the elder traveling with him radiated a depth of power like an abyss. From what Lu had sensed earlier, the man was almost certainly a high-level emperor, maybe even a peak emperor like Long Feng himself. After weighing the situation, Lu Qingchun nodded to Long Feng. I understand. Thank you for the warning. With that, he drew from his spatial ring the Icefire Flood Dragon armor, a piece he had bought for an extravagant price. Cold flames intertwined along the plates, the faint silhouette of a flood dragon swimming beneath the patterns, and a scorching chill spread through the air. I never take advantage of anyone. This quasi-sane artifact is of limited use to me, consider it, thanks. He handed the armor over. Long Feng froze, instinctively receiving it, a tingle running through his palm as twin currents of ice and fire shot up his arm. Brother, absolutely not. This is far too valuable, please take it back. He hurried to return it, having only hoped to win the mysterious warrior's favor, never expecting such generosity. Lu Qingchun chuckled, tilting his head. I never reclaim a gift. If it feels too heavy, toss it away for all I care. With a sweep of his sleeve, he turned and walked off, every movement easy and unrestrained. Long Feng stood dumbfounded before collecting himself. Is this guy insane? He just gives away a quasi-sane artifact like it's nothing. After a rush of thoughts, he stowed the armor and caught Yup. If the man was this forthright, lending a hand felt only right. Besides, if they truly clashed with the Flame Sanctuary, he couldn't let that greedy lot reap all the spoils. When did the Tianzu domain produce someone like him? I've never even heard of the name. Long Feng watched Lu Qingchun's figure shrink into the distance, brows knitted, muttering to himself. Still, remembering the earlier gesture, he decided to shadow him from the dark, just in case. The Arctic winds of the northern ice fields cut like knives, the world a vast sheet of silver. Reaching the perimeter, Lu Qingchun halted, closed his eyes, and soon caught a thread of blazing fire tribute energy. The Spirit Master from the Flame Sanctuary had indeed tailed him. As for the hidden Emperor-level elder, though he remained unseen, it was obvious he would not be far. So, Dean Long really does have my back. In that case, the Flame Sanctuary is all yours. Resolving this, Lu Qingchun set off again, deliberately slowing, letting the aura lurking in the darkness creep ever closer. After flying at a reduced pace for a while, he finally sensed a second presence approaching. Although the aura was faint and flickered on and off, the trace of heavenly Tao energy it carried still caught Lu Qingchun's attention. Following that elusive thread day and night, he pressed on without rest. Soon he noticed that the Flame Sanctuary's party, together with Long Feng and the others, had stopped at the edge of the Arctic ice field and were no longer tailing him. So they're going to wait in ambush? That saves me some trouble. The corner of Lu Qingchun's mouth lifted as he brushed off the distraction and sped up again. According to the map, his destination lay just ahead. After another hour, a natural karst cave rose abruptly at the far end of the ice plain, a damp chill drifting from its mouth. As he drew nearer, thick ebony mist filled the passage, rolling like a living thing. So much lunar divine water that it's even spawned poisonous miasma, he thought in astonishment. A place like this hidden within the heavenly ancestor domain. No wonder that lightning sanctuary fighter had revealed the clue so confidently. A flicker of pity crossed his mind. By the time they returned, nothing would be left here. In the next instant, a dazzling ancient mirror floated up behind him, heaven's yang-charged artifact, the sun-scorching mirror. Tens of thousands of blazing rays cascaded down, wrapping him in layers of light. With the mirror overhead, he strode into the cave as though walking a bridge of gold, utterly unfazed by the lunar miasma. Sizzle sizzle. Shrill burning sounds erupted within the dark fog. Wherever he passed, the toxic haze was incinerated to ash, leaving behind a strange mix of scorched heat and icy chill. Roughly 10 minutes later, he reached the cave's deepest chamber. Before him lay a small jet-black pool, motionless as death, yet radiating a chill that made the soul tremble. Staring at the water, Lu Qingshun was briefly did so great a treasure hidden in the heavenly ancestor domain was nothing short of miraculous. He sighed softly. Fate works in mysterious ways. What's mine will always find me. Thinking of his master, he smiled. With this much lunar divine water, at least 100,000 drops, master will reach the saint realm within a year, no question. With that, he produced jade bottle after jade bottle and knelt to collect the water. The cold, repelled by the mirror's light, surged around him, but his movements only grew more efficient. Beads of inky liquid slid down each bottle's mouth. Whenever one filled, he sealed it at once, excitement dancing in his eyes. These will fuel my rise, whether to advance my cultivation or to build a power base. Time slipped away. When the 10,086th bottle was finally full, he stopped. The little pool was nearly drained, its surface rippling faintly in the gloom as an unusual shape quietly emerged. A pitch-black lotus suddenly revealed itself. What is that? Halting in mid-motion, Lu Qingchen dropped to one knee on the icy cavern floor, his gaze fixed on a lotus as black as ink. Its petals were slightly parted, releasing a faint fragrance that drifted toward him. The glossy surface glittered with dark motes like hidden constellations in the night sky. He drew several deep breaths, and his spiritual sea cleared at once, his battle soul sharpening in the process. Studying the plant, he counted 12 leaves. In the very center, 7 seeds hovered silently, their skins rippling with ebony energy. If the mere scent could refine a battle soul, the lotus itself was priceless. The thought made his voice tremble, his eyes glued to the divine flower. Yet a new problem arose: how could he harvest it safely? Many natural treasures require special collection methods. He recalled the lunar divine water, which can be stored only in jade vessels. If he reached out blindly, he might destroy the lotus spirituality. Then he remembered the journal his master, the sky-slaying demon emperor, had left behind. A third of it remained unread. Perhaps the answer lay there. Acting on the idea, he pulled the slim journal from his robe and sat cross-legged before the lotus, greedily inhaling its fragrance while he flipped through the pages. Heaven's mandate flower, no. Earth origin fruit, no. True dragon grass, definitely not. Page after page, he muttered to himself. The volume might look thin, but it catalogued an astonishing array of treasures. After more than 2 hours, he was still empty-handed. How can that be? With master's knowledge, he should have recognized this lotus. Could it be so rare it never even made the list? His brow furrowed as doubt swirled. The journal recorded only peerless weapons or exceptionally rare plants, nothing ordinary. Yet there was no mention of the black lotus. Impossible. A fragrance that purifies the mind can't come from a common plant. He shook his head and turned a few more pages, realizing only a fifth of the journal remained. The auction wasn't until tomorrow night, leaving ample time. He resolved to read every last word. Lu Qingchen flipped through the entries at breakneck speed, his mind racing as he scoured the text. Inside the cavern, the rustle of pages mingled with his quickened breathing. Outside, the sky lightened from gray to pale gold, announcing the dawn. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, a young warrior from the Flame Sanctuary paced restlessly. At last he whispered to the elder beside him. Why hasn't he come out yet? Did he slip away through another exit? The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calm and certain. Impossible, young master. The Arctic ice field has no other exits. If he wants to leave, he has to pass this spot. The old man spoke with absolute certainty, as though everything was already in his grasp. Good. That's all I need to know. The treasures on that man are countless, and his fortune is unfathomable. If I kill him and claim it all, the next Hall Master's seat will be mine. The young warrior of Huyen Shindian stared ahead with blazing eyes, his voice thick with urgency and greed. The elder's confidence calmed his restless heart, and he openly revealed his true intentions. The old man, however, frowned. Young master, Tianji Shindian has decreed that no faction may wage war for 1 year, and no expert above the king realm may take action. The mere thought of their young lord plotting murder made him hesitate. Defying Tianji Shindian carried a brutal price. The young warrior let out a cold laugh. Since when do we bow to Tianji Shindian? Would they really dare strike at Huyen Shindian? And if they did, the outcome is far from certain. Remember, my father has already. Young master, enough. I understand. The elder raised a hand sharply, cutting him off. The young man waved it away, smiling dismissively. I was only speaking off the cuff. There's no one else here. He glanced at the surrounding rock walls, utterly at ease. Yet not far away, Long Feng had erased his presence, watching them from the darkness. As he studied their small, distant figures, a daring idea took shape in his mind. Deeper in the cavern, 6 full hours had passed since Lu Qingchen entered. He still sat cross-legged before the pitch-black lotus, riffling through the Mod Shuzo with frantic speed. Had anyone been nearby, they would have seen the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the rigid tension in his body. Still no record. Impossible. Could it be that even Master never saw a lotus like this? He muttered. After hours of desperate searching, he paused, lost in thought. Only about 100 pages remained, yet he had found nothing, and his heart sank. If the last 100 pages are blank on this, I'll have to force it. I must seize this lotus, no matter what. I can't let Huyen Shindian walk away with it. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to finish the book before taking action. The rustle of pages echoed through the cavern as he pressed on, every nerve taut. At last, fortune smiled on him. When he turned the next page, an anomaly appeared. Illustrated before him was a lotus identical to the one at his feet, the Taiyin Buxiao Xinlian, one of the highest-grade natural treasures of the primordial continent, the pinnacle of inattribute spiritual flora, born under exceedingly harsh conditions. The Taiyin immortal lotus can only take root in places steeped in the coldest Yin, and even then its growth is agonizingly slow. 30,000 years to sprout, 60,000 to mature, 100,000 more to bloom, and another 200,000 before it bears its first seed. After that, an additional seed appears every 100 millennia. When the lotus heart finally holds 7 seeds, the entire plant ascends into the highest grade divine treasure, the Taiyin immortal lotus. Its true wonder lies in those seeds. For any cultivator beneath the immortal realm, swallowing a seed for the first time instantly raises their cultivation by 1 minor realm and greatly refines their soul. A second dose only tempers the soul, and the gains diminish sharply. What a fin and absolute marvel. Lu Qingshen snapped the demonic emperor's notes shut, his eyes gleaming. He had seen plenty of pills and spirit herbs that could leapfrog a realm, but they all carried harsh constraints. The Taiyin immortal lotus imposed only one, below the immortal realm. He still wasn't sure exactly where that realm stood, but Long Feng had once remarked that anyone on the earth ranking would one day become a great saint, while those on the heaven ranking were at least immortal. By that logic, the realm above saint must be immortal, meaning even a saint could rise half a step with this seed. Before him, the pitch-black lotus held 7 perfect seeds. If he wished, the Heavenly Tao Academy could produce 7 new saints on the spot, free of side effects. He shook his head with a low laugh. Jackpot. He had spent only 18,000 mid-grade spirit stones to take it home. If the Fire Temple learned the truth, they would probably be sick with regret. Once the rush faded, he began to plan. 1 seed had to stay with him. The remaining 6 would go to his parents, his sister, his master. 7 were far too few. If only he had 100. The allocation alone gave him a headache. Forget it, he'll decide after the 9 Heavens auction. Rebuilding the Temple of Sky Slayers and countless other tasks still weighed on him. He couldn't act on impulse. With that thought, he read on. The notes emphasized that the seeds were only half the story. The plant itself was even rarer. A treasure that needs nearly 1,000,000 years to mature can do far more than enhance cultivation. Its greatest power is to draw someone back from the very brink of death. As one of the highest grade immortal elixirs, the lunar immortal divine lotus can reunite a shattered soul and restore it to its prime. Note: to unlock the lotus' full potential, the physical body must be intact. If the body is damaged, the reconstructed soul will share that damage. This warning from the Demon Emperor's journal echoed through Lu Qingshen's mind. Insane. The world has gone completely insane. That was all he could think after reading the final word. The jet-black lotus before him possessed the power to pull someone back from death itself. The conditions were strict, yet resurrection was possible. He stared at the lotus for several heartbeats, then suddenly burst into manic laughter, as if the joy in his chest could only escape this way. Ha ha ha. Master, I can save you. No one noticed the glittering tears sliding down his radiant face. I don't know whether heaven favors you or me, he muttered, wiping his cheeks with a self-deprecating gasp. A private trade fair, and I just happened to stumble upon a treasure like this. Only after laughing himself breathless did his pulse settle. Regaining composure, Lu Qingshen flipped to the section on how to harvest the lotus, while murmuring, no wonder it's the pinnacle of heavenly herbs. The method to pick it is the exact opposite of its own nature. If that lucky fellow from the Thunder Sanctuary hadn't warned me, I'd have destroyed it by mistake. He closed the journal and put it away. Brilliant light flared in his palms as pure solar energy surged through his fingers. Being a supreme Yin object, the lotus could only be uprooted with extreme yang power, a contradiction few would believe without witnessing it firsthand. Holding his breath, he wrapped his hands around the stem. Crack! With a crisp snap, the lotus came free, root and all, immaculate. The dark petals trembled in his grasp, threatening to slip into the void. He quickly produced an ornate jade box from his storage ring, nestled the lotus inside, and sealed it with several locking sigils. Done. He dusted off his hands, exhaled, and couldn't stop the smile creeping across his face. Now all that's left is to find Master's body. The smile faded as worry took its place. The Shurtian Demon Emperor himself had once said that his body was sealed by all 9 Heavenly Tao sovereigns. Heavenly Tao sovereigns, the very title radiated unshakable authority, let alone 9 of them. For Lu Qingshen, retrieving the Demon Emperor's body at his current level was nothing short of a fantasy. Master, you really are incredible. Only you could leave me a problem this outrageous even in death. He shook his head with a wry grin. He still had no idea where the body was hidden, yet he felt no urge to retreat. So what if there are 9 heavenly Tao sovereigns? One day he would stand at their level and surpass them. Since a treasure as rare as the tiny imperishable divine lotus could take shape here, other spirit-born wonders were sure to exist as well. After storing the lotus and its long root inside the Dongwang bell, Lu Qingxuan turned his eyes to the ice-blue pool that had already run dry. By judging the length of the root, he estimated how deep the soil had to be, raised his hand, and summoned several claw-shaped streaks of frozen light. Then he crouched and began to dig. Crack, crack, sharp ice claws bit into the rock-hard permafrost, and the crisp collisions echoed across the empty plain. Shards of ice flew, cold mist billowed, and only after half an hour did Lu Qingxuan finally stop. With one last flick of his finger, he pried open a slab of ice, and there it was, a silvery glimmer he had been hoping for. He let out a soft sigh of admiration. Knew there'd be something good. Had the demon-slaying Devil Emperor's notes not described this ley line in exact detail, even passing right over the spot, he might never have carried the treasure away intact. Nestled quietly in the fissure were 8 or 9 round lumps, each the size of a longan, their surfaces wreathed in a faint, icy aura. Lu Qingxuan wiped the frost from his brow and patted his chest in relief. I owe this one to Master's journal. 9 whole pieces of tiny jade essence. He gingerly placed the 9 orbs of cold light into a jade box, silently marveling at the opportunities buried beneath the Arctic ice field. After brushing the frost from his palms, Lu Qingxuan checked the time. There was still plenty before the auction began, more than enough to refine 1 piece of jade essence on the spot. The Devil Emperor's notes had already warned him. Wherever a ley line produced a tiny imperishable divine lotus, tiny jade essence was usually born alongside it. Though not as heaven-defying as the lotus, the jade essence was first class for nourishing the soul and was, in fact, even more coveted throughout the cultivation world. There were 3 reasons. First, the divine lotus was almost mythical. Many saints lived their entire lives without even hearing of it. Second, tiny jade essence was gentle by nature. No matter one's level of cultivation, it could safely strengthen the soul. Take Lu Qingxuan, for example. At his current earth martial stage, he could not absorb all the essence in a single sitting. Whatever remained would lie dormant in his body, improving his constitution day by day. A saint could absorb more at once, but less of the residual power would linger. In other words, regardless of realm, the final benefit was nearly the same, making it a perfect long-term investment for any great clan's younger generation. And the third, most lethal reason, it preserved youth. Compared with the common beauty-preserving pills on the market, the anti-aging effect of tiny jade essence was hailed as unrivaled. Ordinary pills could keep appearances from aging for a century, the best of them, perhaps a millennium. Yet the tiny Upuo, a treasure born of heaven and earth, preserves a woman's beauty forever. Moreover, any woman who swallows this crystal finds her looks noticeably enhanced. The Demon Emperor's notes recount a sensational case. An unremarkable female cultivator took a single tiny Upuo, and, on the spot, her skin turned fairer than snow and her features became exquisitely beautiful, stunning everyone present and drawing the gaze of countless young geniuses. For this reason, the tiny Upuo remains one of the most sought-after treasures in the cultivation world. Rumor has it that countless female cultivators have emptied their coffers, some even offering their lives for a single shard of tiny Upuo. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxuan clicked his tongue in amazement. For women, this thing is practically the ultimate treasure. Whatever, they'll give it a taste first. With that, he tossed the fist-sized milky white crystal into the air and caught it in his mouth. Cold, so cold the crystal was tasteless, yet its chill cut straight to the bone. Had anyone been nearby, they would have seen frosty white mist pouring from his mouth and nose. After a few breaths, Lu Qingxuan shuddered and shouted, "Damn, that feels amazing." An icy coolness surged from his abdomen, raced along his meridians to every bone and limb, and finally plunged into his sea of consciousness. Within that spiritual ocean, the previously faint battle soul condensed completely, its outline growing sharper. At the same time, the entire sea churned violently, as though nurturing a new power. This feels exactly the same as last time. Could I really be about to form a second battle soul? Lu Qingxuan's pupils contracted, his heart pounding. The cultivation world does have legends of dual battle souls, but every such powerhouse possessed monstrous talent and extraordinary luck. If he could take that step, his future would be limitless. Unfortunately, things did not go as he hoped. The tiny Upuo stirred his sea of consciousness for only a moment, and the second battle soul failed to appear. The violent turbulence lasted a full hour before it gradually subsided. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Qingxuan could clearly sense a deeper understanding of the world's spiritual energy. One dose is already the limit. To forge a dual battle soul, we'll probably have to reach the Zunwu realm first, he muttered, rubbing his throbbing temples. The disturbance in his sea of consciousness had confirmed his theory, yet his current cultivation level and other constraints were still insufficient to sustain the birth of a second battle soul. He did have earthcore essence and other rare materials in reserve, But battle souls were not formed by spiritual power alone. His previous success had depended on a unique stroke of fortune, not something he could reproduce at will. In the end, his realm was simply too low, and his body hadn't been tempered in a long time. He could only hope that the upcoming auction would feature materials for refining the flesh. Securing the herbs required for the fourth layer of the indestructible Dragon Emperor physique would be ideal. After gauging the strength of his soul and body, Lu Qingchen let out a quiet sigh. He possessed an array of treasures that nourished the Solerthcore spirit marrow and the lotus seeds of the lunar immortal lotus among them. These were the finest of soul-enhancing wonders. Beyond that, he had stockpiled several king and emperor-grade elixirs, though those common medicines could not compare with the earlier marvels. By contrast, he was almost destitute of body-refining materials. Apart from the crimson orchid he had redeemed at the Sacred Academy and a few other herbs of equally humble grade, Lu Qingchen had nothing he could use. This shortage did not include the divine beast corpses he had carried out of the ancestors' secret realm. Each colossal carcass, no matter how small a bone fragment or drop of blood, brimmed with terrifying power. Their physical strength had surpassed the saint stage, far beyond what his current body could withstand. After obtaining the heaven-slaying ancient sword, he had eagerly selected what looked like the weakest corpse, gripped the blade with both hands, and hacked down with full force. The sword's dazzling edge did cut through the thick hide, but the wound closed in less than a heartbeat, its blood devoured by surging vitality. The attempt ended in failure, and he was forced to give up. Worse still, with his present realm and limited soul power, he could not truly awaken the heaven-slaying sword. He estimated that only upon stepping into the Tianwu realm, perhaps even the Zunwu realm, could he draw out the weapon's full might. I can't wait any longer. The sooner I temper my body with divine beast blood, the better, he thought. After the Nine Heavens auction, if he gained stronger means from the sale, he would immediately use the solar scorching mirror to test those corpses again. For the nth time he surveyed the mountain-like remains inside the Dongwang Bell and finally resolved. After the auction, he would try once more. Frost-crusted ground crackled beneath his boots. Brushing ice crystals from his robe, he straightened and departed the hidden trove. Its treasures were now emptied. Even if the sanctuary's people arrived, they would find nothing but vacant halls. A single private trade fair had profited me so much. What surprises will the Nine Heavens auction hold? In the heart of the Arctic ice field, cold winds whipped snow into the air while Lu Qingchen strode with hands behind his back, his gaze flickering beneath the silver sky. Spirit stones were plentiful. What he lacked were battle arts and body-tempering wonders. In 1 year he would leave the ancestor domain, and he had to master additional techniques before then. Once the foundations of his cultivation were laid bare, endless covetous eyes would turn upon him. The Heavenly Tao Academy's protection was only temporary. He had understood that for a while, though necessity had yet to force his hand until now. At the ice field's edge he halted, a cold smile tugging at his lips. As expected, someone from the Flame Temple had been tailing him with impressive patience. The aura matched what he sensed upon first entering the ice field. It was clearly the same pursuer. Heh, since you're here, why not show yourself? Or do people of the temple only know how to lurk in the shadows? He murmured, yet his voice rang out distinctly, a deliberate provocation. After several dozen more steps, Lu Qingchen stopped again and laughed icily into the empty air ahead. Ha ha ha, we've been waiting forever. If you hadn't shown up soon, would have thought you died in there. The taunt echoed before Lu Qingchen as two figures emerged from behind, a towering Glaciera young warrior of the Flame Sanctuary and an elder at the Emperor realm. Lu Qingchen glanced at them with mild curiosity. You're certainly persistent. It's already dawn. You must have been here for quite a while. As long as we can kill you and take your treasures, another day means nothing, the young man replied, his tone growing colder at Lu Qingchen's calmness. Lu Qingchen merely chuckled and waved toward his left. Since you're here, my friend, would you mind helping me settle a small issue? Frightened out of your wits, are you? There's no one here except the young warrior's jeer was cut short by a familiar male voice. A fighter wearing a blood-red mask stepped from the snow, his gaze indifferent. He gave Lu Qingchen a casual wave. You, the youth blurted out, instantly recognizing the mask. During their last clash for a treasure, this man had cost him 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Surprised? Long Feng, hidden behind the crimson mask, walked over to stand beside Lu Qingchen, eyeing the sanctuary warrior. Surprised? Of course. The youth barked, then burst into laughter. I expected to kill only one of you today, but you've both walked right up to me. Double the bounty, double the luck. Greed gleamed in his eyes. The heavens, it seemed, had delivered both men and their spirit stones to him. Lu Qingchen and Long Feng ignored his gloating. Sharing a glance, they spoke in low voices. Lu Qingchen began, any thoughts, brother? Long Feng smiled. Naturally. My cultivation is weaker, though. Can you handle the emperor? No problem. The youngster is yours, but don't kill him. We don't need extra trouble. I know my limits. In a heartbeat, their targets were assigned. Old man, you're fighting me. Long Feng took a step forward, releasing an emperor-level aura that crashed toward the elder. The elder snorted, dispelling the pressure with ease. So, you're an emperor too. Let's see what you're made of. Come then. Seeing his aura neutralized, Long Feng's eyes lit up. He shot into the sky, challenging the elder to battle among the clouds. Judging by the old man's earlier display, his cultivation was unmistakably at the upper emperor Tiran he hailed from the Flame Temple. Long Feng stood motionless, eyes like burning torches, keenly sensing the suffocating imperial aura in the air. It had been ages since he last fought an opponent of this caliber. Back then he had burned away his own lifespan and forced a heavenly artifact into action just to slay a single Flame Temple saint. Now he would have to rely on pure strength alone. As headmaster of the Heavenly Tao Academy and bearer of the Heaven Roll title Azura King, Long Feng believed that even without the Azura fate-reversing bow, few in his realm could match him. Young master, stay back. That man can't be beyond the King Tyrael return at once. The steward's voice rang like clashing metal. With a light tap, he shot skyward, turning into a streak of blazing light. In the next instant the clouds churned and laws collided. The clash of two emperors erupted in a heartbeat, thunderous booms rippling through the earth, while multicolored laws slashed across the heavens. On the ground, two other figures glanced up, then drew their weapons without a word. Clang! A 3-foot saber flashed into being. The Flame Temple warrior pushed off, spiderweb cracks splitting the earth beneath his toes, and pounced like a panther toward Lu Qingchen. Wind and dust spiraled. In a single breath he closed to within 3 meters, the heat of his saber aura already baking the air. Seeing Lu Qingchen still standing with hands clasped behind his back, he snorted and flicked his wrist. Shrock! Fire blossomed along the blade like a spray of fireworks, layer upon layer shooting forward. A crimson longsword slid free. Lu Qingchen's swing seemed casual, yet like an autumn breeze stripping leaves, a red arc swept across and shredded the incoming flames, snuffing them out so thoroughly that every spark vanished the moment it touched the ground. The effortless defense made the temple warrior's brow twitch. Lu Qingchen's right arm then trembled. Zooing! Icy light erupted, and countless sword shadows poured down like a sudden rainstorm. Heat and sharpness interwove, the crossing beams dazzling to behold. Thunk! 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 The temple fighter clenched his teeth, arms numb as he whirled his saber in defense. In mere seconds the roiling force drove him back dozens of steps. Though he maintained a tight guard, 2 sword gashes still opened across him, his robe charred, blood dripping and sizzling in the lingering sparks. What sword art is that? How can it be so refined? Who on earth are you with? Gasping after surviving the volley, he could not hide his shock. The Flame Temple reigned at the summit of the ancestral domain, and he fancied himself well informed, yet he had never heard of any temple that cultivated such swordsmanship. Even more unsettling was the faint heat woven into the sword akin to flame, yet diametrically opposed to it. Lu Qingchen's lips curved in a chilly smile. There are plenty of sword arts you've never seen. Do you really think a temple defines the peak? Before the words had faded, the crimson sword unleashed an even fiercer barrage. Blades of light fell like meteors, layer upon layer, each half again as fast as the last. The technique he used now was not something taught by Han Meng, but one he had gleaned from the Heavenly Flame legacy within a secret realm. Though he had never practiced the saint's foundational art, he had extracted the essence of the combat skills and sword formulas, fusing them into his own path. Only by gathering the strengths of many schools, discarding the dross, and keeping the essence, could his swordsmanship continue to advance. Simply tracing another's footsteps would, at best, allow him to stand only where they once stood. Clang! Sword and saber met with a brutal crash, spraying sparks in every direction. Lu Qingchen's soul power surged, and his aura swelled higher and higher. By contrast, the Flame Temple fighter was clearly running out of steam. As the bout wore on, his energy thinned and his breathing grew ragged. He even brushed a hand over the pill flask at his waist, ready to use medicine to keep himself going, revered martial cultivation or not. He couldn't hold out at this pace. Realizing close-quarters combat was getting him nowhere, the temple warrior seized the instant when Lu Qingchen's sword knocked him back, slid a dozen yards away, and cast an uneasy glance at his foe. A heartbeat later, a beastly roar split the air. Roar! A sunlion avatar sprang into being. The beast stood 7 zhang tall, its body wreathed in scarlet gold flames, its mane bristling like iron needles. With a flick of its head, it launched a storm of fiery spikes that swept toward Lu Qingchen like a crimson wave. Firelight glimmered across Lu Qingchen's mask. Veins bulged along his grip as he spun his blade in a furious arc, weaving a curtain of sword light that carved every incoming spike from the sky. Out of the corner of his eye he sized up the avatar. 7 zhang, he thought. Not even half as intimidating as Senior Lei Xian's. Within a few breaths, the fiery needles were gone. He recalled what Long Shi and Lu Qingxue had once told him. When a martial artist breaks into the heaven martial realm, an avatar's height mirrors innate talent. 10 zhang at the peak, 1 zhang at the bottom. The taller the avatar, the more of heaven and earth's power it can command. At 1 zhang you get 10%, at 10 zhang you get it all. Both women's avatars towered 9 zhang high. This man's 7 zhang were nothing to fear. Perfect time to test that king-grade talisman, he decided, thinking of the scroll head bought at the exchange. The temple fighter was still catching his breath when Lu Qingchen snapped a lightning talisman into his hand, poured soul power into it, and tossed it skyward all in under a second. Boom, boom, boom. The talisman erupted, turning into thick bolts of lightning that writhed like electric serpents and lit half the sky as they smashed toward the temple warrior. Son of, the young man's curse drowned in thunder. He dismissed the Sun Lion avatar and whipped out a palm-sized shield, cloaking it in flame and bracing it before him. Lightning chewed at the shield, making it quake. The barrage lasted 5, maybe 6 seconds before finally dying away. Dust still hung in the air when Lu Qingchen tapped the ground and blurred forward. Crack! The tip of his Heaven Slayer's sword brushed the shield and it shattered. Squelch! Blood spurted. The temple warrior's arm was lopped off at the shoulder and tumbled to the ground. Ah! He shrieked, staring in terror at the ghost mask looming over him, every limb trembling. Count yourself lucky today. Lu Qingchen sheathed his sword and tapped the back of the man's neck. Darkness claimed the warrior, and he collapsed unconscious. Only then did Lu Qingchen crouch, slip the storage ring from the man's finger, and pocket the one clenched in the severed hand. No sooner had Lu Qingchen pocketed the fallen temple warrior's storage ring than the battle raging in the clouds drew to a close. Thud! With a dull crash, a heavy body slammed into the glacier. The elderly emperor-level cultivator plummeted like a severed kite, gouging a long fissure in the ice. With the moment he tried to roll over, a crimson blade of blood lanced down from the clouds and pinned him through the chest. Sizzle! The blood light hissed like molten iron on snow. In a blink the old man's body liquefied, rising as a billowing mist of blood. Long Feng beckoned, and the mist poured into him. Within a few heartbeats nothing remained of the temple emperor. On the silent Arctic ice field only Lu Qingchen and the captured temple fighter were left, along with a faint smear of blood. Witnessing this, Lu Qingchen finally understood the true weight of the title Azura Emperor. Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. He clasped his fists, his hoarse voice earnest. No need to be so polite, brother. I should be thanking you. Long Feng laughed heartily. Killing a senior emperor of the Flame Temple out here felt indescribably satisfying. A year from now, the Heavenly Tao Academy would clash with the two great temples. Crippling them early could only help. Besides, an emperor's blood would further raise his own cultivation. Long Feng bent to pick up the old man's fallen ring, then turned and asked, Brother, are you planning to attend the Nine Heavens auction? If you're interested, thank you for the invitation, but am used to roaming free. I won't impose, Lu Qingchen replied with a smile, inwardly on guard. Haha, very well. Since we're done here, they'll be on my way. Slightly disappointed yet unwilling to press, Long Feng leisurely vanished into the sky. Only after his silhouette disappeared did Lu Qingchen examine the captured man's storage ring. Damn, are all temple members this rich? His consciousness sank inside to find 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones piled like a small mountain, several bottles of elixirs, and a couple of king-rank artifacts. Most eye-catching were 8 fiery talisman shy king-rank, pulsing with scorching power. He was terrified to the core. Good thing I didn't kill him, or I'd have triggered a saint's imprint for sure, Lu Qingchen thought with relief. Had he done so, the temple's pursuit would have begun at once. After all, the Destiny Temple had already broadcast its edict throughout the entire ancestral domain. If the secret got out, the Destiny Sanctuary would punish him before the Flame Sanctuary even had the chance. Lu Qingchen clicked his tongue in silence. Branded as a saint and still carrying more than a dozen top-grade, king-rank talismans, typical sanctuary blood, a life worth more than gold. After confirming the 8 talismans in his hand were undamaged, he waved his sleeve and sent them into the inner space of the Dongwang Bell. He did not bother checking on the unconscious sanctuary warrior, instead riding the wind straight toward the capital. Barely a few hours remained before the Nine Heavens auction began. Any more delay, and he would miss it entirely. The door creaked softly as Lu Qingchen slipped inside. Hey, Brother Chen. Finally back. We were just about to look for you. Yushan's voice rang out the moment Lu Qingchen stuck his head through the doorway. He spun around from his chat with the others, giving Lu Qingchen a peculiar stare. What are you staring at? I just wandered around the capital. I didn't do anything shady. Under that gaze, Lu Qingchen felt a chill and hurried to defend himself. The others, Yushan accepted, answered with muffled laughter. TSK, we also wandered all over the capital, yet somehow we never ran into you, Longshi said. She had been half reclining on the bed but now sat bolt upright, her bright eyes glaring at him. Well, the capital's huge. It's normal we didn't meet, right? Lu Qingchen stole a glance at everyone's faces and forced himself to keep arguing. Lu Qingxue chuckled and smoothed things over. Enough. You're back. That's what matters. The auction starts in a few hours. If you'd stayed away much longer, we really would have scoured the city for you. Haha, see? I made it back early. Lu Qingchen shot his sister a grateful look and laughed, cutting the topic short at critical moments. Qingxue always had his back. Yushan, on the other hand, was becoming downright treacherous. Instead of helping, he was waiting to watch him squirm. Lu Qingchen dropped onto the sofa, his gaze landing on Lei Xian beside Yushan while his mind raced. Clearing his throat deliberately, he asked, "Ahem, saw did any of you pick up something good at the trade fair?" As expected, the word spoils instantly brightened the room. Absolutely. Longxi replied first. Xiao Shui and I snagged a batch of heavenly aspect pills for next to nothing lucky you. She produced 10 crystal clear pills from her storage ring, letting them gleam one by one between her fingers, her expression plainly saying, "See how much sister she dotes on you." The soft glow of the pills warmed Lu Qingchen's heart. Even at the trade fair, Longxi and Lu Qingxue had been thinking of him. Heh, thanks a ton, sister Shi. After giving the two girls a sincere look, Lu Qingchen grinned and accepted the pills from Longxi. Although Lu Qingchen had picked up a few Tianxiang pills at the trade fair earlier, 10 of them were nowhere near enough for his usual needs. With that in mind, he inspected the jade boxes Longxi and Lu Qingxue handed him one more time, confirming that each held a pristine Tianxiang pill. Only then did he allow himself to relax. Since Long Feng had slain the Flame Temple Saint, the Alchemist Association had cut off the Academy's pill supply, and the storehouse was running dry. Essentials like Tianxiang pills vital for condensing a heavenly aspect were almost gone. These 10 would at least keep them afloat for a while. Sister Shi, don't tell me you only bought these 10 Tianxiang pills at the fair? He stowed the boxes away, noticing the two women produced nothing else. Longxi rolled her eyes in exasperation. What did you expect? Most stalls are piled with junk people can't use. Finding anything decent is nearly impossible. Lu Qingxue nodded. We can't afford the king-grade trading zone anyway, so we're saving our spirit stones for tonight's 9 Heavens auction. Lu Qingchen conceded the point. His own haul today had been mostly luck. No one willingly put real treasures out in the open. Most cultivators hoped to stumble on a bargain, but only a handful ever did. Longxi suddenly remembered something and pointed toward Yushan nearby, laughing. We may have come back empty-handed, but that kid hit it big. Lei Xian scratched his head in envy. Right? He spent only 10 low-grade spirit stones on a soul pearl. Why can't I get luck like that? 10 low-grade spirit stones for a soul pearl? Lu Qingchen blinked, then fixed Yushan with a burning stare. Not bad, kid. Yushan rubbed the back of his head, trying for modesty. Heh, just got lucky really. Save the act. Lu Qingchen shot him a look. Luck is a kind of strength too. How'd you manage it? Soul pearls were notoriously rare. Lu Qingchen had gathered plenty of resources himself, yet he had never heard of anyone buying one for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Had Yushan not said it in front of everyone, he would have thought the story was made up. Under the scrutiny, Yushan grew a bit embarrassed but couldn't hide his pride. Really, it was just luck. I spotted a strange-looking rock on a stall and paid 10 low-grade spirit stones for it. Thrilled to have impressed Brother Chun, he launched into an enthusiastic explanation. After Yushan had rambled on for ages, Lu Qingchen finally realized the soul orb had literally popped out of a rock. By the way, Brother Chun, this looks like a healing-type orbit should be perfect for you, Yushan said. He pulled a fresh, bright green orb from his robe and held it between two fingers. A gentle glow pulsed between them. A healing one? Lu Qingchen stared at the green light, momentarily lost for words. He owned plenty of orbs, yet only one was for healing, which showed how rare they were. Yushan had opened one with a random piece of rough stone. It sounded almost unreal. I really do need a healing orb, so I won't be polite, Lu Qingchen said, giving Yushan a meaningful look before taking it. The orb settled in his palm with a slight weight, its warm energy seeping into his skin. Yushan beamed, flashing white teeth. Lu Qingchen had always looked out for him. Being able to repay him at last felt great. What Yushan didn't know was that Lu Qingchen had another plan for the orb. Stowing it away, Lu Qingchen turned to Han Meng and Nangong Qianhua. Dean Nangong, and I didn't find anything worthwhile, Han Meng said, shaking her head. She had indeed returned empty-handed, yet she couldn't help wondering why Lu Qingchen had stopped her from letting Nangong Qianhua buy that broken holy rank longsword. Damaged or not, it was still a saint-grade weapon. The room had barely fallen quiet when the door creaked open again. Long Feng, Chu Chuan, and another companion stepped in, travel-worn but full of energy. Dad, where did you disappear to? Longxi huffed, cheeks puffed in protest. Since arriving in the capital, her father had been busy with secret matters, and she still had no idea what they were. I was off treasure hunting, of course. Here, check this out, Long Feng said, winking at his daughter as he tossed her a rolled-up piece of beast hide. What's this? Longxi caught it neatly. The hide felt rough and smelled faintly of animal musk. Open it, and you'll see, Sister Shi, Lu Qingchen chuckled, shooting Long Feng an amused glance. Had he not sensed Long Feng's aura earlier, that minor divine art would likely be in his own hands. Since Long Feng paid for it, and they would all end up using it, the group had saved a pile of spirit stones. All right, let me see. Wait, a binding art? Longxi unrolled the hide. Three ancient runes at the top glowed dark gold. Though she couldn't read the script, she could understand its meaning instinctively. That's right, Long Feng explained. It's a minor divine art, the binding art. Once mastered, it can freeze a cultivator of the same realm for 1 second, but it demands strong mental power. We can all learn it, Lei Xian exclaimed, delighted. Until now, he had thought divine arts could only be obtained by absorbing soul orbs. This was the first time he had seen one that could be learned directly. That's right. Not just you, any student of the Heavenly Tao Academy who reaches the required realm can practice it, Long Feng said with certainty, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Of course, your spiritual power has to measure up. Otherwise, the immobilization technique won't work at all. He felt no pain at spending 35,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If every disciple in the academy could profit, it was worth every coin. Sishi, let me take a look. At Lu Qingchen's words, he leaned over Long Zai's shoulder. The 7 heaven-slaying forms he cultivated were devastatingly strong, yet his current level made it hard to unleash them fully. He needed a practical technique he could use whenever he wished, and this minor divine ability, immobilization, filled that gap perfectly. Feeling the heat of his breath brush her ear, she blushed and hurriedly passed him the beast-hide scroll. Here, you read it first. When the scroll unfurled, ancient runes shimmered pale gold in the candlelight. Symbols that looked obscure to Long Shi flowed like clear spring water to Lu Qingchen's keen spiritual sense. He traced the markings with a fingertip, eyes alight with brilliance. In less than half a minute he had grasped every pattern and branded them in his mind. Freeze. With comprehension complete, he pointed casually. Everyone's gaze followed his finger as the air beside Yushan twisted, as though an invisible hand had clamped down, locking everything in place. A heartbeat later, Yushan jolted back to himself, eyes wide. Holy crap, Brother Chen, what did you do to me? I felt like my whole body was frozen, even my blood stopped moving. Lu Qingchen shrugged and gestured at the scroll, smiling innocently. Relax. I just figured out the immobilization technique and wanted to test its power. Yushan opened his mouth to protest, but under Lu Qingchen's amused gaze he swallowed the complaint. His cultivation was the lowest here, after all. What? You already mastered it? Long Feng's scalp tingled. He considered his own comprehension above average, yet it had taken him a full 2 minutes to understand the technique. This kid, still in the earth martial realm, produced real results in 30 seconds. He stood there, doubting whether his own talent was mediocre. He stared at Lu Qingchen for a full 10 breaths before sighing. He was human. Why measure himself against a monster? You've already succeeded? Let me try? Lu Yin could hold back no longer. She grabbed the scroll and began to study it. 3 minutes later she bit her lip, handed it back to Long Shi, and slumped. Is my talent really that bad? No, it's because you're human. Long Feng silently answered her in his heart. The hide scroll made its way from hand to hand, and roughly half an hour later Long Shi, Lu Yin, and the others began to study it in earnest. The hall fell silent. Only the faint scrape of parchment broke the stillness. Lu Qingchen, Long Feng, Nangong Qianyue, and the rest were still empty-handed, exchanging looks but keeping quiet. After a long pause Han Meng finally leaned over and whispered, Qingchen, tell me honestly, have you practiced the immobilization art before? Never. I'd never even heard of it. Lu Qingchen said, spreading his hands in helplessness. Nangong Qianyue lifted her chin and frowned. How odd. Could it be that your mental strength is simply higher than everyone else's? Maybe. I'm not really sure, Lu Qingchen answered with a dry laugh, sidestepping the 5 deans' probing gazes. Long Feng clenched his fists in frustration. That kid has to be bluffing. Time slipped by. 2 hours later Lu Qingxue was the first to open her eyes, a hint of delight glinting in them. She had succeeded. Sis, did you master the immobilization art? Lu Qingchen asked. More or less, Lu Qingxue nodded. Runes flickered between her palms as she pointed at him. Buzz. The instant the runes locked on, the battle soul in Lu Qingchen's sea of consciousness trembled. He lifted his sword and gave a casual sweep. Invisible ripples fanned outward, shredding the binding force. Lu Qingxue blinked. Huh, what happened? Assuming she hadn't fully grasped the spell, she raised her hand again. Freeze. This time Lu Qingchen relaxed, letting the runes coil around him. A chill seized his limbs, only to vanish a heartbeat later. Released, he laughed. Looks like you've got it, sis. I thought I failed the first time. Lu Qingxue exhaled, eyes sparkling. But why didn't it work then? Is my mental strength too weak? She replayed both casts in her mind. They had felt identical. It isn't that your mental strength is weak. It's that Qingchen's is too strong. Nangong Qianyu's voice rang out, crisp as chimes, just as Lu Qingchen's guilty look appeared. Master, what did you just say? As Lu Qingxue spoke, she couldn't help glancing at Nangong Qianyue, her eyes wide with disbelief, almost certain she had misheard. I said the problem isn't that your spiritual power is too weak, it's that Xiao Chen's is too strong. Nangong Qianyue deliberately slowed her pace, repeating each word to be sure her disciple caught every syllable. The moment the words fell, the room went deathly quiet. Except for Long Feng, even Lu Qingfeng and Chu Chuan held their tongues, as though the air itself had been sucked away. After a brief silence, Lu Qingxue lowered her voice and probed, "How strong are we talking? Stronger than yours?" Nangong Qianyue turned her head, a faint, teasing smile on her lips, and offered the answer as though it were nothing. A second wave of silence swept the room. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. At length, Long Feng suddenly slapped the table, his steady voice laced with suspicion. "Brat, be honest, have you already formed your battle soul?" Formed a battle soul? The four words made Lu Qingxue's pupil's contract. Dean Long thinks Xiao Chen has already done it? Impossible. Her heart pounded. Her brother was only at the Earth Martial Realm. He hadn't even touched the Sky Martial Realm yet. How could he form a battle soul this early? Either the Dean misspoke, or his senses were off. Yes, that had to be it. She checked Lu Qingchen's cultivation again, and only then calmed a little until his next words shattered that calm completely. "Heh, I just got lucky earlier." Seeing no way to hide it, Lu Qingchen simply admitted it outright. "Xiao Chen, you really have condensed a battle soul." Han Meng leaned in, her bright eyes suddenly shining like stars. To forge a battle soul at the Earth Martial Realm, genius no longer sufficed. This was monstrous talent. Haha, it was mostly luck. Otherwise I'd never have managed it so early. Under his master's burning gaze, Lu Qingchen scratched his head and answered modestly. Lu Qingfeng and Chu Chuan exchanged a look, their faces etched with shock. In all their years, they had never seen talent this outrageous. After a few seconds of thought, Long Feng stepped forward and clapped Lu Qingchen firmly on the shoulder. Condensing a battle soul early is certainly a good thing, but remember, never reveal it in front of outsiders. Talking about it here is fine. Once you leave the Tianzu domain a year from now, the outside world won't be this safe. Understood, Dean Long. Lu Qingchen nodded earnestly. He had already weighed the risks. Satisfied with the promise, Long Feng said no more. He tugged Chu Chuan and Lu Chengfeng toward the door, clearly intending to discuss the next steps. The moment the door closed, Lu Qingxue yanked her brother to her side, and Han Meng and Nangong Qianyue closed in as well. The four of them burst into a flurry of questions, their shock, curiosity, and concern tumbling out all at once. No one knew how long they talked. They only remembered the sunset slipping through the lattice window, painting the room gold red. When the sun was almost down, an unexpectedly delighted voice finally broke the conversation. After hours of concentrated effort, She finally mastered the immobilizing spell. When she withdrew her power and opened her eyes, the aura around her dissipated, and the first thing she saw was Lu Qingxue, Han Meng, and the others crowding around Lu Qingchen. She raised her brows, leaned over, and teased in a hushed voice. "What are you all whispering about? Did something interesting happen?" A few seconds later she officially joined the circle, but her tone suddenly sharpened. "So, Xiao Chun, you already forged your battle soul in the secret realm and kept it hidden from us?" Her gaze turned cutting as she remembered how she and Lu Qingxue had reminded him to focus on spiritual cultivation, and the thought that their advice had been pointless left her somewhat annoyed. Under her stare, Lu Qingchen felt a chill run down his scalp. He rubbed his nose and looked innocent. "You never asked me." "Humph." She punched him lightly. "You've actually gotten a full step ahead of Xiao Shui and me. At this rate you'll break into the sovereign martial realm soon, and then the king realm won't be far off." King realm. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit with anticipation. If he really reached that stage, perhaps he could challenge higher tier kings the moment he arrived. The thought made his gaze shine like stars. Beside him, Lu Qingxue nodded in agreement. Zai's right. The hardest part of the sovereign realm is condensing the battle soul. I still have no clue how to do it. I wish I could succeed sooner. Having already entered the sovereign realm, she understood better than anyone how demanding this step was on one's spirit. Lu Qingchen smiled in reassurance. "Sis, with your talent you won't be far behind. I still have quite a few treasures that strengthen spiritual power. Once the auction is over, they'll share them with you." Lu Qingxue sighed softly. "I just hope the Nine Heavens auction has what we're looking for. Relying only on our own accumulation is too slow, so we have to pin our hopes on heaven-grade treasures." Soul-nurturing items were exceedingly rare and usually outrageously expensive, and she worried that even if one appeared, they might not afford it. Lu Qingchen quickly comforted her. The Palace of Destiny has already guaranteed the event, and the Nine Heavens auction is famous across the primal continent. It won't let us down. As his words faded, the door opened, and Long Feng walked in carrying a wine jug. He closed the door behind him, swept his gaze across the room, and said with a hearty laugh, "I just spoke with the organizers. They confirmed that this Nine Heavens auction will feature treasures for both body tempering and soul cultivation." He glanced at the hourglass on his wrist and continued, "We can enter in another hour. The auction will be held in 2 rounds, 108 items in the first, 33 in the second." As he finished, Long Feng shot a meaningful look at Lu Qingchen. 33 treasures, huh? That's quite a number. Lu Qingchen glanced at Long Feng, who was winking at him, and couldn't help but laugh. He blinked, lowered his voice, and asked, "Dean Long, are you saying the second round will offer even rarer items?" Long Feng shrugged. "I honestly don't know. The number just feels odd. Maybe something truly astonishing will show up. They exchanged a knowing look. With the Nine Heavens auction's reputation, the lots were sure to be remarkable. Still, most auctions hand out catalogs in advance to help bidders prepare. Thinking of this, Lu Qingchen asked, since the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce holds such sway on the primordial continent, why skip the catalog? I asked the divination hall. Longfeng sighed. They said the Nine Heavens auction never bothers too proud for that. Lu Qingchen nodded. That kind of confidence meant they never worried about low turnout or weak bids. If the largest merchant guild on the primordial continent needed pamphlets to draw people into the ancestral domain, it would be a joke. The thought of the treasures soon to be revealed filled him with anticipation. He continued, how many people from the ancestral domain will attend? Longfeng studied him, mildly surprised, then replied, the 3 great academies and the 8 sacred halls will definitely be there. A few instructors and students from our academy might come as well. I see. Lu Qingchen fell silent. The more factions that attended, the fiercer the bidding would be. Winning the item he wanted would be no easy task. Longfeng clapped him on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry. The Academy's Spirit Stone reserves are healthy. If the auction features something you truly need, the Academy will help along as we secure the Huangtian Dan first. He said this to ease Lu Qingchen's concern about funding. Understood. Lu Qingchen grinned. He knew Longfeng had misunderstood, but he offered no explanation. No one could guess how many spirit stones he had brought back from the secret realm. After all, nobody would ever believe he could have found so many. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but laugh when he imagined Longfeng and the others' reactions once they learned the truth. After this round of reflection, he had finally mastered the immobilization art. Hadn't expected the technique to be so profound. Glancing around, he wondered, how long have I been in seclusion? Is the auction about to start? A short while later, Lu Yin also succeeded. Opening her eyes and seeing everyone in the room, she wondered, why did Lu Qingxue and Long Shi finish so quickly? Is it because the auction is near? You may have succeeded, but it's still early. There's some time before the auction begins, Han Ming explained. Good to know. Lu Yin nodded, stealing another glance at Lu Qingxue and Long Shi but keeping her doubts to herself. She figured the two probably intended to refine the technique after the auction. With so little time left, rushing would only lower their chances of success. As for why Lu Qingchen had needed only half a minute, Lu Yin didn't give it much thought. Back in the Earth Martial Realm, he had slain a king-grade golden lion, something no ordinary cultivator could do. Time slipped by in silence as everyone rested with their eyes closed, the room filled with nothing but steady breathing. After an indeterminate while, Longfeng opened his eyes first. Standing up, he looked around and said, the auction starts in an hour. We should head over. At his words, Nangong Qianyue and the others stood and stretched. Lu Qingchen reached out to nudge the seated Lei Xian and Yushan awake. The auction's starting already? Sigh. This immobilization art is brutal. I only grasped a fraction of it, Lei Xian said with a sigh after checking the time. Yushan pulled a wry face. Come on, at least you got a fraction. I've barely scratched the surface after half a day. In just a few hours the gap between them and Lu Qingchen was glaring. Though all three were in the Earth Martial Realm, Lu Qingchen had taken 30 seconds to master the art, while Yushan had spent hours just reaching the threshold. His formidable mental strength spoke for itself. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan's broad shoulder and said earnestly, don't rush. After the auction, we'll have plenty of time to study it. True, Yushan nodded, but his curiosity remained. Brother Chen, how did you finish so fast? He remembered Lu Qingchen needing only half a minute, while he himself had struggled for hours without even getting through the door. The difference left him a little dejected. Me? Lu Qingchen laughed. Huh, maybe I just got lucky. He kept the secret of his battle soul to himself. He didn't want to scare them or deal an even heavier blow. Forming a battle soul in the Earth Martial Realm was far more shocking than mastering a technique in half a minute. Oh, so it's luck, Yushan chuckled, scratching his head, his misgivings gone. Longfeng had spoken of destiny before, so he simply chalked Lu Qingchen up as someone favored by the heavens. Seems the gap between us isn't impossible to close, he thought, and his earlier gloom vanished, oblivious to the sympathetic looks his master and the others were giving him. Auction house, here I come. The Jiutian auction house stood in the very heart of the capital. Just a few months earlier this had been the city's most bustling district, yet every tower and pavilion had vanished, replaced by the lone, imposing auction hall. The structure rose 99 meters into the sky, a deliberate nod to its name 9 heavens. Most striking of all was the main gate, nearly 90 meters tall, its panels shimmering with a soft halo and covered in intricate runes that seemed ready to come alive. Suspended above it hung an enormous golden plaque. The 5 flamboyant characters Jiutian auction house shone with flowing light. Is this really the same capital? Lei Xian muttered, staring up at the plaque from beneath the gate. Lu Qingchen's chest tightened as he studied the doorway. That gate is giving off constant waves of spiritual power, and the entire building feels like one giant array. Longfeng shot him a surprised look, then lowered his voice. Calling it an auction hall is misleading. It's actually a colossal formation. Heaven's Secrets Hall has privately warned every top faction never to start trouble inside. Even a sage could be erased without effort. The guild relies on this array. They can kill a sage that easily. Faces paled all around. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Qingchen examined the runes, sensing the laws woven through them. Combined with what he had read in the Devil Emperor's notes, he became certain the warning was no exaggeration. Seeing everyone draw a sharp breath, Long Feng chuckled. Relax. As long as we follow the rules, we're safe. Most of the time the formation is only for deterrence. The others nodded. Once inside, their lives would indeed be in the guild's hands, but clear rules offered at least some protection. Beyond the gate, they found a line that stretched like a dragon, its ends nowhere in sight. They had expected a crowd, but this was beyond anything they imagined. We still have to queue? How long is this going to take? Lei Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never witnessed a crowd this overwhelming. A dense sea of people stretched like an endless dragon from the city gate to the far end of the street. The clamor, laced with sweat and dust, made the very air feel thick and sticky. While Lei Xian was still reeling, Long Feng slipped out of the line, sounding calm but unmistakably proud. We're not waiting here. Imagine how long that would take. Glancing over the crowd, he went on. Most of these people represent minor factions or lone cultivators who couldn't join a major group. Ordinary disciples from the temple, students from our academy who never received an invitation. No invitation, no choice but to queue. He lifted the golden envelope in his hand. Anyone with one of these, whether an individual or a team, uses the VIP passage. With that, he led the group around the edge of the line. The din of bargaining and impatient chatter faded behind them, and the sunlit flagstones gleamed underfoot. After a few brisk minutes, a magnificent building came into view, its roof trimmed in gold that shimmered under the light. Looks like the Nine Heavens auction is inside, Lu Qingchen said, studying the structure before flashing the others a smile. Two doors stood before them. To the left, the roaring crowd funneled toward its end. To the right, an eerily quiet entrance lay open, empty enough to hear leaves skitter across the stone. Long Feng pointed to the quiet side. VIP passage. This way. They stepped toward the empty corridor, drawing a mix of envy, jealousy, and resignation from those still waiting. At the doorway, a graceful young attendant greeted them with polished courtesy. Welcome to the VIP passage. May I ask which faction you represent? Please show your invitation. Tian Dao Sacred Academy. Long Feng replied evenly, handing over the golden envelope. She checked the embossed lettering, then bowed with new deference. Honored guests from Tian Dao Sacred Academy, please enter. Returning the envelope, she guided them into the Nine Heavens auction hall. Just as they crossed the threshold, an excited voice rose from the long line nearby. Hey Yushan, Lu Qingchen. Long time no see. You're here too. They turned to find two familiar faces, Su Man and Su Muting, peering out of the crowd. Yushan blinked in surprise. Su Man, Su Muting? What brings you here? Su Man pouted. What do you mean what brings us here? Half the academy came. Where did you go after the secret realm? I look for you everywhere. Yushan opened his mouth to answer, but Lu Qingchen cut in with a laugh. We've been training almost non-stop, hard to find us. Then Lu Qingchen's tone shifted. You said a lot of our classmates came. What's going on? Su Man perked up. Isn't it obvious? Word is this auction will be unprecedented, so everyone's hoping for a stroke of luck. Su Muting and I weren't about to miss it. She gestured to a poised middle-aged woman beside her. This is Instructor Zhang, we're here thanks to her. Yushan and Lu Qingchen were about to greet the instructor when a cool, clear voice sounded behind them, impossible to ignore. Han Meng had arrived. What is Master up to? Lu Qingchen muttered to himself when he heard Han Meng speak. With so many eyes on him, it was impossible to refuse on the spot, so he turned and waved to the three behind him. Don't bother waiting in line. Come in with us and we'll talk inside. Su Man, Su Muting, and the tutor surnamed Zhang were stunned. They immediately recognized the voice. Just a short while ago they had met those high-ranking figures because of the secret realm matter. What they never expected was that Lu Qingchen and Yushan would be walking with these deans, and even less that the normally elusive deans would invite them to join the group. The shock left them speechless. Su Man finally recovered after several seconds. She glanced at Su Muting and tutor Zhang, hesitation flickering in her eyes. In a setting like this, none of them knew how to respond. Seeing their confusion, Yushan gave a good-natured grin and stepped forward. Come with us, otherwise you'll be in line forever. The deans are really easygoing, so don't worry. He was just as puzzled about why Han Meng had spoken up, but since Master and Brother Chun had already invited them, he followed their lead. All right then. Sorry for the trouble. Su Man stole a glance at the distant deans. They did look friendly, which eased her nerves a little. When they reached Long Feng and the others, tutor Zhang straightened up, excitement written all over her face. She bowed deeply. Greetings, deans. As an outer institute instructor, she normally saw no one higher than a department head. Meeting 5 deans at once felt like a dream. Greetings, deans. Su Muting and Su Man hurried to mimic her salute, their movements a bit flustered. No need to be nervous, Long Feng said with a warm smile. Fate has brought us together, let's go in. His gaze lingered briefly on the three newcomers before drifting to Han Meng and Lu Qingchen, a knowing look in his eyes. He was well aware of what Lu Qingchen had been through. With that, he took the lead toward Jutian auction house. The rest exchanged glances, then followed without hesitation. Under the envious stares of those still in line, the group filed inside. The interior of the auction hall blazed with light. Strange luminescent stones studded the walls and vaulted ceiling, interlaced with gold and crystal that scattered dazzling colors. No sooner had Lu Qingchun and the others stepped into the lobby than a young woman in a gold short dress barely past 20, fresh-faced and lovely hurried over, offering a slight bow. This way, honored guests. Her voice was clear and bright. Smiling sweetly, she led them down a long corridor and pushed open an ornate purple sandalwood door. Beyond lay an opulent private suite, nearly 300 square meters spacious enough for dozens without feeling crowded. The moment they entered, a hush fell over them. The first thing that caught the eye was an enormous, plush sofa. Lu Qingshun cast a casual glance around and guessed that the upholstery had been fashioned from the hide of some exotic spirit beast. The broad sofa before him was draped in silky fur, its warmth seeping through his sleeves into his palms. On the sandalwood tea table stood a delicate jade dish holding a dozen or so fruits that glimmered with a faint aura, flanked by fragrant pastries and several crystal decanters of clear wine. After ushering them in, the girl in the gold mini dress smiled and said, "Honored guests, all of these refreshments and spirit fruit are complimentary, no spirit stones required. After each round of bidding, the items you win will be delivered here immediately. You may pay on the spot or settle everything once the auction ends. We still have roughly an hour before we begin, so if you're hungry, please help yourselves. The Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce is covering the cost." With that, she gestured for them to enjoy. "No spirit stones." Yushan's eyes lit up. He grabbed a purple berry and held it out to Lu Qingchen. "Brother Chen, try this. Never seen one before." Before he finished, he had already taken a bite, violet juice splashing across his fingertips and releasing a sweet fragrance. "TSK, a violet spirit berry," Lu Qingchen murmured as he examined the fruit. The strongest trading house on the primordial continent really does know how to impress. He knew such fruit couldn't be grown in the Tianzhu domain. It had to come from the upper realm. Longfeng picked up on the hint, gave Lu Qingchen an appreciative look, and chuckled. Well, didn't expect you to recognize a violet spirit berry. Not bad. What's a violet spirit berry?" Su Man asked, blinking in confusion. Lu Qingchen chuckled and explained patiently. "It's a spirit fruit packed with exceptionally pure energy. Eat one, and your soul power rises a little." "It can boost soul power?" Su Muting and Su Man traded an excited glance. As outer court students, the cultivation resources they received were always scarce. Seeing rare fruit that could raise soul power for free, they grabbed several berries without hesitation, biting into them until juice stained the corners of their lips. The girl bowed politely. "My name is Xiao Jing. If you need anything, just press the red button over there, and someone will come. I'll take my leave now. We're fine for the moment." "Thank you," Longfeng replied, nodding. Despite his calm expression, he guessed that representatives from the 8 great sanctums and the 2 renowned academies were arriving outside. After Xiao Jing left, the room quieted. They sampled the fruit and chatted about cultivation, wisps of spiritual energy swirling through the air and leaving them clear-headed and refreshed. Roughly half an hour later, the alloy door slid open without a sound. A graceful figure entered first, gauzy dress trailing behind her, every movement light and supple. Beside her came a woman in a red dress whose swaying hips and enticing features radiated sheer allure. Yufei? The moment they saw the woman in red, Lu Qingchen's and Longfeng's pupils contracted sharply. Why would that woman walk in here? The moment she appeared, both Lu Qingchen and Longfeng tensed. Had news leaked about the elder of the flame temple they had slain in the far north? That region was desolate, and they had erased every trace of their presence. No one should have been able to find out. Lu Qingchen calmed himself, knew Longfeng's true identity, and was not afraid of exposure, but Longfeng could not help wondering if the mysterious onlooker had spread the word. Why else would Yufei come? Fortunately, their composure never cracked. Even with Yufei standing right in front of them, they wore the same innocent expressions. After all, they had prepared their disguises thoroughly and trusted them implicitly. Yufei greets the honored masters. All eyes shifted to her as she smiled and bowed gracefully. Tantai Yinyan pays her respects as well. The woman in purple beside her spoke with a gentle laugh. "There is no need for alarm. We come on behalf of the Jiotian Chamber of Commerce to deliver a fine vintage." She drew a crystal bottle etched with the words Jiotian from her storage ring and offered it to Longfeng with both hands. "You must be Dean Longfeng. Your reputation does precede you." Tantai Yinyun examined him with a bright, appreciative gaze. "Since my arrival, people have spoken non-stop of how you felt a saint. Lady Tantai flatters me." Longfeng accepted the wine, his voice calm. "That victory was pure luck. My opponent was completely unprepared. I merely seized the chance." Relieved that the 2 women were not here about the Flame Temple incident, he felt his guard ease. Luck is still a part of strength, she said with a light smile. In the upper realm, a cultivator who killed a saint while still at the emperor level would brag endlessly, yet Long Feng remained modest. Talent, power, and humility, such qualities meant the people of Heavenly Tao Academy were unlikely to remain in the lower realm for long. Long Feng chuckled. I appreciate the compliment, but is that all? It seems unlikely that two esteemed ladies would deliver a single bottle of wine in person. Indeed, there is more. Tantai Yinyun met his gaze without hesitation. We would like to know whether you and your companions would consider joining the Jiotian Chamber of Commerce. The onlookers nearly gasped, and even Yu Fei looked momentarily stunned. Never had she expected Tantai Yinyun to extend such an invitation. Countless warriors on the primordial continent fight tooth and nail each year for a place in the Nine Heavens Merchant Guild, yet only a select few ever make it in. As the continent's premier guild, it promises limitless cultivation resources and formidable protection. Once inside, a cultivator's path suddenly clears. Now, Tantai Yinyun was extending an invitation to Long Feng, and the others, every single one of them leaving Yu Fei so stunned she could hardly speak. Join the Nine Heavens Merchant Guild? Lu Qingfeng pressed. Fairy Tantai, what requirements must we meet, and what benefits can we expect? Long Feng and Lu Qingchun exchanged a glance, well aware of the guild's influence and unable to hide their excitement. Tantai Yinyun offered a confident smile. After joining, you'll have access to advanced techniques and rare heavenly treasures. Perform well, and you may enter the inner circle, enjoying the guild's full protection. All we ask is that you lend your strength whenever the guild calls. To her, it was a fair exchange. Besides, several members of the Heavenly Tao Academy carried Tao artifacts, making the explanation worth her time. Long Feng pondered for a moment, clasped his fists, and said, Thank you for clarifying, Fairy Tantai. The matter is important, and I'd like a few days to consider it. He knew they were still trapped within the ancestral domain, so discussing membership now felt premature. Of course, raising her hand, Tantai Yinyun produced several plain, yet faintly luminous tokens from her storage ring. These are the guild's credentials. Whether you're in the 8 realms or on the primordial continent, present one, and you can join at any time. She handed the tokens out one by one. When she reached Long Shi and Lu Qingchun, her gaze lingered on them, half appraising, half admiring. That concludes my explanation. I won't keep you any longer. May you return from the auction with bountiful gains. With that, she and Yu Fei turned to leave, their robes brushing the threshold and a faint fragrance trailing behind. Only then did the room's atmosphere loosen. Rolling the silver token between his fingers, Lu Qingfeng asked, What do you all think? He could feel spiritual power humming within the token, and his grip unconsciously tightened. Lu Qingchen studied his own token. Fairy Tantai is clearly someone of stature. She must hold a high position in the Nine Heavens Merchant Guild. Long Feng swept his gaze across the differently colored tokens before speaking calmly. There's no need to worry. Given the current situation, this development isn't a bad thing. We'll discuss the rest after the auction, once we've returned. Everyone in the room nodded at Long Feng's words and dropped the subject. Silence settled over them, broken only by the occasional clamor drifting in through the window. After an indeterminate pause, Lei Xian, leaning on the sill, whispered a warning. Look, the sanctum people are here. His voice quivered with barely contained excitement. Lu Qingchun, Yu Shan, and the others hurried to the window. Their room sat on the second-floor wing of the auction hall, giving them a sweeping view of the entire ground-floor lobby. The moment Yu Shan craned his neck, he was stunned by the surging crowd below, warriors packed shoulder to shoulder, a black sea in constant motion. That's the Thunder Sanctum, Lu Qingchen announced. His eyesight was the sharpest, and he immediately spotted a familiar figure at the VIP entrance. At the head of the group was Eagle Saint, the man who had escaped Long Feng earlier. What shocked Lu even more was the saint's arm, once shattered by a divine artifact and now fully restored, the sleeve bulging as if nothing had happened. Behind him followed 7 or 8 younger members of the Thunder Sanctum, with Lei Saint among them. Lu Qingchen felt a flicker of awe. So this is the might of a sanctum able to regenerate a limb destroyed by a relic of heaven. He forced down the thought and kept watching. After the Thunder group entered, the Flame Sanctum filed in right behind them, and a quick scan revealed 2 saints in their ranks. Sensing Lu's surprise, Long Feng offered a calm explanation. It's normal. Over the years, each sanctum has hidden saints besides the ones they show in public. They always keep a few cards up their sleeves. True, Lu Qingchen agreed, turning his attention back to the hall. Within moments, the Earth Sanctum, Radiant Gold Sanctum, and Ice Snow Sanctum arrived one after another. In the Ice Snow delegation, he spotted an Elon and her master at a glance. Next came a team in unmistakable golden robes, the Sun Sanctum. That makes 6 sanctums, Lu counted silently. Add in the Destiny Sanctum, and that's only 7, yet rumor says there are 8. He couldn't resist asking in a low voice, why are only 6 here? Which one is missing? Long Feng lifted his chin with a curious smile. You've seen the last group before. They're coming now. As he spoke, the once empty VIP corridor filled with figures in black cloaks. Each wore the same silver-gray mask, revealing only a set jaw and cold eyes, aligning like a wall of shadows. The final sanctum is the Heaven's Judgment Hall. Yushan blurted. Correct. Strictly speaking, it's called the Heaven's Judgment Sanctum. Longfeng couldn't help but chuckle at their stunned expressions. Most people think the Tianqing Sanctuary is controlled by the Tianji Sanctuary, but that isn't the case, he said. A little over 10 years ago, Tianqing was actually the strongest sanctuary aside from Tianji. A decade ago it was the strongest? You mean it isn't anymore? Su Muting pressed. She could still picture how formidable the Tianqing disciples had looked during the martial exam. Longfeng shrugged. I'm not sure where they stand now. Something big happened back then, and they were badly weakened. Today is the first time their upper echelon has shown its face since, and they seem even stronger than before. It's baffling. With that, he shared the scraps of information he had pieced together. Lu Qingshun listened intently, then shifted his gaze to the platform below. The leader of the Tianqing contingent wore a crimson mask. One glance sent a jolt through Lu's heart. The man felt strangely familiar. Have I met him? Lu murmured, eyes locked on the masked warrior. As if sensing the scrutiny, the man suddenly turned. Their eyes met. For an instant, Lu saw the man's pupils contract, but he looked away as if nothing had happened. Longfeng filled the silence. See their masks? The red mask belongs to the current sanctuary master. The 4 purple gold masks behind him are the 4 executioners. Anyone with a gold mask is at least in the king realm, the backbone of Tianqing. While he spoke, the group entered the auction hall. The crimson masked master sent Lu Qingchen another brief glance, and the executioners followed suit before the ushers led them to a private box. Curiosity flaring, Lu activated his golden sane eyes, hoping to see through the masks. A haze rose behind them, blocking his vision. Still too weak, he muttered, withdrawing his golden sane eyes. At his current level, he could only pierce the defenses of a low-tier emperor. The hall grew crowded as the auction neared its start. Once the Tianqing delegation was seated, the VIP passage was sealed. Lu craned his neck to scan the second floor suites, 12 in total. Directly across from theirs was the Tianqing box. In the third-floor control room, the Lord of Tianji stroked his snowy beard and quietly asked Zontai Yinyun, who lounged in a purple robe on the sofa. Fairy Zontai, the 7 sanctuaries, the 3 academies, Life City, and the Alchemists Association have all arrived. Shall we begin the auction? Zontai Yinyun rose, cast a glance at the sea of people below, and said, yes, it's about time. Yufei, let's begin. Yufei inclined her head respectfully, then swayed her slender waist as she left the room. A few minutes later, a flash of scarlet emerged from backstage. Dressed in a form-fitting gown that traced the graceful line of her shoulders and neck, she was stunning beneath the lights. Yufei, in her new attire. Suddenly, the bright lights of the auction hall went out. Darkness fell like a curtain, leaving only a handful of safety lamps blinking in the gloom. After a heartbeat of silence, every beam converged into a single dazzling spotlight that locked onto the center of the stage, where Yufei stood. She lifted an arm, her sleeve sweeping a fiery arc through the air. With a soft boom, the entire hall trembled, and a translucent screen raced out between the first and third tiers, instantly expanding into a massive projection. In their private box, Long, she gasped, the spirit array can do that? Longfeng chuckled. Of course. With so many low-rank cultivators here, the one sitting far back wouldn't see a thing without the projection. Yufei's ruby lips curved as she looked around, her voice softer than it had been at the trade fair. Honored guests, welcome to the 9 Heavens Auction Hall. The auction now begins, and I, Yufei, will preside over the first round. Have you prepared enough spirit stones? The floor erupted like a pot on the boil. Yufei, I love you. Our spirit stones are ready, get on with it. Yeah, show us the treasures already. Amid the clamor, Lu Qingchun and the others exchanged helpless looks. Lu Qingchun murmured, these cultivators aren't much different from street buyers. Longfeng shrugged. When you gather everyone in the Tianzu domain, you're bound to attract a few characters. Besides, someone has to warm up the crowd. A handful of cultivators took the lead in stirring things up, and excitement rippled through the vast hall like a heat wave. Yufei let the frenzy climb, then gently clapped her hands and motioned for the attendants to bring the tray forward. The first lot was set carefully on a length of red silk. Saint-grade cultivation art, the true fire return technique, Yufei announced, her clear voice reaching every seat. Created by a sage from the heavenly realm, it belongs to the fire attribute. Yet unlike ordinary fire arts, it is neither wild nor unruly. During practice, the spiritual power remains gentle and easy to control, but once one attains the saint realm, its full might erupts enough to melt mountains and boil seas with a gesture. She paused, her eyes gleaming. The opening bid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The moment the price was spoken, the previously boisterous hall fell deathly silent. No one had expected the very first item at the 9 Heavens auction to be a saint-grade technique. Until now, saint-grade manuals were found only in the holy palaces. Even the 3 great academies had none. This fact was etched into every warrior's mind. So when Consort Yu lifted the brocade cloth and announced that the very first lot was the saint-level True Fire Origin Manual, The Nine Heavens auction hall seemed struck by silent thunder, every breath cut short. Across the Tianzhu domain, the seven holy palaces survive to this day because their saint-grade legacies suppressed destiny itself. To open the auction with a treasure of this caliber left everyone thinking the same thing. Ruthless, indeed. Soft murmurs rippled through the crowd as many honored guests congratulated themselves for attending. Long Feng was momentarily surprised. Had not expected the auction house to produce a manual of this level, but having seen several saint-grade techniques before, he quickly reined in his emotions and showed little interest in the jade slip on stage. After a heartbeat of silence, a rough voice rang out. 110,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The hall erupted. Standing by a window, Lu Qingshun followed the sound. The bid came from the alliance representing the ordinary martial soul universities. Before the auction began, they had banded together to compete for height-year manuals, battle arts, and weapons, and the True Fire Origin manual fit their needs perfectly. Almost immediately, an aura of blazing yuan power swept through the room. 120,000. Lu Qingshun recognized the voice at once, the warrior from the Flame Palace. Not long ago, the man had been sprawled at the Arctic ice field's entrance, yet now he appeared vigorous in a private box, proof of how seriously the Flame Palace viewed this auction. Lu smirked to himself. Persistent as a ghost, that one. 150,000. Another voice cut in, jumping the bid by 30,000. It came from the Life Holy City box. Remembering Long Feng's warning that tonight would be anything but easy, Lu clicked his tongue. The contest was unfolding exactly as predicted. On the platform, Consort Yu gripped her gavel while the bidding burned hotter. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A clear, authoritative voice rolled from an upper box like thunder, drowning every other sound. The hall fell silent. It was Long Feng. Din Long, you. Hearing his sudden bid, Nangong Qianyue froze. She recalled that their academy already possessed more than enough saint-grade manuals. Long Feng answered with a faint smile. He knew the academy already owned several saint-level manuals, but he had other plans. Don't look so surprised. You can never have too many saint-level techniques. He raised a hand to calm everyone's doubts. Each manual is a rare find. Even if the academy has a few, every one of them holds unique insights. Besides, True Fire Primordial Art is fireline perfect for Lu Yin and Lu Qingxin to study. A technique is the life's work of its creator. There's always something worth learning. Lu Qingfeng and Chu Chuan exchanged a glance. Seeing Long Feng's determination, they stayed quiet. Nangong Qianyue merely nodded when she heard Lu Qingxin's name and said nothing more. On the auction floor, the Wuhuan University Alliance bid first again. 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 260,000. 280,000. In barely 10 breaths, the price climbed to 280,000. Lu Yin, Lei Xian, Long Shi, and the others were stunned. The total stones they carried didn't even reach 1,000. The sum was beyond imagination. Long Shi tugged Lu Qingsnow's sleeve and whispered, Xiaoxua, do we have way too few spirit stones? Lu Qingsnow patted her head and replied softly, they're bidding on a saint-level manual. Every major power values it, so a high price is normal. I guess you're right, Long Shi muttered, nodding. For any group lacking a saint-level heritage, such a manual was an irreplaceable asset. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A loud voice shouted, pushing the excitement to a new peak. Once the price passed 300,000, bidding slowed. This was only the evening's first lot. Nobody wanted to reveal all their cards so soon. Jade Consort smiled and raised her slender hand. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Any higher bids? Her alluring gaze swept the hall. If not, this fire tribute saint-level manual, the True Fire Primordial Art, will belong to this honored guest from the Heavenly Tao Saint Institute. A minute passed in silence. Jade Consort tapped the jade gavel, its crisp sound echoing. Sold. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a saint-level manual. Not bad at all, Long Feng murmured, finally at ease once the deal was sealed. Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? Are you saying this saint-level technique is worth more than 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Chu Chuan stared at the ancient scroll on the auction block, his brows furrowing. To him, 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones was astronomical enough to bankrupt a mid-sized sect. Long Feng had just won the bid and was in high spirits. He explained, I figured it would fetch at least 500,000. The Martial Soul University Alliance must have hit some internal snag, so they backed out at the last minute. As for the Sacred City of Life, their cultivation is life-aligned, and they already found a saint-level manual in the secret realm, so they wouldn't shell out for a fire element technique. The crowd suddenly understood and silently congratulated themselves on landing a bargain in the very first round. Lu Yin looked up and asked, then why didn't any of the 8 sacred halls raise the bid? 300,000 is pocket change to them, isn't it? Before Long Feng could answer, Lu Qingchen spoke, his tone calm but certain. The other 7 halls probably got an advance copy of the auction list. They know there are items later that suit them better, so they're holding back for now. Long Feng nodded with a smile, confirming the guess. Everyone except the few deans finally grasped how the game was played. Long she scratched her head and muttered, "We all have the same brains, why can you figure this out, and I can't?" Long Feng ruffled his daughter's hair, indulgent, yet mysterious. "Silly girl, you'll understand when you're older. And right now it's only a guess, whether we're right or not. We'll see soon enough." On the stage, Yu Fei once again drew every eye. "The second item up for auction," she announced. With a graceful wave, two snow-white jade boxes, each no larger than a palm, floated above her hand, shimmering with multicolored light. Yu Fei opened the boxes, her charming voice echoing through the hall. "These are called Sanxiao Linglong Baodan. By grade alone, they're merely king-level elixirs. Only king-level." The audience booed. Yu Fei chuckled softly. "Please, my lords, don't be so hasty." Her eyes sparkled, and a playful smile curved her lips. "These are no ordinary king-level pills. Swallow one, and your comprehension rises by 30% and the effect lasts forever." The moment Yu Fei finished speaking, the auction hall, still buzzing seconds earlier, fell deathly silent. After a brief pause, a deep yet skeptical voice rose from a second-floor box. "Miss Yu Fei, a moment ago you said this 3-aperture Linglong treasure pill is no more than king-grade. How can it still boast such heaven-defying effects? Please explain." Lu Qingshun looked over. The speaker was the representative of the Temple of Thunder. "Right, why would a pill this valuable be only king-grade?" "Exactly. With effects like that, how can it be rated king-grade?" "Miss Yu Fei, you're not trying to trick us, are you?" Once the Temple of Thunder spoke, guests on the ground floor and members of the other great temples chimed in at once, their voices rising and falling in confusion. Yu Fei seemed unsurprised. She listened quietly until the hall subsided, then tilted her chin and spoke. "Honored guests, I understand your concerns. The 3-aperture Linglong treasure pill is classified as king-grade for 2 reasons. First, it only works on cultivators below the king realm. Anyone already at or above that level will gain nothing at all. The upper realm prepared it as a gift for the young prodigies invited to next year's True Dragon Banquet in the ancestral domain. Second, the 30% boost in comprehension applies only to women. In other words, if you are male or already in the king realm, buying the pill would turn it into nothing more than an ornament. Once taken, it permanently raises comprehension by 30%. She lifted the pair of snow-white pills. Under the crystal chandeliers, they flashed like frost, and every eligible woman in the hall felt her heartbeat race. Suddenly, Lu Qingshun heard quickened breathing beside him. He turned to find Long Shi, Lu Qingxue, and Lu Yin staring unblinkingly at the pills, their chests rising and falling. Su Muting and Su Man were just as transfixed. Comprehension determined how quickly one could master techniques, combat arts, and even divine abilities. With equal talent and cultivation, higher comprehension meant greater strength, and the higher one climbed, the wider the gap grew. Realizing this, every qualified woman in the hall gazed at the pills with burning eyes. Possessing one would instantly elevate her talent. If she was already gifted, it might propel her straight into the ranks of the top prodigies. In stark contrast to Long Shi and the others, Long Feng showed no delight at all. His brow stayed tightly knit, his gaze locked on the 2 snow-white pills in Yu Fei's hand. The last thing he expected was for such a rare treasure to appear at the Jutian auction house. Had he known the 3-aperture exquisite pill would be on the block, he never would have rashly bid on that saint-level cultivation manual. Even Long Feng, usually a master of self-control, now wore a face so dark it seemed ready to drip ink. As Long Zai's father, he desperately wanted the pill for his daughter. Yet as the headmaster of Tiandao Academy, he couldn't squander the academy's dwindling spirit stone reserves for personal reasons. Once the True Dragon Feast ended, the Academy Protection Edict issued by the Tianji Shrine would lapse, and the 2 great shrines would surely move to suppress Tiandao Academy together. Long Feng had come to the auction specifically to secure treasures that could quickly boost the Elder's strength items like the Royal Heaven Pill, which could help a sovereign break through to Saint. Making matters worse, the Academy's coffers were already bare. Every spirit stone had to be spent where it mattered most. Otherwise, a year from now, when the feast dispersed, the Academy would be helpless against the shrine's impending assault. At that thought, his brow tightened, and the brief spark of hope Head felt was crushed. She had long since sensed her father's dilemma. Glancing at his grim expression, she sighed inwardly and decided to withdraw from the bidding. She knew how heavy his burden was and refused to add to it. The 3-aperture exquisite pill permanently raises a female cultivator's comprehension by 30%, provided she is below the sovereign realm, Yu Fei announced from the platform with a bright smile. "We have 4 pills in total, sold in 2 lots of 2. The opening bid is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000. The bidding starts now." Her words had barely fallen when the first offer split the silence like an arrow. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Qingshun focused on the caller, the delegate from the City of Life. Opening with 100,000 increase, the bidder's wealth and determination were undeniable. Long Feng shook his head helplessly. Such aggressive bidding instantly extinguished his last trace of hope. Headmaster Long, if you're short on spirit stones, I still have some, Nangong Qianhua said softly but firmly. She's right, Chu Chuan added, removing his storage ring and handing it over. This pill is crucial for the young women with use. If we can win it, we should. Han Ming and Lu Chengfeng nodded silently in agreement. Their sincerity warmed Long Feng's chest. Yet the looming threat of the two shrines dragged his spirits back into the abyss. I appreciate everyone's kindness, he said, taking a deep breath. They'll fight for it. If the price stays under 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, we'll buy the pill. But if it goes any higher. Long Feng's voice was grave. He never said the words outright. Yet everyone understood. If the price of the 3-aperture Linglong pill broke 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he would have to walk away. It's fine, Dad, Long, she said brightly, raising her voice on purpose. It's only a pill that boosts comprehension by 30%. With our talent, we don't need it anyway, right, Xiao Shui? She turned to Lu Qingxue as she spoke. Mixed feelings churned inside her, but she showed none of them. She just wanted to ease her father's burden. Xiao's eyes right. For us, the pill is nice, but hardly essential. Lu Qingxue agreed at once, nodding with a smile. Lu Yin, standing beside them, echoed the sentiment with a silent nod. Across the room, Su Muting and Su Man looked on enviously. The Academy had never promised to buy anything for them, yet it was willing to reserve 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones for Long Zai's group. They scarcely owned a few low-grade stones themselves, let alone tens of thousands of mid-grade ones. Even so, they kept their expectations low. Instructor Zhang had reminded them that the trip to the capital's 9 Heavens auction was mainly for experience. Landing a treasure would be sheer luck. Judging by the bids so far, luck was not on their side. Every item started in the tens of thousands, priced in mid-grade stones that even their teachers struggled to afford. Hearing Long Feng and several deans discuss such sums only deepened their envy and underscored the gulf in fortune. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. For 100,000. While the group talked, the price of the 3-aperture Linglong pill soared past that of the Saint-level cultivation manual and kept climbing. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Long Feng thrust his paddle into the air. His words hit like a hammer, and the VIP box fell so silent a pin drop would have echoed. Long Shi, Lu Qingxue, and Lu Yin held their breath, eyes locked on the snow-white pill resting in the auctioneer's jade-white palm. If anyone bid higher, they would have to give up. Luck failed them. Barely 10 breaths later, another voice rang out. 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The chilling bid plunged the room into an icy hush. We'll have to let it go, Long Feng whispered, shoulders trembling as he lowered his head. The light drained from the girl's eyes at once. I can't imagine what those factions are thinking, Lei Xian muttered, noticing their disappointment. Blowing that kind of money on a couple of king-grade pills? Such a waste. In his view, the 3-aperture Linglong pill truly belonged in these young women's hands. Anywhere else, it would be squandered. Lei Xian's comment made little sense, yet it still managed to lift Lu Yin and her two companions a little. Inside the private box, the tense atmosphere eased by a fraction, but everyone knew how frighteningly deep the pockets of the factions outside were. Without the Heavenly Tao Academy's centuries-old foundation, they would hardly have a chance to bid at all. Lu Qingfeng leaned back in his chair, gazing through the crystal wall at the brightly lit auction floor. He shook his head with a soft sigh. Let's not even mention the sanctums. Life City alone or the Alchemist Guild could buy up the place without blinking. Bidding continued below. The call for 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones had just sounded when Lu Yin followed the voice and saw it came from the Life City VIP box. Murong Qingxiong wants that pill for his daughter. Murong Kinking makes sense, she murmured. Chu Chuan traced her gaze, confirmed it, and his expression darkened. Remembering the favor he had done in the secret realm, Yushan growled under his breath. Had I known they'd be this shameless, I wouldn't have pulled my punches against Murong Qingqing. If you and Lu Qingchen hadn't held back, Mu Ningyue and Murong Qingqing could never have walked away with the sage's legacy, Lu Yin added, clearly disgruntled. Chu Chuan shook his head. That's not how it works. In an auction, money talks. The 3-aperture Linglong elixir is priceless. If they don't bid high, someone else will. Though frustrated, he refused to let emotion cloud judgment. New bids rang out. 650,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Tianqing Sanctuary, someone whispered as the shout came from the opposite box. 700,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thunder Sanctuary countered at once, the caller's tone mocking. Tianqing, you've been sitting on your hoard for years, can't hold it in any longer, eh? Tianqing ignored the jab. 750,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thunder Sanctuary clearly meant to fight it out. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bastard. A warrior in Tianxing's box bolted to his feet, cursing. The masked master at his side raised a hand, voice cold. You're a saint now, control yourself. Sit. The warrior swallowed his fury and obeyed, though his lifted chin betrayed his resentment. Behind the blood-red mask, the master's eyes flashed. They still had more important items to win tonight. He would not waste resources here. Lei Xian clicked his tongue. 800,000 for 2 pills? These bastards are filthy rich. His grumble drew quiet chuckles, but the mood fell again at this rate. The 3-aperture Linglong elixir was certain to land in Thunder Sanctuary's hands. 800,000? A stranger's voice suddenly boomed overhead. Is that really all Thunder Sanctuary can manage? The disdain echoed the jab they had just made at Tianqing. Before the Heavenly Tao group could react, Lu Qingchun, who had been silently perched on the sofa, rose to his feet. His expression was calm, yet he radiated a pressure like a mountain about to break loose. He spoke lightly, but his words pierced every barrier and filled the hall. I bid 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The moment the figure was announced, everyone except Lu Qingchun was left speechless. Faces turned toward one another in disbelief. Who would spend 1 million for only 2 3-aperture Linglong pills? Rare though they were, the pills worked solely on female martial artists below the king realm. And 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was an astronomical sum. At a private trade gathering not long ago, Lu Qingchen had paid just 250,000 for the Icefire Jiaolong armor, an exquisite defensive Quasisane artifact. For the same money, you could buy 4 more artifacts of that level. These were genuine Quasisane treasures, not vegetables from a street stall. Even the wealthy powers, the Alchemist Association, Life Holy City, and the various holy temples were stunned. The Thunder Temple's previous bid of 80,000 had already reached what they considered the sensible ceiling. Anything higher simply wasn't worth it. Damn it, Heaven Tao Academy again. Are they trying to die, throwing out 1 million mid-grade spirit stones? In the Thunder Temple's box, a young woman exploded with rage as soon as she regained her composure. She was their most gifted female warrior this generation. The 80,000 offer had been meant to let her take 1 pill, with the other reserved for a high-ranking elder's granddaughter. Victory had seemed assured until someone suddenly drove the price up to 1 million. She couldn't accept it. Half reclining on a sofa, Eagle Saint opened his eyes at her shout, glanced at Heaven Tao Academy's box, then closed them again. In his mind, the Academy was doomed sooner or later, no need to say more. Yet the greatest shock wasn't felt by the outside factions, but inside Heaven Tao Academy's own room. The instant Lu Qingchen called out 1 million, the atmosphere exploded. Su Muting was the first to recover. She and Su Man had never counted on winning the pills, so they managed to stay calm. Eyes wide, she yelled at Lu Qingchun in disbelief. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones? Lu Qingchun, are you crazy? Exactly. Those aren't soul stones, they're mid-grade spirit stones. Did you mishear? Su Man blurted out. In her view, Lu Qingchun must have mistaken mid-grade spirit stones for soul stones. Otherwise, with his usual composure, he'd never pull such a stunt. Lu Qingchun met their doubts with a faint smile, offering no explanation. He was already operating on a plane far above the 2 women. Even if he tried to explain, they wouldn't believe him. Xiaochen, what are you? Han Ming couldn't quite grasp Lu Qingchun's decision either, yet she didn't question him. She merely asked out of habit. She had long been used to this bargain disciple's unconventional way. She could hand out a heaven-grade divine artifact on a whim, so producing 1 million mid-grade spirit stones only made her secretly click her tongue. Master, you heard it yourself. The 3-aperture exquisite elixir is incredibly valuable for any female cultivator below the king realm. We can't miss it, Lu Qingchun explained patiently. I know, but 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, that's outrageous, Han Ming replied in a low voice. What if something more useful to Lu Qingchun appeared later, and they had no stones left? She couldn't help grumbling to herself. This kid never saves his master any money. Well, where'd a brat like you get that many spirit stones? Long Feng called from the neighboring box. He knew Lu Qingchun's background better than any if the boy dared to bid. He must be able to pay. Convinced those 2 elixirs were already his, Long Feng couldn't hide his delight. Heh, I just happened to pick some up in a secret realm, Lu Qingchun answered honestly. TSK, how many more do you have? Long Feng slung an arm around his shoulder, pressing him. Haha, not that many. Really, Lu Qingchun waved both hands, afraid the old fox would hatch another scheme. Look at you, so stingy. I don't want your spirit stones. Long Feng rolled his eyes and dropped the matter. Across the railing, Lu Chengfeng and Chu Chuan watched enviously. Even pooling their Emperor Realm fortunes, they barely had 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones between them. Strictly speaking, the weapons they wielded had also come from the secret realm thanks to Yushan, and Lu Qingchunthi had simply piggybacked on the haul. Elsewhere, Lu Qingxue, Long Shi, and the other 3 were dumbfounded. They already knew Lu Qingchun held a heaven-grade divine artifact, but they never imagined he could produce such an absurd quantity of spirit stones. Lei Xian was the most dramatic. His mouth formed a perfect O as he stared at Lu Qingchun, utterly speechless. On the auction platform, Yu Fei's voice rang out again. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Does anyone wish to increase the bid? The hall went silent. For most factions, that figure already exceeded the elixir's worth. Besides, Yu Fei had said 4 pills existed in total, and another 2 would appear later. They preferred to wait for the next round. No one believed the Heavenly Tao Academy could pull out another million. Since no one wishes to bid higher, These 3-aperture exquisite elixirs go to the honored guests from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Yu Fei declared, striking the gavel as her gaze swept the crowd. They actually clinched it. The instant Yu Fei's alluring voice faded, delight flashed across the eyes of Long Feng and his companions. Creakless than half a minute later, the wooden door of Heavenly Tao Academy's private box swung open. The same usher, Xiao Jing, stepped inside, both hands lifting a warm jade tray. At its center, 2 Sanxiao Linglong pills rested in a jade case, their faint aroma drifting through the room. Congratulations, honored guests, on securing the treasure you desired. Xiao Jing offered the box to Lu Qingchen, her smile genuine. Because she had overseen Long Feng's party from the start, the Jutian Chamber of Commerce had paid her a generous commission once the bid succeeded. The rate was low, yet the final price was staggering. In mere moments she received spirit stones equal to 10 years of wages. Even better, a new order had just arrived. She was officially assigned to the Heavenly Tao Academy box, tasked with serving this group alone. For every additional item they won, she would draw another commission. Buoyed by thoughts of envious gazes from other hostesses, she entered with a bounce in her step. Honored guests, if you need anything, simply tell Xiao Jing. I will do whatever lies within my power. After handing over the case, she stood to one side, voice sweet and clear. Long Feng had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Major auction houses often placed beautiful attendants beside affluent bidders to spur higher prices, and the maids were happy to oblige for them. Commissions and extra rewards were well worth it. Thank you, Miss Xiao Jing, Lu Qingchen said with a nod. An extra attendant was no hindrance. In fact, she might help him glean inside information on the Jutian Chamber. He suspected much of the razor-sharp intelligence the sanctuaries possessed came from similar channels. So these are the Sanxiao Linglong pills. The moment Lu Qingchen lifted the lid, Long Shi and the others leaned in. Beside them, Su Muting and Su Man could not hide their curiosity, stretching their necks for a better look. Although they knew the pills would never be theirs, seeing them up close made the trip worthwhile after all. The pair was worth a full 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a figure they normally wouldn't even dare imagine. Inside, the pills were snowy white and lustrous, ripples of prismatic light dancing over their surface. Staring at them, Su Muting felt regret surge anew. If she hadn't made that choice back then, would Lu Qingchen have spared one for her? The thought drew a bitter curve to her lips. Han Meng and Nangong Qianyue caught the expression but kept silent. They knew Lu Qingchen and that girl would never reconnect. Now then the question remained, how should they divide the 2 Sanxiao Linglong pills? Just as everyone's eyes locked onto the pill in Lu Qingchen's hand, Lei Xian blurted out a single sentence. The moment the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. Why stir up trouble when everything was fine? Sure enough, the room fell silent. Even breathing sounded loud. 5 people met the requirements to take the trifold Linglong pill. Su Muting and Su Man already had their spots, leaving Long Shi, Lu Yan, and Lu Qingxue to fight over the remaining 2 pills. With 3 candidates and only 2 pills, any decision would slight someone. Only then did Yushan realize the problem, his brows knitting together. 3 people, 2 pills, how were they supposed to split them? Long Shi pressed her lips together. Lu Yan folded her arms in thought. Lu Qingxue lowered her eyes and kept silent. Their statuses were complicated. Lu Qingxue was Lu Qingchen's older sister, Lu Yan was his senior disciple, and Long Shi was the daughter of Dean Long Feng. By rights the pills should go to Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan, but Long Shi had the dean behind her, and everyone knew how much Long Feng valued Lu Qingchen, had once risked the entire academy to save him. Who would dare ignore that favor? The stalemate dragged on. No one wanted to speak first. At last Lu Qingxue let out a quiet breath and broke the silence. I don't need it. You 2 take 1 each. As an elder sister, she refused to put her brother in a bind. Then it'll pass as well. Long Shi chimed in, breezy and untroubled. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. If you're both turning it down, how can I still take 1? She promptly looked away, deliberately avoiding the 2 pills. Lu Qingchen could only laugh. Seriously, what are you 3 doing? He hadn't even spoken yet, and the entire slate of candidates had withdrawn. If that stood, he would have wasted 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and been forced to swallow both pills himself. The 3 women glanced at one another, then bowed their heads like children who had been scolded. I give up, Lu Qingchen muttered, then raised his voice. Whoever said there are only 2 trifold Linglong pills? Right on cue, the sultry voice of Yu Fei sounded from the auction platform. I've already explained the pills' effects, so I won't repeat myself. The pills will still be sold in pairs, starting bid at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each raise must be at least 10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, you may begin. This time Lu Qingchen didn't wait for anyone to lift a paddle. He called out on the spot, 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.